Chapter 1: The System Emerges. In the year 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar, 5 years remain until the Summit War. In the eastern seas of the Grand Line, Ming awakened from a deep slumber, his senses assaulted by the pungent, metallic scent of blood that churned his stomach. What on earth is this overwhelming stench of blood? As he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, a moment of confusion enveloped him. Scattered remnants of warships lay strewn about, the sea awash in a crimson hue, and he found himself reclining on a piece of wooden debris, gently swaying with the ocean breeze. Where am I? In a daze, Ming pondered his predicament for a moment, and then the reality of his situation struck him. I've crossed over. A torrent of memories surged forth, offering no respite as they forcefully invaded his mind and flowed rapidly through his consciousness. This is the world of One Piece, and his name is Loguetown War Orphan, devoid of parents. Who had grown up in the G8 naval base, he now held the title of the youngest brigadier general in the division. Though he had also been an orphan in his previous life, through hard work and a bit of cunning, he had managed to carve out a modest existence. Finally reaching a point where he could enjoy life, little did he expect that a single all-nighter would lead to his unexpected transmigration. The sea breeze sent shivers through Ming's body, and his current predicament left no room for further contemplation. As his memories settled, he quickly grasped the origin of his present situation. Half a day prior, a vague figure from his recollections had informed him of a small band of pirates spotted near the base of a division. Pirates that managed to reach the vicinity of a naval base were typically unfortunate souls, newly embarked on the Grand Line and utterly lost. As a brigadier general, proficient in the 6 styles, he had even developed a unique technique called finger gun. 6-round shot, capable of firing 6 consecutive shots, a fortified version of the finger gun technique. Thus, he had not taken a mission too seriously and had set out alone with a small team to apprehend them, only to find himself in over his head. Unbeknownst to him, the adversaries were not mere third-rate pirates, but the infamous riders of Doma from the New World. Although he was unclear as to why such notorious figures had appeared in these early seas, it was indeed unfortunate that Ming had crossed paths with them. As a future captain under the Whitebeard pirates, he had once faced off against a vice admiral during the Summit War, and emerged in scathed. His strength was far beyond what an ordinary brigadier general like Ming could contend with. After a few rounds of combat, buoyed by confidence, Ming was swiftly overpowered by Doma, who dispatched him with a swift slash, followed by a fatal blow from the monkey on Doma's back. After defeating Ming, the assailants did not press their advantage, but merely detonated the warship he was on before making their retreat. In this vast ocean, without the means to contact the outside world or receive aid, Ming and his companions would succumb to death within days due to lack of water and food. Who was that indistinct figure who had summoned him here? The appearance of New World pirates in the early seas was indeed a rare occurrence had they truly mistaken him for a mere small-time pirate. Or was it an intentional trap? Though questions lingered in his mind, Ming quickly shifted his focus to the immediacy of his situation. After all, it seemed he was destined to die right at the outset. He recalled that in the reincarnation novels he had read, protagonists were often bestowed with a golden finger system to help them ascend to greatness. With a tentative spirit, he called out, "Is the system present?" Host 121338 verification successful. Tourist system activated successfully. Ming's heart leapt with joy. It truly exists. I won't have to die now. The awakened system introduced itself in a mechanical voice. The tourist system will issue tasks based on the completion of current objectives depending on the task's level. Corresponding points can be earned, which may be used for lotteries of various tiers. It will also occasionally issue hidden tasks, and completion of these hidden tasks will yield fixed rewards. Upon the system's announcement, 3 lottery boxes of different colors appeared before Ming. Observing the reactions of the drowning soldiers around him, it became evident that only he could see the lottery boxes. Reclining on the wooden debris, feeling the weakness from blood loss, Ming weakly interjected, "Excuse me, could we please be rescued first?" However, the system paid him no heed and continued its mechanical announcement. The lottery is divided into 3 tiers, requiring 20, 40, and 80 points respectively for participation. Ming could not help but mutter, "Is this system a bit dim?" Just then, A jolt of electricity surged through him, causing his body to spasm uncontrollably, and he inadvertently slipped off the wooden board. Fortunately, quick reflexes allowed him to grasp the board tightly, preventing him from plunging into the water. Such stinginess, not even allowing a word. Another surge of electricity hit him. Ah, gurgle, gurgle. Lu Ming's current state resembled that of being electrocuted, flailing about in the water and occasionally swallowing mouthfuls of seawater. After several jolts, Lu Ming realized that interrupting the system while it was speaking would result in electric shocks. Once a task was issued, the host must complete it within a stipulated time. Failure would incur varying degrees of punishment based on the task's level, potentially culminating in death. How absurd! Is my life at stake for not completing tasks? Lu Ming silently grumbled, yet he dared not voice a word. Now presenting you with a 200-point newbie gift package. Indeed, fortune had not entirely abandoned him. With a sudden influx of 200 points, the financially liberated Lu Ming opted to draw from the lowest tier first, eager to test the waters. Congratulations, you have acquired mastery of ninja tools. As the system's announcement faded, the uses of shuriken, kunai, ropes, and various tools flooded into his mind, each realization so natural, as if this knowledge had always resided within him. To his astonishment, how wondrous it was! Clap, clap, clap. He continued to draw 3 more times. Congratulations, you have acquired fire release, great fireball technique. Congratulations, you have acquired fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Congratulations, you have acquired fire release, great dragon fire technique. Various fire release techniques engraved themselves into Lu Ming's mind. Yet he gazed out at the endless expanse of ocean and felt the blood seeping from his chest. He lamented internally that these techniques felt utterly useless in his current predicament, akin to a eunuch wandering in a brothel. Realizing that if things continued this way, even if he drew the entire arsenal of fire techniques, he would merely be awaiting death upon the waves. Thus, he steeled his resolve and drew from the 80-point tier. Congratulations, you have acquired Sharingan. A surge of joy filled Lu Ming's heart indeed. One gets what one pays for. And this was far superior to the fire techniques. With the activation of Susu, he could effortlessly soar back to base, fulfilling his dream of piloting a Gundam. He promptly activated the Sharingan, and a single Tomo Sharingan gradually manifested in his eyes. With the appearance of the Sharingan, Lu Ming experienced the daunting sensation of chakra depletion. A wave of weakness washed over him. His hands, which clutched the board, could no longer hold on, and his body began to sink towards the ocean depths. As Lu Ming gradually descended into the sea, he began to unleash a torrent of curses upon the system. Garbage system, filled with useless things. As his body sank deeper, he began to lose consciousness. At that moment, a naval warship was slowly approaching from the distance. Chapter 2. Mission release. A gentle ray of morning sunlight caressed the striking visage of Lu Ming. An alluring fragrance of a woman's perfume wafted into his nostrils as he slowly opened his eyes, revealing before him a pair of long, slender, and exquisitely proportioned legs. Raising his gaze, he beheld the owner of those legs, a young girl, seemingly in her early 20s, wielding a riding whip. Her golden locks cascaded casually over her shoulders, and her features were nothing short of exquisite. Her meticulously shaped willow brows framed enchanting eyes, adorned with long, slightly curled lashes, a captivating phoenix gaze, a delicate and straight nose, and charmingly blushing cheeks, complemented by full, slightly upturned crimson lips. Even with merely a hint of makeup, she exuded an undeniable allure and sensuality. She fixated her gaze on Lu Ming, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she toyed with the whip in her hand. Were it not for the seagull insignia on her hat, denoting her affiliation with the Navy, Lu Ming might have suspected she was about to subject him to a hellish performance. I could see that moment. A somewhat diminutive middle-aged man with a comical appearance suddenly leaped forward and plopped down beside Lu Ming's B.E.D. Lu Ming, Brigadier General, it seems fortune has smiled upon you. You've snatched back a life. Upon scrutinizing the man before him, Lu Ming swiftly rifled through his memories to identify this individual. Kaji, a reserve admiral from the Navy headquarters, codenamed T-Dolphin, Kaji, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and one leg crossed over the other, began speaking. "What a coincidence. I'm here to deliver a devil fruit to you. And unexpectedly, I've encountered you before reaching the branch." Recalling a previous conversation with the G8 commander, Ming remembered that the higher-ups intended to reward him for recently dismantling a den of the underworld, which had disrupted arms trafficking and human trafficking in that region. With a devil fruit to enhance his power to his astonishment, it was the headquarters reserve admiral personally escorting ITAS. Thoughts of the recent underworld incident flitted through his mind. Ming felt a faint throbbing in his head, as if he had uncovered a significant secret at that time, yet he could not recall it now to this juncture. Kaji produced a wooden box from his side and handed it over. "This is your devil fruit. What ability does it possess?" "I have no idea." Ming opened the box, and a foul odor emanated from within, revealing a durian-shaped fruit with bizarre patterns nestled inside. "What on earth? It smells so terrible. Could it possibly be the shit fruit?" Kaji, struggling to endure the stench, pinched his nose and urged, "If you're going to eat it, do it quickly. If not, close it up." Ming hastily shut the box. "Are there no other options? If this truly is the shit fruit, what difference is there between consuming it and the fruit of non-swimming? After all, who would willingly transform into a pile of excrement?" Observing Ming's reaction, Kaji appeared somewhat speechless, resignedly retrieving another box from the ground. "This was originally meant for Colonel Berrygood. If you'd like to swap, you can." Berrygood? As an old Navy enthusiast, Ming certainly remembered this name. The user of the bean fruit, capable of disassembling his body into a fragmented sphere, once used as a bowling ball by Frankie during the duel on Judicial Island. Ming cast a helpless glance at the equally perplexed Kaji. Suddenly adopting a righteous demeanor, he proclaimed, "I shan't consume the fruit. To become a true powerhouse, I must rely solely on Haki. Only Haki can transcend all." Now it was Kaji's turn to be bewildered, unable to comprehend why Ming, who had been so choosy moments ago, now seemed enlightened that in an age where individuals sought to rely on fruit abilities for swift ascension. It was rare to encounter someone who grasped such a profound truth, prompting Kaji to regard Ming with newfound respect. Ming believed these were merely worthless fruits. Consuming them would be of no benefit. However, having resolved not to eat, he thought of emulating Teacher Kai's rhetoric, skillfully boasting before the beautiful woman without consequence. Kaji gazed at Ming with a sense of relief and prepared to reclaim the devil fruit. Their eyes met, and Kaji, as if caught in a mischievous act, hastily explained, "If you're not going to eat it, I'll be taking it back." "Wait. Since you've given it to me, let it remain." Ming was no fool. This devil fruit could fetch a handsome price at the auction house in Sabotage Archipelago. With the proceeds, he could rescue a few deposed princesses and mermaid maidens, who would, in gratitude, choose to remain by his side. Such a life of wealth and multiple wives was indeed his lifelong aspiration. However, his verbal exchange with Kaji took on a different tone. "Although I do not require it, I could offer it to others in need, allowing them the means to protect themselves in our absence." That Ming thought that even if he secretly sold it later and it ended up in the hands of pirates, he could claim he had merely misjudged it initially. Upon hearing Ming's words, Kaji couldn't help but admire him a bit more. He anticipated that this individual not only possessed an extraordinary understanding of Haki, but also demonstrated genuine concern for ordinary people. He silently resolved not to let Ming remain buried in this small branch. After handing back the box containing the devil fruit, his tone unconsciously softened. "Should you have any questions while cultivating Haki, feel free to seek me out." Ming, firmly clutching the box containing the devil fruit, was lost in dreams of a prosperous future filled with beautiful companions, completely disregarding Kaji's words, merely nodding absently. "I won't disturb your rest any longer. Kanjaku, let us take our leave," Kaji said, beckoning the long-legged beauty to depart. "So, this is Kanjaku, Admiral Crane's granddaughter. How delightful. I've heard that Admiral Crane's ship is filled with female soldiers. If only I could serve aboard her vessel." Ming reveled in his fanciful thoughts when a series of cold system notifications abruptly interrupted his reverie. "Tourist System Mission Release. Low-tier task. Meet the sword god Joseph and Sword St. Johnny. Time limit: 5 years. Completion reward: 20 points. Failure penalty: minus 20 points. Mid-tier task: defeat the mysterious Akin. Time limit: 5 years. Completion reward: 40 points. Failure penalty: minus 40 points. High-tier task: witness the clash of the four emperors. Time limit: 5 years. Completion reward: 120 points. Failure penalty: minus 120 points. Failure to accumulate points will result in the immediate forfeiture of the host's life. Upon hearing the final line, Lu Ming's heart sank. The stakes were alarmingly high from the outset. The first task seemed manageable. Even if he couldn't find the individual, he could simply stake out the sea restaurant when the time came. The second task posed a bit of a challenge. Akin's strength appeared to exceed that of Sanji during his initial appearance, and at his current level, he likely would not prevail. Fortunately, there were 5 years to prepare, and with effort, he might just succeed. However, the third task seemed utterly hopeless. As a mere junior Navy officer, how could he possibly witness a clash between the four emperors? Even if he did, a single thunderclap from Teacher Kai would likely spell his doom. To survive such a confrontation and emerge unscathed, one would need at least the strength of a vice admiral. He was neither Monkey D. Luffy nor Roronoa Zoro, possessing such prodigious talent that could be honed within a few years. Initially, he had intended to remain quietly in the early stages of the voyage, marrying a few beautiful maidens and living a life of leisure, but now it seemed that plan had gone awry. Having previously drawn a few useless fire techniques, he was now left with only 40 points, which would surely not suffice. His lifespan could very well be reduced to a mere 5 years. This simply wouldn't do. He needed to devise a plan. Chapter 3. Admiral Kaji within the dining hall of G8 Fortress. Lu Ming gazed despondently at his empty plate. Not long ago, Commander Sharingan of the G8 base had confronted him. Having nearly recovered, questioning why he had taken it upon himself to attack a notorious pirate in the New World, placing many of his subordinates in jeopardy. Lu Ming explained that he had been misled to believe it was merely a group of minor pirates, which prompted his involvement. However, when Sharingan pressed for the identity of the informant, Lu Ming found himself at a loss for words. Sharingan produced the base's communication records, revealing that no one had informed him at all. He then feigned understanding of the eagerness of young men like Lu Ming to achieve accomplishments, yet emphasized that endangering subordinates was not the mark of a good commander. In the end, Lu Ming could only muddle through, taking the blame. Fortunately, Sharingan held Lu Ming in high regard, and considering Lu Ming was still an injured party, he only received a few reprimands and a 3-month salary deduction before the matter was laid to rest. Xiao Ming, what are you sighing about now? A mature woman with golden short hair slowly approached Lu Ming, inquiring with a gentle demeanor. The newcomer was none other than Jessica, the head chef of the G8 restaurant. With her neat short hair and striking beauty, she possessed a fair complexion, elegant brows, and almond-shaped eyes. Time had not etched many marks on her face. Rather, it had infused her with an air of intellectual sophistication and tenderness that only maturity can bestow. Even clad in a loose-fitting chef's robe, her graceful curves were unmistakable. Such a stunning woman, situated in a male-dominated naval base, would typically incite fierce competition. Yet when confronted with Jessica's direct question, Lu Ming felt no ignoble thoughts arise. Not only he, but the entire G8 base held a profound respect for her, for she bore another significant title, the wife of Commander Jonathan of the G8 base. However, the thought of not being able to join his comrades in combating pirates inevitably drew a sigh from Lu Ming. As he fabricated excuses, he quickly placed his empty plate in the designated area and turned to dash towards the infirmary, eager to avoid Jessica's usual inquiries about the peculiarities of life at sea. Although Jessica was the head chef, her knowledge of the world beyond the base was limited. Listening to the sailors animatedly discuss their maritime experiences in the dining hall, she felt a stirring yearning within her heart. Currently, Lu Ming found himself in a patient-s role, exempt from daily training and pirate hunting missions, only needing to attend routine checkups, granting him a rare opportunity for leisure to satiate her curiosity about the outside world. Nonetheless, Lu Ming was reluctant to engage in lengthy conversations with Jessica, as he had yet to fully digest the memories of the original owner of his body. In previous exchanges, he had nearly slipped up, narrowly escaping detection by feigning a recurrence of his injuries. Watching Ming hastily depart, Jessica felt a twinge of disappointment. However, seeing him clear his plate with such enthusiasm was undoubtedly a testament to her culinary skills, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. Yet, Ming's clean plate was merely a strategic move to save money for an evening visit to a nearby island, where he could find solace in watching beautiful girls dance in bars. Alas, the wretched bar required him to spend money to gain entry, adding to his frustrations. Pushing open the door to the infirmary, Ming spotted Jiyuan seated inside, boasting to Dr. Kabart under the pretext of a medical examination. Kabart was arguably the most sought-after woman within the G8 base, possessing a quintessential oval face, enchanting eyes filled with autumnal brilliance, long eyelashes, and a prominent nose adorned with a pair of black-rimmed glasses that exuded a hint of intellectual charm. However, despite being the youngest doctor at the G8 base, she suffered from severe hemophobia, which relegated her to treating only pediatric patients, as was customary. Kabart donned a professional outfit, a white long-sleeve shirt paired with a fitted short skirt that modestly covered 2/3 of her thighs. Her rounded bosom accentuated the curve of her silhouette, while her slender waist and shapely hips formed an enticing arc clad in sheer, flesh-toned tights and elegant white heels. Her figure appeared even more statuesque. Jiyuan sat before Kabart with a sly grin, recounting how he had caught a chill the previous night, inching closer to her with each word. Rumor had it that Jiyuan, a notorious lecher, had confessed his feelings to Peach Rabbit Gyeon, a fellow candidate for admiral, 100 times, all of which had ended in failure. Now, he audaciously feigned illness to seek attention from Kabart, whose responsibilities lay solely in pediatrics. Meanwhile, Ming had a legitimate reason to see Kabart for a follow-up. Even though his wounds had already healed and he no longer needed daily visits, Jiyuan cast a fleeting glance at Ming as he entered, seemingly oblivious to his presence, and continued his animated chatter with Kabart. Ming cleared his throat twice, yet Jiyuan remained obstinately focused, refusing to acknowledge him. With no choice but to resign himself to a nearby chair, Ming glared at Jiyuan, thinking to himself, "Let us see how you continue to flirt now." Ignoring Ming entirely, Jiyuan struck a self-satisfied pose and said to Kabart, "As a candidate for admiral, I don't rely on Haki or devil fruits. Can you guess what secures my position?" Kabart, with her naturally innocent eyes, adjusted her thick glasses, maintaining a gentle smile while shaking her head slightly. Jiyuan, crossing his legs with pride, continued, "It's my extraordinary observation Haki. As long as I desire. No movement within the G8 base can escape my notice." That Ming rolled his eyes at this boastful claim, internally scoffing. "If exaggerating were a crime, I would have to arrest you. Why don't you claim you can hit someone's head from 800 miles away?" The G8 base, unlike other branches, had long been rumored to be a vast fortress filled with chaos. Though this reputation was far from flattering, it nonetheless hinted at the expanse of the G8 base. Among the numerous naval bases, it ranked among the largest. Jiyuan continued to regale Kabart with tales of a recent battle between red-haired Shanks and Kaido of the Beasts near Wano country, boasting that his keen observation Haki had allowed him to sense the impending conflict, thus sparing his team from involvement. Reflecting on Shank's influence and strength, he mused that it wouldn't be long before a fourth emperor of the sea emerged. With a smug grin, he seemed to bask in the glory of his own heroism. However, Kabart appeared oblivious to the significance of these titles, her professional demeanor unwavering as she maintained her smile, failing to exhibit the adoration Jiyuan had anticipated. Although he had not captivated Kabart's attention, he inadvertently garnered the admiration of a sycophantic admirer. As Jiyuan recounted his exploits, Ming's expression shifted from disdain to genuine intrigue. A new perspective dawned on him. He could utilize observation Haki to observe the fierce clashes of the emperors from a distance. While the risks remained high, the feasibility and safety of this approach far outweighed that of close observation. Furthermore, unlike Conqueror's Haki, which one either possessed or did not, observation Haki could be cultivated through diligent practice, making the development of formidable abilities entirely possible. Jiyuan, realizing that his impressive recounting had failed to win over Kabart, felt a sense of defeat wash over him. He stood up, preparing to leave. However, upon turning, he found Ming, who had previously dismissed him. now gazing at him with starry-eyed enthusiasm. The intensity of Lu Ming's gaze unnerved Jiyuan, who awkwardly gestured toward the seat he had just vacated. "Why don't you take over the examination?" When Lu Ming did not move and instead wore an even more ingratiating expression, Jiyuan's unease grew, prompting him to hastily declare, "I won't disturb you any longer. I'll be on my way." Lu Ming called out in a flattering tone, "Commander Jiyuan, don't leave," upon hearing Lu Ming drop the candidate title. Jiyuan hesitated for a moment before quickening his pace. Internally, he muttered, "I only took up a little of your time. Surely that wouldn't change your perception of me." Jiyuan dashed out. Lu Ming followed closely behind. Kabart watched the two retreating figures with a smile, murmuring to herself, "It seems all is well now." Slowly, she pinned "discharged" in the conclusion section of Jiyuan's medical record. Then, she turned to Lu Ming's file. Her expression one of complexity. "Still no recollections?" "Commander Jiyuan, don't run away." "Then don't chase me." "Commander, if you run so fast, how can I keep up if I don't pursue? Just call me Vice Admiral." "What do you want?" "I want to learn observation Haki." Jiyuan suddenly halted, but Lu Ming, propelled by inertia, crashed into him. Both nursing their bumps, they returned to the infirmary together. "If you want to learn, why not say so sooner?" "I merely heard of Commander Jiyuan's heroic deeds and was inspired, but a surge of passion welled up within me, compelling me to cultivate observation Haki, to serve the Navy." Lu Ming's flattery left Jiyuan feeling rather pleased. After such compliments, Jiyuan felt as though he had not been fleeing from the infirmary, but rather valiantly battling Shanks and Kaido to restore peace to the New World. Clearing his throat, Jiyuan adopted a masterful demeanor, as if the earlier flirtation had never occurred, and slowly proclaimed, "As I mentioned before, I cherish capable and ambitious young subordinates like you. I'll take it upon myself to guide you in mastering observation Haki. As I am still a candidate for Admiral, it's inappropriate to be addressed as Commander. Simply call me Vice Admiral in public." "Understood, Commander Jiyuan." "No problem, Commander Jiyuan." Chapter 4. Departure. Naval Headquarters. The scorching sun bathed the training grounds of the G8 base in light. As it approached midday, and most sailors had returned to their barracks for rest, in the central square, Lu Ming remained utterly focused on his training. His upper body was bare, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like pearls. Although he initially sought Kaji's assistance solely to cultivate his observation Haki, Kaji, considering Lu Ming's overall condition, devised an extensive training regimen. This plan encompassed not only observation Haki, but also reinforced training in armament Haki, moonwalk, gale foot, and shave, among other techniques. Having lived two lives, Lu Ming was acutely aware that there were times to exert oneself and times to refrain from laziness. These offensive techniques were essential, lest he falter in the second confrontation with the kin. He also recognized that he did not possess the innate talent for cultivation that some might have. Hence, he could only enhance his abilities through relentless effort and diligent practice. Watching Lu Ming train so earnestly from the stands, Kaji felt a sense of comfort. He had initially perceived this young man as someone who was always joking and carefree. But in his training, Lu Ming exhibited an admirable seriousness, even surpassing others in dedication. The determination radiating from Lu Ming prompted Kaji to reflect, this young man truly deserves recognition. Below, Lu Ming's leg muscles rapidly contracted and expanded, followed by a swift kick that created a vacuum, producing a sharp, cutting wave that cleaved a wooden post as thick as a man's waist in two. After executing a gale foot kick, he rapidly stomped the ground, seeming to vanish from his original position and materializing in front of the steel plate several meters away. Finger gun, 6 bullets. The steel plate, a mere finger's thickness, was effortlessly pierced by Lu Ming, leaving 6 clean holes. After months of training under Kaji's guidance, Lu Ming, who already had a foundational understanding of the 6 techniques, made swift progress in mastering moonwalk, gale foot, and shave, thanks to his day and night efforts. Though he had yet to reach the level of developing personal techniques, he had become quite adept at using them. Unfortunately, his progress in observation Haki and armament Haki was less satisfactory. Being in the early seas, his Haki foundation was quite poor. Although he had made some progress, his utilization remained inconsistent. During this time, Kobat had visited Lu Ming numerous times. Initially, Lu Ming thought it was merely a doctor's concern for a patient's health, but as time passed, he began to discern a deeper intention than on several occasions. He noticed that Kobat seemed to have dressed up deliberately, donning outfits that showcased her graceful figure rather than the typical doctoress uniform. However, each time she visited, she only conversed with Kaji or other Navy personnel, never initiating dialogue with Lu Ming. Regrettably, Lu Ming could not recall much about this woman and hesitated to approach her, fearing he might inadvertently reveal that he was not the original owner of this body. The Peacock had also visited a few times, but upon seeing the youngest Brigadier of G8 at such a level, she lost interest and never returned. As for the person who initially informed him about attacking Doma, Lu Ming had yet to uncover any clues. He had meticulously observed everyone around him, but detected no signs of hostility. Today, as usual, Lu Ming nestled in a corner of the training ground, away from the sunlight, consuming a meal that had long since lost its warmth in his iron lunchbox. Since commencing his training, he had foregone evening outings to watch beautiful women dance, opting instead to prepare his meals in advance and bring them to the training ground. Jessica had initially wished to deliver meals to Lu Ming daily, but he had declined, understanding that cultivation was not a matter of a single day. As an orphan raised in G8, he felt a bond with Jessica, who had always cared for him like an elder sister. Growing too close over time might eventually lead to details that could expose the truth. While eating, Lu Ming noticed Kaji descending from the stands using moonwalk, and just as he was about to ask about his inconsistent Haki, Kaji preemptively spoke, his expression grave. "I must return to the headquarters. I came here to escort the fruits." The Peacock had already returned some time ago, and now it was Kaji's turn to depart. Lu Ming was taken aback. It had indeed been a while since he had seen that sadistic beauty at the base, and the words he intended to say caught in his throat. After spending time together, their conversations, though often lacking in depth, had fostered a sense of camaraderie that blurred the lines between teacher and friend. After a moment, Lu Ming managed to utter, "When do we set off?" "Perhaps tomorrow," Kaji replied. Noticing Lu Ming's reluctant expression, Kaji casually lit a cigarette and continued, "Would you like to accompany me to headquarters?" Lu Ming was astonished. "Is that possible?" as he observed the playful smirk on Kaji's face. He quickly realized he was being teased. Kaji proudly declared, "Of course, I hold a significant position at headquarters. However, you must be prepared. The headquarters directly confronts vicious pirates." Lu Ming was well aware of this. Several years prior, the infamous pirate Shiki, known as the Golden Lion, had single-handedly assaulted Marineford, and it took the combined efforts of Admiral Karp and the current fleet Admiral Sengoku, at the cost of half of Marineford. To defeat him, in the shadows, countless individuals at Lu Ming's level had perished. The missions assigned to the Navy headquarters were not merely to deal with lowly pirates who robbed merchant ships and oppressed civilians, but rather formidable pirates who had bounties and posed threats to the government. Remaining at the branch was undoubtedly safer. However, having a direct path to complete the system's tasks, Lu Ming could not choose to wait for death. Furthermore, staying too long at the branch risked exposing his true identity. The hidden threat still loomed, and Lu Ming feared that the next encounter would be even more perilous. "I am prepared. Please take me with you to headquarters." Lu Ming looked at Kaji, his gaze resolute. Kaji, pleased with Lu Ming's response, felt he had not misjudged him. He slowly produced a transfer order from behind him. "Then, I shall submit your transfer order to Commander Jonathan. You should go prepare. Our ship departs early tomorrow." After finishing his last puff of smoke, Kaji turned to leave, pondering that his time spent here had not been in vain. Lu Ming called out to Kaji's retreating figure, "All right, I'll be counting on you." As a penniless individual, Lu Ming had little to pack. He stuffed a few sets of Navy uniforms into a small backpack, along with the tightly sealed Churchill fruit encased in a wooden box, marking the completion of his packing. Although he was no longer the original, he had formed bonds with many at the base over time. Thus, he first went to the cafeteria to bid farewell to Jessica and the others. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ming decided to visit the infirmary to say goodbye to Kobat. Upon learning of Lu Ming's impending journey to headquarters, Kobat, instead of maintaining her usual distance, suddenly embraced him, tears flowing uncontrollably. Faced with this unexpected embrace, Lu Ming speculated that Kobat might have had a romantic relationship with the original owner. After all, the youngest brigadier and the youngest doctor, exceptional individuals often attract each other. As he felt Kobat's soft chest pressed against his own, a fragrance reminiscent of both perfume and a young woman's natural scent wafted toward him. He gently patted her back, preparing to offer comfort when Kobat softly spoke. No need for words. I know you don't remember me, but I will always remember you. Going to headquarters is your dream, and I won't hinder you. I just want to hold you a little longer. With that, she tightened her embrace. However, Ming did not reciprocate. He merely stood still, as if bidding farewell to the life of the person who had once inhabited this body. After leaving the infirmary, Ming finally arrived at the office of Commander Jonathan of G8. Jonathan, holding Ming's transfer order, was not surprised by his arrival. Have you decided to go to headquarters? Jonathan inquired, to which Ming replied solemnly. Yes. Good, Jonathan exclaimed, stepping closer to pat Ming on the shoulder. Repeating the word 3 times that we all support your decision. Just remember that G8 will always be your home. Chapter 5. The cultivation of Haki, the military vessel bound for headquarters, sailed smoothly across the sea's surface. However, a long iron chain extended from the stern, binding Ming's hands and feet, dragging him along the surface of the water. Help. Pull me up. I can't hold on any longer. Kaji at the ship's rear listened to Ming's cries for help, took a drag of his cigarette, and leisurely replied, You still seem quite spirited. No worries. Just hang on for another day. This is precisely the new training method devised by Jiajing. Given that Ming has always been inconsistent in his application of Haki, it seems that his usual training has been too stable. Perhaps it is only in the face of genuine life-threatening situations that this lad can summon his utmost spirit to wield observation Haki and armament Haki to their fullest potential. The reason for binding Ming's hands and feet is primarily due to his increasing proficiency with the 6 powers. If he were unbound, his ability to freely execute techniques such as moonwalk, gale foot, and finger gun, methods crucial for survival, would significantly diminish his sense of urgency. Suddenly, a dorsal fin breaks the surface of the water as a great white shark moves swiftly beneath, its target locked onto Ming. Upon approaching him, the shark opens its massive jaws, only to have Ming curl his body into a ball and evade the attack. After several attempts, he narrowly dodges each strike. With his observation Haki fully engaged, Ming moves like a boneless fish in the sea, deftly avoiding the shark's assaults. Observing the scene from the ship, Jiajing with a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with his plan. See, it hasn't failed even once. It's working splendidly. After several attacks, the shark's predatory instincts might have sensed that it cannot bite this piece of meat, which consistently eludes its jaws and bizarre postures, prompting it to dive deeper into the ocean. Just as Ming mistakenly believes the shark is giving up, his observation Haki detects that the creature is spiraling upwards towards him. This is bad. If he is thrust out of the water, he will lose the mobility he possesses within it. Jiajing on the ship also perceives the situation, instinctively gripping the iron chain, pondering. This is the perfect moment to utilize armament Haki. He merely needs to anticipate the area of the shark's attack and employ his armament Haki for defensive coverage against this strike. As the water churns, Ming adjusts his posture and, propelled by the turbulence stirred by the shark, leaps into the AIRT that moment. The shark breaches the surface, jaws agape, intent on swallowing Ming whole. As the shark approaches, Ming exhales forcefully. Let us see if you can handle this. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball strikes the shark at close range, accompanied by the scent of charred flesh, causing it to plummet back into the water, with Ming following suit. Jiajing on the ship is left dumbfounded, exclaiming, Are you some sort of hedgehog? Even with your hands and feet bound, you can still inflict harm. It seems I can't even leave your mouth unguarded on the deck of the warship. Jiajing looks at Ming, freshly retrieved from the water, and asks, Now tell me, what other techniques do you possess? Ming's eyes reveal the single Tomo Sharingan, fixed intently on Jiajing. Sharingan. Jinjutsu. You are a dog. Begin barking now. Jiajing experiences a fleeting moment of distraction before quickly regaining his composure, promptly slapping Ming away. Clutching his bruised cheek, Ming watches as the Tomo in his eyes gradually fades, perplexed by the ineffectiveness of a Sharingan, and inquires, "What is the principle behind this? How could you react so swiftly?" After all, in Lu Ming's mind, the world of pirates lacks any notion of illusions. Theoretically, his Sharingan's Jinjutsu should be insurmountable without external assistance. Yet Jiajing responded in mere moments. Jiajing slowly speaks, "You've mentioned a principle before." When? Lu Ming asks. "Only Haki can transcend all the do." Lu Ming muses inwardly. That's what Teacher Kai said. It seems he truly is a master. Observing Lu Ming's disappointment at his technique being so easily countered, Jiajing offers consolation. "Do not be disheartened. Your ability should still be effective against ordinary individuals. The IT simply falls short against those with overwhelming Haki." This moment, Lu Ming recalls that in his previous life, while watching One Piece, Law used Haki to negate the effects of the poison QS disease fruit. That IT seems that Haki can indeed eliminate certain abnormal states of the body, to some extent. Just then, Jiajing interrupts Lu Ming's thoughts, posing a question. "However, I am curious, without a devil fruit, how do you possess abilities akin to hypnosis and the fire breathing you just demonstrated?" In response to Jiajing's inquiry, a bead of cold sweat trickles down Lu Ming's forehead. How should I put it? I'm actually a magician. Fire breathing and hypnosis are basic skills that Liu Ming had been reluctant to employ these ninjutsu techniques, as he had experienced immense fatigue each time he used them privately after first acquiring them. He had speculated that it might be due to his lack of chakra, but in this world, there was no means to cultivate chakra, leading him to dismiss these abilities as worthless and set them aside. However, after this period of training in Haki, Lu Ming felt as though his body had become invigorated, prompting him to try again. Indeed, he no longer experienced the fatigue he once did, though he sensed a slight depletion of Haki within him. It appears that he can utilize Haki in a manner akin to chakra. Nonetheless, Haki and chakra are not entirely the same. As long as the quantity of Haki increases, any loss during usage can be replenished through rest. Upon hearing Lu Ming's response, Jiajing, having encountered many individuals with such tricks in the New World, chose not to dwell on it. "I suppose next time, I'll need to seal both your mouth and eyes." Lu Ming, with a look of reluctance, replied, "No need for that. I would genuinely become fish bait." Ignoring Lu Ming's protest, Jiajing continued to muse aloud. "What a splendid idea. If I cover your eyes, you will solely rely on observation Haki to sense your surroundings. The training effect will undoubtedly be even better." Lu Ming felt a wave of despair wash over him. Realizing that his future days would be even more arduous, he could only hope to reach the headquarters swiftly and end this life of being bait. "Oh, and there's one more thing," Jiajing suddenly exclaimed, addressing Lu Ming. "What is it, father?" "No, Major Jiajing." Before he could finish, Lu Ming found himself kicked off the ship. "Why aren't you barking?" Jiajing called out, turning away from the deck without a second glance. In the following month, Lu Ming spent more time submerged in water than aboard the ship. However, thanks to the solid foundation laid by the six powers, his body remained unaffected by the seawater. After this period of training, although the total amount of Haki within him did not significantly increase, the necessity to maintain constant vigilance allowed him to masterfully control his observation Haki and armament Haki. One morning, Jiajing did not instruct Lu Ming to continue soaking in the sea, but instead had him don a uniform of a marine commodore and accompany him to the bow of the ship. Jiajing pointed towards the horizon, where a colossal marine insignia gradually emerged from the sea. The Marine Headquarters arrived. Chapter 6. A unique training method upon disembarking. Jiajing wasted no time, leading Lu Ming away at a brisk pace. "Where are we headed?" Lu Ming inquired. "To practice observation Haki." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming harbored no suspicions and swiftly kept pace with Jiajing. However, on their journey, they occasionally encountered other Marines greeting Jiajing with peculiar smiles, causing Lu Ming to feel uneasy. The two arrived at a training ground for recruits, where Lu Ming glanced upwards to see a woman in the stands. She possessed a strikingly beautiful visage, her makeup meticulously applied, as if she were a geisha. Clad in exquisite attire, her outfit perfectly accentuated her alluring curve, and a somewhat fearsome black spider tattoo adorned her long, smooth thigh, adding an air of mystery and an unapproachable majesty to her beauty. This woman was none other than Peach Rabbit Gone, also a candidate for the rank of admiral. Surrounding recruits watched the interaction with a mix of curiosity and amusement, and an ominous feeling surged within Lu Ming. I suddenly have a stomach ache. I think I'll take my leave, he said, preparing to escape. However, Jiajing discreetly stepped on Lu Ming's cloak, calling out to Gyeon, "Gyeon, I love you. Accept my affections." Gyeon appeared somewhat desensitized to such scenes. Responding tersely, no observing the spectacle from the stands, the surrounding Marines erupted into uproarious laughter, interspersed with jests. "Major Jiajing, how many times has this been?" "I hear it's over 100 now." Unsurprisingly, it was yet another resounding failure. Lu Ming hadn't anticipated that upon arriving at headquarters, he would find himself embroiled in such an embarrassing situation. Was there any difference from farting in public? Just as he was bowing his head, seeking a crack in the ground to hide, he heard Jiajing whispering beside him, "Now use observation Haki to record the state of all the soldiers present." "Huh, are you that petty?" Lu Ming felt a tinge of confusion. Yet seeing that Jiaji offered no further explanation, he complied and activated his observation Haki. His senses became acutely attuned, and the emotions and breaths of those around him surged towards him like a torrent. If one were to liken experiencing a shark's attack in the ocean to honing the precision of observation Haki, then this moment undoubtedly served as a rigorous exercise in its breadth. While perceiving the myriad of emotions, Lu Ming was astonished to discover that Jiyuan exhibited neither surprise nor displeasure at their behaviors, as though engaged in the mundane act of dining and drinking. Her demeanor remarkably unruffled. Thus, a bold idea blossomed in Lu Ming's mind. Could it be that Jiaji had been employing this very method to refine his own observation Haki? It was indeed a testament to Jiyuan's magnanimity. Her character, evidently expansive, as Lu Ming's observation Haki swept over Jin, he could not help but admire her open-mindedness, a quality that was palpably evident. After departing from the new recruit training facility, Lu Ming shared his conjecture with Jiaji. Upon hearing Lu Ming's speculation, Jiaji expressed mild surprise, taken aback by the young man's swift comprehension. Nevertheless, with his hands tucked in his pockets, he feigned an air of profundity and replied, "I'll grant you half a point for your deduction. This training method, indeed, came to light during my 30-plus confessions. The effectiveness is remarkable, as it is rare to encounter a situation where everyone's emotions and breaths are directed towards oneself." Lu Ming, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What does half a point signify? Is there another purpose to this?" Jiaji continued, "The other half is simply that Jiyuan is exceptionally beautiful. Should she consent to my advances, it would be a double triumph." Upon hearing Jiaji's response, Lu Ming felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Surely, the chances of success were akin to winning the lottery. When did Jiyuan become aware of this? Jiaji cast Lu Ming a knowing glance, an expression that seemed to convey shared understanding. "Ah, you clever boy, you've noticed that too. You must have utilized observation Haki quite a bit to gauge Jiyuan just now." Observing Lu Ming's face flush with embarrassment, caught in a moment of wanting to speak yet at a loss for words, Jiaji couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He continued, "On the 45th instance, she was preparing to strike me, but realized my observation Haki had significantly intensified. I've imparted the method to you. How far you can cultivate it depends solely on your own efforts." Changing the subject, he added, "I will be heading out on a mission shortly at AS for your observation Haki. I have no concerns. However, should you encounter difficulties with armament Haki training, feel free to consult Jiyuan or seek guidance from instructor Zifa." Feeling warmth in his heart as Jiaji still cared about matters post his departure, Lu Ming adopted a more serious tone. "Thank you for your guidance." Jiaji paused momentarily, then extinguished his cigarette, straightening his posture with an expression of unprecedented seriousness on his face. "Initially, I merely perceived you as a promising young subordinate, reluctant to see talent squandered within the Navy. You remind me of my younger self, and I now begin to comprehend the sentiments Zifa harbored towards us back then, that I hope you can carry forth my legacy of merciful justice." With that, Jiaji strode ahead, producing another cigarette which he nonchalantly placed between his lips, instantly reverting to his usual demeanor. In the headquarters conference room, Admiral Branlow was addressing the newcomers at the headquarters about the recent emergence of the Yonko Shanks. Lu Ming sat among them, lost in contemplation over Jiaji's recent words, which posed a considerable dilemma for him. Initially, he had trained solely to fulfill the system's tasks, harboring a deep-seated desire to lead a simple life as a wealthy individual. Indulging in exquisite cuisine and the company of beautiful women, living a mundane existence filled with multiple wives, he had never intended to become embroiled in the intricate machinations of the Pirate King, battling and scheming daily. Now, it felt as though he had inherited Jiaji's ideals, and the thought of not taking some action in the future filled him with guilt, gazing at Branlo with his green curls, sunglasses, and somewhat thick lips. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel envious. How was it that Branlo could simply remain at the headquarters, conducting meetings for newcomers, clocking in and out daily, while he had not inherited such aspirations? As Lu Ming furrowed his brow in frustration, his actions attracted Branlo's attention. Checking the roster, Branlo noticed that Lu Ming had recently arrived from G8 as a Rear Admiral, prompting him to inquire. "Rear Admiral Lu Ming, is there something amiss with my discourse?" Startled by the sudden call-out, Lu Ming quickly gathered himself and began to boast. "No issues at all. I was merely contemplating the ramifications of yet another emperor emerging upon the seas. Our navy faces increased challenges in eradicating these pirates." He feigned a distressed expression, eliciting sighs from the surrounding sailors. Yet, Lu Ming swiftly pivoted, declaring, "However, as champions of justice, we shall not falter, no matter the difficulties. We must restore tranquility to the seas." The surrounding Navy personnel were reignited with fervor upon hearing Lu Ming's words. Indeed, as bearers of justice, they would not succumb to defeat. Justice would prevail. Lu Ming then retreated to his seat, concealing his achievements and accolades. Internally, he began to scold himself. Having just expressed a desire for a simple life, he needed to amend his penchant for lofty rhetoric and motivation. Unbeknownst to him, a girl with wavy sea-blue hair, dressed in black stiletto heels and adorned with an X-shaped scar on her right leg, was now fixated on him from a corner. Chapter 7. The rookie period after Jiaji set off on his mission. Lu Ming swiftly ascended to become Jiyuan's right-hand as for Zifa. He had not given him a second thought. Naturally, with both Jiyuan and Zifa available, he would choose Jiyuan. She was gentle, considerate, beautiful, and kind-hearted, exuding an aura of justice. Thus began Lu Ming's one-year rookie period. Typically, the headquarters allocates a year for newcomers to familiarize themselves with the dynamics of the Grand Line and the various factions, as well as the affiliated troops. This is to prevent reckless newcomers from entering the new world without understanding their adversaries, thereby falling prey to pirate traps and risking their lives. Although Lu Ming held the rank of Rear Admiral, placing him outside the rookie category, he was a war orphan, taken in by the G8 base and directly joining the Navy without undergoing formal training at the headquarters. While he had participated in numerous operations at G8, his knowledge of the new world remained scant, necessitating his participation in foundational training akin to that of regular recruits. During the rookie period, aside from daily physical training, the only requirement was to listen to Branlo's meetings, where he would introduce the various pirate factions. Due to Lu Ming's unique status as a Rear Admiral, he was even exempt from training alongside the recruits. Instead, to refine his skills, he frequently volunteered to accompany Jiyuan on missions. As for the method Jiaji had imparted to enhance his observation Haki, Lu Ming had only attempted it once on a peacock, nearly becoming a victim of the creature's training fruit, had he not utilized his Sharingan to cast an illusion upon himself using the water on the ground. He would have faced social obliteration. However, this incident rekindled the peacock's curiosity towards Lu Ming, as it realized he possessed the means to counter the effects of the training fruit. Consequently, Lu Ming began to avoid the peacock within the base, turning the incident into a source of amusement for the other sailors. A year had swiftly passed. Lu Ming continued to listen enviously to Branlo recount the events that transpired in the pirate world over the past year. Branlo had been promoted to Major, which Lu Ming regarded with envy. Such a position was his ideal. It involved merely conducting meetings while simultaneously ascending the ranks. Portgas D.Ace, the Flame fruit user, known as Fire Fist, formerly the captain of the Spade Pirates, had once declined an invitation from the world government to join the Warlords of the Sea and had now joined the Whitebeard Pirates a month prior. He had single-handedly hunted down the knight Doma and his crew, and the latest news indicated that Doma had also become a subordinate of Whitebeard. His bounty now stood at 550 million berries. As Lu Ming absorbed Branlow's account, he inwardly calculated. Ace had joined Whitebeard, suggesting that Luffy's departure from home was imminent. He needed to intensify his training, for when Luffy set sail, numerous events would unfold in rapid succession. And whether he could complete his tasks would hinge on whether he could bask in Luffy's glory. As the rookie period neared its conclusion, Lu Ming was required to officially select a vice admiral to serve as his second-in-command or squad leader. While typically rookies lack the authority to choose, Lu Ming, as a rear admiral, possessed the privilege of selecting his own ship. However, he now found himself in a state of indecision. Throughout the years spent alongside Jiyuan, although his practical experience had grown, the majority of their adversaries had been relatively weak pirates from the earlier segments of the seas, resulting in little substantial enhancement to his strength, due to arrangements made by the Navy's upper echelons. Jiyuan had no immediate plans to venture into the New World, and Jiaji remained unreachable, prompting Lu Ming to contemplate whether he should seek a vice admiral in the New World to accompany him for a time. After Branlow concluded the meeting, Lu Ming remained undecided. His registration form lay blank, devoid of any names to fill in as he passed through the training grounds. A girl donned in black stiletto heels, bearing an X-shaped scar on her right leg, enveloped in a blue cloak with soft, wavy sea blue hair, intercepted him. Lu Ming found the girl somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall her identity at that moment. The blue-haired maiden handed him a short sword and gestured towards the training field. However, Lu Ming did not accept the sword. Instead, he displayed the report form in his hand and said, "I apologize, but I have matters to attend to." Observing the girl's expression, which hinted at a desire to strike him, he thought it wise to retreat. The blue-haired girl, undeterred, swiftly delivered a kick aimed at Lu Ming's face. Fortunately, Lu Ming had mastered his domineering presence to a proficient level. Upon perceiving the trajectory of the attack with his observation Haki, he confidently blocked it with the sword, yet still found himself propelled into the training ground. The soldiers within the training area, witnessing Lu Ming's abrupt entrance, began to murmur. "Isn't that Brigadier Lu Ming? Lu Ming, the one who confessed to Brigadier Conke and ended up receiving a few lashes? Oh, that must be the second generation of Chawan. Indeed, could this girl be his new target? She appears rather striking, and judging by her rank, she seems to be a brigadier as well that a clash between brigadiers. This ought to be entertaining." The surrounding Navy personnel instinctively created a circle around the two, for while skirmishes among Navy members were not uncommon, duels between brigadier ranks were quite rare. Even the eager onlookers began cheering for the two. The blue-haired girl, wielding the short sword, charged at Lu Ming with remarkable speed, prompting him to instinctively raise the sword she had thrown to him earlier in defense, after failing to land her initial strike. The girl adeptly transitioned her attacks, alternating between slashes, thrusts, and sweeps, each strike more rapid and precise than the last. Yet, all her attempts were skillfully countered by Lu Ming, who wielded the short sword with unexpected finesse. The girl was taken aback by Lu Ming's mastery of the short sword. Upon reviewing his records of missions alongside Jiyuan, she found no indication of him ever utilizing any weapon. The record suggested that Lu Ming's 6 styles were rather lacking, with few instances of pirates being slain on the spot during missions. Either he lacked the force to kill his foes or the accuracy to strike vital points. However, Lu Ming was equally astonished, unaware of when he had developed such proficiency with the short sword. Yet his reluctance to kill was a testament to his mastery of the 6 styles. He was not a man of slaughter, and when tasked with apprehending targets by the Navy, he aimed primarily to subdue rather than to decide life and death. Were it not for the girl's swift assault, Lu Ming's temperament would have led him to avoid a direct confrontation with a short sword. Yet, to his surprise, it felt as though he was operating on muscle memory, handling the short sword with remarkable skill against her relentless attacks. It felt as though he was employing the short sword not as a sword, but as a kunai. With inertia propelling the short sword towards the girl, Lu Ming suddenly realized he was effectively using the sword as a throwing knife. In retrospect, he had previously underestimated the utility of such a weapon. He had approached the Navy's equipment department intending to procure a few sets of shuriken. When the personnel learned of his intent to use them for ranged attacks, they had promptly handed him a gun, stating, "Brigadier, times have changed. This requires little training, has a longer range, and is easily portable that I recommend you use this instead." As Lu Ming's short sword grazed the blue-haired girl's face, a lock of her beautiful hair fell away. Noticing her expression sharpening into one of intensity, Lu Ming felt a twinge of foreboding. The surrounding sailors, however, reacted with fervor, cheering enthusiastically. Lu Ming awkwardly attempted to explain to the girl, "I assure you, this is merely muscle memory." Can you believe that? Upon seeing the ghostly pink flames manifesting in the girl's palm, he suddenly recalled her identity. She was Ein, Zifa's right hand, a user of the retrogression fruit, and a formidable swordswoman. With the appearance of the pink flames, the excitement of the surrounding sailors reached a fever pitch, their cheers echoing throughout. Jiyuan quietly ascended to the observation platform, silently observing the duel between Lu Ming and Ein, showing no intention of halting the match. Lu Ming's gaze remained fixated on Ein's pink flames, internally contemplating. This ability is quite troublesome. A mere touch can revert an object's age by 12 years. Repeated contact may even lead to obliteration. Fortunately, I excel in range combat. If I can find an opportunity to create distance, I might escape. In terms of defeating Ein, Lu Ming held little hope, without rewards for victory. He had no desire to exert unnecessary effort. Ein quickly bent low, charging at Lu Ming while swinging the pink flames forward. Lu Ming reacted swiftly, exhaling a torrent of flames that fanned out in all directions. Attempting to obstruct Ein's advance, fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The flames converging from all sides temporarily halted Ein's assault. The moment she attempted to block the flames, Lu Ming utilized Shave to rapidly retreat, creating a safe distance between them. Yet beyond that distance, Lu Ming did not pause. He swiftly initiated a gale foot attack. However, Ein proved to be a formidable opponent, effortlessly countering his incoming strike with a swift slash. Looking up towards the sky, Lu Ming realized he had already ascended to the rooftop behind the observation platform, effectively vacating the battleground. He then shouted to Ein, "I concede. I cannot defeat you. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." The surrounding sailors regarded Lu Ming's actions with a mixture of awe and disappointment. Even Jiyuan could not suppress a chuckle at the spectacle. However, just as Lu Ming turned to depart, he sensed a dangerous aura approaching from behind, but he swiftly spun around, only to find Zifa had appeared unexpectedly behind him. Lu Ming silently cursed his ill fortune as Zifa delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Without a moment's hesitation, Zifa followed Lu Ming's trajectory, unleashing a series of ferocious attacks with his mechanical arm. The crowd quickly recognized the sudden arrival of Zifa, exclaiming, "It's Instructor Zifa." The news swiftly circulated, drawing in more and more new recruits. Is that really the former admiral? One wondered aloud. Didn't we hear that his arm was severed? Another speculated. Who is that person? A curious onlooker inquired. I heard it's a mechanical arm installed by Vegapunk for Instructor Zifa. Looks like this lad is in for a rough time, came a calm prediction. The surrounding Navy members buzzed with excitement, speculating about what kind of punishment Lu Ming would receive from Zifa. On the observation platform, Jin, while uncertain of why Zifa had suddenly targeted Lu Ming, discerned from his attack style that his movements, though fierce, were not overly aggressive. Clearly, he aimed to train and guide Lu Ming. She understood that Lu Ming lacked substantial close-quarters combat experience, and if he were discovered in the New World, being drawn into close combat could pose significant risks. Zifa's guidance was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. At the center of the fray, Zifa trapped Lu Ming within a whirlwind of rapid attacks and agile movements, leaving Lu Ming no true avenue for escape. Kid, if you keep avoiding like this, you'll find yourself on the receiving end of a beating, Zifa remarked. Though Lu Ming sensed the force behind the attacks was not overly severe, he was clearly holding back. Relieved, Lu Ming recognized this was merely a sparring session, prompting him to seize the opportunity to practice his close combat skills. With a single tomo appearing in his eyes, he enveloped his hands in armament Haki and retaliated against Zifa. As their exchanges intensified, Lu Ming gradually began to incorporate elements of Ein's swordsmanship, Zifa's boxing techniques, and Jiyuan's swordplay into his own style. His attacks became more varied and fluid, leading to a notable decrease in the frequency with which he was struck. Although he remained at a disadvantage overall, he was no longer simply a target being pummeled. He began to showcase his abilities, revealing remarkable growth and progress. Gradually, bolstered by his exceptional observation Haki and the prowess of his Sharingan, Ming found himself evenly matched against Zifa, who was intentionally tempering his attacks. Zifa was profoundly impressed by Ming's astonishing ability to replicate techniques and his rapid advancement in combat skills. Initially intending to guide Ming through combat, he had not anticipated such swift improvements. The surrounding Navy personnel, captivated by the escalating intensity of the battle, watched in rapt silence, the air thick with anticipation as they marveled at the fierce and riveting confrontation. Even Jiyuan, observing from the stands, was internally astounded, pondering the sheer capacity for learning displayed. Ming continuously absorbed and integrated others' techniques during the fight, demonstrating extraordinary growth and progress that left all witnesses in awe. Suddenly, Ming unleashed his armament Haki once more, actively attempting to restrain Zifa's hands. Yet Zifa remained unfazed, a smirk of disdain crossing his face as he retorted, "If you think you can match strength with me, you are gravely mistaken." He swiftly reversed the grip, overpowering Ming. "I have no intention of contesting strength with you. Be careful, old man," Ming replied, and remained vigilant, closely monitoring Ming's movements. Ming actively restrained Zifa's hands. He was reminded of the fiery technique he had just unleashed. However, those small flickers of flame merely obscured her vision. In the face of Zifa, known for his formidable mastery of Busashoka Haki, these attacks were evidently inconsequential. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. A colossal fire dragon erupted from Ming's mouth, striking Zifa's face at close range. The sheer power of this attack far surpassed that of the agile phoenix flower technique. The realization that this individual had concealed such strength during their battle left Ein in silent on the spectator stands. Jiyuan couldn't help but display her astonishment. During her time aboard the ship with Ming, she had been completely unaware of his formidable combat capabilities, thus elevating her assessment of him even further. The surrounding recruits gasped at the sight of Zifa being hit, their fists clenched tightly in nervous anticipation. Zifa, having endured Ming's assault at close quarters, felt the overwhelming force battering his body. He was forced to relinquish his grip on Ming and stumbled backward several paces before managing to steady himself. Seizing the moment, Ming swiftly utilized the shave technique to distance himself from Zifa. Just then, the single tomo in his eye gradually faded. After 2 rounds of combat, his Haki reserves were nearly depleted. Once Zifa regained his footing, there was not a hint of displeasure on his face, but rather a glimmer of excitement. He regarded Ming with eyes glistening with admiration. "Kid, you're truly impressive, as far as I know." "Yuri still probing the whereabouts of the 4 emperors?" This statement left those around them utterly astounded. The 4 emperors were fearsome figures of the sea, whose mere names struck terror into the hearts of many, even frightening children into restless nights. In the eyes of the onlookers, Ming, who had previously been embroiled in the peacock incident, resembled a lecherous individual prone to peeking at women while bathing, exuding a frivolous persona. Now, however, he was contemplating a confrontation with the 4 emperors. Had anyone made such claims in the past, they would have been met with disbelief. Yet, witnessing Ming's demonstrated might compelled a serious reconsideration. Although all present were members of the Navy, united by a common belief in justice, the prospect of engaging the 4 emperors in battle would leave most feeling somewhat weak-kneed, given the unparalleled strength and notoriety of these figures. I began to reassess the man before her a year prior. The incident involving Zifa's severed arm had plunged him into despair, a time when Ein herself had lost the courage to confront pirates. Yet, during a chance meeting at a Brando conference, Ming's impassioned speech had rekindled her confidence. However, as she delved deeper into Ming's background, she found him to be a brash sailor who harassed female Navy personnel. Now, witnessing Ming's prowess once again, along with Zifa's commendations, left her astonished. Could it be that Ming truly intended to challenge the 4 emperors, as he had claimed a year ago at the conference? If Lu Ming were privy to Ain's current thoughts, he might have been unable to suppress a chuckle. Young lady, your imagination is indeed quite vivid. Chapter 9. Advanced Busasho Haki if you remain in the first half of the seas. You will never defeat the four emperors, Zifa asserted firmly. He cast a penetrating glance at Lu Ming and continued, I have resolved to form a pirate guerrilla group in the New World, and I hope you will join me. Only by doing so will you have the opportunity to truly confront the four emperors and strive to defeat them. Lu Ming pondered Zifa's words for a moment. Indeed, remaining in the first half of the seas would preclude him from witnessing the four emperors in action. If he desired to witness their fierce battles, it would be far more advantageous to venture into the New World and take his chances. Moreover, Zifa was likely still safe, as per the conventional narrative. He was not meant to perish until 2 years after the Marineford War. Perhaps he could leverage Zifa's influence to successfully complete his mission. Additionally, the recent sparring session had proven immensely beneficial for Lu Ming. He understood that he needed to face stronger opponents to rapidly enhance his own abilities. Thus, he responded with enthusiasm, I am willing to join. I must personally venture into the New World and defeat the four emperors. His declaration stirred quite a commotion among the onlookers, and he couldn't help but smile with pride. Yet, immediately after, he silently lamented, what a terrible habit! Truly a terrible habit, but the thrill of it all is simply exhilarating. The Navy's route to the New World differs from that of pirates, as they do not require the use of the Red Line to reach Fishman Island. The Navy ships are equipped with sea stone at their hulls, allowing them to traverse the calm belt smoothly, opting to sail above the Red Line, passing through Mariehua, and ultimately reaching the New World. The only drawback of this route is the extended travel time. In addition to Lu Ming, Zifa's newly formed pirate guerrilla group includes his capable assistant, Shiozua, and 2 outstanding students he had nurtured during his tenure as an instructor, An and Benzi. These 2 students were also the only survivors of the recent attack. Shiozua, belonging to the Longhand tribe, possesses dark skin and a robust physique, making him a formidable Navy officer adept in Busashoka Haki and the 6 powers. Benzi, often clad in a ninja-like attire and wielding a long blade, is a Paramecia-type user of the flourishing fruit, granting him control over nearby plants and the ability to accelerate their growth. During their journey to the New World, Zifa devoted himself wholeheartedly to instructing Lu Ming with meticulous care. He not only provided patient guidance and skill training, but also offered comprehensive explanations on theoretical knowledge. In stark contrast to Kaji's brutish and eccentric teaching style, Zifa's methods appeared far more conventional and effective. Whenever Lu Ming struggled with understanding Haki, whether in theory or practical application, Zifa would identify the issues and propose feasible solutions along with specific training directions. His instruction not only facilitated Lu Ming's rapid skill enhancement, but also deepened his understanding and application of Haki. After one such training session, Lu Ming inquired, Zifa-sensei, could you enlighten me on how to utilize Busashoka Haki for external release and flow? Zifa merely smiled in response. These are advanced applications of Busashoka Haki, and utilizing them requires a certain level of Haki reserves and strength. Upon finishing, he demonstrated by launching a projectile of Haki into the sea, akin to how Rayleigh had shown Luffy, explaining, this is external released. He then casually picked up a dumbbell, which immediately exploded from within, adding, and this is flow. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he exclaimed, I want to learn these. Zifa laughed heartily and elaborated, these require a step-by-step approach. Both methods manifest once Busashoka Haki reaches a certain intensity, combined with a bit of technique. The most crucial factor, however, is the strength of your own Busashoka Haki. Lu Ming, still puzzled, asked, but why do I see so few individuals using these techniques? In his recollections from his past life, he noted that powerful figures like Rayleigh and Kaido rarely employed external release attacks directly against their foes. Zifa replied earnestly, there are primarily 2 reasons. First, those who can master this are exceedingly rare, even in the New World. Second, the essence of Busashoka Haki is still primarily in its wrapping. The hardened form we often see is merely a basic manifestation of wrapping. Once you master flow and external release, the potency of your wrapping will be exponentially greater. When using flow and external release in conjunction with wrapping, the consumption of your Haki is also at its peak. If we consider ordinary Haki hardening as an attack strength of 5 with a duration of 10, then using flow and external release would result in an attack strength of 10, but a duration of only 5. Lu Ming's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. He finally comprehended why Luffy always appeared drained after battles. Like a curious child, he continued, if we can wrap advanced Busashoka Haki around our weapons, can we also wrap it around our legs, integrating it with our Gale Foot technique? This question momentarily stumped Zifa. Rising to his feet, he gently patted Lu Ming on the shoulder and encouraged. You should give it a try. It should be feasible. Perhaps you will create a unique Gale Foot technique of your own. Lu Ming pressed on. What about Conqueror's Haki? Can be wrapped as well. It seemed he had grasped the secret to becoming stronger. Zifa glanced at Lu Ming and asked, do you possess Conqueror's Haki? Lu Ming awkwardly scratched his head and replied, it seems I don't. Zifa shook his head, stating, I have not heard of Conqueror's Haki being capable of wrapping, that if you truly wish to know, you could ask Sengoku or that old-timer carp when you encounter them. In the training grounds, Shiozue exhaled deeply, then stomped his foot on the ground and charged directly at Lu Ming, that he swiftly maneuvered beside Lu Ming, utilizing the unique joint characteristics of the Longhand tribe to launch a localized arm strike. Iron Block, Triple Lasso. This technique is a unique move created by Shiozue. Utilizing the distinctive capabilities of the Longhand clan, Haki not only maintains the hardness of the Iron Block, but also addresses the issue of immobility during its execution. A gentle breeze tousles the strands of hair before Lu Ming's forehead, revealing his pair of jet-black eyes, that he blinks, narrowing his gaze as he fixates on the approaching arm. Just as the palm is about to reach his shoulder, Lu Ming leisurely steps to the left. Under Zfa's guidance, his observation Haki has become exceedingly proficient. With a perfectly calculated step, he evades Shiozue's strike, slightly tilting his body. Lu Ming's fingers dance like a butterfly flitting among flowers, effortlessly tapping on Shiozue's shoulder through the arm. Finger gun. 6 bullets. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Struck by Lu Ming, Shiozue stumbles back, his steps faltering until he finally loses his balance and falls. Lu Ming quickly rushes to assist Shiozue. To his astonishment, the combination of Lu Ying's armed color and the finger gun proves overwhelmingly powerful, knocking Shiozue down with a single blow. However, it consumes a significant amount of his Haki at his current level. That single strike depleted nearly half of it. Observing Lu Ming's escalating prowess under Zfa's meticulous tutelage, Shiozue, Binzi, and I embark on an exceptionally rigorous training regimen. Yet, due to the absence of the Sharingan's enhancement, their progress pales in comparison to Lu Ming's. The four engage in constant sparring, making physical combat a daily essential. As time passes, they soon find themselves in the New World, where they proactively target pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million under Zfa's leadership. The name Pirate Guerrilla Squad swiftly spreads throughout the New World. Chapter 10. The Trap in the pitch-black night sky. A solitary crescent moon hangs, casting a faint, cool light upon the earth. Within a small, dark forest, a flickering campfire dances lightly, bringing a glimmer of warmth to the tranquil night. By the campfire, 2 groups of individuals are meticulously counting crates of military weapons and treasures. Their communication is sparse. Relying mostly on fleeting glances, they finish their inventory and prepare to leave. A series of hurried yet rhythmic footsteps approaches from all directions. Please, everyone, hold your positions. Zfa emerges slowly from the dense foliage. His voice resonating with authority, the throng of naval soldiers begins to surround the 2 groups. Just as the pirates within the encirclement prepare to draw their weapons in resistance, they suddenly find the plants beneath their feet growing at an astonishing rate, transforming into massive vines that bind them tightly. These vines are as sturdy as iron chains, rendering them immobile. Lu Ming and his companions step out from behind Zfa, ready to apprehend the pirates along with the other ordinary naval soldiers. When one of the pirate leaders shouts defiantly, "We are subordinates of the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo, endowed with special privileges by the world government. You Navy have no authority to interfere." Hearing this, Ming feels a wave of surprise wash over him that a closer inspection reveals the treasure chests adorned with the emblem of Doflamingo's smiley face pirate flag. And oh wonder they exhibited such audacity. Taking advantage of the warlord's name to act with impunity, Fa, upon hearing the pirate leader's words, merely smirks with disdain. He glances at Ming before addressing the pirate leader. This malignant system will be abolished sooner or later. The government may acknowledge your right to plunder legally, but I do not. With that, a massive mechanical arm crushes the pirate leader's skull. Having assessed Ming's past performance and missions, Fa concludes that the issue does not lie in Ming's strength, but rather in his reluctance to take lives when confronting pirates. In his view, this is a form of weakness. Pirates must be exterminated without hesitation, uprooted entirely. Thus, he frequently executes pirates in front of Ming. Ming, not being overly compassionate, harbors no sympathy for pirates. However, he adheres to his own principles, fundamentally because he has yet to experience the full extent of a pirate's brutality, thus lacking the same bloodlust that Fa and his group possess. At Fa's signal, the Navy begins executing the pirates on the spot, their ships incinerated as well. This approach is not out of fear of Doflamingo, but rather to avert complications from within the Navy. Though the warlord system is indeed a malignant one, the Navy still requires these individuals to maintain balance in the Grand Line, making it inconvenient to openly sever ties for the treasures and weapons. Fa ensures they do not flow into the Navy's official accounts. Instead, he instructs the Navy to divide the spoils among themselves, thereby augmenting their income and enhancing the equipment of this small squad. Witnessing this scene, Ming feels that this group, while resembling the Navy, functions more like Fa's private army. He begins to comprehend why Fa was able to swiftly establish a substantial Enel navy after leaving the Navy. He had already sown the seeds within this guerrilla squad at this juncture. Fa approaches Ming, presenting him with a small handgun, stating, "I never expected these inconspicuous fellows would possess such a fine item." Ming takes the handgun, examining it briefly, discovering it can only hold one bullet. Aside from being slightly heavier and more delicately crafted than an ordinary handgun, it does not seem particularly exceptional. He is puzzled by Fa's assertion of its value. Observing Ming's bewilderment, Fa chuckles. This is a sea stone pistol. Any ability user struck by a bullet will inevitably become weak and lose their powers. In the New World, ability users are as numerous as the stars, yet most dominate the earlier seas with their powers unchecked. Fa points to the handgun in Ming's hand at the right moment. A single shot can catch them off guard and secure victory. Ming recalls how Fa effortlessly defeated Luffy with a sea stone pistol. He is astonished by the rarity of such sea stone weapons. Preparing to decline the offer when Fa insists, just accept it. As a non-ability user, it will serve you better. With Fa's insistence, Ming can no longer refuse and accepts the gift. Once the scene is cleared, the group returns to the nearest branch base for rest. Over the course of several months, centered around the temporarily stationed G14 branch, Fa leads Ming, Ein, Binzi, and Shiozua in targeted strikes and continuous patrols, resulting in an almost complete absence of pirate activity in the surrounding seas. During this downtime, Ming, Binzi, and Ein frequently engage in sparring to enhance their combat skills. Ming has progressed to the point where he can withstand the combined attacks of the other two without the use of their fruit powers. After an intense battle, the trio lies exhausted in the center of the training ground. Ming closes his eyes to rest, reflecting on the details of each skirmish, as if he is grasping the key to integrating the flowing arm color into his gale foot technique. Suddenly, Binzi sits up and inquires, Ming, have you practiced any swordsmanship or knife techniques? I feel you tend to use your hands as blades during combat. Ming furrows his brow slightly, pausing before responding. I suppose I practiced a bit. Ein interjects, if you could truly wield a weapon, your strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. This weaponless approach ultimately has its limitations. A weapon. Ming murmurs to himself. Binzi seems to have an epiphany, abruptly standing and asking, Ming, I also noticed you seem to intentionally hold back against pirates. I asked there a reason for that. Didn't you come to the New World to eliminate the 4 emperors? Ein clearly recognizes the significance of this issue, his gaze fixed on Ming, awaiting his response. That moment, the trio's transponder snail suddenly rings, relaying ZFA's urgent summons. Deploy. We've detected pirate activity in the southwestern sea. Xiuzhua arrives at the training ground just in time, bellowing enthusiastically. Let's go. Let us see which foolish pirates dare to lurk around here. 30 kilometers away from the G14 branch lies Fire Rock Island. ZFA and his group stealthily land on the island, but, like their previous encirclement of Doflamingo subordinates, there are no guards on the perimeter. Using their observation Haki, they sense the presence of individuals at the island's center. Once again, they employ the dumpling strategy, surrounding the center from all sides. Upon reaching the island's heart, they are astonished to find 4 enormous iron cages, inside which are women disheveled and emitting weak moans. Their senses sealed. Gazing at these women, ZFA is overwhelmed by a foreboding sense, immediately turning to shout at his comrades. Retreat! It's a trap! Truly, ZFA is a formidable general. A piercing sound erupted from above the crowd. As the source of the noise became apparent, the onlookers gazed upward to behold a red-haired man, adorned with blue tattoos and bound in iron chains, perched atop a rotund figure whose head was spinning uncontrollably. The shrill cry was emitted by the red-haired man himself. Ming instantly recognized the airborne, corpulent individual as Bahaflu, a combatant of the Don Quixote pirates and a wielder of the superhuman type spin fruit. However, this red-haired man was unfamiliar to Ming. He did not recall such a figure among the ranks of the Don Quixote pirates. But now was not the time for contemplation, as Xiuzhua prepared to ascend with moonwalk to apprehend the foe above. Bahafla bellowed, Gust, Yasaburo. A hurricane swept down from the heavens toward the earth. The red-haired man followed suit with a furious roar, unleashing a torrent of iron chains that shot downward from his body. In an instant, Ming and his companions found themselves firmly ensnared to the ground. These chains possessed formidable strength, creating numerous craters in the earth upon impact, although the true capabilities of the red-haired man remained unclear. Relying solely on the prowess of these two to subdue them was rather naive. While the whirlwind and iron net might pose some complications for Moonwalk, they would not inflict substantial harm upon Ming and his party. Nevertheless, given that this was likely a trap, there may be further contingencies at play. Ming remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings for any traces of additional enemies. Fall back. Everyone retreat. Zephyr evidently shared this sentiment. He quickly signaled to the remaining sailors who were not hindered by the tempest and chains to evacuate the island. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening explosion reverberated in their ears, followed by a series of successive detonations that escalated on Fire Rock Island. The force of the explosions shook the entire isle, powerful shock waves sweeping across both sea and land, while flames blotted out the sun, painting the sky a vivid crimson. Beneath this island lies a trove of natural explosive rocks. Zephyr, this is your demise. The red-haired man cackled, his voice manic and triumphant. As the explosive rocks detonated in rapid succession under the activation of his chains, colossal flames soared into the sky, illuminating the heavens. Accompanied by Bahaflu, the red-haired man ascended, swiftly departing the Ain, immediately prepared to draw her short sword. Yet Ming restrained her with a hand, the single-hooked jade in his eyes glimmering. Sharingan, Jinjika, he said calmly. I am your superior, and I am quite agitated at the moment that not speak out of turn. Leave immediately and ensure no one else approaches. His tone conveyed an authority and an irresistible force. The owner of the sharp voice quickly donned a sycophantic expression, replying, Understood. Commander, I shall depart at once. He hastily exited, daring not to linger any longer. Chapter 12. The Golden City as the waves ebbed and flowed. The pirate ship carrying Ming gently sailed into the magnificent interior of the golden vessel. The ship's upper deck resembled a snowfall of golden flakes, those beautiful golden shards shimmering under the lights. Captivating the attention of all aboard, crew members from the pirate ship poured out from the cabin, utterly astonished, with Ein beside them equally mesmerized by the breathtaking scene. However, Ming understood that immense dangers lurked behind this beauty. A single misstep inhaling these shards could spell doom, even for a formidable warrior like Zoro, who would succumb to becoming a golden statue before Guild Tesoro, upon the pirate ship's arrival at the internal harbor. Apart from a few remaining crew members, the others disembarked eagerly, rushing into the underground's grandest entertainment venue. After most had left, Ming stealthily emerged from the cabin, silently utilizing his Sharingan to subdue the remaining pirate guards. From the guards, he learned that entry required purchasing a ticket in the underground black market, and that the entrances would only open at fixed times, allowing those inside to exit and newcomers to enter. With the next opening set for a week later, while Ming was troubled by the inability to leave, he spotted a familiar pirate flag. It was indeed a ship under Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Yet this vessel was several times larger than those encountered during their usual arms-dealing raids. Descending from the ship were an elderly man clad in tight clothing adorned with lightning patterns, his head veined and bald, alongside a tall woman with wavy grass-green hair, thick-bottomed milk bottle glasses, and a smiling demeanor. Thanks to his memories from a past life, Ming quickly recognized these two individuals, Lao Ji and Monet. Both affiliated with Doflamingo's pirate crew at present. Monet appeared yet to have joined Caesar Clown, her limbs still intact. The sudden appearance of two core executives clearly signified they were not here for leisure. It seemed they had inadvertently stumbled upon Doflamingo's significant dealings with Guild Tesoro. Soon after, Mr. Tanaka, a user of the Fruit of the Guard, emerged from the depths, offering a gentlemanly bow to the two before jovially escorting them toward the heart of the Golden City. Ming began to worry whether Zifa could handle the unfolding situation upon his arrival. He and I were already injured, while Zifa's group had just experienced a major explosion, likely leaving them in no better condition. Initially believing their adversary to be merely the chain man, they were now faced with a host of formidable foes. Cursed be it, with no means to contact Zifa, he could not warn them to stay away or to bring more allies. Just then, a dark ship unexpectedly appeared in the harbor point. 3 men in black suits disembarked. Gabra, Owls, and Wei Q. That moment, Ming couldn't help but think, I wonder if it's my bad luck or yours, that we have crossed paths. What kind of transaction is this that even CP9 is involved? At this juncture, a woman with deep brown, wavy hair, heavy-eye makeup, and fiery red lips approached Gabra and his companions. Dressed in a seductive purple modified chi-pao, her neckline nearly reached her upper abdomen, revealing ample, luscious curves. This woman was also a subordinate of Tesoro, a paramecia-type user of the luck fruit, Baccarat. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Ming understood that without action, Zifa's reckless approach could lead them into grave danger. He began to rapidly devise a strategy, while I observed Ming, who was now a stark contrast to his usual self. Feeling a blend of unfamiliarity and reassurance, confronted with the current predicament, Ming recognized the urgency to sabotage the Golden Splash. Much like Doflamingo, Guild Tesoro had used his powers to ensnare many individuals harboring rebellious thoughts. If he could successfully disrupt the Golden Splash before Zifa's arrival, perhaps they could unite with the forces within the Golden City to defeat these foes. However, to destroy the Golden Splash, he needed to ascertain the precise location and structural details of the spraying device aboard the Golden Ship. Yet, with Tesoro having awakened his fruit powers, any approach near him would reveal that Ming's body bore no golden shards, potentially drawing undue attention. What means exist to navigate the Golden City freely without inhaling the golden shards? As Ming pondered this dilemma, he glanced up to see Gabra laughing with Baccarat, and a plan suddenly ignited within him. Ming's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze upon Ein, his eyes sparkling with resolve. I must go out and destroy a crucial device on the ship. Otherwise, if Teacher Zifa arrives recklessly, he may find himself in peril. Ein stared at Ming, her surprise palpable. Through their time together, she had sensed that Ming was not of the same ilk as those survivors who had endured pirate assaults that by nature. He was not combative, nor did he revel in bloodshed, and he certainly did not relish placing himself in jeopardy. Theoretically, such a person would seek to remain in the safer waters of the first half of the sea. Yet, she wondered why he had set defeating the 4 emperors as his goal. And why was he willing to venture out now? Shouldn't he be hiding, aligning with his true character? Nevertheless, Ein refrained from countering Lu Ming's proposal, instead resolutely stating, "Then I shall accompany you." Lu Ming observed the departing Gabra and others. Inhaling deeply, "No. You are too injured. It is best you rest here, that if I fail, Teacher Zifa can still locate us through your life card." Without waiting for Ein's reply, he swiftly dashed down the ship. As Ein watched Lu Ming's retreating figure, a tide of inexplicable emotions surged within her. She understood all too well that Lu Ming's venture was fraught with peril, yet gazing at his silhouette, she felt as if the man who once passionately stirred her in the conference room had returned, and she inadvertently murmured, "What kind of person are you truly? Commander Gabra, at last, I have found you." Lu Ming sprinted toward Gabra. Gabra regarded him quizzically, warily asking, "Who are you?" His voice was laced with suspicion and alertness. Lu Ming feigned a serious demeanor, striving to make his voice sound more credible. "I have urgent matters to report." Yet, Gabra suddenly transformed into a werewolf, gripping Lu Ming by the neck and lifting him off the ground. With a fierce glare, he growled, "You dare to perform such petty tricks before me? Are you seeking a death wish?" The air around them thickened with palpable hostility. The surrounding individuals, owls, Wei Qi, and Baccarat, seemed unfazed by this sudden turn of events, standing indifferently beside Gabra without intervening. Lu Ming, beginning to lose consciousness, noticed Ein from afar, her grip on the short sword tightening, ready to spring into action at any moment. Water 7. In ancient times, Lu Ming attempted to continue his explanation, but upon hearing this phrase, Gabra immediately flung him away. Interrupting his speech, Gabra reverted to his human form, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Why did you not use the old method to notify us?" Struggling to his feet, Lu Ming maintained a fa ade of urgency. "The situation is dire. I encounter trouble, so I thought it best to inform you directly." Gabra scrutinized him, then glanced at Baccarat and Owls, nodding. "Very well, I understand." No need to elaborate further. He then took strides forward. Baccarat, demonstrating her keen awareness, chose not to engage in further idle chatter, silently leading the way ahead. Still at a distance, Lu Ming secretly rejoiced at the correctness of his assumptions. Being within the Golden City, unable to contact the outside world and entangled in ancient weaponry matters, coupled with the pervasive surveillance, made direct inquiries impossible. Thus, even if they held suspicions about him, they had no choice but to temporarily accept him. Now possessing the identity of CP9, he could navigate the Golden City without drawing undue attention. Inside the cabin, Ein observed Lu Ming extricate himself from danger and gradually distance himself from the others. Her grip on the short sword began to loosen. Chapter 13. The transaction within the palace of the Golden City. A middle-aged man, slightly unshaven and robust, with a hint of bravado, knelt tearfully before Guild Tesoro. "I beg you, spare my crew and my wife and daughter." The man's face was etched with regret and unwillingness as he pounded his head against the ground with a resounding thud, blood trickling from his forehead onto the floor. Tesoro, witnessing the man weeping profusely, erupted into a near-manic laughter. A man without money can achieve nothing, destined only to be subjugated, with a snap of his fingers directed at the imposing figure of Deus behind him. A row of golden statues was slowly wheeled out from the room. The middle-aged man gazed upon the once vibrant forms of his former companions and beloved wife and daughter, now transformed into gilded effigies. His eyes brimming with anguish and fury, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. The CP9 members, Gabura, the Owl, Wei Chu, and Lu Ming, sat quietly to one side, observing the grim spectacle, with Lu Ming even deliberately closing his eyes, unwilling to witness further. Meanwhile, Lao Ji appeared as if on the brink of death, sitting vacantly in his seat, while Monet watched the unfolding scene with a hint of intrigue. The enraged man rose defiantly, prepared to charge at Tesolo in a desperate bid, when the golden floor beneath him suddenly morphed into a liquid state, firmly ensnaring his legs. Tesolo, his face tinged with anger, stood and bellowed, "Did I permit you to rise?" As he waved his hand, the golden dragon circling the red pillars of the palace came to life, swiftly binding the middle-aged in the depths of the man's remorseful and despairing gaze. His body gradually began to transmute into gold, evolving into a lifelike statue of shimmering brilliance. After dealing with the man, Teslo nonchalantly returned to his seat and addressed Ming and the others, saying, "Thank you for your patience. Have my subordinates place this golden statue alongside the row of statues just brought forth. They belong to a pirate crew currently enjoying great renown in the New World, and I must personally ensure their safekeeping." Ming, observing Teslo utter such chilling words with the same ease as one might speak of dining or drinking, understood that in the world of One Piece, this man was not merely a character from a two-dimensional realm, but a living embodiment of malevolence. Should he inadvertently fall into Teslo's hands, his fate would surely be one of unimaginable suffering. At that moment, Mr. Tanaka wheeled in 2 carts laden with gold, prompting Teslo to point at one of the carts and say to Monet and Lao Ji, "This time, I owe my gratitude to Joker for putting me in touch with the Celestial Dragons. This is my token of appreciation for you." The mention of the Celestial Dragons startled Ming, realizing that the representatives of the Celestial Dragons were indeed present among them. Monet smiled coyly, covering her face slightly. "Young master, I hope this will facilitate a deeper collaboration with you." Ha! 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 Teslo turned to Gebura and the others, noting that despite not recognizing them, the 3 showed no signs of emotional disturbance at his brutal actions, appearing as if they were mere human weapons forged through rigorous training. Gebura glanced at the remaining cart of gold and spoke up, "If you intend to use this to gain recognition from the world government, you are rather naive. You jest. This is merely a welcoming gift from me to you. If the Celestial Dragons can secure the world government's acknowledgement that my ship, the Jiyuan Teslo, is an independent nation and a non-militarized zone, then what I provide them annually is 1,000-fold of this," Teslo declared. "Moreover, I can offer the Celestial Dragons any service they desire right here." Gebura hesitated, aware that such a vast sum of gold was not trivial. If the man before him was merely spouting empty promises, angering the Celestial Dragons would be a grave misstep. Yet this directive came straight from the Celestial Dragons within the Holy Land, and failing to execute, it would be a serious transgression. Perceiving Gebura's dilemma, Teslo spoke again. "When you depart next time, I can ensure the full payment of this year's heavenly gold as a gesture of my sincerity." "What say you?" Gebura replied with evident delight. "That would be splendid." As the 2 parties reached an accord, Bakara entered, leading a bevy of alluring women, each holding a glass of crimson liquid that exuded luxury. The women knelt gracefully, presenting the drinks to the occupants of the room. Dozens of young, beautiful maidens clad in exquisitely provocative black leather streamed in, performing sensual dances upon the very stage where the recent tragedy had unfolded, flaunting their pristine forms and casting alluring glances at those around them. Ming observed the vibrant display of youthful beauty, yet felt no desire, for within the gazes of these women, he discerned not only allure, but also sorrow, fear, and numbness. It was evident that they had endured unspeakable suffering and torment. Teslo raised a glass, exclaiming, "To our prosperous collaboration." The others echoed the sentiment, lifting their glasses in unison. "To our prosperous collaboration. Bakara, make sure to take our esteemed guests out to enjoy the city. Ensure they have a delightful time." Bakara responded with a sultry smile, and anod. Ming intended to wander the ship alone, yet the overly suspicious Gebura would not afford him such an opportunity, citing the importance of Ming's intelligence. He insisted that Wei Chu accompany him at all times, denying Ming any chance for solitude. However, such constraints posed no challenge for Ming, who possessed the Sharingan, although a single Tomo could not fully ensnare Wei Chu in an illusion. Deceiving him into mistaking someone else for Ming was not a daunting task. The caveat was that he needed to remain out of Gebura and the owl's sight, lest the ruse be quickly uncovered. Feigning disinterest due to Wei Chu's supervision, Ming returned to his quarters for rest. Although Wei Chu was somewhat reluctant, he complied for the sake of their greater mission that on the way back, Ming skillfully controlled a minor lackey to impersonate him, allowing the man to return to his quarters while Wei Chu mistakenly believed he was accompanying Ming. Meanwhile, Ming quietly slipped away. As long as he avoided entertainment venues, he could handle anyone else he encountered, for the matter of Wei Chu's surveillance was an internal affair that would not be widely shared. Ming continued to employ his Sharingan, ensnaring guards and illusions to extract information about the gold production and related equipment. Though most guards were unaware of the specifics, a few had knowledge of the general location of the core power room. Cautiously, Ming advanced as he neared the power room. The alarm above suddenly blared to life, bathing the area in a flashing red light as the loudspeaker repeated, "Intruder alert! Entering level 1 security alert. Intruder alert! Entering level 1 security alert." Ming quickened his pace towards the core power room. Fearing he might have been exposed, he had been exceedingly cautious thus far. The closer he approached the core power room, the more incessant the alarms became, and with his observation Haki fully engaged, he skillfully avoided the patrolling guards. Just as he neared the core power room, Ming's heightened senses detected not only the dense presence of guards, but also a woman with short purple hair clad in a black bodysuit, hiding within the ventilation ducts. Chapter 14. Infiltration. The woman in the ventilation duct noticed Ming lurking on the opposite side. Once the patrol had departed, she gracefully descended from the duct. Facing Ming, she smirked, playfully sticking out her tongue. Her name was Karina, a former accomplice of Nami during her thieving days. Dressed in a skin-tight black outfit, her tall figure was accentuated, making her appear quite alluring. Yet her charming face bore a contrasting hint of innocent allure. In Ming's memory, she had once graced the stage as a singer in the Golden City, seizing the opportunity to abscond with an entire ship of gold after Teselo's defeat. This woman was audacious indeed. It seemed she had long coveted Teselo's riches that you were trying to reach the power room. Aren't you? I just came from that direction. It's at the end of this path. Karina smiled, indicating the way before preparing to turn away. However, Ming seized her wrist, prompting a look of confusion from Karina. After several futile attempts to break free, she feigned a pitiful demeanor. "I wouldn't tell anyone I saw you." Seeing her alluring visage turn to one of false vulnerability made Ming's heart soften for a moment. No wonder Nami had dubbed her a vixen. It was indeed fitting. However, with pressing matters at hand, Ming did not allow himself to be swayed by her beauty. His tone remained resolute. "Hand over the map of the Golden City," Karina pleaded in her sweet, melodic voice. "I truly don't have a map." "You're hurting me." Unmoved, Ming maintained his calm demeanor, stating, "With the patrols so densely packed, if you don't give it to me, you won't be able to escape when they arrive." A seemingly defenseless woman daring to infiltrate this place without a detailed blueprint was hard to believe. If she possessed a map, Ming felt it prudent to avoid the risks of further infiltration into the power room. Using her map to sabotage the gold production apparatus was a viable option. Observing Karina's hesitation, Ming continued to apply pressure through his words. "When they arrive, my chances of escape will certainly be greater than yours." Karina suddenly shifted her previously pitiful expression, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes, as she said cheerfully, "Very well. I shall provide you with the map, but you must promise me that you won't run in the same direction as I do. You must help me divert a portion of the pursuers." Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This woman was truly Na'vi. They had yet to be discovered, so how could she speak of diverting the pursuers? However, he chose not to expose her folly. "No problem," he replied. Karina retrieved a scroll resembling a map from the valley at her chest and handed it to Ming. Noticing that Ming still held her wrist tightly, Karina asked with a hint of suspicion in her smile, "Are you intending to verify the authenticity of the map here?" Holding the slightly warm scroll, Ming realized that this was not an appropriate place for a thorough inspection. So he released her wrist. "Handsome, you must adhere to our agreement. May fate bring us together again. Farewell." After letting go, Karina mischievously winked at Ming before turning to leave. With the map in hand, Ming no longer rushed to the power room, and instead ran towards the opposite side as agreed. With the assistance of Moonwalk and a Sharingan, he swiftly returned to a secluded corner not far from his dwelling. However, the moment he unrolled the scroll, a burst of fireworks shot into the sky, exploding into brilliant colors. Ming glanced down at the scroll in his hand, which indeed detailed the map of the Golden City, with its internal structure clearly depicted. But what shocked him was that one corner of the scroll had a yellow signal light flashing incessantly, evidently transmitting his location outward. His observation Haki informed him that the guards who had been searching for intruders were now rapidly converging towards his position. Ming immediately crushed the yellow signal light and, utilizing Moonwalk, sped towards the edge of the ship. He thought to himself, this woman is indeed full of tricks. He quickly realized that Karina's suggestion to split up was a ploy to have him draw away the pursuers. At that moment, the guards underground, guided by 2 consecutive signals, had swiftly locked onto Ming's location, gradually forming an encirclement. Spotlights from above and below cast blinding beams of light into the area where he stood, indicating that he would soon be discovered. Considering that Teacher Zephyr should be arriving shortly, Ming ceased his concealment and dashed towards the ship's edge using shave and moonwalk. Suddenly, an unusual aura approached Ming rapidly from beneath the ground. Instantly, a laser shot up from the ground towards him. Fortunately, thanks to his foresight from observation Haki, Ming easily sidestepped the attack. Although several more lasers followed in quick succession, he adeptly evaded them, and a figure gradually emerged from the ground. It was Mr. Tianzhong, who picked up a walkie-talkie to report, "We have detected the intruder. It is a celestial dragon agent who boarded earlier. A substantial amount of data has been stolen from the core power room, and a batch of gold has also gone missing from the treasury. There should be accomplices involved, but the other celestial dragon agents who accompanied him are still within the entertainment city." On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Taizolo responded calmly, "Capture him alive. Inform his companions." Clearly, Taizolo did not wish for this minor incident to disrupt his collaboration with the celestial dragons. According to Bakera, they had only encountered each other after boarding. Oh, you think there's something amiss? Taizolo's tone turned somewhat cold as he became intrigued. Inform those individuals of the theft from the treasury, as well as the intrusion into the power room. If he is not a celestial dragon agent, I will ensure he regrets being born into this world. Mr. Tianzhong and the surrounding guards began to launch a frenzied assault on Ming, their attacks coming down like a torrential storm. However, equipped with enhanced training, Ming was undaunted by their widespread onslaught. He maneuvered through the barrage like a fish in water. Although these attacks posed no real harm, they significantly delayed his progress. Yet in such a critical moment, time was of the essence. The longer the delay, the more reinforcements would arrive. After about 15 minutes of pursuit, Ming finally spotted the ship's edge. At the same time, he noticed Gabra and Owl were rapidly approaching him. Just then, the towering figure of Deus suddenly rounded a corner, blocking Ming's path. Assessing the relentless pursuit of Mr. Tianzhong behind him, alongside the imminent arrival of Gabra and Owl, and with Deus standing before him, Ming realized he was in a precarious situation. That he swiftly enveloped his wrist in armament Haki and launched an attack on Deus. Black arm? Deus initially expressed confusion, but soon enveloped his entire body in armament Haki, his form turning pitch black as he swung a heavy fist towards Ming. In just a few exchanges, Ming felt the formidable strength of Deus. Though his attacks were simple, they were imbued with tremendous force, combined with Deus's massive physique and Mr. Tianzhong's disruptive strikes, effectively stalling Ming's movements. However, whenever Ming's counterattack struck Deus, he exhibited a rather pleasurable expression, his body remaining stationary. This bemused Ming. He realized that Gabra and Owl had closed into a range where they could strike him, prompting him to employ more frequent and intricate close combat techniques against Deus. Just as Deus focused intently on contending with Ming, he suddenly sidestepped, deftly avoiding the attacks from Mr. Tianzhong and Gabra. Simultaneously, the strikes from Mr. Tianzhong and Gabra landed squarely on Deus. Seizing the opportunity, Ming gathered his energy, wrapping his legs in flowing armament Haki, invoking his new technique. "Deus, allow me to demonstrate my new move, Gale Foot." Shattered Star, with a thunderous shout, a massive cutting wave surged forth, striking Deus. Yet astonishingly, Deus fell back dramatically, rolling his eyes in ecstasy. How delightful. Watching Gabra and Mr. Tianzhong hastening towards him, Ming displayed a mocking grin, waving at them as if to provoke. Then, he swiftly turned and leaped into the sea, his body tracing an elegant arc as he vanished into the depths of the ocean. Chapter 15. Return. Since Gabra and Mr. Tianzhong were both capable individuals, they could not personally dive into the sea to search for Ming. Instead, they dispatched dozens of guards into the water to seek his whereabouts. However, after an exhaustive search, they found nothing and had no choice but to temporarily abandon their efforts. Meanwhile, after swimming several thousand meters, Ming stealthily returned. Fortunately, During his training with enhanced observation Haki, he had grown accustomed to navigating without relying on sight. Using only his Haki to explore the ocean for extended periods, he skillfully retraced his path back to the bottom of the golden giant wheel, dismantling the connection of the golden water flower as indicated by the blueprint, exposing it directly to the sea. Consequently, when the golden water flower erupted next time, it would release seawater instead. The seawater would neutralize the gold ensnared within the bodies of those trapped, causing chaos on the ship. After completing this, Ming swam further away from the golden giant wheel, exiting its signal interference range. He retrieved a din mushy and dialed Zephyr's number. Once connected, Ming got straight to the point, succinctly stating, "Teacher Zephyr, this is Ming. Where are you?" On the other end, Zephyr replied, "According to the life cards, we are approximately 3 hours away from your location." He inquired with concern, "Have you separated from mine? Why have we been unable to contact you for some time?" Floating in the sea, Ming gazed toward the distant surface, where the lights of a small boat appeared. Although being in the water was second nature to him, the opportunity to rest on a vessel was a rare luxury, and he could take the chance to recover some stamina for the ensuing battles. As he used Moonwalk to approach the boat, Ming briefly described his encounter with Taizolo and the subsequent events to Zephyr. Upon boarding the ship, 2 burly men rushed towards him, but one glance was all it took for him to control one with the Sharingan. He commanded, "Quickly bring me the delicious food from your ship." Upon hearing Ming's account, Zephyr's tone grew grave. He was well aware of the Golden Emperor's reputation and understood how troublesome an awakened devil fruit user could be. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from the din mushy. "You little brat, I didn't expect you to have grown this powerful." It was none other than Kaji. Now, with a former admiral and a vice admiral with nearly admiral-level strength on our side, and the golden water flower has been sabotaged, our chances of victory have significantly increased, he joyfully exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, with 2 teachers here, I feel reassured." Just as he relaxed against the side of the boat, a familiar figure approached, holding a platter of fragrant meat. Ming caught a whiff of the aroma, looked up, and was astonished to find it was Karina. "I can't believe it's you," he exclaimed. Karina smiled mischievously at Ming. "Thank you for helping me divert the pursuers. I made this specially for you." Ming hesitated to trust her words again, using his Sharingan to cast an illusion as a test. After confirming that the meat was free of poison, he devoured it heartily, simultaneously dispelling Karina's illusion. Awakening from her trance, Karina's cheeks flushed slightly, beads of sweat glistening on her brow. Rather than feeling fear towards Ming, she gazed at him with a hint of excitement, pondering what kind of ability he possessed. Could it be a devil fruit? Ming responded irritably, "No, it's a fraud detector." Though this woman was full of tricks, her skills were commendable, rivaling those of Jessica from G8. Once he finished the meat in a whirlwind, Ming felt his waning Haki gradually returning. He decided to wait, planning to launch an attack alongside Zifa when the time came, guided by Ein's life card. Suddenly, a voice from the din mushy brought urgent news from Binzi. "Oh no, Ein is starting to weaken. Her life card is shrinking." Ming's heart sank, and he immediately sat up, a sense of unease washing over him. At that moment, Karina interjected, "Is it a girl with sea blue wavy hair?" Ming sprang to his feet, gripping Karina's shoulders tightly. "Do you know her condition? You're hurting me," Karina exclaimed in a delicate voice. Ming quickly released her. Appearing somewhat flustered, "I'm sorry, I got too excited. Please go on." Karina glanced at Ming before continuing. "When my companions left, they said they were hunting down a girl with sea blue wavy hair, intending to showcase her in the grand finale of the 0-Point Golden Water Show before executing her." Binzi's astonished voice came through the din mushy. "This is bad. We have only an hour until 0-Point. We want to make it." He began to cry as he spoke. Zifa, suppressing his sorrow, shouted, "Full speed ahead! Hurry! Faster!" After a moment of silence, Ming said, "Teacher, I will go buy us some time." He was unsure why he felt such courage, as he merely wished for a peaceful life. Yet he understood that if he did not step forward now, he might never find peace again. No. The voices of Zifa and Kaji rang out simultaneously from the din mushy. They were deeply saddened by Ein's impending death, but did not want Ming to take risks alone. They could not bear to lose another apprentice. "Teachers, Please have a little faith in me." Looming attempted to reassure the two on the other end of the line, though he too felt uncertain. "No matter what, you cannot go." Zifa and Kaji remained resolute. Had it been them, they would have gone without hesitation, but they were reluctant to allow Looming to face danger. Hearing their concern warmed Looming's heart. He recognized this feeling as the bond of family, but he smiled softly, self-deprecatingly saying, "What can I say? I'm just unlucky. In this situation, I must be the one to go. Please, teachers, do not try to dissuade me any further. You both must return alive. If anything happens to you, I will ensure that everyone aboard pays the price." Zifa said with a fierce tone at the end. "All right, I'm going." With that, Looming hung up the den mushy. Karina, having overheard Looming-esque conversation, asked in disbelief, "Are you really going?" "Of course." Looming's demeanor shifted from his usual playful self to one of seriousness. After speaking, he leaped into the air, soaring toward Golden City. Watching Looming's retreating figure, Karina thought to herself, "When will I also have someone willing to risk everything for me?" As Looming flew through the air, he summoned his system in his mind, glancing at the remaining 40 points. He had initially intended to reserve them for the next 2 tasks, but it seemed he would have to use them now. Lottery, 40 points. Looming silently wished, "Please, grant me something substantial." "Congratulations, you have obtained Spirit Beast, 10,000 snakes." Chapter 16, 1v10 in Golden City. Within the plaza the very center, Ayn was bound between 2 colossal golden pillars, her arms cruelly stretched apart and shackled by golden chains. Her body was enveloped in a thick layer of gold, as if sculpted into a work of art, with only her head exposed, displaying a visage of torment that on either side of the plaza, 2 massive golden statues loomed, each wielding a sharp golden axe the size of their bodies, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Ayn stood beneath the watchful gaze of these 2 statues. Tesoro sat in a private box to one side, his eyes wild with excitement, wrapped in bandages. Deus, Mr. Tanaka, and Bakara stood beside and behind him, all wearing smiles as if celebrating a grand occasion. In the prime viewing spot below the box, Gabra, Owl, Weichi, Raoji, Monet, and Mad Talega sat a row, their faces twisted in cruel smiles. Clearly anticipating this execution with glee, the pirates in the seating area erupted into a cacophony, clamoring for Ayn's immediate execution. Their voices were filled with violence and hatred, as if they sought to unleash all their discontent and fury upon this unfamiliar girl. Tesoro slowly rose, elegantly raising a hand to begin the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The pirates grew even more agitated upon hearing this, eagerly anticipating the moment of Ayn's execution, their bloodshot eyes wide with anticipation as they shouted crude words. "Kill that bitch! Kill her! Kill her!" Tesoro, witnessing this scene, allowed a smug smile to creep across his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, now let us enjoy this splendid execution." As his voice fell, the golden statues seemed to come alive, swinging their golden axes down upon Ayn in despair. Ayn tightly shut her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. With looming shout for blazing fire dragons surged forth from behind the viewing box, hurtling toward the descending giant axe and golden statues. Looming swiftly soared to Ayn's side, employing the moonwalk technique. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Tesoro's initial surprise flashed momentarily before he broke into a loud, maniacal laugh. "Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!" His laughter dripped with arrogance. Since they dared to return, they would all meet their end together. The pirates in the stands, momentarily quieted by the interruption of the execution, erupted again at Tesoro's words. "Kill them. Turn them into statues." Their shouts were filled with brutality and malice. Ayn looked at Looming beside her, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Looming surveyed the pirates surrounding him, strangers clamoring for his life. Perhaps cruelty and darkness were indeed the true essence of his pirate world, with Luffy's group being merely a minority. Tesoro gracefully spread his arms, seemingly savoring this moment of delay, but he had no fear that Looming could escape. He only wished to witness Looming's fear and despair in the face of death. However, Looming regarded him with a scornful gaze, as if Tesoro were the one who should be afraid. Tesoro's fury flared at Looming's defiance. He sneered darkly, Do you think you can bask in your arrogance for long? I shall show you what true hell is. Golden water flower. At Tesoro's command, several massive nozzles within the golden wheel began to emit a deep rumble. However, this time, instead of the usual golden powder, torrents of seawater were forcefully sprayed into the sky above the city, falling like rain in this sudden downpour. Those ensnared by Tesoro's golden powder felt its effects rapidly waning. Those who had been bound at the lowest levels of the city, pirates, navy, revolutionaries, and spies, began to break free from their restraints, swiftly rising in rebellion. The once jubilant entertainment city plunged into chaos, with sounds of conflict and cries echoing as the entire city seemed to spiral into uncontrollable upheaval. Amidst the turmoil, Looming seized the opportunity to rescue Ayn from her golden bonds. Just then, Monet suddenly launched a surprise attack on Looming. Blizzard! Looming responded swiftly, countering with fire release. Great fireball! The fireballs neutralized Monet's assault. And in the smoke created by the clash of snow and fire, Looming swiftly scooped up Ayn, using the moonwalk to fly toward the outskirts of the arena. However, Gabra, Owl, and Weichi closely pursued him. Employing the moonwalk to follow in relentless pursuit, in midair, they unleashed fierce attacks. Gale Foot, Lotus Blossom, Gale Foot, Pack of Wolves, Iron Block Jade. In an instant, a web of deadly techniques converged upon Looming and Ayn. Aware that this was not the time to conserve Haki, Looming inhaled deeply, gathering all his strength. Gale Foot, Shattered Star. This strike, infused with the powerful energy of flowing Sakura, instantly repelled Gabra, Owl, and Weichi. However, this maneuver drained an immense amount of Haki, leaving Looming's body swaying slightly in the air from fatigue. Yet he could not afford to dwell on it. He held Ayn tightly and continued to soar forward. At that moment, Ayn gently caressed Looming's cheek. Her eyes filled with tenderness and determination. She softly said, "You shouldn't have come. Please set me down. You alone still have a chance to escape." Her voice, though gentle, betrayed an undeniable resolve. Despite her words, her departure from the ship's cabin and subsequent infiltration of the entertainment complex, which led to her capture, stemmed from her concern for Lu Ming. Prompted by the announcement regarding the intruder, Lu Ming lowered his gaze to the approaching figures of Deus, Lao Ji, Monet, and Maid Tolega, then lifted his eyes to the relentless pursuit of the three CP9 members above. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his determined gaze on Ayn and reassured her, "It's all right. We will all escape safely." His voice, though soft, resonated with confidence. Ayn, gazing at Lu Ming's self-assured countenance, felt a warm surge within her heart. She realized that this man was risking everything for her sake. Embracing him tightly, she seemed to wish to convey her strength to him while steeling herself for the possibility of facing death together with him. At that moment, the elusive Taizolo suddenly approached Lu Ming through the flowing gold on the ground. The gold, under his command, moved as if it had a life of its own, swiftly coiling around his arm. With a cruel smirk, he declared, "The game is over. Gold bomb." Startled, Lu Ming instinctively shielded Ayn with his body. "Iron block," he shouted, attempting to repel Taizolo's attack. After a tremendous explosion, Lu Ming was hurled away by the overwhelming force. Crashing heavily to the ground, he felt as though his internal organs had been dislocated, but he disregarded the pain and struggled to rise. Ayn let out a soft whimper in his embrace. But fortunately, she had not sustained serious injuries due to Lu Ming's protection. Standing up, Lu Ming surveyed the enemies encircling him. Taizolo, Deus, Gabra, Lao Ji Monet, Maid Tolega, and others had formed an impregnable circle. Despite the perilous situation, Lu Ming remained calm and composed. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he addressed Taizolo. "What a splendid lineup you have." Taizolo glared at the dust-covered Lu Ming. Malevolence gleaming in his eyes, he spoke each word with chilling precision. "From now on, you are not allowed to smile without my permission. Remember this. I will only say it once." His tone was laced with threat and dominance. As if he foresaw Lu Ming's tragic fate in his grasp, Lu Ming helped Ayn to her feet, standing side by side with her. Ayn looked up at Lu Ming, noticing that a smile still lingered on his lips, which eased her fear somewhat. Gabra mocked from the side, "You're quite foolish. You've run in the wrong direction. Now that you're so far from the ship, where do you think you can escape to? Yet Lu Ming's laughter, puzzling to everyone, resounded as he retorted, Do you even know where this place is? Gabra, taken aback by Lu Ming's question, replied, What does it matter where we are when you're about to die? Lu Ming wrapped an arm around Ian and softly cautioned, Be careful. This strange gesture left Ian and Taizolo bewildered regarding his intentions. Suddenly, Lu Ming stomped his right foot forcefully, causing an unusual pattern to rapidly spread outward from his center. The pattern, a deep violet, seemed to harbor mysterious power. Taizolo, perceiving the markings on the ground, was seized by an ominous premonition. He shouted, Attack! The others surged towards Lu Ming, but it was too late as the pattern solidified. A colossal wave of energy erupted from the center, scattering everyone apart. A gigantic black-violet serpent materialized before them, its long tongue flicking as its triangular eyes scanned the crowd. The sheer majesty and oppressive aura of the creature sent chills down the spine of everyone present, including Taizolo, who felt an unprecedented fear in its presence. Meanwhile, Lu Ming stood atop the serpent's head, coldly observing the throng below. His gaze was as frigid as a glacial lake, instilling dread in all who met it. In the face of such power, he resembled a demon lord from the depths of hell, towering over the masses. Chapter 17. The 10,000 Serpents Humans, since you dare summon me, you should be well aware of the rules. The 10,000 serpents looked down disdainfully at Taizolo and the others below, its tone dripping with contempt. Even Taizolo, well versed in the wonders of the new world, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the colossal serpent speak. Lu Ming understood the rules the 10,000 serpents referred to. This great being required a sacrifice of 100 lives even when summoned by Orochimaru. Lowering his posture, he cautiously replied, Understood, understood. Everyone on this ship, aside from us, is a tribute prepared for you. The 10,000 serpents let out a cold huff, clearly aware of Lu Ming's thoughts. However, in a surprisingly good mood, and with everyone confined to the ship. Devouring them would not pose much of a hassle, so it chose not to dwell on the matter further at that moment. Lao Ji, with slightly more experience than the others, quickly regained his composure from the shock and decisively launched an attack. Earth Elder Fist, back pain style, the 10,000 serpents let out a pained shriek. Evidently caught off guard by the formidable strength of the humans in this world, IT swiftly swung its massive violet tail towards Lao Ji. The strike devoid of technique, relying solely on raw physical power. Simple, yet extraordinarily effective. Lao Ji was violently propelled away, crashing through dozens of buildings before finally coming to a halt. Lu Ming, still atop the serpent's head, cautioned, They're all terrified of water. Do you have any way to breach the bottom of the ship? Despite its massive size, the serpent moved with remarkable agility upon hearing Lu Ming's words. It immediately lowered its head and used its powerful body to burrow into the ship's hull. In that instant, a violent tremor shook the bottom of the ship, and the lights of the entire golden vessel extinguished in an instant, causing all weapons and equipment to cease functioning. The ship no longer sailed forward, but began to tilt slightly. Oh no, it's the power room, Mr. Tianzhong exclaimed, quickly contacting the power room to redirect the ship's main cannon inward, aiming at the newly manifested serpent. However, it was too late. Damn kid! Taizolo roared in fury. Scanning the surroundings, he saw countless guards fleeing in panic from the serpent, while freed slaves began wreaking havoc in the city center. The 3 CP9 members, having witnessed Lao Ji's fate, became cautious and refrained from making reckless attacks. They chose to observe from a distance, ensuring their own safety, although they had established a preliminary cooperation with Taizolo. They remained prudent. Taizolo's strength was the foundation of their alliance. If he could not manage the current chaos, future cooperation would be jeopardized. Meitolega had vanished without a trace. He was not one of Taizolo's subordinates, but merely an ally of convenience. When the situation appeared favorable for Taizolo, he was more than willing to reap the benefits. But amidst the turmoil on the ship, he did not wish to get embroiled in the conflict. Aside from Monet, who went to check on Lao Ji, only Deus, Mr. Tianzhong, and Bacala remained to battle the serpent. Yet their abilities seemed utterly inconsequential against the serpent. Merely managing to protect themselves from its jaws was a feat, let alone confronting it. Taizolo's face contorted with rage, veins bulging as his anger overflowed. He understood that if he could not swiftly regain control of the situation, not only would his collaboration with the celestial dragons dissolve into nothingness, but everything he had painstakingly built could also be obliterated in an instant. All the gold within the Golden City flowed like a torrent towards Taizolo, who sneered, "Kid, you do possess some skill. But this is where it ends." The golden waves surged like cannon fire into the panicking crowd. With each wave that crashed down, whether they were rioting slaves or guards attempting to quell the rebellion, they were transformed into golden statues. A cruel satisfaction gleamed in Taizolo's eyes. "No one can escape my grasp. Just one more capture will suffice." The 10,000 Serpents was also affected by this golden tide, but quickly utilized the snake molting technique to deftly evade the onslaught. Following Ming's guidance, the serpent swiftly traversed the seawater, completely purging the residual effects of gold from its body. As the gold coalesced, a giant golden figure, matching the size of the 10,000 serpents, emerged upon the ship, radiating a dazzling yellow light. Gabra gazed at the golden giant with intrigue, remarking, "The fruit's power has awakened. It appears the rumors are true. This will soon come to an end." Owl, curious, asked, "Should we intervene to assist him?" Gabra transformed back into human form, responding, "No need. He is capable of handling it now. That it seems he truly deserves to cooperate with us." Golden divine fire, a brilliant golden light erupted from the eyes of the golden giant, shooting towards the 10,000 serpents like a laser. The serpent let out a piercing wail. Writhing in agony, it shook Ming off its head, casting him a resentful glare. Ming felt a jolt of fear. After such a fierce confrontation, he realized that if he did not prepare sacrifices in advance next time, he might very well be the first one devoured upon summoning. Having freed itself from Ming, the 10,000 serpents rushed towards the golden giant, unleashing a stream of venom that quickly corroded much of the giant's left arm. Immediately, countless serpents swiftly entwined the colossal body of the golden giant, binding it tightly. For a brief moment, the golden giant exhibited fine cracks under the constriction of the myriad serpents. At that moment, several golden pillars sprouted from the top of the giant's head, resembling swords piercing the heavens. Upon witnessing this, Ming felt a tightening in his chest, sensing impending doom. Although the myriad serpents possessed formidable strength, their understanding of such an adversary was lacking. This close-quarters battle posed no threat to the golden giant. Rather, it provided Taizolo with an opportunity to launch an attack. Just as he intended to rush forward and warn the myriad serpents, several gusts of wind struck towards Ming. Gabra, Owl, and Wei Qi swiftly approached Ming, obstructing him from nearing the myriad serpents. The golden pillars atop the giant's head gradually converged, forming a massive missile-like entity that by the time the myriad serpents recognized the danger, it was already too late. The golden giant clasped its hands tightly around the body of the myriad serpents. Golden divine punishment. With a thunderous roar, the myriad serpents, ensnared by the golden giant, were compelled to fall away at this juncture. The golden giant abruptly seized the head of the myriad serpents, its left arm, previously corroded, rapidly restored and re-armored by the flowing gold. He coldly gazed at the myriad serpents, uttering, "Die beast." Meanwhile, Ming, enduring the assault from CP9's 3 members, hurriedly rushed forward and made contact with the body of the myriad serpents, now collapsed on the ground. Golden Inferno! The attack swiftly dispelled a sudden cloud of white smoke that had appeared, instantly reducing the surrounding structures to rubble. Fortunately, Ming successfully reversed the summoning of the myriad serpents back to the dragon's cave, averting this lethal strike. However, Ming also faced exhaustion from overexerting himself. In the moment of reverse summoning, he was struck by the pointed weapons of the 3 CP9 members, resulting in several puncture wounds on his back, with blood gushing forth. Taizolo coldly regarded Ming, who lay on the ground. "It's over. You shall die too." He raised his enormous golden fist high, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, Zephyr suddenly appeared, shattering the blaster and toppling the golden giant. The 3 CP9 members were swiftly sent flying by Gabra, who unleashed a powerful blow using advanced armament Haki. Surrounding the colossal ship, the lights of the naval vessels flickered incessantly. The naval soldiers quickly erected floating structures connecting to the giant vessel. Pouring in from all directions. Chapter 18. The curtain falls. What is happening? Where did the Navy come from? Tai Solo pondered in confusion, when suddenly he felt a tremendous impact while piloting the Golden Giant. Zephyr, utilizing his observation Haki, swiftly locked onto Tai Solo's location, instantly appearing atop the Golden Giant's head and gripping it tightly with advanced armament Haki. Crushing short strike. With a resounding explosion, the head of the Golden Giant was obliterated, and Tai Solo was forcefully ejected from the giant's body due to the overwhelming blast. That it was only because the power chamber had been destroyed that Zephyr could so swiftly catch up with the incapacitated golden ship. Simultaneously, with the core power chamber lost, all functions of the giant vessel were compelled to cease, allowing the Navy's ships to approach silently. Realizing this, a glint of malice flashed in Tai Solo's eyes as he gazed at Ming, who lay on the ground. That moment, Binzi, having disembarked from the naval ship, easily captured the severely injured Deus. Subsequently, he engaged in a fierce battle with Mr. Tanaka. Due to the nature of the Suk no Mi, which can only phase through non-living entities, Binzi, endowed with the Shokushin fruit, was indeed Tanaka's nemesis. Zayuza also quickly clashed with the arriving Lao Ji and Monet. Other naval soldiers, under the leadership of several officers, surged into the ship from all directions, and soon the vessel was filled with intense combat. Meanwhile, Gabra found himself alone against the trio from CP9 and perplexed by their proficiency in the six powers. Questioned, "Are you CP9 or CP0? Gabra had indeed heard of these two secret spy organizations that superseded CP1 to CP8, yet had never encountered them in battle, leading him to doubt the three's identities based on their unfamiliar figures and adept use of the six powers. Gabra, Owl, and Wei Chi exchanged glances, fully aware of Gabra's reputation. Gabra shouted, "This old man is a rear admiral. Show no mercy. Let us attack together." The three nodded in agreement, launching a fierce assault on Gabra. Owl utilized his abilities to instantaneously create multiple clones, surrounding Gabra entirely. These clones glided like phantoms, making it difficult to discern the true body. Wei Chi also activated Life Return, transforming his hair into numerous hands extending like fingers, akin to a thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara attacking Gabra. Meanwhile, Gabra instantaneously entered Beastman form, his muscles swelling, enhancing his strength significantly. The trio's attacks converged upon Gabra simultaneously. Beastly Might, Owl's Chaotic Fist, Life Return, Lion's Finger Gun, Iron Block, Wolf Hunt, Hand from all directions. Owl's Beastly Might, Owl's Chaotic Fist descended like a torrential storm, while Wei Chi's Life Return, Lion's Finger Gun streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning, and Gabra's Iron Block, Wolf Hunt, Hands from all directions ensnared Gabra tightly. Faced with the trio's relentless assault, Gabra did not dare to underestimate them. He swiftly gathered armament Haki in his hands, directly evolving into a substantial wave of light that radiated outward from his center. Song of the Seagull. This technique was one of Gabra's signature moves. The light wave collided with the trio's attacks midair, producing a deafening roar. The trio's assaults were completely negated by the light wave, which even sent them hurtling backward, while Gabra remained unperturbed, standing firm that on another battlefield. Bakara swiftly advanced, assisting Tai Solo, who was outside the Golden Giant. She activated the ability of her luck fruit, transferring all the collected luck of the previous guards to Tai Solo. However, having absorbed the luck of too many individuals, a massive hole suddenly burst open in the bottom of the Golden Giant's hull, flooding it with water on the Navy's side. Soldiers had already carried the unconscious Ein back to the naval vessel. They were preparing to rescue Ming when they noticed Tai Solo furiously rising. Charging toward Ming, he could not tolerate the idea of this individual who had destroyed everything he held dear. Escaping unscathed, while Zephyr kept a vigilant watch on Tai Solo, preventing him from attacking Ming, that a confrontation between Haki and martial arts erupted between the two. In another skirmish, Binzi, utilizing the ability of a Shokushin fruit, tightly bound Mr. Tanaka with plants. Concluding that battle that on Gabra's front, he showcased immense strength, forcing the three CP9 members into retreat. His fierce and precise attacks left them no choice but to flee, and Gabra chose to halt his pursuit. However, Zayuza could not withstand the combined assaults of Lao Ji and Monet, becoming immobilized by Monet's snow fruit ability. Although Zephyr's strength surpassed that of Tai Solo, who had endured several battles, his age led to rapid exhaustion. As he exchanged blows with Tai Solo, he gasped for breath. Appearing somewhat beleaguered, Ming gradually rose, preparing to join his naval comrades in confronting Bakera. However, the ship suddenly lurched violently, and distant naval voices cried out, "Not good! The ship is taking on water!" At this moment, Tai Solo, consumed by rage, disregarded the ship's peril and continued his charge towards Zephyr. The CP9 trio, upon hearing the news of the ship flooding, realized that remaining here would be perilous. They exchanged glances, deciding to retreat. Gabra also wished to assist Zephyr in swiftly concluding the battle, telling the trio, "You all go, I want to stop you." The three felt a weight lift from their shoulders and quickly departed the scene. Gabra hurriedly rushed toward the battlefield between Zephyr and Tai Solo. He first unleashed an armament Haki shockwave against Bakera, then swiftly joined the fray between Zephyr and Tai Solo. With Gabra's arrival, the situation rapidly tilted in Zephyr's favor. Lao Ji, Monet, and the CP9 trio faced a different predicament, as they were also pirates alongside Tai Solo, essentially sharing the same ship. If Tai Solo were to fall, the Navy would surely not spare them, as they prepared to join the fray. Binzi timely appeared and blocked their path. Ming understood that if they could buy Gabra and Zephyr some time, Tai Solo would surely be defeated. Thus, he dragged his wounded body into the fray alongside Binzi against the two. Crushing tornado. Zephyr gasped heavily, finally overpowering the battered Tai Solo. Lao Ji, sensing the dire situation, unleashed the ultimate technique of the Earthly King Fist. He instantaneously released the power he had stored since his youth. Delivering a devastating blow to Ming and Binzi with the G-mark, to this point, most of the Golden Giant had submerged into the sea, gazing at the remaining Lao, Ji, and Monet. Zephyr bluntly stated, "The outcome is clear. I advise you not to resist further." Gabra suddenly shouted, looking skyward, "Not good!" A cacophony echoed from above. "Navy!" Monet looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "Young master!" The newcomer was none other than Don Quixote, Doflamingo, the warlord of the sea and former king of Dressrosa. Zephyr observed Doflamingo, clenching his fists, his heart a mixture of emotions. Meanwhile, a ship adorned with flamingos slowly approached the sunken giant. Doflamingo regarded Zephyr and Gabra with a signature wicked smile. "Navy, do you wish to continue?" Gabra extended his hand to stop the combat-ready Zephyr, addressing Doflamingo. "No. That's enough for today, that we will settle the remaining accounts at a later date." Gabra was acutely aware of that. Given the current circumstances, they could not engage the full-strength Don Quixote family in battle. Moreover, Brother Ming is one of the 7 warlords, endowed with special rights granted by the government, and thus cannot simply be disregarded. Zephas stood by, hesitating to speak, and fell silent after catching a glimpse of Jiaqing's hint. Brother Ming is an astute individual. He discerned that although the Navy appeared to be at a disadvantage, should it come to a life-and-death struggle, the two individuals before him would not be easily trifled with. Consequently, he smoothly acquiesced, smilingly stating, "Bring him along. We shall depart." Lao Ji grasped Tezelo with one hand and Baccarat with the other. Returning to Brother Ming's ship alongside Monet, as for the others who had been captured by the Navy, their release was, of course, out of the question. Chapter 19. The Insider within the G14 branch base. Ming was wrapped in bandages, alongside Shiozua and Binzi, who were similarly bound like Zongzi, voraciously devouring their meals in the Navy cafeteria, wagering on their manly dignity. Such vitality, Jiaqing, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, approached the trio with a grin. Ming, holding a bowl of rice, mumbled incoherently, "By the way, what brings you here?" He seemed apprehensive that uttering another word would cost him the eating contest, because of Golden Lion Shiki. Jiaqing's nonchalant remark nearly caused Shiozua, who was devouring his food, to choke. The previously boisterous cafeteria fell utterly silent at Jiaqing's words. Golden Lion Shiki, the first pirate in history to escape from Impel Down. was once renowned alongside the pirate king Joel Roger and the white-beard Edward Newgate. Lu Ming's expression morphed into one of shock. Was he truly this unfortunate? Having narrowly escaped death from encountering Tezelo, now he was faced with the specter of Golden Lion. Before the mission had even begun, his life was already in jeopardy. Jiaqing surveyed the Navy personnel around, and with a hint of embarrassment, chuckled, "No need to worry, he is not nearby." Upon hearing this, the Navy men resumed their usual chatter in the cafeteria. However, Jiaqing leaned closer to Lu Ming and whispered, "He only recently left the New World and is likely in the first half of the seas now." The gravity of Jiaqing's expression intensified. Given his recent actions, he seems intent on reorganizing his pirate fleet. Strangely, he has ventured into the first half of the seas. That I tracked him to an island named Wairmu, but the next day, the entire island vanished at this point. Jiaqing reclined in his chair, crossing his legs, and with a mischievous grin, continued, "I happened to overhear Teacher Ziva mention that you fell into an ambush and went missing. So I followed along. I saved your life. You ought to express your gratitude." Lu Ming, upon witnessing Jiaqing's grin, felt a chill run down his spine and stammered, "How do you want me to thank you?" "Join me in pursuing Golden Lion." Jiaqing's casual words left Lu Ming in a state of shock, prompting him to leap to his feet. Binzi also sprang up, excitedly holding his bowl and proclaiming, "I finished first. I won the contest." Lu Ming shoved Binzi aside and fixed his gaze on Jiaqing, demanding, "Why me?" Jiaqing rose as well, leaning on the table with a playful smile directed at Lu Ming. "Because we hit it off." Lu Ming fervently shook his head in refusal. "No way, no way. I was doing just fine with Teacher Zifa. There are still so many pirates in the New World waiting for us to eliminate." Upon hearing Lu Ming's response, Jiaqing feigned distress, shaking his head as he walked away, muttering, "You previously asked me to find the floating restaurant Baratie in the first half of the seas. I have located it and was planning to take you there. It seems that will no longer be possible." Turning back, he flashed a sly smile at Lu Ming. "You know, the East Sea is vast, and a moving restaurant is not easy to find. You're ruthless." Lu Ming gritted his teeth in a low murmur. With only a year left before Luffy set sail, he indeed needed to reach the Baratie to wait for Zoro's two subordinates, Joseph and Johnny. Jiaqing could see the expression on Lu Ming's face and knew he had succeeded. He didn't quite understand why Lu Ming was so eager to go to Baratie, but as long as it was effective, that was sufficient. Jiaqing believed in Lu Ming's potential. He had managed the Tezelo incident exceptionally well and possessed considerable strength, yet he was simply too lazy. Without employing a few tricks, it was indeed challenging to motivate him. Waving his hand dismissively, Jiaqing said, "No rush. You should first recuperate." Binzi, somewhat bewildered, patted Lu Ming on the shoulder and asked, "Where are you going?" Lu Ming replied helplessly, "To confront Golden Lion." Both Binzi and the coughing Shiozua gave Lu Ming a thumbs up. Subsequently, Shiozua and Binzi continued to drape their arms around Lu Ming's shoulders, wearing mischievous grins, and whispered, "You lost the contest. The expenses for that journey are on you." Lu Ming looked at the two of them and shrugged resignedly. Fine, but why the hurry? At least let me recover from my injuries first." Shiozua jokingly countered, "That won't do. You're planning to face Golden Lion. Who can guarantee you'll return to fulfill your promise?" "Huh." Binzi nodded earnestly in agreement. Right. Shiozua is quite thoughtful." Lu Ming stared wide-eyed at the two, exasperated. "Good heavens. You're not exactly hoping for my well-being, are you?" Just as the three were engaged in their banter, Rear Admiral Dor approached them leisurely. Dor, clad in a dark short-sleeved shirt and leather pants, adorned with a spiked necklace and hoop earrings, her sharp dark hair exuding an air of confidence, was one of the few female rear admirals in the Navy. Radiating a formidable presence, upon seeing Dor approach, the trio immediately ceased their merriment, adopting a serious demeanor. They greeted in unison, "Good afternoon, Rear Admiral Dor." Dor smiled gently at them before stating, "I bring you good news." In unison, they responded, "What good news?" Dor retrieved a document from her pocket, placing it gently on the table, and declared, "In light of your commendable efforts, Lu Ming and I have infiltrated enemy territory, successfully dismantling Kuron Tezelo's operations, capturing thousands of pirates and rescuing hundreds of Navy personnel. You have achieved remarkable feats. Consequently, headquarters has decided to promote you to the rank of Rear Admiral. Additionally, Binzi and Shiozwa will also receive first-class merits for their assistance. Upon hearing this news, the trio exchanged joyful glances. Yet before Lu Ming could fully revel in the moment, Shiozwa suddenly seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "You've been promoted. Salary increase. You must take us to a more upscale place to celebrate." Dor looked at Shiozwa, perplexed by a sudden outburst, prompting Lu Ming to hurriedly cover Shiozwa's mouth. Dor's gaze held a hint of inquiry, and sensing the awkwardness, Lu Ming attempted to play it off. "A more upscale restaurant. I mentioned treating them to a meal before, haha." However, Dor appeared skeptical, and with her doubtful expression, Lu Ming felt a wave of unease and fatigue that moment. Binzi quickly interjected, smiling in agreement. Yes. Dor, seemingly aware of the trio's evasiveness, smiled faintly but chose not to press further, teasing Lu Ming instead. "Your G8 is truly a hidden gem, filled with talent." Relieved that Dor did not pursue the matter, Lu Ming seized the opportunity to inquire. "Oh, has anyone else from G8 recently been promoted? Did you not know? Our Vice Base Commander, Virgo, you all used to be in G8. You should know him," Dor explained. Upon hearing Virgo's name, Lu Ming was taken aback. Looking at Dor with disbelief, "Is he the one from G5? No, it can't be. You claim not to know him, yet you are aware of Virgo's reassignment to G5, Dor chuckled. Receiving confirmation, Lu Ming abruptly stood up. Eyes widened as he stared at Dor. "Is he from G5? The one known as Demon Bamboo?" Dor, surprised by Lu Ming's intense reaction, questioned, "Yes. Is there a problem?" Shiozwa and Binzi, noticing Lu Ming's unusual demeanor, asked with concern, "What is wrong? Is there an issue with this individual?" Suddenly, fragmented memories surged in Lu Ming's mind. He recalled the suspicion surrounding Virgo's involvement when dismantling the underground world hideout. Later, he had been deceived into the sea and ambushed by the night. Doma, these fragments gradually pieced together in Lu Ming's mind, illuminating the complete picture. The scattered clues suddenly coalesced, akin to a brilliant flash of lightning piercing through the darkness, but he realized why he had been unable to detect any hostility within G8. It was because that person had been reassigned to G14 after the fact. Reflecting on the details of the Fire Rock Island incident, Lu Ming's heart raced as he grasped the truth. Virgo had been orchestrating the chaos all along. Now, with the conspiracy thwarted, he sought to covertly transfer away. Contemplating Ein, who still lay in the hospital, Lu Ming fixed Dor with a determined gaze and solemnly inquired, "Where's Virgo now? He should be preparing to set sail at F5 port." Upon hearing this news, Lu Ming wasted no time and immediately dashed towards the port. Chapter 20. Promotion to Rear Admiral at F5 port of the G14 base. Sunlight glimmered upon the tranquil sea. Casting a golden sheen, Lu Ming stormed into the port, his face dark with fury. Within the port, dozens of Navy personnel were busy loading Virgo's personal belongings onto a warship. A cluster of Navy members surrounded Virgo, bidding him farewell with expressions of fondness and respect. Virgo, adorned with sunglasses and a morsel of leftover beef patty clinging to the corner of his mouth, presented himself with an air of elegance, resembling a composed gentleman. Upon witnessing the furious Lu Ming approaching, he offered a gentle smile and, with refined politeness, inquired, "Ah, it is Lu Ming. Congratulations on your promotion to Rear Admiral." Lu Ming, disregarding the gazes of those around him, fixed his steely glare upon Virgo, his clenched fists trembling slightly. He advanced step by step toward Virgo, prompting the naval officers to instinctively position themselves between him and Virgo, their eyes filled with wariness and inquiry. "Rear Admiral, what are your intentions?" Virgo, however, addressed the officers with affability, saying, "Thank you all, but please allow me to converse with him privately. After all, we both hail from G8 and should have some common ground." The naval officers exchanged hesitant glances. One of them, still wishing to voice concerns, was silenced by Virgo's earnest demeanor. Ultimately, he offered Lu Ming a cautionary glance before they dispersed, creating a relatively open space for the two men. Lu Ming's gaze bore into the almost sardonic smile on Virgo's lips, his voice frigid. "There's no need for pretense. I remember everything. You're a lackey of Doflamingo," at Lu Ming's words. Virgo initially appeared taken aback, but his genteel facade was instantly replaced by a glint of menace in his eyes. "You shall address me as Mr. Virgo. I never anticipated that you all would survive the explosion on Fire Rock Island." "Indeed, it is you." Lu Ming's conviction solidified, and the Haki of observation swiftly enveloped his fists. Virgo continued his tirade. "Trafalgar Law is also a fool for failing to eliminate that girl." The thought of the injured Ein ignited a firestorm of rage within Lu Ming. And without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch to Virgo's face. Virgo slowly turned his head to face the infuriated Lu Ming, choosing not to retaliate, but rather to coolly remark, "Do not be hasty. Doflamingo has prepared a grand gift for you." From a distance, the naval officers observed the escalating tension and promptly armed themselves, encircling Lu Ming with vigilant eyes, clearly displeased with his actions. The officer in command bellowed, "What are you doing? This is G14 base." Just as they prepared to surround Lu Ming, both Xiuzhua and Binzi arrived on the scene with several subordinates. Binzi swiftly positioned himself before Lu Ming, eyes fixed on Virgo, whispering, "You're severely injured. If a fight is to ensue, let me handle it." Xiuzhua, noticing the situation, promptly commanded the naval officers behind him, "Brothers, raise your weapons. We are not to be trifled with." As the atmosphere reached a boiling point, a deep voice resonated from behind. "What is the meaning of this? I'm still alive." Everyone turned to see Zfa and Dole approaching side by side. Dole, having sensed the potential for unusual events from Lu Ming's earlier demeanor, had immediately sought out Zfa. However, the unfolding situation exceeded her expectations that Zfa, addressing the crowd, left no room for Lu Ming to explain. Pronouncing with authority, "Everyone disperse at once. You are all naval officers. This is no way to conduct yourselves." As the former admiral and longtime chief instructor of the Navy, Zfa's presence commanded obedience. Quickly, the previously confrontational parties began to disperse. Virgo merely cast a cursory glance at Lu Ming before boarding a warship bound for G5 base. Lu Ming, Xiuzhua, and Binzi obediently trailed behind Zfa. Refraining from further discussion, Zfa turned to Dole with an apologetic smile. "I sincerely apologize for the trouble my men have caused you." Dole politely responded, "In such circumstances, I am grateful for your guidance." Teacher Zfa. Subsequently, Zfa led the three away from F5 port on their return journey. Zfa quietly addressed the trio. "Young people often act impulsively. Remember, if you cannot endure minor inconveniences, you will disrupt greater plans. If I had not been present today, according to military law, you would have found no avenue for appeal. Take this lesson to heart and proceed with greater caution in the future. The internal rot within the Navy is far more pervasive than you can imagine." Following this incident, Zfa chose not to linger at G14 base any longer, proceeding instead to the G2 branch, where his former disciple, Vice Admiral Gumier, was stationed. After recuperating for several months at G2 base, the group was fully restored to health. Today, Ein appeared markedly different. She had swapped her usual uniform for a chic brown bodycon dress. The fabric appeared luxurious and silky, her rounded bosom tantalizingly visible beneath the garment. The brown dress snugly embraced her curvaceous figure, while her long, alluring legs were adorned with black pantyhose, their pale skin casting a soft allure against the darkness. Draped in a navy coat, she exuded an additional air of confidence. For this special occasion, Zfa, Jiaji, and Gumier had arranged a modest promotion ceremony. Observing Ein's palpable nervousness, Lu Ming teased, "No need to be anxious. I've heard that a rear admiral's salary is thrice that of commodore, so your future entertainment options will be far more diverse." However, Ein's anxiety stemmed not from the impending ceremony, but from her burgeoning feelings for Lu Ming. After numerous encounters, she found herself developing a fondness for this man. Whenever she laid eyes on him, her heart raced, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Today, she had deliberately chosen to wear black stockings, hoping to conceal the scars on her legs and present a more flawless image before Lu Ming. During the promotion ceremony, Zfa conferred the rank upon Ein, while Jiaji did so for Lu Ming. During the process, Jiaji leaned in close to Lu Ming, whispering, "I have both good and bad news." Which would you prefer to hear first? Lu Ming, bemused by Jiaji's antics, responded, in good spirits today. Let us hear the good news first. Jiaji began, from today onward, you'll be a wealthy man with 10 billion berries to your name. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, a surge of joy swelling within him. Could it be that the higher-ups had a special reward for him? The Navy was surprisingly generous, sensing Lu Ming's growing excitement. Jiaji quickly added, but there's also bad news. What is it? Lu Ming, buoyed by thoughts of his newfound fortune, felt that 10 billion berries could counter any negative tidings. Jiaji lowered his voice, whispering in Lu Ming's ear, that 10 billion berries is the bounty placed on your head by Trafalgar Law in the underground black market. Anyone who can present your head to him will claim that reward. Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiaji. What? That previous bit was supposed to be good news. Watching Jiaji smugly patting his shoulder as he descended from the podium, Lu Ming's smile vanished. Chapter 21. The floating restaurant Baratie at the G2 branch base port. Binzi pulled out a white cloth, wiping his tears, while Xiozwood gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Lu Ming, burdened with the large backpack prepared by everyone, reassured them, you need not be like this. I'm merely returning temporarily. Ein gazed tenderly at Lu Ming, offering him a silver short sword. This is for you. Thank you. Lu Ming accepted the short sword, examining it closely. This very sword had been lent to him by Ein during their initial duel at the training ground, one of her 2 accompanying blades. Just then, Zfa's hearty voice rang out. I shan't say much more. Complete your tasks in the first half of the sea and return promptly. We've left a spot for you in our guerrilla unit. Understood. And thank you all for your care during this time. Lu Ming bowed in gratitude to the group. Zfa clapped Lu Ming on the shoulder, shooting a glance at Jiaji, who was smoking nearby. Let us set off. Don't keep this lad waiting. Jiaji, showing utmost respect to Zfa, quickly responded with a smile. No rush, eliciting a hearty laugh from Zfa's farewells echoed around them. Lu Ming and Jiaji boarded the vessel returning to the first half of the SEI in this world of pirates. Every parting could potentially be the last. Furthermore, the original storyline had begun to subtly shift due to Lu Ming and his companion's actions. At the floating restaurant Baratie, Lu Ming savored a sumptuous seafood stir-fried noodle dish prepared by Sanji, singing its praises. Sanji's culinary skills were unmatched among those he had encountered. Upon arriving in the first half of the sea, Lu Ming requested Jiaji to seek out the whereabouts of the infamous golden lion Shiki, citing urgent business. Lu Ming's determination left no room for doubt, and recalling Lu Ming's previous insistence on locating the Baratie restaurant, Jiaji acquiesced without further inquiry. Uncertain of Luffy's departure time, Lu Ming chose to arrive at the Baratie restaurant daily for several months. Patiently awaiting the appearance of Akin, Joseph, and Johnny, he maintained a low profile, dressing casually and never revealing his naval identity. After all, in this unpredictable sea, he could very well encounter the notorious Mihawk, known as the Marine Hunter, but he certainly did not want to incite the wrath of this formidable swordsman due to a momentary lapse in judgment, especially since his head was still quite valuable. Sanji's culinary creations were indeed delectable, leaving an unforgettable taste lingering on the palate. However, the exorbitant prices at Baratie restaurant posed quite a challenge for a rear admiral like Lu Ming, who lived solely on a meager salary. The thought of potentially missing an encounter with Akin and the others and failing to complete his system tasks could indeed threaten his very existence. Fortunately, having grown increasingly familiar with Sanji, Lu Ming could now leisurely sit in the restaurant and order merely a drink without fear of being turned away. Of course, Zeph would occasionally mutter his discontent, yet for someone as thick-skinned as Lu Ming, it hardly mattered. Today, as usual, he sat in the corner, cradling a drink and savoring it slowly. The sudden sound of cannon fire from outside initially did not draw much of his attention in this complex maritime establishment. Pirate disturbances were commonplace, predominantly involving minor characters who had yet to set foot on the Grand Line and possessed average abilities. Zeph rarely needed to intervene personally, as Chefs Patty and Karn could easily handle the situation. However, this sort of disturbance appeared to be occurring with increasing frequency, prompting the restaurant staff to seek more stable employment. Only those eager to witness the chef's battles with pirates remained at that moment. The restaurant door swung open, revealing a man impeccably dressed in a suit, his pink hair neatly styled, leading a beautiful lady inside. Their entrance immediately captured Lu Ming's attention. Iron Fist Baratie, a lieutenant from the Navy headquarters, had finally arrived. It seemed that the plot was beginning to unfold. That cannon fire outside must have been instigated by Luffy. The surrounding patrons gasped in unison. It's the Navy lieutenant, Iron Fist Baratie. Lu Ming took a keen interest in observing Baratie. As the narrative progressed, Sanji personally prepared a soup for Baratie and his companion, pouring him a fine wine. After tasting it, Baratie pretended to evaluate the dish professionally, only to have Sanji expose his deceit. In a fit of rage, Baratie hurled a bug into the soup and demanded that Sanji prepare it anew. Following a series of heated arguments, Baratie overturned the table. He then forcefully pushed aside his quickly dispose of that pirate. At this moment, it seems that Clique is not as fearsome as the rumors suggest. Baratie, witnessing this scene, cannot help but feel astonished. He turns to look at Lu Ming behind him, seemingly seeking his opinion. For Lu Ming, who is well versed in the storyline, everything is within expectation. Having spent considerable time in the pirate restaurant, he has encountered many unruly pirates and gained a certain understanding of their strength. Patty stands before Akin, looking down and inquiring, "Is your stomach growling, pirate?" Although Akin is ravenously hungry, he stubbornly retorts, "That was just a fart." "You fool, stop wasting time and bring me some food if you're not a guest." "Then get lost," Patty bellows in anger. Following this, amid the jeers and scorn of the crowd, he launches a fierce attack on Akin. Meanwhile, Sanji quietly exits the restaurant. Lu Ming knows he's going to prepare food for Akin. Observing the chaos within the restaurant, Baratie proposes to Lu Ming, "Sir, should we not apprehend this lot? This lawless place ought to be utterly destroyed." Lu Ming does not respond to Baratie's suggestion. Instead, he turns and leaves the restaurant. He does not wish to overly involve himself in the plot to avoid affecting future developments. After all, the Straw Hat crew is destined to be Joy Boy, and any misfortune in their future adventures due to his interference would be catastrophic. Now he needs to hurry to the Going Merry to check on Joseph and Johnny. Lu Ming glides effortlessly with moonwalk. Soaring above the Merry, he spots Joseph and Johnny diligently repairing the ship. Congratulations on completing the low-tier task, meeting the Sword God Joseph and the Sword Saint Johnny. Earned task reward, 20 points. Remaining points, 60. Wonderful. At this moment, Joseph and Johnny also notice Lu Ming floating in the air. Seeing Lu Ming smiling at them, they frightfully clutch each other, asking, "Should we hurry and escape?" Lu Ming smiles at them, saying, fear not, I mean no harm. I'm just here to see you." "See us?" The two gulp nervously, straining to recall if they have ever encountered this person before. The Sightseer System issues a task. Low-tier task. Seize the Iron Rod of Alrita. Time limit, 1 year. Completion yields 20 points. Failure deducts 20 points. What is this task? Lu Ming ponders, realizing that the Sightseer System replenishes a task of equal difficulty upon the completion of one. However, these tasks seem relatively simple. It feels like he could easily accomplish them just by following Luffy. He cannot help but marvel at the aptness of the system's name, the Sightseer System. Nevertheless, with such a frequency of tasks, Lu Ming believes he can accumulate enough points to offset any deductions before the task requiring 120 points expires. Chapter 23. Hidden Task. Tasks related to Arlong and Alrita suggest proceeding to Kokoyashi Village, followed by Loguetown. Having determined the forthcoming route, Lu Ming decides to closely follow Luffy's steps, blending in effortlessly. As Baratie prepares to leave, Lu Ming calls out to him, "Sir, do you have any orders?" Baratie asks respectfully. Lu Ming replies nonchalantly, "Let us return to the base together. I'll stay at your place for a few days." Since he has decided to follow Luffy's path, he can simply tag along and doesn't need to rush to Kokoyashi Village. Baratie's station is a small outpost under the jurisdiction of the Navy's 16th Division. Yet upon entering this area, Lu Ming is still struck by the opulence before him. He never envisioned that such luxury could exist within a small outpost in the earlier seas. Observing Lu Ming's astonished expression, Baratie smiles with satisfaction that he promptly instructs his subordinates to prepare dinner for Lu Ming. That evening's banquet utterly transforms Lu Ming's perception. The table is laden with an array of exquisite delicacies: foie gras, truffles, caviar, wagyu beef, bird's nest, and colossal abalones. The it is akin to a lavish version of a Manchuhan imperial feast. Looming cannot help but cast an appreciative glance at Baratie, feeling that his previous bias against him was somewhat excessive. Baratie then presents a bottle of fine wine, one that Looming had encountered during his time at G8, where Jonathan regarded it as a treasure. He estimates that this bottle is worth at least 100,000 berries. Seeing Looming relish the gourmet meals, Baratie breathes a sigh of relief, fearing that Looming might not enjoy such fare. After several rounds of wine, both Baratie and Looming find themselves slightly tipsy. Looming curiously asks, "How are you so wealthy? Are you a rich second generation?" Baratie gazes at Looming, smiling. The Major General is jesting. Then, leaning closer to Looming's ear, he mysteriously confides, "I have my own means of making a fortune. I lead my brothers to strictly apprehend those pirates with bounties of less than 1,000,000, and that is how I achieved today a success." Looming exclaims, "So capturing these pirates can yield such riches?" He places a hand on Baratie's shoulder, expressing his sentiments. Hearing Looming's words, Baratie chuckles softly. "How could one rely solely on bounties? I merely keep the riches those pirates have plundered for myself, without reporting them to headquarters. If I relied on their allocations, it wouldn't even be enough for a snack. Who would want to risk their lives against pirates?" As Baratie speaks, he burps. Looming gazes at Baratie with a hint of surprise. Baratie suddenly realizes that the person before him is indeed a rear admiral of the Navy. Just as Baratie is about to defend his remarks, Looming teasingly quips, "You truly are clever." Seeing that Looming does not pursue the matter further, Baratie breathes a sigh of relief and earnestly states, "Do not be misled by appearances. I am considered one of the more righteous individuals in these waters." Looming observes Baratie, a slight smile gracing his lips, clearly finding his self-praise amusing. After all, Looming is well aware of Baratie's actions in the pirate restaurant. Noticing that Looming seems skeptical of his words, Baratie refrains from elaborating, simply murmuring, "Major General, there is a good place nearby at night. Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, Looming's face breaks into a mischievous grin, pointing at Baratie. "You rascal, you truly have a knack for this." As night falls, the lights gleam brightly. Looming, Baratie, and a group of young women dance joyously in the ballroom, their fine wines shimmering enticingly under the lights. They sway to the rhythm of the music, as if the entire world is spinning within that dance floor. With the completion of tasks and the absence of life-threatening dangers, Looming finds a rare opportunity to fully relax. Amidst the merry atmosphere, the familiar voice of the system suddenly resonates in Looming's mind. Sightseer System task issued. Hidden task: strive for supremacy. Time limit: none. Completion yields Conqueror's Haki. No penalty for failure. Hearing the details of this task, Looming's lips curl into a smile. A hidden task: strive for supremacy. Since there is no penalty for failure, what is there to strive for? Let the music play on and continue dancing. After a lively interlude, Looming, inebriated, stumbles towards a nearby inn with two young women in tow. However, just then, a shadow darts out from a dark corner. It is a small boy dressed in tattered clothes who, without hesitation, hurls a stinky glass bottle at Looming. "Damn Navy!" The boy curses. The foul odor jolts Looming back to alertness. He gazes at the small boy before him, whose eyes are red and frame frail, and his heart stirs out on this chilly night. The boy is clad in only a thin garment, his body slightly trembling, yet defiantly staring at Looming, eyes brimming with hostility. The other Navy personnel accompanying Looming rush towards the boy upon seeing him throw something, exclaiming, "You little brat, how dare you lay your hands on an adult?" The two young women beside Looming, observing his dazed expression, plead, "Sir, let us just go. Don't bother with this little brat." Their words reveal a hint of supplication, hoping Looming would spare the child. Looming looks at the boy as if seeing a reflection of his past self, a lonely orphan, only able to muster weak resistance against authority. Regaining his composure, he swiftly intervenes to halt the approaching Navy personnel, then gives all the money on him to the boy, allowing him to leave. Afterward, he gestures for the two young women to step back. Taking a few deep breaths in the cold wind, he attempts to dissipate some of the intoxication as Sabotage steps outside and notices Looming sitting idly by the roadside. He quickly approaches and inquires, "Sir Looming, is there something that displeases you? Do you find this place lacking? I can take you to a better one." Looming shakes his head and replies, "You mentioned earlier that you consider yourself to be just. What then of the others in this region?" Sabotage hesitates for a moment, gazing into Looming's earnest eyes, then sighs. "Some Navy personnel, for the sake of wealth, even collude with pirates to oppress civilians, and some even secretly harbor pirates to assist them." Looming takes a deep breath, looking at Sabotage, stating, "Rest early tonight. There's a task tomorrow." Sabotage looks at Looming with some confusion. Looming smiles and pats his shoulder. "Do not worry. I'm just taking you to do something good." Chapter 24. Ambition. On the following dawn, as the first light of day broke and the gentle sea breeze caressed the air, Ming led Sabotage and his companions back towards the maritime restaurant. During their voyage, they fortuitously encountered Nami, who was independently piloting the Going Merry, racing at full speed towards Cocoa Village. With keen eyes, Sabotage pointed at the departing ship and exclaimed, "Commander, look over there. Someone is attempting to escape." Ming, maintaining his composure, waved his hand dismissively. "Do not be alarmed. She is not our target." Just as Ming became lost in thought, an old vessel appeared in the waters before the sea restaurant. Sabotage's eyes lit up, and he excitedly exclaimed, "That is Click's ship." Click was notorious in the East Blue, and Sabotage speculated that his ship must be laden with treasures, with Ming, a naval major. By his side, he felt emboldened. He called out to the naval soldiers behind him, "Brothers, the Click pirate crew is just ahead. It is time for us to gain wealth. No, to uphold justice." Upon hearing Sabotage shout, Ming's face turned pale. Goodness, his ship is still intact, which means Mihawk has yet to arrive. We've come too early. Due to Ming's minor interference with the plot earlier, the Click pirate crew had dispatched scouts to ascertain Ming's presence on the island, thereby disrupting their original plan. Consequently, the Click pirate crew was delayed, and Mihawk also arrived later than expected. At that moment, a sound like the splitting of air was heard, followed by the thunderous crash of a collapsing ship. Sabotage, dumbfounded, could only stammer, "See, Commander. What is happening?" A naval officer beside him pointed at a peculiar coffin-shaped small boat next to the wreckage and shouted, "Look over there!" A cold sweat broke out on Ming's brow as he inwardly muttered, "Could I really be this unlucky?" The patrons of the sea restaurant were so engrossed in observing Mihawk that they failed to notice Ming's warship docking beside the establishment. Ming leisurely leaned against the ship's railing, his gaze fixed on Mihawk, scrutinizing everything before him. Seeing this, Sabotage ceased urging Ming to disembark and arrest Click, instead mimicking his posture and peering over the edge. This was none other than the great swordsman Dracula Mihawk, the man who stood at the pinnacle of swordsmen worldwide. Zeph, arms crossed, narrated to the chefs nearby. Click's crew, clinging to the remnants of their ship, shouted angrily at Mihawk, "What grudge do you hold against us? Why do you attack us this way?" In response to their inquiries, Mihawk coldly replied, "I am merely passing the time. Do not jest." The crew, enraged, drew their pistols and fired at Mihawk. Unfazed, Mihawk simply unsheathed his sword. Effortlessly deflected the bullets with a flick of his blade. At that moment, Zoro stepped forward, scrutinizing the black sword in Mihawk's hand. "I have never seen such a flexible sword." Mihawk cast a disdainful glance at Zoro and replied coolly, "A sword lacking strength is no sword at all." Intrigued by Mihawk's words, Zoro pressed on, "Was this ship cut down with that sword?" Mihawk turned away, no longer looking at Zoro, and coldly affirmed, "Indeed." Upon receiving Mihawk's confirmation, Zoro's expression brightened with excitement as he muttered to himself, "So it truly is the strongest." At that moment, a naval officer behind Ming suddenly exclaimed in realization, "3 swords? This person is the bounty hunter Rorinoa Zoro." The group at the ship's railing turned to look at him, prompting Ming to hastily gesture for silence, indicating they should remain quiet. He remained still, as if believing that avoiding Mihawk's attention would ensure his safety. "I set sail to duel you," Zoro declared, removing the bandana from his arm and fixing his steadfast gaze on Mihawk. Mihawk, seemingly intrigued by the impending confrontation, raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is your goal?" Zoro retied his bandana and earnestly replied, "To become the strongest A hint of mockery flickered across Mihawk's indifferent visage. How foolish. Without hesitation, Zoro unsheathed the sword at his waist, assuming a combat stance. Since you have nothing better to do, let us engage in a duel. A duel? What a pitiable choice. In an instant, Mihawk appeared before Zoro, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. Mihawk sneered, if you were indeed a top-tier swordsman, you would recognize the disparity in our strength without even clashing blades. You dare to draw your sword against me out of bravery or sheer ignorance. Zoro unsheathed his other two swords and firmly responded, this is for my ambition and the promise to my dear friend. Baratie, leaning beside Ming, exclaimed with shining eyes, what kind of duel will unfold between the greatest swordsman, Mihawk, and the bounty hunter? Zoro, Joseph, and Johnny shouted excitedly from the side. No one can defeat our big brother. He is already invincible. Ming observed Luffy outside the battlefield, noting how he quietly watched the unfolding events. And he couldn't help but muse, this kid Luffy is usually so carefree. Yet in matters of empathy, he is truly exceptional. Perhaps this is the unique ability of the Chosen One, to listen to all things. Mihawk lightly caressed the small sword in his hand, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Zoro frowned, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Hey, what do you mean by that? I am not like you. I would never exert myself to hunt a mere rabbit. Even if you were a somewhat famous swordsman, this is still the weakest sea, the East Blue. Mihawk stated coldly, revealing his disdain for Zoro. He then adopted an arrogant stance, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Regrettably, I have no smaller sword than this. Clearly incensed, Zoro glared at Mihawk. To look down on others should have its limits. Don't regret it when you're dead. With that, he charged towards Mihawk. From the depths of ignorance, allow me to show you how vast the world truly is. Zoro unleashed his onigiri with all his might, only for Mihawk to effortlessly block it. Baratie, witnessing the spectacle, gasped in shock, exclaiming, I never imagined the gap between the renowned bounty hunter Zoro and the world's strongest swordsman Mihawk could be so vast. Zoro, stunned and incredulous, stared at Mihawk. The world cannot be this far away. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he launched a series of slashes at Mihawk, yet each attack was easily parried, with a casual swing of his blade. Mihawk sent Zoro flying. Baratie anxiously leaned closer to Ming, whispering, Commander, I think we should leave here for now. Money can be earned at any time, but once life is lost, it is truly over. Chapter 25. The strike. The other naval officers at the ship's railing were left dumbfounded, exclaiming, he simply waved that small sword, and yet he was able to block all three of Zoro's blades. This man is truly beyond human existence. Seizing the opportunity presented by Zoro's momentary lapse, Mihawk struck swiftly, his hand slicing through the air to land a precise blow on Zoro, momentarily stunning him. Nevertheless, Zoro, displaying remarkable resilience, steadied himself and defiantly charged at Mihawk once more. What burdens do you carry? What do you seek at the pinnacle of strength? Weakling, Mihawk coldly interrogated. Joseph and Johnny could no longer contain themselves, shouting angrily, How dare you call our big brother a weakling, you scoundrel? You shall taste our might. However, Luffy restrained them, firmly declaring, Do not interfere. Hold your ground. I absolutely cannot lose, Zoro roared, launching a fierce assault on Mihawk. Three-sword style, tiger hunt. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself injured by a strike from Mihawk's small sword. You wish to have your heart pierced. Why do you not retreat? Mihawk asked coldly. Blood trickled from Zoro's lips, but his gaze remained resolute as he replied, I am uncertain. I only feel that if I retreat now, all the promises and vows made in the past will turn to nothing. I can never return to this place. Mihawk pressed further. Are you truly willing to die rather than retreat? A radiant smile blossomed on Zoro's face as he declared, Dying would be even better. Child, state your name. Roronoa Zoro. I shall remember you, this long-lost warrior. Mihawk slowly drew the black sword from his back, a newfound seriousness gleaming in his eyes. Show respect for a swordsman. I shall use this sword, renowned as the world's strongest black blade, to send you to the depths of the sea. Thank you, Zoro replied calmly. Three-sword style secret technique. 3,000 worlds. Fall. In that instant, the air seemed to solidify, and two immense forces collided violently in mid-air. After the clash, Zoro's dual blade shattered, yet he slowly rose to his feet, facing Mihawk with open arms and a smile on his face. The scars on my back are the shame of a swordsman. Remarkable! A rare smile of appreciation appeared on Mihawk's face, but it was quickly replaced by a determined grimace as he swung his sword down heavily. Zoro, with the sound of the black blade slicing through the air. A torrent of blood erupted from Zoro's wounds as he helplessly fell into the sea. This is quite simple, is it not? Just relinquish your ambition. Sanji observed the scene unfolding beside him, unable to contain his voice any longer. Though he was already aware of the plot's trajectory, witnessing it manifest before Luffy's eyes left him profoundly shaken. Could it be that dreams hold greater significance than life itself? The nearby Navy personnel, who had heard tales of Zoro's renown, were equally astonished. They collapsed onto the deck, their eyes brimming with awe and admiration. Is this the very essence of power that exists in this world? Upon seeing Zoro injured, Luffy extended his arm in fury, launching a fierce assault towards Mihawk. Hibodi was taken aback, realizing, so he's indeed a devil fruit user. This revelation struck him with as much force as Zoro's earlier defeat. Had it not been for Luffy's presence, he might have chosen to flee immediately. Believing Zoro to be dead, Luffy charged towards Mihawk with a fierce shout, "You bastard!" Alas, Mihawk effortlessly evaded Luffy's strike, with his arms crossed over his chest. Mihawk's tone, though still indifferent, lacked the previous chill. "Are you the companion of that young swordsman? I thank you for witnessing the finale. Fear not, that man still lives." With that, Joseph and Johnny retrieved Zoro from the sea aboard the ship. Mihawk fixed his gaze upon the revived Zoro, proclaiming loudly, "You are far too early to seek death. That I am Dracula Mihawk. Recognize yourself, understand the world, and grow stronger, no matter how many years pass. I shall await you in this position of supremacy. Surpass this sword, surpass me, Roronoa Zoro." He then turned to Luffy, coldly inquiring, "Boy, what is your goal?" "To become the Pirate King," Luffy resolutely replied, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Upon hearing this declaration, a faint smile graced Mihawk's lips. "That is a path even more perilous than surpassing me." Zoro merely fainted. "He is still alive." Usopp's voice came from beside Zoro. Trembling, Zoro raised his broken sword, weakly calling out, "Oh, Luffy, can you hear me? I'm sorry to worry you. If I don't become the world's strongest swordsman, it would trouble you, wouldn't it?" He coughed up blood, yet his resolve intensified. In that moment, not only the chefs of the floating restaurant, but even the crew of Kuro and the entire Navy seemed to hold their breath, awed by this indomitable spirit. Zoro gripped his sword tightly, vowing, "I will never lose again. Until I conquer him and become a great swordsman, I shall not lose. Do you have any objections?" "Pirate King," Luffy cheerfully replied. "Absolutely none." Mihawk couldn't help but remark, "What a splendid team." His gaze swept over Luffy and the others before shifting to the Navy warship anchored beside the restaurant. "Before we retire, let us have one final warm dash-up." And no sooner had he spoken than a tremendous wave of cutting energy surged toward Luffy and his companions. "It's over. We're going to be killed." The Navy personnel screamed in terror, clutching their heads, shutting their eyes, tears streaming down their cheeks, hearts filled with despair. They closed their eyes tightly, awaiting the arrival of death. Standing at the ship's edge, Luffy showed no fear of the overwhelming cutting energy. Gripping his silver short sword, he swiftly summoned his Haki, enveloping the blade with it. The moment their Haki clashed, a deafening roar echoed through the air. The once tranquil sea erupted into tumultuous waves, as if the very ocean sought to engulf the vessel. Luffy's hands trembled violently after absorbing the impact, yet he held fast to the short sword, refusing to yield. Is this the weight of being the world's strongest swordsman? He mused inwardly. As the roar subsided, the Navy personnel were astonished to find their ship intact, with Luffy still standing at the ship's edge. "We're not dead," one Navy soldier exclaimed, the joy of surviving evident in his voice. "It's Major Luffy. He blocked Mihawk's attack." Another Navy member shouted excitedly, admiration filling his tone. The chefs in the restaurant and Kuro's crew stood agape, staring at Luffy. After witnessing Mihawk's formidable power, they had believed they had encountered the strongest, yet Luffy's presence shattered their understanding anew. Another monster, they gaped, unable to believe their eyes. Chapter 26. Kuro Luffy stood resolutely at the bow of the ship, entirely focused on his standoff with Mihawk. His observation Haki fully activated, he met Mihawk's hawk-like gaze without a hint of trepidation. Observing Luffy's fearless confrontation with Mihawk, the Navy personnel seemed to regain a semblance of courage. They tightened their grips on their firearms, aiming at Mihawk, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Taking a deep breath, Luffy adjusted his mindset, preparing for battle with Mihawk. However, Mihawk appeared disinterested in the imminent confrontation. He sheathed his sword and turned towards his small boat. Kuro, oblivious to the danger, leaped forward and loudly challenged Mihawk. "Mihawk, weren't you here to claim my head, to take down the East Blue Overlord?" "Captain Kuro." Without looking back, Mihawk replied, "That was indeed my intention, but I've grown weary of this game and intend to return for some rest. You've had your fun. I've been on the receiving end of blows." Kuro scoffed, "Before you leave, perish." With that, he revealed several machine guns from his sides and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Mihawk. Facing Kuro's attack, Mihawk displayed impatience. A foolish man, he casually swung his sword, resulting in a tremendous explosion, sending sea water soaring dozens of meters high. When the water fell, Mihawk had vanished without a trace. With Mihawk's departure, Luffy exhaled in relief. Baratie lay sprawled on the deck of the warship. Panting as if awakening from a nightmare, he looked up at Luffy, weakly asking, "Sir, what should we do now?" Luffy took a deep breath, striving to quell his rising tension. He spoke in a low voice. "Let us do something good and eradicate the cancer of the East Blue." Kuro stood nearby, observing the Navy squad without a hint of panic. That he pointed at the floating restaurant and declared to his subordinates, "Listen up, as long as we seize this ship, the Grand Line will no longer be our nightmare." Compared to a ship disguised as the Navy or waving a white flag of surrender, this restaurant ship will allow us to approach enemy vessels and launch a surprise attack. His subordinates nodded in agreement, whispering, "Indeed, who would expect a crew of pirates aboard such an odd vessel?" However, one of the subordinates timidly asked, "Boss, but what if we encounter an opponent like Mihawk again?" Bang! Kuro shot the speaking subordinate without hesitation, coldly pointing at Luffy. "Are you still afraid of that kind of person? Do you think an ordinary person can sever a great sailing ship? That must be the power of a devil fruit. Mihawk and the Navy over there are both devil fruit users." Hearing Kuro's explanation, the morale of the subordinates surged once more, realizing, "So that is how it is. No wonder Captain Kuro is so formidable." The Navy soldiers also turned their gazes toward Luffy, as if this East Blue Overlord had unveiled the powerful secret that was Luffy. Kuro continued to shout, "Men, seize that restaurant! Rubber rocket!" Luffy propelled himself into the air like a rocket, leveraging the elasticity of his rubber body. Great scythe! The subsequent strike sent several subordinates tumbling into the water. Luffy clung tightly to the remains of the ship's mast, shouting at Kuro, "They kindly offered you food, and you dared to attack the restaurant. A thankless scoundrel like you deserves to be thrown away." Kuro laughed heartily, derisively mocking Luffy. "Huh, are you going to choose a landing spot for combat at sea? It is common knowledge that devil fruit users fear the ocean, you landlubber." Luffy suddenly understood the source of Kuro's arrogance. That it turned out he believed himself a devil fruit user, incapable of battling on the sea, which emboldened him. Baratie and the other Navy personnel, hearing Kuro's taunts, also assumed Luffy was a devil fruit user who couldn't fight in the water. Thus, they prepared to descend into the sea to battle the pirates. At that moment, the fish fin-like platforms on either side of the restaurant slowly rose, providing everyone with a battlefield. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, stepping forward, disdainfully stating, "I shall gladly join you in a fight. You foul pirates." The Navy and pirates clashed fiercely, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Kuro had dominated the East Blue for many years, and the strength of his subordinates was indeed formidable. Increasing numbers of chefs and Navy personnel fell to their assaults. The pirates began to boast loudly, "This ship already belongs to Captain Kuro's pirate crew." Suddenly, a fireball struck, knocking Baratie to the ground. A man, entirely shielded, emerged from the sea, drawing attention. Iron Wall, invincible, Kuro pirate crew, Iron Wall Palu is here. I have fought thus far without shedding a drop of blood. Palu proudly proclaimed himself as an invincible war god. Yet, scarcely had his words echoed in the air when an inconspicuous steel bullet suddenly descended from the heavens, striking him squarely between the eyebrows. The force of the impact sent him crashing to the ground. The crowd's gaze followed the trajectory of the bullet, only to discover Ming standing resolutely on the ship's edge. His eyes sharp and profound. Palu, clutching his bleeding head, struggled to rise. The pirates, witnessing his bloodied visage, frantically shouted, "Mr. Palu, it's just a minor injury. Do not panic." Flames roared around him, resembling a fiery dragon. Abruptly, countless searing fireballs erupted from his form, scattering in every direction. Flame Palu, great special. Ming instantly appeared on the fish fin floor, staring at the frenzied Palu. He frowned and remarked, "Play with fire again." Palu, eyes fixed on the suddenly materialized Ming, blurted out, "With these flames, I am an impenetrable fortress." No sooner had he spoken than a powerful wave of white energy erupted from beneath Ming's feet. Storm Step. The formidable slash dispersed the flames enveloping Palu, shattering the shield he wielded. Palu was sent reeling backward, as though struck by a tremendous blow, and fell into unconsciousness. This spectacle left all present in stunned silence. Be they navy, pirates, or cooks, they stood frozen in astonishment. The pirates began to retreat, their steps involuntarily moving backward. How is this possible? The formidable Palu, who even beasts fear, was felled in a single strike. Even Sanji felt astonished. Is this the power of a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters? In contrast, Luffy, who had endured countless blows from Carp's iron fists, showed no surprise, even feigning disinterest as he picked his nose. Clyke, having witnessed Ming's swift movements and formidable strength, couldn't help but feel a twinge of retreat in his heart. He glanced down at the profound sea, instantly regaining a sliver of confidence. Clenching his massive meteor hammer, he summoned his strength and swung it violently at Ming. Ming raised his head, observing the meteor hammer descending from the sky with great momentum. Yet he displayed no signs of panic. He surged forward, concentrating all his armed Haki into a single point. Then, with a powerful punch, he struck the meteor hammer. A deafening crash resonated, and the meteor hammer was indented by Ming's fist. That moment, Sanji suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Chapter 27. Luffy's Talon-akin burst from the dining hall, wielding dual staffs fitted with iron balls, attacking Ming from behind with lightning speed. Ming swiftly evaded the assault with ease, his movements fluid and instinctual. That Akin's sudden strike invigorated the pirates, who had begun to waver. Now that bastard navy is done for. Bringing out that weapon proves Mr. Jean is serious. That man, known as the Demon Man, shows no mercy, tormenting his foes to death regardless of their pleas. Akin's iron ball staffs spun rapidly in his hands, exuding a fierce aura. His gaze turned cold as he fixed it on Ming, as if attempting to see through him. Ming, expressionless and indifferent, replied, "I did not defeat you head-on before. Now, let us rectify that." "Arrogant fool, die!" Akin shouted, charging at Ming once more to end their clash. Ming sensed Akin's genuine strength. Although the iron balls struck him with considerable force, they were insufficient to breach Ming's ironclad defense. After discerning Akin's abilities, Ming refrained from hastily utilizing his armed Haki and observation Haki to conclude the battle swiftly. He recognized that opponents like Akin, possessing exceptional martial skills but lacking heavy offensive capabilities, were rare, providing him with an opportunity to hone his own skills. Thus, he engaged Akin in a close-quarters struggle, relying solely on his short sword. After several exchanges, Ming gradually discerned that Akin's attacks seemed reckless, revealing numerous openings. Akin, swinging his iron ball staffs with disdain, relentlessly attacked while taunting Ming. "You filthy navy scum, you were so arrogant just now. Why do you seem like a soft-shelled shrimp now?" Ming understood that Akin was likely doing this intentionally. Not wishing to clash with his rescuers, that he aimed to have Ming defeat him. thereby showcasing the Navy's might and prompting Clyke to retreat. Meanwhile, Clyke coldly observed the struggle between Ming and Luffy. Sanji and the others, slowly raising his left hand. Poison gas. Upon witnessing Clyke's action, Ming immediately shouted a warning to the Navy. The prepared naval soldiers swiftly donned their gas masks and even shared spare masks with Luffy. Sanji and others, when the pirates lowered their heads to put on masks and raise them again, they were astonished to see the Navy also wearing masks. This sparked doubts among them. How did the Navy anticipate Clyke's secret weapon? The Navy, too, was taken aback by Ming's predictive abilities. Truly, the Naval Rear Admiral is extraordinary. Observing the scene of everyone donning gas masks, Clyke felt an overwhelming shock. He had intended to release the poison gas, but realized that this tactic seemed to have been foreseen by the enemy. Could this also be a power of the devil fruit? Meanwhile, the morale of the Navy surged, decisively defeating the crumbling pirates. The pirates retreated in disarray, many being forced into the sea. Seeing the dire situation, Akin urgently shouted to Clyke, "Captain, there's an ambush. We must retreat." Clyke glared furiously at the spirited Navy and his demoralized subordinates, a tumult of confusion and rage within him. Coldly, he addressed Akin, "You traitor. You are no longer a member of the Clyke pirates. Discard your mask." Upon hearing this, the pirate subordinates erupted in uproar. They murmured among themselves, "Has the captain betrayed us? Did he leak our secrets?" Impossible. Some recalled past kindness. They remembered how the captain had sacrificed himself to draw fire, allowing their safe escape from the Grand Line. The captain could not have betrayed us. Hearing Clyke's words, Akin felt a whirlwind of emotions. He ceased fighting Ming, tossed his gas mask into the sea, and hoarsely pleaded, "You're the person I respect most. I will unconditionally obey your orders. But this time, can we spare this ship?" As he spoke, tears streamed down Akin's face. Just as Clyke prepared to unleash the poison gas, Luffy launched himself forward at full speed, stepping on the floating remnants of a ship, and launched a fierce attack against Clyke. Simultaneously, Ming also poised to initiate a ranged assault on Clyke. However, Akin suddenly appeared, standing in front of Ming. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. Ming gazed at Akin, his heart heavy with mixed feelings. He understood that Akin still harbored trust and loyalty toward Clyke, even at this life-and-death juncture. Clyke chuckled coldly, successfully intercepting Luffy's advance with his pointed missiles to end this tense moment. Sanji, without hesitation, removed his gas mask, intending to place it on Akin. However, Akin firmly pressed Sanji's mask down, resolutely refusing to allow Sanji to wear it for him. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated across the sky, and poison gas rapidly enveloped the fish fin floor. Fortunately, the gas lingered only briefly before being dispersed by the fierce sea winds. However, Akin's complexion turned purple from inhaling a trace of the gas, ultimately collapsing to the ground, even as he fell unconscious. He continued to murmur, "Captain Clyke, I did not betray you." Sanji looked at Clyke with bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth. "Akin, you've truly chosen the wrong captain." Luffy glared furiously at Clyke. "You bastard Clyke. Huh? Are you sympathizing with my dog?" Clyke sneered at Luffy. "Dog?" Luffy and Sanji were both enraged beyond measure. Clyke, unfazed by their fury, continued to provoke. "Indeed, he is of no further use. Rather than allowing him to defy me later, I might as well kill him now." Luffy shouted at the writhing Akin. "Akin, listen, no matter what, you must hang on. Do you understand? Because I will kill this guy." Akin groaned in pain. "No, you are not his match." Luffy surged forward, extending his rubbery arm. Clyke, employing the same tactic again, launched pointed missiles at Luffy. But this time, Luffy did not retreat. Although he was hit, it was not enough to halt his advance. As Luffy drew closer, Clyke brandished the spikes hidden in his cloak. "Allow me to demonstrate the spike cloak." Rubber pistol. Luffy, enduring Clyke's assault, struck him down in a single blow. Amidst the crowd's gasps, Clyke stubbornly rose, merging the two massive shields on his arms to form a long spear known as the War Spear. Each of Clyke's strikes was accompanied by a deafening explosion, while Luffy utilized his extraordinary agility to evade them. As the battle raged on, the space for Luffy to stand grew increasingly scarce. For the wounds inflicted by the Sword Mountain cloak continued to seep blood incessantly. Yet an indomitable spirit radiated from Luffy. No matter how many times Krieg felled him, he would rise again, retaliating with even greater ferocity. In the distance, Ming sat cross-legged, activating his Sharingan, intently observing Luffy's fight. The speed at which Luffy progressed left Ming utterly astounded. Among all those Ming had encountered, Luffy was the first to exhibit such rapid advancement. Any ordinary person would have succumbed to the ground under such grievous injuries. Yet Luffy only grew bolder with each confrontation. A terrifying conclusion began to form in Ming's mind, as long as Luffy's strength did not suffer absolute suppression. With this rate of progress and learning, once they clashed, defeat would become nearly inevitable. After several rounds of heart-stopping combat, Luffy ultimately concluded the battle with a rubber mallet. Chapter 28. The alarm bell. Ming slowly rose to his feet, prompting the surrounding chefs to immediately encircle him. Anxiously monitoring the situation, Ming gently waved his hand, reassuring the crowd. Do not be alarmed. I shall not lay a hand on Luffy. My target is Krieg. He then gestured to the naval officers behind him, commanding, advance, and apprehend all members of Krieg's crew. Just as the Navy prepared to execute the capture, Krieg abruptly sprang to his feet, arrogantly declaring, "No one shall defy me. I'm the strongest man alive." Ming's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly launched an attack. Spear of 6 bullets. As Krieg's words faded, he felt a sharp pain in his chest before collapsing to the ground. Nearby, Akin, witnessing Krieg's fall, struggled to rise, his voice weak yet resolute. "We cannot stop here. We still have dreams unfulfilled." Sanji, noticing Ming's intent to strike Akin, did not hesitate to kick at Ming. Unfortunately, Ming reacted with remarkable speed. Easily evading Sanji's assault, in an instant, he appeared before Akin, delivering a powerful punch to Akin's abdomen. This does not justify your oppression of the East Blue populace. Addressing Sanji, Ming spoke with gravitas. I am unlike the other Navy officers. I permit you to pursue your dreams, even to become pirates. However, you must pay the price for your previous actions in the East Blue if you intend to oppose me. I am ever ready. Sanji fell silent for a moment, refraining from further rebuttal, and silently lit a cigarette. You are indeed somewhat different from the other Navy officers. At this juncture, Baratie had already directed the Navy to fully apprehend Krieg's crew. Ming turned towards the warship, stating solemnly, "Let us depart." With his words, everyone began to move in an orderly fashion aboard the warship. "Commander, shall we return to headquarters next?" Baratie turned, observing the captured pirates, excitement flickering in his eyes. Although Krieg's ship had been utterly destroyed, leaving no treasure behind, they had successfully captured a significant number of pirates, particularly the infamous East Blue overlord, Don Krieg. He had begun to envision the glorious scene of his promotion upon returning to headquarters. Ming stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze fixed ahead, his mind conjuring images of Zephyr, Gaji, and Jonathan, those who had fought for the justice of the Navy. A bold idea began to take shape within him, as he resolved to emulate Fujitori's future abolishment of the warlord system, using the incident with the dragon as a clarion call for the Navy. Thus, he turned to Baratie, instructing, "You shall escort them back to headquarters. I must make a visit to Kokoyashi Village." Kokoyashi Village? Baratie's exclamation interrupted Ming's thoughts. Ming faced Baratie, his eyes locking onto him, a hint of confusion creeping into his voice. "Is there an issue?" Baratie swallowed nervously, leaning closer to Ming's ear, cautiously whispering, "Commander, that area is ruled by a pirate known as Dragon, who was once of comparable renown to the Fishman pirate captain, Warlord Jinbei. But it is said his strength surpasses even that of Krieg." Upon hearing this, a flicker of perplexity crossed Ming's face. Such rumors must have been wild exaggerations. Could Arlong truly rival Jinbei? There was at least Moria standing between them. He then gently patted Baratie's shoulder, reassuring him, "Fear not." Baratie gazed at Ming, concern etched in his features. Though he had witnessed Ming's prowess, which undoubtedly exceeded that of Krieg's crew, he remained apprehensive about the foe they were soon to face, particularly considering the adversary's stature comparable to that of the warlord Jinbei. "Commander, should we not request support from headquarters first?" Ming regarded Baratie with a smile. "No need. reflecting on the time Ming had saved his life. Baratie hesitated but ultimately chose to caution Ming. "Commander, I must remind you, the waters around Kokoyashi village are treacherous. Many naval ships in the vicinity have suddenly fallen prey to the dragon's attacks. With no survivors, that place may—" Ming gently patted Baratie's shoulder, chuckling lightly. "Thank you." As the faint moonlight bathed the scene, Ming quietly paddled his small boat, stealthily entering the dilapidated village. The air within the village was heavy with a sense of oppression, as if it had endured countless sufferings and battles. The houses teetered precariously, as though a mere gust could send them crashing down. He sensed a creature's presence drawing near from behind, yet refrained from acting hastily. He sighed softly. "Alas, it seems I have arrived at an ill-timed moment." No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly whirled around, delivering a heavy punch to the approaching fishman. The creature, caught off guard, crumpled to the ground. Motionless at that moment, a juvenile voice rang out before him. Are you a Navy officer?" Ming looked up to find a small boy, no older than 10, gripping a short dagger. His eyes betraying a mix of wariness and curiosity, but he replied softly, "Yes." Upon hearing this, the boy's face lit up with joy, just as he was about to rush towards Ming, a girl with short blue hair. Slightly tanned skin and blue tattoos adorning her arms and chest appeared, swiftly embracing the boy and regarding Ming with a vigilant gaze. This girl was Nokigo, Nami's adoptive sister. Ming understood her concern. She mistakenly believed he was allied with the dragon. He gestured towards the unconscious fishman beside him, explaining, "Do not worry, I am not with them." The boy struggled free from Nokigo's embrace, tears brimming his eyes as he cried out to Ming, "Can you help me defeat those monsters in the dragon's realm?" His voice was filled with unending fear and desperation. Ming looked at the pitiful boy before him, responding gently, "Yes, I will go and defeat them. You can rest assured." Nokigo approached Ming with a stoic expression, her tone laced with evident skepticism and anger. "Humph, Navy. What can you Navy officers truly accomplish? Coming here with such bravado. Have you even seen the dragon? Do you know his true strength?" Ming regarded Nokigo, recognizing that her anger and skepticism stemmed from a profound fear of the dragon, that he replied calmly, "No, I have not seen the dragon." He understood that Nokigo and the villagers had long lived under the shadow of the dragon, their fear deeply ingrained. Nokigo continued, "Those people kill as easily as one crushes an ant. Someone like you, a half-hearted Navy officer, he has likely slain countless. That I advise you to leave while you can, lest you meet an untimely demise." Despite her sharp words, a glimmer of concern flickered in her eyes. Ming comprehended Nokigo's apprehension and softly stated, "The reign of the dragon is nearing its end. I have come here to put a stop to it." His voice bore no tremor, but was filled with conviction. Nokigo turned to gaze at Ming's departing figure, a myriad of emotions stirring within her. Her earlier words had not been intended to drive him away, but were born from her fear of the dragon, wishing to protect him from an unnecessary fate. Chapter 29. 100 million squeak. "Squeak, I am Captain Mouse of the 16th Division of the Navy. Are you the criminal known as Nami?" Captain Mouse, a naval officer whose appearance resembled that of a rodent yet donned a lavish Navy captain's uniform, stood before a group of naval soldiers. His face was etched with mockery, and his eyes gleamed with cunning and treachery. As a cadre of the dragon, Nami was already well aware of the collusion between the Navy and the dragon. Faced with the imposing Navy force, she displayed not a hint of tension or fear. Gently stroking the exquisite dagger in her hand, her tone carried a hint of languor. "Criminal? Indeed, I am a pirate, hence a great criminal. However, I am an important cadre of the dragon pirate crew. The captain should be well aware that if you arrest me, the dragon will not spare you." Upon hearing this, Captain Mouse erupted into laughter. "Squeak, squeak, squeak. I am here today on official business. I receive intelligence that you are a thief who has pilfered many treasures from pirates. However, since they are all pirates, I shall not arrest you, but theft is still a crime, and you must surrender the items you stole from the pirates to the government." Nami, taken aback, displayed a look of shock, confusion flooding her eyes. "What did you just say?" "I said, everything you've stolen from pirates must be surrendered to the government. Now, everyone, search her." Colonel Mouse commanded the Navy behind him, instructing the soldiers to enter the Orange Grove, witnessing the naval forces surge into the grove. Nami's expression grew frantic. "Halt! You shall not trespass into my home without permission." Faced with the unwavering Navy, Nami brandished her three-section staff, charging at the intruding sailors. Is this truly how the Navy should conduct itself? You stand idly by as the dragon pirates wreak havoc on the island, yet you come here to rummage through my belongings. The anguish that Nami had long buried within her seemed to burst forth, and she cried out to Colonel Mouse. "Everyone on this island is his slave. If you do not hurry to rescue those poor villagers, they have been waiting for your help." Yet, Colonel Mouse appeared unmoved by Nami's words and, rather impatiently, retorted, "You, a mere thief, dare speak to me in such a tone. Ignore her and search quickly." At that moment, a Navy soldier stepped forward to report. "Colonel, there is something strange in the fields." "Quickly, go dig it up," Colonel Mouse ordered. Nami struck down the soldier in fury, shouting, "Do not lay your hands on Belmere's fields. I will not hand over this money to you. This money, it is what this girl saved to rescue Kokoyashi village. You have no right to take it." Nearby, the Kokoyashi village officer, a Jiyuan, could no longer contain himself and called out to the Navy. His words astonished Nami. "How could you know?" A Jiyuan lowered the brim of his hat. His voice subdued. "I know everything. After you joined the Dragon Pirates, we interrogated Nojiko and learned it all. We simply did not wish to become your stumbling block, so we pretended to know nothing." Colonel Mouse, however, shrugged his shoulders with a sinister grin. "What are you saying? Are you implying there is a thief in the village that we should apprehend?" In the distance, Nojiko's voice grew clearer. "No. They are saying that you Navy are untrustworthy. To survive, we must rely on ourselves. If you have no intention of saving this village, then leave at once. Are you not afraid of the dragon?" Upon hearing Nojiko's words, Colonel Mouse continued to smirk. "Mr. Dragon, he won't do anything," and then turned to the Navy soldiers, shouting, "Haven't you found anything yet? A target of 100 million should be quite clear." As Colonel Mouse revealed the amount of money Nami had saved, a terrifying suspicion emerged in her mind that a Jiyuan, filled with rage, questioned Colonel Mouse. "How do you know about the 100 million? Although incredulous, Nami, fueled by anger, posed her own question to Colonel Mouse. "Did the dragon send you here? Has the Navy colluded with pirates?" Nojiko was equally shocked. The Navy they encountered at the village entrance claimed they would help fight against the dragon. Was that a lie as well? Nami's feelings of grievance, fury, and resentment intertwined as she bit her lip and growled, "Dragon." Colonel Mouse, observing the trio's complex reactions, turned away impatiently and waved his hand at the soldiers behind him. "Get them out. Do not hinder our search." The Navy soldiers raised their guns, aiming at Nami and the others. Bang! Gunshot rang out, a bullet hurtling towards Nojiko. In that critical moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before her. Blocking the deadly shot, Ming effortlessly caught the bullet and then flicked it back, shattering a Navy officer's rifle. "Is it you?" Nojiko gazed at the figure in astonishment. "Aren't you with them?" Ming did not immediately answer Nojiko's question. Instead, he turned to the Navy, speaking with a firm tone. "You all should recognize who I am. I do not wish to harm you." A Navy soldier suddenly recognized Ming, shouting, "It's the Major. He seems to be Major Ming, just returned from a new world." Colonel Mouse noticed the commotion behind him and turned around, seeing Ming standing in front of Nojiko. He frowned. "Which division do you belong to?" "I am the colonel of the 16th Division, executing orders. Step aside." At that moment, a trusted aide quietly approached Colonel Mouse, whispering, "Colonel, he seems to be Major Ming from headquarters." Ming looked at Colonel Mouse, who was still whispering, and shouted, "Everyone, salute!" Instantly, all the Navy soldiers put away their weapons, stood straight, and saluted in unison, exclaiming, "Good day, sir." Colonel Mouse and aide quickly followed suit, standing at attention before Ming. Only then did Ming turn to Nojiko, speaking softly. "The place is too vast. I searched everywhere, but couldn't find any trace of the dragon, so I followed the direction you just indicated." Nojiko and Nami were rendered speechless by this scene. The once arrogant Navy had ceased all action at Ming's command. Nami recalled having seen this person before at the sea restaurant. She felt he possessed remarkable strength and seemed to be a high-ranking Navy officer. The Jiyuan stepped forward, politely inquiring of Lu Ming. "Sir, are you here to apprehend the dragon?" "Indeed," Lu Ming replied succinctly. Upon hearing Lu Ming's answer, Colonel Mouse began to feel uneasy. "Sir, our information indicates that there is a thief who has stolen 100 million berries, and this money needs to be confiscated for the government." Lu Ming approached, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Colonel Mouse. "Is this information provided by the dragon?" Colonel Mouse was taken aback that Lu Ming would directly address this point, but he remained undeterred, attempting to bribe in a more subtle manner. "Sir, this money is actually a token of respect for you, my comrades, and I merely wish to have a little soup." This statement caused Nami, Nojiko, and the Jiyuan's hearts to plummet once more. However, Lu Ming merely chuckled before delivering a heavy punch to Colonel Mouse's face, his expression radiating unmistakable fury. "You may not be a good person, but you should at least act like one. The Navy entrusted you to manage this area, not to drain their lifeblood." After taking the punch, Colonel Mouse felt anger rise within him. "You refuse to take the path of mercy. Do you not know what has become of the Navy that came from headquarters before?" Upon uttering these words, he realized his mistake and quickly covered his mouth. Lu Ming sneered. "It seems you have a hand in this matter as well." His gaze was filled with deep frost. Hearing Lu Ming's retort, Colonel Mouse ceased to conceal his intentions, directly threatening. "If you truly wish to tread this dark path, do not regret it later." "I do not require your concern," Lu Ming replied coldly, but he looked at the bloodied and muddy, tattered money that had been dug up, then glanced at Nami, the frail girl who had endured much for all of this. Jiyuan observed the heap of coins before him, his eyes gradually moistening, tears swirling in his gaze. Nami suddenly turned to Lu Ming and asked, "Mr. Navy, you said you would help us, correct?" "Yes, what of it?" Lu Ming replied, somewhat puzzled. Nami paused momentarily before slowly speaking. "Could you lend me 7 million berries?" Lu Ming was taken aback, glancing at the pile of money behind Nami, pondering. Does she still not trust me? Or is she trying to gather enough for the 100 million? At that moment, Lu Ming recalled Luffy's attitude upon arriving at Kokoyashi village. He always quietly waited, seemingly respecting others' wishes. Whether saving Robin or collaborating with Tama, he would wait for the other party to express their desires. He never made decisions for others or imposed his thoughts upon them. Even for their own good, he would respect their wishes. Subsequently, Lu Ming approached Colonel Mouse, adjusting his collar gently, his tone brooking no refusal. "Lend me some money. Consider a way to make amends for past wrongs." Colonel Mouse, witnessing the stubbornness of the man before him, felt a surge of anger, his eyes cold. "No." Before he could finish, a flash of white light swept by. Stormfoot. In the distance, a massive tree splintered with a clean, smooth cut. "Lend. There is some on the patrol ship." Colonel Mouse hastily changed his tune. Soon, several Navy soldiers raced to the patrol ship, retrieved 7 million berries, and handed them to Nami. As Nami accepted the 7 million berries, a sense of unprecedented relief and gratitude washed over her, and she glanced at Lu Ming, her eyes brimming with appreciation. Due to Lu Ming's identity as a Navy officer, Nami only allowed a Jiyuan to accompany her to the Arlong base to deliver the money, while Lu Ming and the other Navy personnel remained in the Orange Grove temporarily awaiting her return. As dawn began to break in the sky, Nojiko gently handed a peeled orange to Lu Ming. Seated opposite her, "Thank you for being willing to help us. We can finally redeem our village, and everyone can end this painful existence." Lu Ming gazed at the orange, his voice low. "I fear the matter is not so simple." Nojiko discerned the deeper meaning in Lu Ming's words, a wave of sorrow washing over her. She understood all too well that 100 million berries was merely a verbal promise from the dragon. Even if they were to bring money before him, he might not acknowledge it. Yet, what choice do they have? The formidable dragon has already inflicted significant losses on the Navy, and even the Colonel Mouse before them has chosen to side with him. Lu Ming gently picked up an orange and smiled. It appears quite sweet. He casually tucked the orange into his bosom, then rose to his feet, saying, "Let us depart. They should be returning soon." I in the heart of the village. A Jiyuan, wielding a sharp blade, passionately called out to the surrounding villagers, "Come, let us eradicate those pirates together." 8 years ago, Although they had narrowly escaped disaster, they had sworn that under the dragon's rule, as long as Nami remained safe, they would endure any humiliation. However, when they presented 100 million berries to the dragon, he merely stated that this was merely the cost for the village, and the villagers' lives would require another 100 million. The hope Nami had toiled for over 8 years shattered in an instant. For Nami, and for ourselves, we shall fight to the death without hesitation. Upon hearing Jiyuan's rallying cry, the villagers eagerly picked up nearby tools and weapons, their spirits soaring. We shall overthrow the dragon's reign. It is time to rise up against oppression. Yet beside Jiyuan, Nami shouted, "Everyone wait!" Forcing a smile, she implored, "Please, endure just a little longer. I will work hard. I will save up once more, and this time will be swift." Jiyuan tightly embraced Nami, his tone resolute. "Nami, enough. We are grateful for your efforts over these 8 years. We all understand that joining those people must be more painful for you than death itself." At that moment, Ming and Nokigao stepped forward to address the crowd. Nokigao, hands on her hips, directed her words at Nami. "Listen to me. You must leave this village immediately." She then turned to Ming. "Please take care of my sister. You are a righteous Navy officer. You should not perish here." Nami gazed at Nokigao with tear-filled eyes. "Why?" Nokigao smiled. "Isn't it obvious? You possess both wisdom and dreams." Nami brandished a dagger toward the crowd, crying out, "Everyone, do not go. I no longer wish to see that man harm anyone. You are no match for him. It would be a futile sacrifice to—" Jiyuan stepped forward, grasping Nami's dagger with determination in his eyes. "We understand." At this moment, Ming turned to face the Navy behind him, his gaze resolute. His voice rang out, filled with fervor. "Everyone, do you see? Do you remember what this uniform represents? Do you recall why you joined the Navy?" Observing the silence among the Navy personnel, Ming fixed his unwavering gaze toward the dragon, coldly issuing commands. "All soldiers, heed my call." "Yes," the Navy responded in unison, their voices resonating with strength. In the name of justice." Ming's voice rose higher. "Let us flatten the dragon pirates." "Yes," the Navy echoed, their momentum unyielding. Chapter 31. The dragon watching Ming and his companions depart. Jiyuan followed suit, raising his weapon with a steadfast glimmer in his eyes. "Let us set forth. This time, even if it costs us our lives. We must make them realize we are not to be trifled with." Only Nami remained rooted in place, tears streaming down her face as she frantically stabbed at the dragon pirate's tattoo on her arm with the dagger. "Die, dragon!" Suddenly, Luffy emerged from behind Nami, grasping her hand firmly. "Luffy, why haven't you left? My affairs are not your concern. You must leave this island." Nami cried, covering her face, her voice weakening. "Please, hurry and leave this island. I beg you." Luffy gazed at Nami with calm determination. "But I believe you need help." Nami looked up at Luffy through tear-stained eyes, her voice trembling. "Please, help me." Luffy removed his straw hat and gently placed it on Nami's head, exclaiming, "Of course! Thank you, Luffy." Nami's voice carried a note of gratitude and emotion. Not far ahead, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp had been waiting anxiously. Luffy, his eyes burning with fury, fixed his gaze on the dragon's stronghold and shouted, "Let us go!" "Right." The group responded in unison, embarking on their final confrontation with the dragon. At the entrance of the dragon's stronghold, Joseph and Johnny, battered and bruised, leaned against the door. Weariness marked their faces. Yet their resolve remained unyielding. "Please step aside. We must confront the dragon." The villagers of Cocoa West shouted at them. Facing the crowd, they calmly explained, "In the forest, we learned the truth and realized we had wronged Nami. To atone and seek justice for her, we came to confront the dragon. However, we were no match for him, resulting in our current plight." Joseph glanced at his wounds, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "You cannot defeat the dragon. You should return." At that moment, Ming emerged from behind the crowd, his gaze steady as he addressed Joseph and Johnny. "Do not worry. Step aside. With me here, no one shall be harmed." Joseph and Johnny exchanged surprised glances. The Navy. Ming made no reply, but forcefully kicked open the stronghold's door. The door swung wide, and a gust of wind swept in. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the side of the dragon's stronghold. Luffy unleashed a powerful punch against the wall, causing it to shatter, and he charged into the interior. Inside, the dragon and a group of fishmen stood, momentarily stunned by Luffy's presence. Luffy, his fury palpable, demanded, "Are you the scoundrel known as the dragon?" His eyes blazed with anger, resembling a provoked beast. Simultaneously, Ming led his companions into the dragon's lair. The fishmen, taken aback by the sudden intruders, rushed forward. Two burly fishmen blocked Ming's path, smirking with derision. "Oh, lowly human, do you wish for death?" Ming's eyes turned icy as he swiftly brought their heads together with a resounding clash, sending them both crashing to the ground. "You fool, you are seeking death." The fishmen encircled him, their aggression palpable. Before the navy behind Ming could load their weapons, the fishmen were swiftly dispatched one by Ming's hand. Nokigao gazed in astonishment, covering her mouth. Watching Ming's prowess, a wave of inexplicable confidence surged within her. Perhaps he truly could defeat Arlong and save them. As Ming effortlessly overcame his adversaries, the morale of the villagers and navy surged. They gripped their weapons tightly, undeterred, and followed Ming deeper into the stronghold. "Come forth, mighty combatants," a voice echoed from deep within the interior. Ming furrowed his brow, sensing a colossal figure swiftly approaching through the river within the base. It appeared that Luffy had already engaged the dragon. Upon their hurried arrival in the inner chamber, the sight before them elicited gasps of shock. Luffy was trapped, his feet ensnared in stone, suspended high above as the dragon held him aloft. With a malevolent grin, the dragon taunted, "I have long heard that those who wield the powers of devil fruits are but landlubbers, incapable of fighting in water. Now, I shall prove this." His laughter echoed throughout the vast chamber, sending chills down spines. Luffy, gazing at the dragon, felt a flicker of anxiety as he struggled against the dragon's grasp. "What do you intend to do?" No sooner had he spoken than he launched a powerful punch toward the dragon's face. "Rubber pistol!" "Ouch!" The dragon, taken aback by Luffy's counterattack, bit down on Luffy's fist, grimacing, "You are indeed tenacious." He mocked Luffy, his eyes filled with contempt. "But this is where it ends. Luffy, I will come to your rescue." Sanji shouted, poised to leap into the water. But Zoro, quick to react, seized him. "Don't be reckless." Jumping in now would play right into his hand. He glanced at Ming and the others, saying, "Navy friends, can you help pull Luffy up?" Ming nodded, preparing to dive in when the dragon suddenly appeared before him like a specter, launching a palm strike toward him. Ming effortlessly dodged the blow. Seeing this, the formidable fishman Karubi and the six-armed fishman Xiaoba swiftly shielded Zoro and Sanji, preventing any rash actions. Despite Ming's successful evasion of the dragon's attack, it delayed his timely rescue of Luffy. The dragon stood before him, watching Luffy struggle underwater, taunting, "A creature unable to breathe in water is truly weak." "Ha ha!" Karubi and Xiaoba exchanged contemptuous glances at Sanji and Zoro, smirking, "Humph, merely a landlubber." Zoro gripped his sword tightly, his gaze piercing as he retorted, "Stinky octopus, don't expect to retain your octopus limbs." Little Eight also brandished six swords, a smirk gracing his lips. "Very well, I shall entertain you." Ming turned to Jiyuan and whispered, "He cannot rise on his own. Wait for the right moment to rescue him." Nokigao eagerly volunteered, "I shall join as well." The evil dragon observed Jiyuan and Nokigao preparing to plunge into the sea, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. Arrogant, he bared his sharp teeth and lunged at the two. Just then, with a swift movement, Ming appeared before the evil dragon, firmly grasping his upper and lower jaws, forcefully flipping him to trap him in front of himself. Though restrained, the evil dragon continued to arrogantly command the other fishmen to attack. "Hurry. Let these lowly creatures know the might of the fishmen." Ming wasted no time, immediately issuing cover commands to the navy behind him. "All navy personnel, protect them. Do not let the fishmen into the sea." The navy sprang into action, surrounding the entrance and firing fiercely at the advancing fishmen. Gunfire erupted, flames flickering. Ming's gaze remained icy as he focused on the evil dragon, his arms enveloped in the ominous aura of Haki. With a sudden surge of strength, he brutally snapped the evil dragon's teeth and kicked him away. Chapter 32. Victory. Congratulations on completing the intermediate mission. Acquire the evil dragon's teeth. Reward, 40 points. Remaining points, 100. The evil dragon let out a pained howl, his eyes filled with malice as he glared at Looming, struggling to regain his footing. Looming merely cast a glance at the teeth in his hand before unhesitatingly crushing them. The observer system issued a task, intermediate mission, document the history of Alabasta, deadline, for years, completion reward, 40 points, failure penalty, minus 40 points. The evil dragon slowly rose, his eyes filled with a fierce glare directed at Looming. He spat out the remaining fragments of his teeth, sharp new ones regrowing as a cruel smile crept across his face. I underestimated you, Navy. He then revealed a sinister grin. It would be quite an experience to have you as a slave. Looming, hands in pockets, appeared unfazed, as if dismissing the evil dragon's threats. I truly wish to turn you into a roasted fish. At that moment, Jiyuan had managed to lift Luffy's head above water. Breathe. Hold on. Noki Gao was at the seabed, applying pressure to Luffy's abdomen to expel the water within. Phew. Luffy gradually awakened, gasping for air. Sanji and Zoro had also dispatched their foes. Sanji swiftly leaped into the water, preparing to kick away the stone beneath Luffy's feet. The evil dragon, witnessing the unfolding scene, looked astounded. That rubber freak is still alive. Hey, you dare to fight me while looking around? In an instant, Looming flashed before the evil dragon, his gaze icy. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted, hurtling towards the evil dragon with searing flames. The fireball's force was staggering, sending the evil dragon crashing against the surrounding wall. Shattering it to pieces, as Looming observed the immense power of the fireball. A wave of perplexity washed over him. Could it be that my Haki has grown stronger, allowing my ninjutsu to enhance as well? I am back. With the stone beneath Luffy being shattered by Sanji's kick, Luffy sprang into the air like a spring, shouting triumphantly, "It's the Rubber Kid." The crowd cheered as they caught sight of Luffy, soaring above. Navy, switch positions. Luffy extended his long arm, firmly grasping Looming. Feeling the powerful grip on his shoulder, Looming was taken aback. No way. Are you thinking of the tremendous elasticity propelled Looming into the sky as Luffy charged towards the evil dragon? Roaring, yeah. Ha ha ha. Rubber. Pendulum, rubber. Whip, rubber. Gun, rubber. Barrage. Luffy unleashed a flurry of blows that sent the evil dragon hurtling away, straight into the distant ruins. Looming swiftly returned, landing steadily behind Luffy. He observed their battle intently, finding a suitable position to sit and watch. The evil dragon struggled to rise from the ruins. Are you merely tickling me? Luffy clenched his fists, confidence radiating from him. Don't rush. That was just a warm-up. Looming perceived that Luffy's current strength seemed slightly inferior to the evil dragon's. Yet having witnessed Luffy's duel with Kureha, he understood that with Luffy's growth potential, a battle with the evil dragon would surely lead to victory. Granting him another close-up opportunity to observe, the evil dragon, seeing Luffy still warming up, erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. You refuse to walk the path to heaven, yet insist on barging into hell. If you were to obediently die in the sea, perhaps it would be more comfortable. Luffy, however, wore a carefree expression. Hey, no way. I'm delighted to be rescued. The evil dragon glanced around at his fallen comrades, fury igniting within him. My beloved brethren, defeated one by one, all because you failed to die obediently. He then opened his gaping maw, lunging fiercely at Luffy. For a moment, Luffy was forced to evade the snapping jaws of the evil dragon, who continued to bellow. This is the innate power of the fishmen. The preferential treatment from the heavens has bestowed no strength upon humanity, rendering you all inferior creatures. A hierarchy established the moment you were born. Upon hearing the evil dragon's taunts, Luffy picked up a stone and effortlessly crushed it. I don't even need a bite. I can shatter stones. The evil dragon, enraged by Luffy's words, charged at him furiously. You humans are merely foolish. Weak and inferior beings. What can you do sunk in the sea, unable to rise by your own strength? That's right, I could do nothing, which is why I need help. Luffy clenched his fists, not backing down as he advanced towards the evil dragon. A powerful punch struck the evil dragon's face, shattering all of his teeth. I can't wield a sword, navigate a ship, or cook. And I certainly don't lie. Without their assistance, I wouldn't survive. The evil dragon mockingly guffawed. What can you do? Being utterly useless to become a captain? What can you possibly achieve? Luffy's face broke into a confident grin. I can defeat you. The evil dragon spat out his regrown teeth, gripping them tightly in his hand. Humph. What a joke. Inferior species. He unleashed his iron tooth technique, his fists wrapped with sharp teeth, launching a ferocious assault on Luffy. Looming observed closely, noting the emergence of Luffy's combat learning techniques, previously lacking in battle. Luffy was gradually compensating for his deficiencies. The state of being suppressed by the evil dragon was now slowly shifting to one of counter-suppression. After several futile attacks, the evil dragon punched through a wall, retrieving a saw blade from within. Luffy was pursued by the evil dragon to the upper level of the building, which appeared to be the drawing room where Nami had been previously imprisoned. As nautical charts fluttered down from the roof, the final showdown between Luffy and the evil dragon officially commenced. Boom! With the evil dragon crashing through the roof, the entire building began to collapse. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at the ruins, calling out Luffy's name. Luffy! The evil dragon's empire has fallen. What transpired within? Who emerged victorious? Luffy slowly stood from the rubble, bloodied yet triumphant. Nami, you will always be my companion. We won. Wonderful, that guy won. Hooray! The evil dragon's empire has perished. Looming gazed at the unconscious evil dragon on the ground, retrieving handcuffs from his waist. Your fate shall be sealed by me. Under Looming's command. The remaining fishmen were swiftly apprehended by the Navy. A Navy officer rushed forward to report to Looming. Sir, we've discovered a substantial amount of gold coins in the basement of the base. Colonel Mouse leaned closer to Looming, suggesting in a hushed tone, Sir, the brothers have sacrificed so much to defeat the evil dragon. Why not distribute the gold coins? Looming shot a cold glance at Colonel Mouse. I have yet to settle matters with you. Colonel Mouse shuddered at the piercing gaze. Villagers, Looming called out loudly. The villagers gathered around, listening to his announcement. Please proceed in an orderly manner to the basement of the evil dragon's base and reclaim your rightful possessions. He turned to Noki Gao and Nami, adding, including your 100 million. Subsequently, Looming leisurely pulled an orange from his pocket and began to savor it. Chapter 33. Justice, Navy Headquarters, Clown Buggy, 15 million. Pirate Captain Kureha, 17 million. Fishman Pirate Crew Evil Dragon, 20 million. Brando held a fresh bounty notice, pointing to the 3 notices hanging on the blackboard behind him, addressing the gathered Navy soldiers and pirates. In the EC, the average bounty for pirates is 3 million. Yet these formidable pirates surpass 10 million and have been crushed. He then slammed the new bounty notice onto the blackboard. Straw Hat Luffy. Bounty of 30 million. This is the first time I've seen a kid with a bounty of over 30 million. Although it's an exception, according to reports from Major Looming, his ability to single-handedly defeat Kureha and the evil dragon justifies such a high bounty. Such malevolent sprouts, if not uprooted at the earliest opportunity, will grow too formidable to manage. The giant general beside Branna bellowed at the soldiers below, those who fear death and wish to withdraw. You may leave at once. We are the steadfast guardians of world peace, and we shall not tolerate cowards. The giant general, named John Jander, hails from the Elbaf giant clan and was sold to the Navy by the previous wielder of the Soul Fruit. Galmero. The weakness of the populace is not their fault. We are the guardians of justice. If any evildoers dare to wreak havoc upon the seas, we, the Navy, shall exert every effort to expel them. In the name of absolute justice, yes, the soldiers responded in unison, their voices resounding and robust. Yet at this moment, Looming quietly withdrew, having raised concerns during this report regarding the collusion between pirates and Navy personnel, as well as various instances of negligence within the East Sea. However, he refrained from mentioning these matters now, as it was evident that the higher-ups were intent on concealing these truths. Branu, observing Looming's retreating figure, hastily pursued him, calling out, Major Looming, you have had contact with a Straw Hat Kid. I need you to recount the wicked deeds of these pirates to the new recruits shortly. Looming halted and turned back to Branu, resolutely stating, They have no ill repute. They are heroes who saved Cocoa West Village. It is we, The Navy, who were beset with significant issues. Branu, clutching his speech, replied with some difficulty, but the higher-ups. Ming interrupted him. I beg your pardon. Please convey my sentiments. With that, he turned to leave. Strolling through the headquarters, Ming began to ponder. What does Navy justice truly entail? What is it that they have steadfastly upheld and pledged their loyalty to? Xiao Ming. A familiar call from behind interrupted his thoughts. Ming turned to find Jiyuan approaching him from afar. Her stride composed and graceful that it is Sister Gon. Ming beamed with a radiant smile and approached her warmly. Jiyuan smiled back. I heard you have been showcasing your talents in the EC, successfully apprehending Crick and the Evil Dragon. You have truly made a name for yourself. The child brought back from G8 is now quite capable. Haha, I merely had good fortune, Ming replied modestly with a smile. Zifa-sensei and Kaji would surely be proud of you if they knew that Jiyuan's words were imbued with warmth and encouragement. Ming sighed softly, his thoughts drifting. I wonder how they're doing now. Kaji is pursuing the Golden Line alone. It seems a bit perilous. I must quickly accumulate enough points to assist him. Upon hearing Ming's words, Jiyuan appeared somewhat surprised. You are not aware of this matter? Ming's face displayed confusion. Jiyuan explained. The Tizolo gang has resurfaced in the New World, and they are stronger than before. Zifa-sensei has already clashed with them several times, yet regrettably, he has not achieved victory. Ming furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by this news. He had not anticipated that they could re-establish a force capable of contending with Zifa-sensei's team in such a brief period. Jiyuan continued. Furthermore, Kaji is already engaged with the Golden Line Shiki. He sustained some injuries and is currently recuperating at the G8 branch. Ming gasped. They have already clashed. So sudden, a torrent of complex emotions surged within him. He was entirely unaware of these developments. It seemed Zifa and Kaji wished to keep him from being overly distracted. After a moment of silence, Ming inwardly resolved. It appears that after accumulating 120 points in Loguetown, I must first visit the G8 branch to check on Kaji. Observing Ming lost in thought, smiled gently. Where do you intend to go now? Perhaps I could give you a ride. Ming looked at Gon, memories of their time together flooding back, those early days as a new recruit at headquarters that he smiled in response. I plan to head to Loguetown. Then let us depart. Jiyuan beckoned. I will take you there and also check if your swordsmanship has regressed. The distance from the headquarters to Loguetown was not great. During the brief journey, Jiyuan not only shared many insights about swordsmanship with Ming, but also provided specific guidance on his habitual techniques and usage. She carefully observed Ming's transitions between offense and defense, as well as his reaction speed in battle, and then suggested, perhaps Ming could attempt a dual-wielding style, which would enable him to fully harness his potential. This revelation awakened Ming. He realized that while he had acquired certain weapon usage skills, both from his mastery of ninjutsu and from lessons with Ein and Jiyuan, he had yet to develop a distinct personal style. He contemplated that although he had dabbled in ninjutsu, martial arts, Haki, and swordsmanship, none of these skills matched the prowess of a master like Shiki. He needed to find a breakthrough, a method to integrate his existing skills. If he could perfectly combine Haki with swordsmanship and incorporate the techniques of the six forms, perhaps he would possess the strength to contend with top-tier opponents. This thought solidified his resolve. If he could not rely on Luffy's strength later, he must grow quickly enough to qualify to assist Kaji in his battle against Shiki. After bidding farewell to Jiyuan and disembarking, Ming ambled through the streets of Loguetown. His gaze wandered as he searched for the weapon shop where Zoro had once purchased his arms. However, his purpose for this visit was not to covet Zoro's future weapon, but rather, inspired by Jiyuan's suggestion, to seek a blade suited to him, embarking on the path of dual wielding. After all, his foreknowledge of the Straw Hat Crew's narrative was a unique advantage in this world and pivotal for completing system tasks. Therefore, he harbored no ulterior motives regarding Zoro's sword. Chapter 34. Purchasing a sword the weapon shop was quite conspicuous, and it wasn't long before Ming located it. The door stood ajar, and an overwhelming scent of iron and blood greeted him. Upon entering, the shopkeeper approached with a beaming smile. Welcome to our store. What type of sword do you seek? A new blade or an old one? Our establishment has a 200-year history, ensuring quality without any counterfeit. The shopkeeper scrutinized Lu Ming from head to toe, noting his immaculate attire and the absence of any signs of hardship, with only a short knife hanging at his waist, clearly a novice in the realm of swordsmen. To the shopkeeper, Lu Ming appeared to be a prime target for exploitation. Lu Ming inquired of the shopkeeper, "Do you have any high-quality sword available?" The shopkeeper's smile widened as he discreetly led Lu Ming to the back of the store, retrieving a beautifully adorned sword from beneath the display case. "Sir, take a look at this blade. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and the edge is as smooth as water. The IT is currently on sale for 990,000 berries, an exceptional value." Such an exorbitant price. Upon hearing the cost, Lu Ming nearly abandoned his aspirations of becoming a swordsman. Even a down payment of 30% would amount to 300,000 berries. Realizing this, Lu Ming promptly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Why, in the world of One Piece, would he still be burdened by the notion of a down payment? He took the sword offered by the shopkeeper and examined it closely. The scabbard was indeed exquisite, but the blade's craftsmanship appeared rough, likely making it arduous to slice even an apple. Although his understanding of swords was limited, he had seen Gyoen's Kenpyra on numerous occasions. By comparison, this blade did not even deserve to be mentioned alongside Kenpyra. Noticing Lu Ming's displeasure, the shopkeeper hastily added, "Sir, if this does not meet your satisfaction, I have even finer swords available." Lu Ming, sensing the shopkeeper's forced smile, could not help but question, "You are not trying to swindle me, are you?" The shopkeeper, caught off guard by the inquiry, fumbled and insisted, "How could that be?" However, his anxious expression betrayed his true intentions at that moment. A short-haired girl with glasses entered the shop. "Boss, please help me maintain this sword." Dasky, a current petty officer of the Navy headquarters and a subordinate of Smoker, stationed at Loguetown. "Major Lu Ming, what brings you here?" Dasky exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Lu Ming selecting swords. Although she had joined the Navy after him, Lu Ming's recent remarkable feats in the Grand Line had already spread throughout the Navy. He had first destroyed the largest entertainment venue in the New World and subsequently apprehended the evil dragon and Crick, earning him a reputation as a standout figure among the younger generation of the Navy. Despite being stationed in Loguetown, Dasky had heard of his exploits and harbored a faint admiration for him. Lu Ming recognized Dasky, a character with a notable presence in the One Piece narrative, and smiled in return. "Ah, it's Officer Dasky." Considering her obsession with fine swords and her discerning eye for blades, Lu Ming decided to seek her opinion. "Perfect. Could you help me assess the value of this sword?" Dasky was slightly taken aback by Lu Ming's recognition, as they had no direct interactions, but she politely responded, "Of course." With that, she prepared to take the sword from Lu Ming's hand at that moment. The shopkeeper's heart sank as he saw the obviously valuable sword in Dasky's possession. That is the swift blade, Shiyu, valued at 1,000,000 berries. The proprietor realized that Dasky might very well be an expert in blade appraisal. He hastily concealed the knife on the table to avoid revealing any flaws that Lu Ming saw through the proprietor's subtle actions, but chose not to expose him, that he understood that in this world, among the supreme great swords of the 12 crafts, the great swords of the 21 crafts, and the good swords of the 50 crafts, there were scarcely 100 in total, without certain prestige. Obtaining them would be nearly impossible. As he observed Dasky, still preparing to inquire about the blade with the proprietor, Lu Ming interjected, "Never mind, perhaps you could take me to your headquarters later." "All right," Dasky responded, handing the blade to the proprietor for maintenance before departing the weapon shop with Lu Ming. On their return journey, Lu Ming recalled Dasky's initial encounter with Zoro, which had been to retrieve Shiyu after its maintenance. Wouldn't that serve as the perfect moment to capture Yalada at Roger's execution square? With this thought, Lu Ming turned to Dasky and asked, "How long does it typically take to maintain a blade?" Observing the young major, who was evidently unfamiliar yet seemed to possess some understanding of her, Dasky felt a flutter of anxiety as she replied, "It should be ready by tomorrow." Lu Ming expressed mild surprise. "So soon? When you go to collect the blade tomorrow, could you invite me along?" Dasky's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and softly responded, "Yes." Lu Ming remained blissfully unaware of the girl's bashfulness. He was preoccupied with strategizing how, After completing the task regarding Yalada, he would finally have enough points to redeem. In Loguetown, within the naval base, a man escorted a group of loathsome pirates toward the prison. He had silver short hair and wore a large coat emblazoned with the word justice on the back, with a pair of goggles hanging around his neck and a sea stone baton in hand. Smoker, a colonel of the Navy headquarters and a natural-type smoke fruit user, known by the moniker White Hunter, observed with concern as Dasky returned from an outing with an unknown man, fearing she might have been deceived. He approached Ming, a stern glint flashing in his deep-set eyes, his tone exuding undeniable authority. "Kid, who are you?" Unlike Dasky, who was somewhat aware of the affairs of the Navy headquarters, Smoker found Ming to be a complete stranger. Ming calmly replied, "Colonel Smoker, I am Major Ming from the Navy headquarters." Upon hearing this, Smoker's tone softened slightly, yet remained serious. "A major from the headquarters? What brings you to Loguetown?" Although Ming's rank surpassed Smoker's, he was not Smoker's direct superior. Moreover, Smoker typically disregarded even his superior officers in Loguetown, let alone a major from the headquarters that "I have a mission to attend to and will be staying here for a while," Ming stated, withholding specifics about his task, as he felt no obligation to elaborate to Smoker. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigarette and then addressed Dasky, "Make arrangements for this major's accommodations." Dasky complied and turned to Ming with a smile. "Major Ming, please follow me. I will arrange your lodging." After they had walked a distance, Dasky quietly explained, "Please don't take offense. My boss has that kind of personality. If your mission requires our assistance, the boss will certainly cooperate fully." Ming nodded in understanding, recognizing that in such places, a degree of authority was indeed necessary to navigate the complexities of various situations. Chapter 35. The man who will become the Pirate King. The following morning, a gloomy rain enveloped the entire town. Knock, knock, knock. Dasky stood outside, her short hair fluttering in the breeze. "Major Ming, I'm ready to retrieve Shiyu. Would you like to join me?" "Yet," Ming's voice called from behind her. "Oh, Dasky, let's go." Dasky was somewhat taken aback. She and T expected Major Ming to rise so early in this town, where pirates frequently roamed. Battles could erupt at any moment. The sooner she retrieved her blade, the better prepared she would be for any confrontation. "Major, do you usually wake up this early?" Dasky inquired curiously. Ming smiled and replied, "Yes, I went out for some exercise this morning." The two walked side by side through the dawnlit town, sunlight filtering through the leaves onto them. Suddenly, Dasky asked, "Major Ming, are you a swordsman as well?" Ming chuckled lightly, drawing forth a silver short sword from his waist, self-deprecatingly remarking, "I suppose so. I aspire to pursue a dual-wielding style, but alas, I have yet to find a suitable blade." Hearing this, Dasky sighed. "Why is it that in this era, the villains are always the strongest? The renowned sword masters are either pirates or bounty hunters, and nearly all the famed blades are in their possession. Surely, the swords must weep." After expressing her sentiments, Dasky noticed Ming's presence beside her and felt her words had been somewhat inappropriate. Hastily waving her hands to clarify, "What I meant was not that the major is weak, just that it is lamentable that the famous swords are in the hands of those rogues." Ming chuckled at her flustered demeanor, responding, "I understand your meaning. I'm not so petty." T smiled. "Indeed, renowned blades are elusive treasures." Upon hearing Ming's words, Dasky revealed a bashful smile. She clenched her fists as if rallying her spirit, declaring, "As the swordsman of Shiyu, I must train harder. I will collect all the famed blades from the hands of villains until my very last breath." Ming regarded Dasky's resolute gaze and softly encouraged, "Do your best." Dasky's cheeks flushed at his words, clearly feeling SHYT that moment. Ming suddenly noticed a familiar figure with green algae-like hair entering the weapon shop ahead. He was taken aback and exclaimed, "So soon?" He turned to Dasky, saying, "I just remembered I have something to attend to at the execution platform." Although Dasky was somewhat puzzled, she nodded. "All right, Major." Ming pivoted and sprinted toward the execution platform. "Hey, the person on the execution platform, get down here immediately." The administrator's voice echoed through the air, attempting to catch Luffy's attention. However, Luffy appeared lost in his own world, standing atop the platform, seemingly admiring the city's scenery and absorbing its atmosphere. The administrator, exasperated, seized a megaphone and shouted again, That is a special execution platform managed by the world government. You need to, just then, a voluptuous woman wielding a spiked iron club approached the administrator, her eyes sparkling with seductive mischief. Before the administrator could finish his sentence, she swung the iron club violently at him. "Come on, why must you be so strict with the rules, administrator?" she cooed, just as the iron club was about to strike the administrator's head. A large hand suddenly appeared, firmly grasping the club. It was a powerful hand, as strong as a vice. Yalita stared in disbelief at the man before her, whose grip on the spiked club was unyielding. No matter how she struggled, she could not reclaim it. Ming's playful voice came from the other end of the club. "Sorry, may I borrow this?" With that, he effortlessly pulled the club from Yalita's grasp. Congratulations on completing the low-level task. Seizing Yalita's club. Reward, 20 points. Current points remaining, 1208. Ming heard the delightful sound of 120 at the end of the system notification. He felt a joy he had never experienced before. Yalita's eyes widened as she watched this strange man easily take her club, but a smile of delight played on his lips, which Yalita perceived as mockery. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from a corner of the square's fountain. Debris of cement and stone shot into the sky, including the massive fountainhead, which rocketed toward Ming and Yalita like a cannonball. Just as the fountainhead was about to collide with Yalita, it inexplicably veered off course, heading straight for Ming. Yalita seemed to have anticipated this outcome, coldly shouting at Ming, "Die, you bastard!" Yet Ming remained unfazed. Wielding Yalita's club, he moved with lightning speed. In an instant, he appeared at the edge of the square, effortlessly dodging the attack. The observation system issued a new task, low-level task. Acquire any one of the great swords of the 21 crafts. Time limit, 3 years. Completion reward, 20 points. Failure penalty, 20 points. Upon hearing the latest task notification, Ming felt a tightening in his chest, sensing that the difficulty of the tasks was gradually increasing. Despite this, he had already been contemplating the acquisition of several fine blades that, in the square, the individuals responsible for the fountain's destruction tossed their cloaks into the air in unison. Buggy stood among the crowd, glaring at Luffy, his voice laced with indignation. "Ever since that day you left me in pieces, I vowed to kill you." Thus, returning to the side of his companion, "It is indeed a tremendous adventure. For I have lost my corporeal form. It has been a journey akin to that of the jester Buggy, marked by mockery, descent into despair, yet also the acquisition of friendship. However, I have persevered through it all. There is nothing further to say now." Yet, Luffy merely picked his nose, showing no interest in Buggy's tale. His gaze wandered, evidently indifferent to Buggy's experiences. "So it is you, Buggy?" Witnessing Luffy's reaction, Buggy felt a surge of irritation within. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to quell his emotions. "All right, no more jesting with you, you rubbery brat. Your audacity remains unshaken." At that moment, Buggy's underlings drew their firearms, aiming them at the surrounding crowd. Threatening, "None of you are to move. I shall make you witness our terror." Instantly, chaos erupted in the square, and terrified voices arose from the throng. "It's the clown Buggy! Pirates have appeared!" At this juncture, Luffy was bound to the gallows by Kabeji, who looked at him with a grin and said, "Long time no see, Rubber Man. How's Zoro?" Only then did Luffy realize. "What are you doing?" Buggy strode towards the gallows, cackling madly as he shouted, "Kabeji, well done." He then turned to Luffy, sneering, "I'm about to publicly execute you. Dying in the same place as the Pirate King should bring you great honor." No, Buggy, with the aid of his underlings, leapt onto the gallows and bellowed at his followers below. "Pirate Luffy, you have committed the gravest crime of angering me. Now, I shall sentence you to be torn asunder." The underlings below erupted with fervor, chanting wildly, "Ahaha! Let him be torn apart." Buggy brandished a long knife, stepping on Luffy's head, laughing maniacally. "Do you have anything left to say?" Luffy grinned broadly. "I am the man who will become the Pirate King." Chapter 36. Completing the high-level task, Ming gazed at Luffy atop the gallows, reflecting. Perhaps only he could utter such words in this dire circumstance. That moment, the familiar sound of the system resonated in Ming's ears. Congratulations on completing the high-level task. Witness the clash of the 4 emperors. Task reward, 120 points. Current remaining points. 240 to think it could be completed so easily. Ming was astonished to discover that this task had been accomplished with such simplicity. He had entirely forgotten about the fierce battle between Zoro, Sanji, and Buggy's underlings, becoming lost in wonder. This task had indeed been fulfilled solely through the actions of Buggy and Luffy in the stands. Buggy raised his long knife and swung down viciously. Thank you for providing this entertainment. Your pirate career ends here. Haha, sorry. I'm about to die. Even in his final moments on the stand, Luffy continued to smile at the crowd below as thunder clapped. The gallows shook violently. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed once more in Ming's ear. Tourist system task released. High-level task. Independently eliminate Enel. Time limit. 5 years. Completion reward. 120 points. Failure deduction. 120 points. Enel, the user of the Rumble fruit, ruler of Skypiea on the island of Gaia. Luffy struggled to rise from the ruins of the gallows, shouting loudly, "Haha, I'm still alive." The heavens began to pour with torrential rain, as if cleansing his fate. In another corner of the square, the Navy surged forth from the shadows, their objective clear, to encircle the square and capture all pirates. Their movements swift and decisive. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji dashed towards the port, their figures fleeting in the curtain of rain. However, Ming remained rooted in place. Confusion filling his gaze, he mulled over the system's recent task prompt. His first encounter with such stringent conditions that he must independently eliminate the target, and was explicitly instructed to intervene in the storyline. At the center of the square, Smoker's figure materialized, accompanied by swirling white smoke that ensnared the surrounding pirates, rendering them immobile. Meanwhile, Ming headed in the opposite direction towards the port, muttering repeatedly, "Enel, Enel." Observing Ming depart, Smoker let out a soft hum, then mounted his smoke-powered vehicle, pursuing Luffy. Ming strolled leisurely through the downpour of Loguetown, his pace unhurried. His mind was intensely focused on devising a plan to eliminate Enel with minimal disturbance. Before him, the rain fell in torrents, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians, leaving only his solitary silhouette. Suddenly, he waved his hand in the air, and 3 lottery boxes materialized before him. With so many points accumulated, perhaps he could draw something beneficial to aid him. Drawing from previous experiences, he sensed that 20 points would not yield anything formidable enough to contend with Enel. So he placed his hand on the highest tier of 80 points. Congratulations, you have obtained medical sealing technique. Seal. Remaining points. 160.as the system announced. Ming felt his Haki reserve seemingly break through his body's limits. Although the increase was gradual, it began to stabilize, and a diamond-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. Unlike Tsunade's case, the medical sealing technique, Seal was merely a standalone skill, lacking the powerful effects of regeneration and the 100 heal technique. This meant that Ming could not maintain eternal youth nor unleash all stored power for a brief period of invulnerability at a critical moment. Recalling his earlier experience of drawing the single Tomo Sharingan for 80 points, Ming internally grumbled but accepted the situation at hand. Although the Seal lacked direct offensive capabilities, it acted like a permanent Haki charger, allowing Ming to accumulate strength during battles without excessive concern for depleting his reserves. Once amassed to a sufficient degree, he could unleash his techniques with greater abandon. Having learned from prior experiences, Ming hypothesized that skills costing 80 points might possess a certain growth potential, similar to the Sharingan and Seal, which do not grant him instant and significant enhancement. Conversely, for skills priced at 40 points, he speculated they might focus more on single-instance high efficiency, but with an upper limit. Glancing at his remaining 160 points, he decided to attempt once more. However, at that moment, a figure in a green cloak emerged from the shadows of the street. He quietly observed Ming's every move, seemingly attempting to discern something. The individual watching Ming from the shadows was none other than Luffy's father, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, while the Navy busied themselves capturing pirates in the city center. This seemingly high-ranking naval officer strolled leisurely down the street. Catching Dragon's attention, he halted, scrutinizing the scene for a moment, and recognized this young man as Ming, who had recently dealt with the East Blue threats of Krieg and the dragon. Just as Dragon prepared to turn away, he suddenly sensed an unusual aura emanating from Lu Ming. This aura encompassed an indescribable understanding, causing Lu Ming to exude an enigmatic presence at that moment. Lu Ming was immersed in comprehending the Yin Seal and speculating on the point system, completely unaware of Dragon's gradual approach. He gently tapped the lottery box for 40 points. Congratulations, you have obtained Lightning Release. Chidori. Indeed. Skills costing 40 points possessed powerful effects. Chidori, also known as Raikiri, was said to be capable of slicing through bolts of lightning that in that moment. Lightning coalesced in Lu Ming's hand, accompanied by the piercing cry of a bird that grew increasingly intense. He gazed at the lightning in his grasp, murmuring to himself, Enel, shall I use lightning to sever lightning? The only flaw of this technique was its considerable noise upon release, necessitating a swift thrust attack thereafter. Without the Sharingan to assist, if the opponent was prepared, successfully executing it at close range would be exceedingly difficult. Upon witnessing Lu Ming gathering lightning in his palm, Dragon exhibited a hint of surprise. With vast experience and knowledge of various remarkable individuals, Lu Ming nonetheless caught him off guard. He was not astonished by Lu Ming's ability to manipulate lightning, but rather curious about the extraordinary encounters this young man must have undergone. How could merely raising his hand and lightly tapping the air result in such a noticeable increase in strength? At this moment, Lu Ming sensed a movement behind him, that he swiftly turned to face the direction of the approaching presence and unleashed a powerful roundhouse kick. The force of the strike was tremendous, as if it could tear the very air apart. In response to Lu Ming's attack, Dragon remained unflustered. With a calm demeanor, he raised his hand and waved it gently, effortlessly neutralizing the blow, his eyes glimmering with a hint of admiration. Chapter 37. The Navy's predicament. Seeing Dragon before him, Lu Ming could not help but feel a rush of anxiety. Monkey D. Dragon? Damn it, how could I have forgotten him? He is here in Loguetown as well. There is little description of his character in the storyline, and I have no idea what his stance towards the Navy might be. Dragon observed Lu Ming's heightened state of vigilance and smiled, saying, There is no need to be tense, young man, that I will not lay a hand on you. I find myself somewhat curious about you. Why have you not pursued the Straw Hat Kid? Moreover, your sudden surge in strength earlier piqued my interest. Upon hearing Dragon's explanation, Lu Ming finally felt a sense of relief, realizing that Dragon had been observing him ever since he began drawing lots. He chastised himself for being too careless, as he had never encountered such a formidable opponent in the East Blue. With his hands raised in a gesture of nonchalance, Lu Ming replied effortlessly, Pirates can be categorized into good and bad. I believe the Straw Hat Kid is quite admirable. Why would I want to capture him? He thought to himself, What a peculiar fellow you are, questioning me about not apprehending your son. With you here, who could possibly capture your son? Dragon was somewhat taken aback by Lu Ming's response, surprised to find someone like him still within the Navy. So, do you know who I am? He inquired. Yes, you're from the Revolutionary Army. Lu Ming stated, feeling Dragon's lack of malice. He gradually relaxed. Aren't you afraid of me? Dragon asked. You just said you wouldn't lay a hand on me. Why should I be afraid? Lu Ming answered, as if it were the most natural thing. Dragon sighed softly, a hint of a wry smile appearing on his face. Well, you are quite an interesting young man. Suddenly, Dragon's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening as he fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. You must have witnessed the predicament the Navy is facing in the East Blue. Lu Ming was caught off guard by Dragon's abrupt change, his eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise as he regarded him. The Dragon's expression turned serious, seemingly awaiting Lu Ming's response. Then, he softened his tone. Perhaps you should consider joining us. Lu Ming was taken aback, not expecting such a proposal from Dragon. Although he had begun to question the Navy's righteousness, the genuine concern and trust from ZFA and others were undeniable. Betraying them to join the Revolutionary Army was simply unfathomable for Lu Ming at this moment. I am unwilling, Lu Ming replied with a hint of determination that a flicker of disappointment crossed Dragon's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, chuckling lightly. Perhaps the time has not yet come. Just then, a deafening clap of thunder resonated through the sky. The wind and rain intensified, threatening to engulf the entire world. The hurricane howled, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. Lu Ming strained to widen his eyes, only to find Dragon's figure had vanished amidst the storm. All that remained was a distant voice carried away by the wind. Navy, we shall meet again. In another corner of the town, Smoker firmly held on to Luffy, gripping the Sea Prism stone-infused jit, his face radiating confidence and determination. Your doom has arrived, just as he prepared to draw the jit from his back to deliver a fatal blow to Luffy. A strong hand pressed down upon it, the light, airy voice followed. Not necessarily. Smoker turned in surprise, only to behold Dragon, clad in a deep green cloak. Though his face was shrouded in shadows, his piercing gaze was unmistakable. Smoker blurted out, "You are—" Dragon did not afford him the opportunity to continue speaking. He abruptly seized Smoker's arm and hurled him aside, as if discarding refuse. Subsequently, he turned to face the advancing Navy troops. Raising a hand and bellowing, "Tempest!" Instantly, a whirlwind erupted around him, sweeping across the battlefield. The Navy personnel were tossed about like leaves in the wind, struggling to maintain their footing. Zoro and Sanji seized the opportunity to grab the fallen Luffy, desperately sprinting towards the port. Dragon stood as a barrier between Smoker and the Navy, his deep green cloak billowing in the tempest, as if mocking them. "Let them go." Smoker steadied himself, glaring at Dragon with a hint of anger. "Why are you aiding that man?" Dragon smiled faintly, his profound eyes revealing an inscrutable emotion. "Because I can find no justification to hinder a man from setting sail." "Colonel, are you truly leaving Loguetown? We have yet to receive any directives from higher-ups." A Navy officer queried, regarding Smoker, who was busy directing the organization of supplies, a hint of doubt in his tone. The Smoker's eyes were resolute as he grasped the officer's collar, vehemently stating, "I must capture that straw hat kid. Prepare to set sail immediately." At this juncture, Lu Ming had also returned to the Navy base. Currently, the missions to Alabasta and Skypea were not urgent, and there was no need to follow Luffy closely. It was a perfect opportunity to return to the G8 base and check on Jiyuan, discussing strategies to deal with the Golden Lion, and perhaps seeking Jiyuan's assistance against Enel. Dashki hurriedly approached Lu Ming, gently pushing up her slipping glasses, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Major Lu Ming, we must leave Loguetown at once." She cast a glance at Smoker, who was busy directing the troops, and lowered her voice. "Please report to headquarters for us. We are pursuing the Straw Hat Kid, and it would be troublesome if others were to come and guard this place." Lu Ming pondered Dashki's request. He thought to himself, "So, they're looking for me to clean up the mess." However, as Lu Ming held the highest position here, it was indeed his responsibility to report this situation to headquarters. He thus replied, "All right, no problem. You all go ahead. I will report to headquarters later." Upon hearing Lu Ming's response, a look of relief spread across Dashki's face. She was well aware that her superior, Smoker, often disregarded higher-ups' orders, although they did not deliberately make things difficult for him. It complicated his promotion path. Now, as they were about to defy orders to pursue the Straw Hat Kid, if this were reported to headquarters, Smoker's record would inevitably bear another black mark. If Lu Ming could help clarify the situation, it would be most beneficial. Under Smoker's urging, Dashki hurriedly ran towards the warship at the port. After taking a few steps, she turned back to Lu Ming, waving. "Major Lu Ming, we're off." Lu Ming waved back. "Go ahead." "See you in Alabasta." "Alabasta," Dashki echoed, momentarily puzzled by Lu Ming's words. However, with Smoker pressing her, she did not ask further and swiftly boarded the warship. Once Smoker and his crew successfully set sail, Lu Ming lingered in Loguetown for several more days. After the new station Navy personnel arrived, he felt reassured enough to depart Loguetown and set out on his journey to the G8 base. Chapter 38. Poison G8 base. "Brothers, I am back," Lu Ming exclaimed loudly as he strode into the base. Arms laden with gifts. 5 years had passed since Jiyuan had taken him away from here. During these 5 years, many of his former subordinates had been promoted to the rank of lieutenant. Upon hearing the news of Lu Ming's return, soldiers flocked from all directions towards the port to welcome their long-missed leader. Truly, is our leader Lu Ming returning? Isn't he now a major? As he gazed upon these familiar faces, a surge of warmth welled up within Lu Ming. Felt as though he had returned home. "I have brought gifts for you all, one for each of you." Ming announced loudly, eliciting cheers from the crowd. The soldiers surrounded Ming, their faces beaming with joy in the midst of the throng. Ming searched for Jiajian's figure, but found no trace of him. He had heard in Jiyuan that Jiajian was recuperating at the G8 base from some minor injuries. However, Jiajian's absence at such a jubilant occasion caused a faint sense of unease to stir within Ming. He turned to a nearby Navy officer and inquired, "Is Jiajian still at the G8 base?" Upon hearing Ming's question, the previously lively Navy soldiers fell silent, their voices becoming hesitant. This unusual reaction only heightened Ming's apprehension, prompting him to quicken his pace towards the medical room, disregarding the shouts of the soldiers behind him. Bursting into the medical room, Ming saw Kobat and other doctors seated with furrowed brows, seemingly discussing something of great import. Upon noticing Ming's sudden entrance, Kobat appeared startled. Ming forced a strained smile amidst his anxious demeanor, urgently asking, "Where is Jiajian?" Upon hearing Ming's direct and pressing inquiry, Kobat hesitated momentarily, seemingly weighing his words. "We are considering solutions. We should be able to resolve this." Kobat's words sent Ming's heart plummeting, his voice growing increasingly anxious. Wasn't it just a minor injury? At that moment, a strong hand gently rested on Ming's shoulder from behind. Turning around, Ming beheld a familiar figure. The doctors in front rose to their feet, respectfully exclaiming, "Commander!" Standing before Ming was Jonathan, who spoke gently. "Xiao Ming, do not panic. Jiajian has indeed encountered some trouble. He has been poisoned. However, our doctors have made some progress and believe they have found a solution." "Poisoned?" Ming turned to Jonathan, astonishment evident in his eyes. Jonathan gestured towards the exterior of the medical room. "Let us step outside and speak. We must not disturb their research." Ming expressed his apologies to the busy physicians, then closed the door behind him and left the room alongside Jonathan. As the two walked down the corridor of the battleship, Jonathan slowly began to speak. "Based on our research, Jiaji appears to have been affected by a toxin known as Daf Green." Daf Green? Upon hearing this name, Ming felt a flicker of familiarity. He furrowed his brow, striving to recall where he had encountered that term. Jonathan continued his explanation. Daf Green is a rather rare plant that emits a toxic scent capable of effectively repelling ordinary beasts. However, if humans inhale an excessive amount of this odor, it can lead to the degradation of organ function, and green fungal spots may appear on the skin surface. He paused for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. According to the soldiers who returned with Jiaji, he inhaled a significant amount of this plant's pollen in order to protect them. Due to Jiaji's robust physique, these symptoms have been suppressed until recently. As Ming listened to Jonathan's description, a notion began to stir within him. He suddenly recalled that this plant was closely linked to the golden lion, which Jiaji had been pursuing. It was the golden lion that cultivated this plant to ensnare the modified beasts. Regarding this toxin, Jonathan continued, "Our research indicates that a specific plant's flower is required for its antidote. This plant is called." At that moment, Ming abruptly halted, exclaiming in unison with Jonathan. Jonathan, taken aback by Ming's knowledge, displayed a rare look of astonishment. However, he quickly regained his composure and continued. "Indeed, this plant is quite elusive. I have already reported this matter to headquarters, requesting their assistance in locating it. Yet to date, there have been no leads." Upon hearing Jonathan's account, Ming clenched his fists, his fingers swiftly unfurling. He had not anticipated that he would confront the golden lion so soon. He turned to Jonathan, urgency evident in his gaze. "Commander, how much longer can Jiaji hold on?" Jonathan sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. The outlook is not optimistic. Given his current physical condition, he likely has less than a month. Just as Jonathan prepared to offer words of comfort, Ming unexpectedly interrupted him. "I know where to find this plant." "Where?" Jonathan's expression flashed with surprise. That Ming looked resolutely at Jonathan. "The golden lion, Shiki. No way." Jonathan immediately countered, "Even Jiaji is no match for him. Do you intend to seek death?" After a moment of contemplation, Jonathan added, "We should report this to headquarters and see if we can request the deployment of a major for assistance." Ming spoke with unwavering determination. "There is no time to waste. We cannot afford delays. Furthermore, my sole purpose in going there is to acquire the eye. Once I have it, I will leave. Jonathan furrowed his brow, voicing his concerns, according to intelligence brought back by the officers who executed the mission with Jiaji. Shiki is currently located on Sky Island. The only route to Sky Island is to circumvent Shanghai and depart from the peak of Shitian. Even if we hurry to Shitian now, we may already be too late. Lu Ming regarded Jonathan, a confident smile gracing his lips. No, we have a quicker route. Based on the narrative, it seemed that Luffy and his crew had inadvertently fallen from Sky Island to the G8 base, suggesting that Sky Island was situated not far above G8. Given Shiki's possession of a substantial number of Sky Island shells, he must have spent a considerable amount of time there before heading to the East Sea to raise animals. Sky Island, devoid of any Navy presence, indeed served as an ideal hideout. Additionally, Jiaji's choice to recuperate at the G8 base was likely because it was the closest location to where he had fallen. In most people's perception, reaching Sky Island necessitated traversing Shitian, which would consume a considerable amount of time. Now, Lu Ming speculated that Shiki still lingered on the Sky Island above them. Commander, could you please arrange for someone to investigate how long it takes to travel from here to Gaia Island? Lu Ming continued. Jonathan nodded in agreement, observing Lu Ming's confident demeanor with a sense of admiration. Jiaji, you certainly have an eye for talent. Chapter 39, Sky Island. Before long, the base's navigator hurried towards Lu Ming and Jonathan, exclaiming, Commander, Major, if we sail day and night, Gaia Island is only 3 days away from the base. Lu Ming felt a surge of joy within, confirming his earlier hypothesis. He immediately turned to Jonathan. Commander, please arrange a vessel for me. I need to go to Gaia Island. Jonathan looked at Lu Ming, his mind filled with questions, such as why he intended to go to Gaia Island and what this shortcut entailed. However, he refrained from asking too many questions, sensing that this young man must have his own plans and ideas. Just as Jonathan prepared to rally elite troops to accompany Lu Ming declined. Commander, we don't need so many people. Just have my brothers take me to Gaia Island. I can handle the Sky Island on my own. That is out of the question. Jonathan expressed his concern. You are still young and lack sufficient understanding of Shiki. While confidence in youth is commendable, one must not be overly reckless, Lu Ming explained. Commander, I am not underestimating him. It's just that this shortcut poses a risk even for me alone. And bringing so many brothers along might lead to unnecessary sacrifices. But Jonathan was about to continue dissuading him when a youthful female voice called out from the infirmary. Then let me accompany Lu Ming. A beautiful figure hurried towards them. I will go with Lu Ming. A graceful silhouette approached, her light purple hair shimmering softly in the sunlight. Her complexion was as fair as mutton fat jade, flawless to the touch. She wore a white physician's coat, her ample bosom subtly discernible beneath the shirt. On her long, shapely legs, she donned delicate white stockings, exuding elegance and nobility. Lu Ming gazed at the approaching Kobit, having been too preoccupied with Jiaji's situation to notice her beauty earlier. Jonathan regarded Kobit with a serious expression. This is nonsense. How can you go? Kobit explained. Although Lu Ming is exceptionally capable, he lacks knowledge of pharmacology, which may pose challenges in preserving and identifying the eye. Cued upon hearing Kobit's words, Jonathan began to waver. He considered the perspectives of both Lu Ming and Kobit. Due to her aversion to blood, Kobit had never truly participated in the front lines of patient care. And in this instance of Jiaji's poisoning, she had been responsible for his treatment, as there was no external bleeding. Driven by her sense of duty as a doctor, she was eager to partake in the perilous endeavor of retrieving the medicine from Shiki. Moreover, over the years, her feelings for Lu Ming had only intensified. Within the base, she had always quietly sought news about him, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of his situation. This opportunity to fight alongside Lu Ming was one she did not wish to miss. Lu Ming nodded. Then for this mission, it will be Kobit and me. Observing Jonathan's apparent reluctance to concede, Lu Ming further explained. Our goal is to retrieve the herbs as discreetly as possible, avoiding any conflict with Shiki. After all, our primary objective is to save Jiaji, not to engage in battle with Shiki. Jonathan regarded the two resolute young individuals before him, feeling a flicker of pride. Remember, you must return alive. This is not only a promise to me, but to everyone who cares for you. Of course. Lu Ming and Kobit replied in unison. Under Lu Ming's precise command, the group traveled day and night, swiftly reaching Gaia Island, even arriving a day and a half ahead of schedule. Lu Ming instructed everyone except himself and Kobit to board another large warship, while the two of them remained on a specially designed lightweight boat. This vessel had been meticulously modified under Lu Ming's guidance, equipped with wing-like attachments on either side to provide additional propulsion when needed. The small boat floated serenely on the surface of the sea. And just as Kobit was about to inquire about the next course of action, Lu Ming raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He had already harnessed his formidable observation Haki to sense unusual movements deep beneath the surface. Before long, the entire sea area began to churn with immense waves. Nearby naval personnel, patrolling the waters, witnessed this disturbance and looked towards the small boat at the center with growing concern. One sailor swallowed hard, anxiously asking, "Do you think Captain Lu Ming and the others will be all right?" Another sailor patted the speaker's head, attempting to reassure him. "Don't be ridiculous. Captain is so formidable. How could anything happen to him?" "Here it comes." Lu Ming grasped the helm tightly, shouting to Kobit, "Come to my side and hold on to me." Although Kobit was a doctor with no combat experience, she immediately understood Lu Ming's intent. She swiftly ran to his side and embraced him from behind. Suddenly, a colossal ocean current surged from the depths, seemingly defying the laws of gravity as it shot skyward. Lu Ming unhesitatingly steered the boat into the path of this torrent. The spectacle left the surrounding Navy personnel in awe, their jaws agape. They clenched their fists, palms slightly damp with perspiration, their hearts heavy with concern for Lu Ming and Baratie, before the magnificent ascending ocean current. Baratie was so frightened that she shut her eyes tightly, her hands gripping Lu Ming with fervor, her heartbeat echoing like a war drum. Yet despite her terror, her resolve remained unyielding, devoid of any thought of retreat. With Lu Ming's deft maneuvering, the small vessel finally ascended the rising current with success. The hull began to glide steadily upward, propelled by the ocean's flow toward the heavens that on either side of the boat. Specially designed wings unfurled gracefully, bestowing a measure of stability upon the small craft swaying in the tempest. As the vessel pierced through the cloud layer, the turbulence gradually subsided, and tranquility enveloped them. Baratie opened her eyes wide, gazing at the vast expanse of white clouds, and in astonishment inquired, What is this place? Are we above the clouds?" Although Lu Ming had mentally prepared himself, the sheer awe of standing atop this boundless aerial sea left him almost speechless. This was indeed the sky sea. Suddenly, a colossal octopus tentacle surged forth from the depths, lunging toward the craft occupied by Lu Ming and Baratie. Witnessing this, Baratie's legs buckled beneath her, causing her to collapse onto the deck. Stammering, The Sea King, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming unleashed his thunder release. 1,000 birds, deftly manipulating the jutsu to transform it into a spear. This transformation was fluid and natural, as if the 1,000 birds were inherently meant for such a shape. Thunder release. 1,000 birds lance. Lu Ming raised the spear high, effortlessly severing the tentacle that threatened from above. As the tentacle was cleaved, the air filled with a pungent scent of charred flesh. Lu Ming was well aware of the 1,000 birds' transformative properties. Since acquiring this formidable ability, he had diligently researched how to maximize its potential, but he had conducted numerous experiments, emulating Sasuke's developmental techniques to discover alternative forms for the 1,000 birds. This successful attempt filled him with exhilaration. The aerial sea beast, sensing that the occupants of the vessel were not ordinary adversaries, chose to retreat in the face of its severed limbs' excruciating pain. Chapter 40. Conditions. Baratie struggled to rise, her complexion still pale, clearly shaken by the earlier fright. How are we to find Shiji now? Lu Ming gazed intently at the distant clouds. A faint smile gracing his lips. Someone will guide us. Who? Baratie inquired curiously. Just as her question lingered in the air, a figure adorned with a horned mask and clad in a grass skirt suddenly appeared before them. He glided effortlessly across the shimmering surface of the aerial sea, swiftly approaching. Here he comes. Lu Ming's expression sharpened, his gaze fixed on the mysterious figure. as the horn-masked figure reached the edge of the boat. He deftly leaped aboard, his cold gaze fixated on Ming and Baratie. Eliminate. Reacting swiftly, Ming shielded Baratie behind him. Just as the horned figure prepared to strike, a knightly figure riding a pink-spotted bizarre bird shot him down with a lance. "I'm the Knight of the Sky, Fu-Air." Fu-Air's eyes scanned the water's surface, his voice calm. Did he escape? Baratie, peeking out from behind Ming, whispered gratefully, "Thank you for saving us." Fu-Air glanced at the boat, noting only Baratie and Ming aboard, and sighed in resignation, tossing a small whistle to Ming. "All right, consider this a complimentary service," he continued. "I am a professional mercenary. This is a perilous sea region. Those unaware of the aerial situation either fall prey to the guerrilla fighters or become food for the sky fish. A single blow costs 5 million Iker. I'll come to your rescue." Observing the puzzled expressions on Baratie and Ming's faces, Fu-Air widened his eyes. "Come on, my rates are already quite reasonable. Don't even think about haggling. I won't lower it by a single Iker. I have to make a living," Baratie cautiously inquired, "but we don't have any Iker. Can we use berry instead?" Caught off guard by this question, Fu-Air stammered. "You, didn't he come from the West Sky Peak? Surely you must have passed 1 or 2 islands? Could it be that you arrived riding a monstrous current? It's astonishing to encounter such brave souls in this day and age. No wonder you're left with only 2. At this moment, Ming stepped forward, meeting Fu-Air's gaze directly. "When we arrived on this vessel, there were only 2 of us that we possess no Iker. But we wish to propose a deal." Fu-Air's demeanor turned icy to the deal. "What do you intend to do? What could you Blue Sea dwellers possibly offer that would be of value?" Ming produced a map sketched by the Navy that had accompanied him in the quest against Shiki, which marked a distinctive landmark and its surrounding geography. He solemnly handed it to Fu-Air. "I need you to help me locate this place as soon as possible." Fu-Air took the map, glancing at it briefly, his pupils narrowing slightly. "Your Navy?" Upon witnessing Fu-Air's reaction, Ming's heart soared with elation, knowing he had found a right person, and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, we are Navy." Fu-Air appeared taken aback. He slowly settled down, leaning against the boat's edge. "Since you are Navy, you must be aware of the character residing nearby. Why should I assist you? What can you offer? I can help you drive away Enel and reclaim your divine position." Ming's proclamation stirred tumultuous waves within Fu-Air, rendering him momentarily speechless. Fu-Air stuttered. "Why, you Blue Sea dwellers know about this?" Ming shrugged. "You need not worry about that. If we provide you with this condition, will you lead us to our destination?" Fu-Air pressed urgently. "How can I trust that you possess the strength to defeat him?" Ming's Sharingan began to manifest, slowly raising his right hand, gathering electrical energy within it. "I too wield the power of lightning." And Sharingan, Ninjutsu. As Fu-Air gazed into the peculiar tomo of Ming's eyes, he felt an immediate disconnection from his surroundings, everything becoming hazy and unreal. Moments later, Ming released Fu-Air from the illusion, and he awoke, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Observing Fu-Air's anxious demeanor, Ming continued, "In truth, our bold endeavor to seek out Shiki should indicate that someone of Enel's caliber is no match for us." Fu-Air, recovering from the Jinjutsu, swallowed nervously. Ming's words held significant appeal for him. His reasoning was sound. Despite Enel's formidable rumble fruit powers, he seemed inferior when pitted against the legendary pirate Shiki. The positioning of Shiki's temporary base and Enel's dismissive attitude toward him further supported this notion. Fu-Air pondered, if this young man truly possesses the capability to expel Enel and rescue the people, then guiding him to Shiki's temporary stronghold might not be too great a risk. Seeing that Fu-Air was swayed by his words, Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been deeply concerned that Fu-Air might refuse to lead them, as navigating an unfamiliar territory while evading direct confrontation with Enel and locating Shiki's base would prove exceedingly challenging. With the limits of his Sharingan reached, the single tomo could only briefly ensnare Fu-Air in an illusion. As the foes they encountered grew increasingly powerful, the capabilities of the single tomo were becoming insufficient. Noticing Gan Fu Air's indecision, Lu Ming deliberately turned away, feigning indifference that if you are hesitant, then never mind, I can spare a little more time searching on my own. Gan Fu Air, observing Lu Ming's retreating figure, resolved firmly within himself. All right, it's a deal. I'll take you there. With his back turned to Gan Fu Air, Lu Ming exchanged a subtle smile with Baratie, exuding confidence. Things are progressing smoothly. Lu Ming turned back, clasping his hands together toward Gan Fu Air. Then I must trouble you to lead the way. Gan Fu Air called to the pink-spotted bizarre bird beside him. Pierre, the creature emitted a unique cry, transforming into a stallion adorned with vivid red spots. Chapter 41. The monster forest Gan Fu Air guided Lu Ming and Baratie to the edge of a dense jungle, where the ground was dotted with peculiar, massive flora resembling radishes, yet distinctly different. These plants were tightly clustered, forming a natural barrier that encircled the jungle. He pointed toward the depths of the forest, stating, "Ahead lies the monster forest. The base of the individual you seek is deep within." Baratie scrutinized the unusual plants before her, a look of delight illuminating her face. Indeed, this shape and aroma. It's daft green. Gan Fu Air interjected, "I must caution you. This forest is home to numerous ferocious beasts, all of which are formidable sea creature-level predators. In their usual encounters, these peculiar plants obstructed their path, and upon stepping into the forest, they would immediately fall prey to ferocious beasts." "Yes, we are aware," responded Lu Ming, casting a glance at his companion. Baratie, clenching his fists, Baratie encouraged himself, declaring, "I am not afraid at all." Observing the resolute expressions on Lu Ming and Baratie's faces, Gan Fu Air suddenly turned around, his tone wavering as he inquired, "When do you intend to commence the endeavor of driving away Enel?" "As you previously mentioned," Lu Ming replied calmly, "once we conclude our affairs here, I shall attend to it. And how long might that take?" Gan Fu Air blurted out, only to notice Lu Ming's silence. Realizing his question had been rather hasty, he hastily waved his hands in explanation, saying, No, you are well aware of Enel's strength, and you should comprehend our situation here. The citizens and I fervently wish for this to happen as swiftly as possible." His voice dwindled, perhaps out of concern that his words might displease Lu Ming, but he understood that if Lu Ming possessed the capability to confront Enel, even if he wished to retract his statement, he would find himself utterly powerless. Lu Ming, observing Gan Fu Air's anxious gestures and fervent explanations, let out a resigned sigh. "I will expedite the process. It will not exceed 6 months at the latest. I will certainly resolve this matter." Upon hearing Lu Ming's promise, a somewhat stiff smile emerged on Gan Fu Air's face. "Then we shall await your good news." Subsequently, Gan Fu Air retrieved an aged map from his pocket, presenting it to Lu Ming. "This is the map of the Sky Island. Albeit somewhat outdated, it can serve as a reference. Before that notorious pirate arrived, there was a village within this jungle, marked on the map." Lu Ming accepted the map, gently unfurling it, his fingers grazing the slightly yellowed paper, feeling the weight of its history. This was likely a map created during his time as a deity, indeed quite antiquated. He meticulously examined the markings on the map, particularly the one indicating the village's location. Contemplating in his mind, he surmised that the village should still exist, as Shurji required a substantial number of individuals to support his animal transformation scheme. It was likely that this village had already fallen under his control. However, this also addressed Lu Ming's need for a base of operations. "Thank you," Lu Ming said, tucking the map into his cloak and expressing his gratitude to Gan Fu Air. He then dashed into the depths of the jungle alongside Baratie. Overcoming the peculiar wall of daft green plants, Lu Ming keenly sensed the lurking presence of ferocious beasts within the jungle. "Be cautious." He swiftly lifted Baratie into his arms, propelling himself into the sky with a gentle push of his feet, employing the moonwalk technique. Suddenly, a colossal earthworm erupted from the ground, causing the very spot where Baratie had stood to collapse into an unfathomable pit. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Baratie covered her mouth in terror, striving to suppress any sound. Lu Ming felt Baratie trembling in his embrace. Acutely aware of her fright, he softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. According to the map, we shall reach that village in half a day." If the village still exists, there will surely be more daft green plants, serving as a barrier against the beast. Te fought to steady her breathing, gradually calming her trembling form. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Please, do not lose focus. In the sky, a gigantic rhinoceros beetle charged towards Ming, who was soaring through the air with the moonwalk technique. The beetle unleashed a torrent of searing flames directed at Ming. Yet, Ming merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the lethal blast of fire. This technique is utterly absurd. It has altered the very structure of the species. Ming internally scoffed. Inhaling deeply, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the rhinoceros beetle. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The fireball struck its target with tremendous force, sending the beetle plummeting to the ground. As the beetle crashed, a pack of wolves surged forth, ravenously devouring the fallen creature. After consuming the beetle, the wolves appeared even more frenzied, howling towards the sky, issuing provocative cries directed at Ming. Ming's observation skills detected the rapid approach of various creatures from all directions. Although these beings were not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers posed a significant nuisance. Looking down at Baratie nestled in his arms, he spoke gently. There may be a bit of trouble. Please bear with me. Okay. Baratie nodded, clutching Ming tightly. Lightning release. 1,000 birds flow. A powerful current of electricity enveloped the two, accompanied by the sounds of thunder and the chirping of birds. The creatures charging towards Ming seemed to recognize the danger he posed upon hearing the unique sound of the birds, retreating and halting their assault. However, some of the already frenzied beasts recklessly continued their onslaught against Ming. The fate of these beasts was inevitable. They were struck down by the surrounding bolts of lightning, becoming prey for the terrestrial creatures. Ming meticulously controlled the current, ensuring it would not harm the Baratie in his arms. Nevertheless, the lightning from the 1,000 birds' flow was released from within him, and despite his utmost efforts to manage it, faint currents occasionally grazed Baratie's body. She clenched her teeth, enduring the pain in silence, fearful of disturbing Ming, who was in the midst of battle. Meanwhile, Ming remained wholly focused on manipulating the 1,000 birds' flow as he dashed towards the village. He distinctly felt the power stored within the Yin seal continuously surging into him, providing an unending supply of energy. Had it been prior to acquiring the Yin seal, Ming would have hesitated to utilize his internal power for such an extended period. However, with the Yin seal now in his possession, he had effectively alleviated a portion of his energy deficiency. After half a day's frantic sprinting, Ming finally detected a multitude of human presences ahead. As he approached, he not only discovered the village marked on the map, but also stumbled upon a colossal castle situated not far from the village. The castle proudly displayed the pirate flag adorned with a golden lion, unmistakably the emblem of Shurji. I never anticipated it would be this close. This is fortuitous, as we need not waste time searching. Ming muttered to himself. They observed that the village was tightly protected by a layer of daft green plants, effectively preventing the invasion of external beasts as they drew nearer to the village. The aroma of daft green intensified, and the number of beasts gradually diminished. Consequently, Ming gently set Baratie down, and together they ventured into the heart of the village. Chapter 42. Daft green. The interior of the village presented a desolate scene. With every household's doors firmly shut, several enormous image phone worms patrolled the village, vigilantly monitoring the actions of every individual. That moment, a little girl suddenly dashed out from a dilapidated house, tears streaming down her face as she knelt before an image phone worm, pleading, "Please, Grana Samai. My grandmother is on the brink of death." The image phone worm slowly turned, transmitting the scene before it to the individuals on the other side of the screen. Shortly thereafter, the sides of the image phone worm opened, revealing 2 machine guns aimed at the little girl. Just as the guns were poised to fire, a small stone suddenly flew in, knocking the image phone worm to the ground. Simultaneously, a nimble figure swiftly darted past the image phone worm's blend. She felt a profound sympathy for the plight of the village. The girl gazed at Ming and Baratie, her eyes shimmering with a blend of hope and trepidation. "Can you save my grandmother?" Ming, taken aback by the girl's earnest plea, found himself momentarily speechless. After all, the adversary they faced was the notorious Golden Lion. The prospect of stealing away Icarite under his nose was already an arduous task, let alone attempting to drive him away, a feat that seemed utterly implausible. Moreover, even if the Navy were to expel the Golden Lion and liberate the villagers, he would undoubtedly carry out his nefarious plans elsewhere, enslaving other innocents, who, then, would come to their rescue. Ming sighed softly, acutely aware that in this chaotic era, many ambitious individuals exploited their power and strength to oppress and exploit the innocent. Baratie, observing Ming's despondent demeanor, understood the dilemma they faced and the Navy's helplessness. She gently turned to the girl, offering solace. While we may lack the means to save you now, please believe that one day, the Navy will come to your aid. Hearing Baratie's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed the girl's eyes. She lowered her head, her spirits evidently dampened. That moment. Ming addressed Baratie. You stay here for a while. I will go to the castle and see what I can do. If the opportunity arises, I shall bring out more eye. Baratie looked at Ming, a faint smile gracing her lips. She tenderly brushed away the tears from the girl's face and then nodded at Ming, signaling him to proceed with his mission. With the powers of the Sharingan, Ming navigated through the infiltration task with ease. Even when pirates detected his presence, he skillfully evaded confrontation using the art of illusion. However, the castle of the Golden Lion was a colossal structure, befitting a pirate crew with a fleet that a multitude of pirates gathered around the castle's perimeter. Yet most remained oblivious to the true intentions of the Golden Lion. The IQ plants were not only the antidote to daft green, but also the raw materials for concocting drugs that could enlarge and enrage animals. Thus they were under strict surveillance. As Ming ventured deeper into the castle, he felt the drain of his internal energy intensifying. After all, he had only recently acquired the seal, and his energy reserves were limited. Having engaged in a fierce battle while traversing the forest, he had expended a significant amount of energy. Approaching the core of the castle, he dared not risk further depletion of his strength. Opting to slow his exploration to avoid a state that might necessitate combat, after a grueling day and night of continuous evasion and cautious advancement, Ming finally located the warehouse where was stored. As he neared the warehouse, he was surprised to observe a diminishing number of guards, as if they were deliberately clearing a path for him toward his objective. This realization sent a jolt of unease through Ming. A disquieting thought surfaced in his mind. Had the Golden Lion already discerned his movements? The notion sent a chill down his spine. He immediately began to dismiss the terrifying speculation, telling himself it was impossible. His every action and piece of information had been gleaned through the Sharingan, and those pirates could not possibly deceive him under its illusion that he recognized that the time from his decision to act to his arrival here had been brief, even if there were traitors within the Navy. They could not have relayed information to the Golden Lion so swiftly. Yet, another unsettling possibility crept into his thoughts, weighing heavily on his heart. He sighed in resignation, aware that if this were the case, even if it were a trap, he had no choice but to proceed. Soon after, Ming successfully infiltrated the interior of the warehouse. That was shrouded in darkness, devoid of life, and an oppressive silence enveloped him. Ming let out a soft sigh, muttering to himself, I knew it would be dangerous here. Why didn't Ti flee? At that moment, the lights in the warehouse suddenly illuminated, blinding him momentarily as he adjusted to the brightness. He was astonished to find a group of menacing pirates glaring at him from an elevated platform, their eyes brimming with hostility. Among them stood the Golden Lion Shiki, cruelly gripping Baratie by the throat. A sinister smile plastered across his face. He mockingly addressed Ming. Ah, Navy, you truly overestimate yourselves. Chapter 43. The float fruit. Baratie looked at Ming, her eyes filled with desperation. She attempted to convey something, but was choked into silence by Shiki's vice-like grip. Witnessing Baratie's predicament, Ming thrust his hands into his pockets and called out to Shiki, No need to elaborate. I have surmised the situation. We underestimated the greed inherent in human nature. He comprehended that the little girl had undoubtedly betrayed Baratie and himself to the Golden Lion in a desperate attempt to save her grandmother. Faced with overwhelming temptation, The girl naturally chose immediate gain over their prior verbal commitments. Shiki found Lu Ming's reaction intriguing, in such a perilous environment. This Navy officer remained remarkably composed. Was he merely putting on a brave face? Lu Ming, unfazed, proposed to Shiki. Perhaps we could strike a deal. A deal? Ha ha! Do you know who I am? Shiki, standing atop the platform, erupted into laughter. The surrounding pirates joined in a cacophony of derisive laughter, pointing at Lu Ming and taunting. Stupid Navy, have you lost your wits? You dare speak of collaboration? Do you even know who you are addressing? Shiki disdainfully glanced at Lu Ming before casually tossing Baratie toward the throng of pirates below. He coldly commanded, just leave her enough breath to survive. Baratie gazed hopelessly at the pirates, each of them displaying lecherous eyes, eagerly extending their hands toward her as if she were a lamb awaiting slaughter. A burly, one-eyed, middle-aged pirate rudely shoved aside his companions, brazenly spreading his arms toward the airborne Baratie, a lascivious grin plastered on his face. Heh, such tender flesh on this Navy lass. I've yet to savor her flavor. Stand aside, all of you. I shall relish this delectable morsel first, then let you have a taste of the broth. Clearly, this middle-aged pirate held a significant position within the Golden Lion's crew. As he spoke, though his fellow pirates were eager to pounce, they restrained themselves, merely ogling Baratie with greedy eyes. Witnessing the avaricious pirates below, despair settled in Baratie's heart. She closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks to tea that moment. As Shiki cast Baratie aside, Lu Ming swiftly activated his moonwalk and dashed toward her. The Golden Lion scoffed. Overestimating yourself, he cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ming before gently swinging his foot, unleashing a slashing attack that hurtled toward Lu Ming. Though the strike was swift, its force was diminished within the confines of the warehouse. Lu Ming activated his Sharingan, drawing upon the stored power of the Yin Seal. He unsheathed his silver short sword, enveloped in the aura of flowing cherry blossoms. With a deft flick, he effortlessly deflected the slashing wave. Subsequently, he soared above the pirates, catching Baratie securely in his arms. As he descended, he landed gracefully atop the head of the one-eyed pirate. You bastard! The pirate cursed furiously, while his companions hastily drew their weapons, aiming at Lu Ming. However, with a sudden, melodious bird call, a surge of formidable lightning energy erupted around Lu Ming. Radiating outward, the overwhelming force of the lightning incapacitated the surrounding pirates, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Seeing this, Shiki hastily employed the powers of the float fruit, his body levitating gracefully into the air as he swiftly approached Lu Ming. A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. A little thorn, are we? He then unleashed a devastating slash, as if cleaving the very air itself. Lu Ming sensed the potency of this strike. A stark contrast to the previous attack. It was overwhelmingly powerful, inducing a sense of suffocation. He remained vigilant, refusing to lower his guard. Meanwhile, the pirates at the edge of the platform, witnessing Shiki's genuine fury, scattered in a panic, crying out, "Run! This place is going to collapse." In the midst of this chaos, Lu Ming unhesitatingly tossed Baratie upward. He infused both his sword with Haki and the lightning power of Chidori. Releasing a formidable, slashing wave, he glanced upward at Shiki, murmuring, "Let me see how far I am from the ceiling." The two slashes collided violently in mid-air, producing a deafening explosion. Cracks rapidly spread across the surrounding walls, threatening to crumble at any moment. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the castle did not collapse, nor did a single fragment fall. It turned out that the entire structure had been levitated by Shiki's fruit powers. Lu Ming gazed at Baratie, suspended above him, yet floating in mid-air, and sighed in resignation. Is this the power of the float fruit? What a headache! Shiki stood leisurely in the air, a cigar dangling from his mouth, as he waved his finger, sending Baratie gliding toward him. He sneered, "Young man, my float fruit allows me to control all inanimate objects I have touched. You have prolonged this encounter long enough, and now it is time for you to pay the price." Lu Ming examined his silver short sword, which had developed minor cracks from their earlier fierce clash. Setting aside the inadequacy of the sword's ferocity, this ordinary blade suffers from imperfections in its forging process, which prevent the fierce energy and the power of lightning from being evenly distributed. Before him, the golden lion Shiki was poised to launch an attack, but Ming gently lowered his short sword and spoke in a grave tone. The assault in the East Sea is merely a fa-ade. Your true objective is to incite a colossal war that will engulf the entire world, isn't it? Upon hearing Ming's words, the golden lion displayed a look of astonishment, his foot, which had been raised to strike. Slowly descending, that a hint of wariness crept into his voice. How did you come by this information? Indeed, the golden lion had plotted to overthrow the East Sea, intending to trigger a monumental conflict. This scheme was still in its nascent phase, one he had never disclosed to anyone. How, then, did this young man know such confidential details? Moreover, the notion of a great war was something he had learned from Rox during his time aboard the Rox ship. This world was on the brink of giving rise to a new sovereign, one who would irrevocably alter the existing order, and this new king would emerge amidst the chaos of a great war. The golden lion Shiki scrutinized the young man before him, barely in his 20s, someone he had neither seen nor heard of before. Confusion filled his mind. How could this youth be privy to such secrets? Observing the surprise on the golden lion's face, Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed his conjecture was indeed correct. Although he had traversed into this world before the conclusion of the Pirate King saga, he had still managed to glean insights from the known plot and the actions of various influential figures. Rox, the mightiest sovereign before Roger, bearing the name with the initial D, and the subsequent actions of the Navy in eradicating God Valley hinted that he might possess knowledge of certain secrets regarding the blank century. Given his recruitment of numerous powerful pirates and his instigation of the God Valley incident, it was highly plausible that the secrets he held pertained to the prophecy of a new king arising from the Great War. Despite Rock's ultimate failure, his crew members, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and the Golden Lion, undoubtedly inherited his ideology and plans. Chapter 44. Speculation whether through continuous intermarriage to accrue power or through the occupation of Wano to establish weapon factories. Both are fundamentally akin to the Golden Lion, who nurtures beasts in preparation for the impending Great War. However, the actions of the pivotal figure, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, prompted deep contemplation in Ming. Despite his profound love for family, his actions to protect the weaker islands under his banner revealed his discontent with the current world. Yet why did Whitebeard, unlike other members of Rock's crew, lack the fervent desire to instigate a monumental war? Ming speculated that the crux of the matter lay in Whitebeard's close relationship with Roger. As someone privy to the entire truth, Roger must have shared certain insights regarding the Great War with Whitebeard. It was evident that Whitebeard learned from Roger that while the Great War was indeed necessary, it required the cooperation of the currently isolated Wano and the Mermaid Princess. However, since the princess had yet to mature into a being capable of commanding the Sea Kings, the Great War would inevitably transpire 20 years hence. This also implied that none of their generation could ascend to the throne of the new king. The new sovereign could only emerge 2 decades later. After Roger's demise, Whitebeard stood before the throne for several decades. Perhaps in the eyes of Charlotte Linlin and the Golden Lion, Whitebeard was merely a step away from igniting a great war. Yet he chose to forego that path, becoming a man who prioritized familial bonds above the lust for power. However, this was merely a facade that, in truth, Whitebeard's approach diverged significantly from others he had selected in his heart the new king, namely Ace, whether through his protection of Fishman Island in his own name or by allowing Ace to venture to Wano. He was paving the way for Ace's ascension to the throne. Upon reflection, those who knew the truth had all chosen their envisioned sovereigns. Whitebeard chose Ace, while Roger selected Shanks. The knowledgeable Odin and Toki, upon returning to their homeland, sought to establish a nation, and after their eventual failure, sent Momonosuke 20 years into the future, securing a ticket to contend for the throne. Even Kaido, who later acquired Odin's journal and learned that the new king must defeat the Dragon of Wano, exhibited understandable behavior in repeatedly attempting to alter his fate through self-destruction. After the futility of seeking death, Kaido had silently chosen his new king, who had been placed by him beside the samurai from the outset. Later endowed with the formidable mythical Zoan fruit, and was groomed to defeat him. Yamato.1 could even venture to speculate that the straw hat itself symbolized the new king. Roger, influenced by external temporal factors, possessed various traits that qualified him for the role of a new sovereign. This group of individuals could only wryly smile at their premature arrival, although these were but Lu Ming's vague speculations. The Golden Lion's reaction indicated that at least the initial point was accurate, which sufficed to navigate the current situation. "It was Roger who informed me," Lu Ming replied. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion Shiki visibly became enraged. "You dare to deceive me?" "Boy," Lu Ming, with utmost seriousness, explained, "I joined the Navy as an orphan. You may verify it. Before my enlistment, Roger confided in me the secret of becoming the new king, which is the Great War." At this revelation, not only the Golden Lion, but even the hovering Kobat was taken aback. She found it hard to believe everything Lu Ming had just stated. The Golden Lion turned to Kobat, questioning her with uncertainty. "Is what he says true?" Kobat hesitated before responding. "He is indeed an orphan, but—" Lu Ming interrupted her, asserting, "How could the Navy know my true origins?" The Golden Lion scoffed. "Even if what you say is true, why would Roger divulge such matters to you? And why would you wish to join the Navy?" Lu Ming smiled gently. "The Navy is the dominant force in this world. No form of great war can transpire without their involvement. As for why Roger revealed this to me, it is because I inherently possess the qualifications to become the new king." Lu Ming's tone grew increasingly resolute, beginning to sway the Golden Lion's conviction. The Golden Lion evidently began to believe Lu Ming's words. Otherwise, he could not fathom how this young man knew so many secrets. "You, how is this possible?" Observing the lingering doubt on the Golden Lion's face, Lu Ming decided to offer him further insight. "Let me reveal one more piece of information." "What?" The Golden Lion inquired eagerly, his previous ferocity dissipating entirely. Lu Ming, feeling quite satisfied with the current circumstances, endeavored to maintain his composure and remarked, "The new king can only arise in our new era." "What?" The Golden Lion Shiki's eyes widened in shock, glaring at Lu Ming. This declaration undeniably shattered the Golden Lion's plans regarding the Great War. For Lu Ming, it was not enough to merely make the Golden Lion aware that he could not become the new king. He also needed him to recognize that only he could assume that role, which was a necessary step, that if everyone sought to contest for the throne through the Great War, their relationships would become that of competitors, thereby increasing the risk of the Golden Lion taking action against him. Witnessing the Golden Lion's furious expression, Lu Ming promptly added, "Why do you think Whitebeard stands before the throne now? You all served on Rock's ship. He cannot be unaware of the significance of the Great War." Hearing this, the Golden Lion indeed fell into contemplation. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming continued, "You can investigate. Aboard Whitebeard's ship is a man named Portgast, who currently serves as a second-in-command, that he is Roger's son." "What?" This explosive revelation left both the Golden Lion and Kobat astounded. Kobat's eyes widened, her mind filled with even more questions about Lu Ming. Has he been manipulating the Navy all these years? Lu Ming extended his hand, staring intently at the Golden Lion. Whitebeard recognizes that only in a new era can a king emerge. This ace is the king he endorses. Do you truly believe I seek something trivial? I have come to find you. Let us collaborate and seize this world together. The Golden Lion pondered for a moment before responding. "Boy, your tale is indeed captivating. I may spare you for the time being." But Lu Ming, seemingly prepared for this, forcefully interjected, "Had I known you would dawdle, I would have sought a marriage alliance with Charlotte Leanlean's daughter instead." The Golden Lion was left speechless by Lu Ming's words. Lu Ming, adopting a serious demeanor, continued to persuade. "Let me be frank with you. Your plan to nurture beasts is utterly beneath you. Those creatures are far too weak. I advise you to abandon it soon. Only by collaborating with me do you stand a chance to ascend to the pinnacle of this world." Chapter 45. 100 Beasts. The Golden Lion appeared somewhat agitated, glaring at Lu Ming. "You little brat. Those creatures on the periphery are not fully realized. Do not boast." However, Lu Ming remained unfazed, a smirk gracing his lips. "How about this? You unleash your fully realized beasts, and I will dispatch them all in one go. Then you will understand how unfeasible your plan truly is." The Golden Lion contemplated this. He had engaged in a brief confrontation with Ming and recognized that this young man was indeed a remarkable talent in the new era. However, to challenge all the colossal beasts he has nurtured truly seems to be an act of excessive arrogance. Contemplating the unfortunate fate that might befall this young lad if his words were to ring true, I felt compelled to remind him, "You, as a swordsman, have just had your sword shattered. What do you intend to wield against them?" Ming smiled faintly, responding with a calm demeanor. "Oh, I need not use my hands to deal with them. Please prepare me a hot bath. I have not slept all night, and I feel rather unkempt." The Golden Lion bellowed in anger. "If you truly seek your own demise, then I cannot stop you." With grace, Ming glided back to the ground, his gaze fixed firmly on Kobat, his tone brooking no argument. "Release my woman. I require her to assist me in my bath." The Golden Lion cast a glance at Kobat, and then relinquished his control over her, tossing her back into Ming's embrace as if she were a discarded item. "All of my people are here. You would do well not to entertain thoughts of escape, should you make any move. I shall be the first to know." Ming casually encircled Kobat's waist, a sly smile gracing his lips as he led her away. He added, "Of course, I also intend to eliminate your beasts first. That way, you can focus on our collaborative endeavors." Within the confines of the bathroom, Ming faced the gathered pirates outside and proclaimed loudly, "Listen up. Do not even think of surveilling me while I conduct my affairs." As he spoke, a surge of electricity emanated from him, instantly disabling all surveillance devices in the room. He turned to Kobat and instructed, "Undress." Kobat, still enraptured by the exchange between Ming and the Golden Lion, gazed at him in astonishment, feeling as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. She stood frozen, unable to move. Observing her immobility, Ming inquired, "Do you not wish to flee?" A flicker of hope ignited in Kobat's heart. It seemed he had not betrayed the Navy after all. Yet, anxiety soon overtook her as she asked, "What about IQ?" "You need not worry about that," Ming replied softly, leaning in to whisper his plans into her ear. After the two had washed and donned fresh attire, they emerged. Kobat's cheeks burned crimson, akin to droplets of blood. Though compelled by circumstance, sharing a room with Ming in such a state of undress rendered her somewhat bashful. Despite the profound embarrassment she felt over the recent events, a sense of despondency lingered within her. For years, she had yearned for Ming to recall their moments of happiness together and return to her side. Yet, upon his arrival at the base, while his gaze indeed held surprise and affection, why was he now so indifferent? Regrettably, Ming remained oblivious to Kobat's inner turmoil. Outside, a lavish feast awaited, with the Golden Lion already seated at the head of the table. Upon noticing the banquet prepared, Ming took his place without reservation, indulging heartily in the spread. He voiced his discontent. Why are there only these few types of fruit? Holding food in his hand, he gestured towards Kobat, saying, "Come, eat as well. Do not starve yourself. You must attend to me properly tonight." Kobat, her head bowed, felt as bashful as a timid rabbit. Her face flushed as she responded softly. Sated, Ming leaned back with a contented burp and turned to the Golden Lion with a smile. "Staying with the Navy has felt stifling. Now, I intend to revel freely. Are the duels with those creatures arranged?" The Golden Lion scrutinized the youth before him, perplexed as to why Roger would choose him. Nevertheless, he had verified Ming's identity through underground channels. This young man was indeed an orphan, and there was a newcomer named Ace within the Whitebeard Pirates. Furthermore, his bounty poster bore a resemblance to Roger. As the Golden Lion pondered this, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "I have finished eating. We may begin." Ming stood, stretching his limbs, and looked at the Golden Lion inquiringly. The Golden Lion, his gaze fixed on Ming, seemed to contemplate something. After a moment, he slammed his palm on the table and rose. "All right. Since Roger has endorsed you, let me test your strength." With that, the Golden Lion strode purposefully towards the jungle, with Ming leisurely trailing behind. "Now, that's the spirit. I am full, but there are still those who are not." On the opposite side of the Golden Lion's castle lay a jungle teeming with beasts more formidable than those in the surrounding villages. Only the Golden Lion and Ming soared above this jungle. Kobat and the other pirates could only observe from a distance atop the castle. The Golden Lion pointed to the fearsome beasts below and declared, There are 100 ferocious beasts here. Should you defeat them all, I shall abandon this plan and consider collaborating with you. Ming gazed down at the beasts, muttering to himself, well, 100 should suffice for a modest feast. With that, he dove downwards. Fire release. Great fireball technique. With his exclamation, a colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, igniting the jungle in an instant. Flames roared, smoke billowed, and some of the less fire-resistant beasts leapt to evade the inferno. Ming carved out a safe landing spot amidst the flames. Standing as if a deity of war had descended, he continued to release torrents of fire, creating pillars that shot outward. Phoenix fire technique. He shouted, unleashing flames like crimson arrows that flew towards the surrounding beasts. Great fire dragon technique. Once more, he wielded his formidable fire, ninjutsu, summoning a massive fire dragon that twisted through the air. Engulfing even more beasts in flames, in an instant, the entire jungle was consumed by the inferno, smoke enveloping everything in sight. However, the majority of the beasts did not retreat. Rather, they became even more frenzied due to the rising heat. The golden lion observed Ming's reckless actions within the jungle, muttering disdainfully, "What folly! To employ tactics meant for ordinary foes against these beasts is nothing short of self-inflicted misery. Most of them are impervious to fire." Meanwhile, Ming darted swiftly through the jungle, employing the Shunpa technique to evade while continuously spewing fire. As the blaze intensified, the area available for him to maneuver gradually diminished. In contrast, among the 100 ferocious beasts, only a few with lesser fire resistance succumbed to exhaustion, while the rest sustained only minor burns, remaining largely unscathed. The smoke thickened, and the flames grew ever more ferocious. The pirate under the Golden Lion's command voiced his concern. "Captain, if this fire cannot be contained, the entire jungle will be destroyed. Is he attempting to escape amidst the smoke?" The Golden Lion dismissed the worry. "Fear not. This is Sky Island. Such a vast release of heat will soon generate clouds from evaporated moisture, resulting in a downpour. Think he could escape under my watchful eye is a grave underestimation." While Ming continued to breathe fire, weaving through the inferno, his clothing became tattered, and he appeared disheveled. Just as the Golden Lion had anticipated, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds gathered overhead. Soon, a torrential rain began to fall, dousing the flames below. The Golden Lion, observing the rain extinguishing the fire, felt confident that the battle was all but over. He turned his gaze to Ming, eager to see if the young man would display any signs of panic. However, to his astonishment, Ming's expression bore no trace of alarm, as if everything were well within his control. Ming bit his finger, nonchalantly surveying the ferocious beasts charging toward him. With a forceful clap against the ground, mysterious and intricate patterns radiated outward from his position. Instantly, white smoke enveloped the entire jungle, obscuring the vision of both the beasts and the Golden Lion. After a brief moment, as the smoke began to dissipate, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them. Beneath Ming's feet lay an enormous, pitch-purple serpent. Its sinuous body coiled and undulated like a mountain range, instilling a sense of dread. Kobat and the surrounding pirates gasped in astonishment at the sight of the massive serpent, while even the seasoned Golden Lion found himself momentarily rooted in disbelief. In stark contrast, the beast he had previously deemed ferocious appeared as inconsequential as small fish before the serpent, the largest among them scarcely matching the size of the serpent's head. The serpent, towering above, looked disdainfully at the slightly singed beast glaring at it, saying, "Human, do you dare to challenge me? I have yet to settle the score from our last encounter." Ming rubbed his hands together, awkwardly grinning as he replied, "You see, I have prepared a feast just for you." He pointed toward the beasts in the jungle, cheerfully explaining, "I worried they might not suit your taste, so I made sure to include a variety, and even roasted them to perfection, from rare to well done." Only the Golden Lion, floating nearby, overheard the exchange between Ming and the serpent, his mind racing as he realized the commotion had merely been a prelude to preparing a meal for the serpent. Nonetheless, his curiosity about Ming only deepened. "O conjure, such a colossal serpent from thin air is indeed remarkable. Roger's choice of companions is certainly extraordinary." The myriad serpents were quite pleased with the task undertaken by Looming. Once Looming had gracefully leapt from atop its head, the serpents commenced their hunt with fervor. Those once fierce beasts, bearing their fangs and claws, succumbed to the venomous fangs and immense form of the serpents, resigning themselves to a fate of being devoured. Observing the one-sided spectacle before him, the golden lion lost interest and flew back to the castle, utterly disenchanted, after the serpents had indulged in their feast. One turned to Looming, inquiring with satisfaction. Though they are not living sacrifices, these robust creatures suffice to satiate my hunger. Now, tell me, what is it that you require of me? Looming chuckled heartily, patting his chest, and replied, Your words are far too formal. I merely wish to show my respect and gratitude. There are no ulterior motives. Please, rest well after your meal. The serpent flicked its tongue lightly, a glint of cunning in its gaze. It seemed skeptical of Looming's words, but chose to remain silent. In a puff of white smoke, the serpent vanished from sight. Witnessing this, Looming promptly followed in the wake of the golden lion as they soared toward the castle. Upon their return, while the golden lion lamented the failure of its plan to assault the East Sea, Kobat suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Looming rushed to support her, noticing her pale lips and anguished expression. Rolling up her sleeve, he discovered several conspicuous green spots upon her skin, causing his face to pale in shock. He turned to glare furiously at the golden lion, demanding loudly, "How dare you poison her in my absence?" His voice brimmed with indignation. Unperturbed, the golden lion retrieved a delicate vial from its cloak and casually tossed it to Looming, stating, "This contains the poison known as daft green. A single dose will suffice." At that moment, the golden lion's expression sharpened, as if realizing something, and it glared at Looming with suspicion, growling, "You wouldn't be attempting to deceive me, would you?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Looming's forehead. He silently lamented that matters were far more complex than he had anticipated. However, time was of the essence, and he had no choice but to resort to such a crude approach. The golden lion raised a hand and swiftly gestured, seemingly confirming something. Upon realizing that neither Looming nor Kobat possessed any controllable items, its eyes widened, exuding an intense ferocity akin to an enraged lion. "Lion Thousand Cuts Valley," the golden lion roared, unleashing a torrent of power from beneath its feet. Looming and Kobat barely had time to gasp before they were propelled away by this force, hurtling toward the distant ground. Such might. Looming managed to partially deflect the golden lion's assault, yet his hands trembled uncontrollably, and the sword he wielded shattered under the strain. The golden lion hovered once more, its eyes glinting with a chilling light. "Boy, regardless of who you may be, you shall pay for your deceit." Clenching its fists, it unleashed a tremor, causing the earth and rain to coalesce into 4 colossal lions. Lion Might, Earth's Wrath. These lions encircled Looming and Kobat, forming an inescapable trap. Looming shielded Kobat protectively and called out to the golden lion, "We can discuss a collaboration. Do you not desire to rule the world?" The golden lion scoffed derisively. "A collaboration? Then demonstrate the strength worthy of such an alliance." Taking a deep breath, a fierce glint shone in Looming's eyes. Activating his Sharingan, he became enveloped in a surge of electricity. Lightning released Chidori. He embraced Kobat and charged toward the castle with fervor. Chapter 47. A Showdown with the Golden Lion. Do you think you can escape? The golden lion sneered, wielding its weapons against Looming with relentless precision. Looming, fully focused, activated his observation Haki, his body wrapped in a coat of lightning, nimbly evading each strike from the golden lion. His movements were light and swift, as if he were one with the lightning, weaving through the onslaught of attacks, staring at his shattered sword. Looming pondered how, once this ordeal concluded, he must acquire 2 renowned blades. Although the great swordsman believed that the name of the blade was of little importance compared to the will behind it, Looming felt that, when strength was comparable, the difference between a renowned blade and an ordinary one was significant. Renowned blades were often sharper, and their forging ensured a more balanced distribution of power. The golden lion's float fruit had reached awakening, allowing it to manipulate not only objects it touched, but also those struck by its attacks. As the golden lion unleashed more strikes, its control over a broader area expanded. Warm-up complete, the golden lion proclaimed, sweeping its arm, causing the earth to morph in a monstrous lion's. Ultimately, Looming could not entirely evade the earth lion's assault. Sensing an unavoidable blow, he concentrated lightning power at his back, employing an ironclad defense, further reinforced with Haki. However, as the earth lion struck, the golden lion swiftly followed up with a powerful slash, and despite Looming's dual defenses, he was forcefully struck. Both he and the unconscious Kobat were sent crashing toward the castle. Looming staggered to his feet, regaining his balance, only to find Kobat rendered unconscious by the residual shockwave. He quickly checked her injuries, relieved to discover she was not gravely harmed. Turning back to the golden lion, he noticed the substantial gash on his back seeping blood. With a wry smile, he mused, "I never anticipated the disparity would be so vast. Even with all the power I could muster, I could not withstand that strike." The golden lion hovered above, looking down upon Looming and Kobat with a smirk. "Couldn't he withstand it? Yet you still draw breath, do you not? Had you abandoned that woman from the start, perhaps you would have had a chance at survival." The thunderous roars of lightning grew even louder, as if all storms had converged at this moment. The sky darkened, shrouded in thick clouds. With great effort, Looming pushed through his injuries, summoning his last reserves to ascend into the sky, locking eyes with the golden lion. "But I still feel there is a chance. Is that so? How foolish!" The golden lion roared disdainfully. Its gaze filled with contempt. It swung its weapon, unleashing a powerful strike. In response, Looming utilized Shave, transforming into a bolt of lightning to evade the golden lion's assault. Observing the golden lion charging at him, Looming gathered the lightning power in his hands. Suddenly, a brilliant flash erupted, accompanied by a sharp chirping sound, resonating with the thunderclaps above. The energy surged through the atmosphere, causing a palpable shift. The golden lion, sensing the sudden change, widened its eyes in shock, hastening its approach toward Looming. "Are you afraid?" Looming coldly questioned, as the lightning power intensified, drawing the celestial thunder toward him, aimed directly at the golden lion. This strike resonated with the very heavens, its might formidable. Let the thunderous roar accompany its descent. A cataclysmic strike fell from the sky. The thunderous echoes grew deafening as the lightning, under Looming's command, morphed into the form of a Qilin. Charging directly at the golden lion, lightning released Qilin. The force of this strike was immense, creating a massive crater upon impact. The golden lion had no time to react, being violently thrust into the pit. As it struggled to rise, another Qilin descended with ferocity. This time, the golden lion was driven deep into the earth, immobilized. Lightning released Qilin. Lightning released Qilin. Though the conditions for summoning the Qilin were stringent, it allowed Looming to tap into the power of the heavens with minimal expenditure. Each invocation melding him with the celestial forces, relentlessly summoning thunder to assault the golden lion. Yet, the golden lion's maniacal laughter echoed from the depths. "Ah, indeed. You have not misled me. I cannot become a king. I cannot become a king." Witnessing the golden lion's spirited demeanor, Looming felt a twinge of fear. This was his trump card, and if it proved insufficient to subdue the golden lion, his fate would be sealed. He gazed upward, noticing that the dense clouds were beginning to disperse. Time was running short, and Looming expanded his Chidori to its maximum form, directing it toward the depths where the golden lion lay. Proclaiming, "This is the final strike. Let us determine our fate." The golden lion, having regained its breath, could barely contain its excitement as it roared back at Looming. "Bring it on!" The thunderous roars intensified, as a colossal lightning Qilin descended alongside another awe-inspiring lightning phoenix, plunging toward the depths. Lightning release Phoenix roar Qilin. On the ground, dozens of lions, formed from wind and rain, howled toward the heavens, contrasting starkly with the celestial Qilin and Phoenix above. Lion might, Earth's wrath. This tremendous strike uprooted trees and brought the castle crashing down under the overwhelming force. Bang! A deafening explosion reverberated across the entire Sky Island as a tremendous wave of energy instantaneously disseminated. The underground sanctuary of the Golden Lion was utterly shattered by this force, causing him to plummet from the gaping chasm, descending directly towards the ground. During his fall, he exuberantly shouted at Lu Ming, "You are worthy to be my companion. I acknowledge you. Together, let us seize this world." As the castle crumbled, Lu Ming felt his strength waning, and he too fell alongside the collapsing structure. His consciousness gradually blurred, and everything before him began to fade into obscurity. Am I destined to perish here? A profound sorrow welled up within Lu Ming. The falling debris incessantly battered him, the pain sharpening his awareness. Though he once harbored doubts about the righteousness of the Navy at this brink of death, he seemed to glimpse the truth of his own heart. Wavering justice, obscured beliefs. Lu Ming pondered inwardly, if life is lost, what do these notions truly signify? In pursuit of survival, one's own strength is of paramount importance. His consciousness began to fade, his vision grew dim, and ultimately he succumbed to oblivion, buried beneath the rubble of the castle. Chapter 48. Kobat awakened by falling stones. Kobat was astounded by the sight before her. Instantly, she frantically began to excavate the debris, desperately seeking Lu Ming, who lay buried beneath the rubble, even as her hands were lacerated and bloodied. She did not relent, tears streaming from her eyes. Why am I so weak? She incessantly berated herself. Why must I merely watch in despair as my beloved perishes before my eyes? Fate smiled upon the resolute. Just as her hands were nearing the point of being rendered unrecognizable, she finally uncovered Lu Ming, bloodied and battered. That moment, she had forgotten her own affliction of hemophobia, summoning every ounce of her strength. She hoisted the barely breathing Lu Ming onto her back and staggered towards the edge of the forest. Although the ferocious beasts of the forest had long fled during the clash between Lu Ming and the Golden Lion, this vast wilderness posed an immense challenge for the physically feeble Kobat. Along the arduous journey, her white stockings became stained with mud and blood. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on with unwavering determination, each step laden with hardship and suffering. Yet she refused to yield, for Lu Ming's life rested upon her shoulders. When Lu Ming slowly regained consciousness, he discovered that both he and Kobat were swathed in thick bandages, and 4 drips suspended from his wrist, lying within the abode of Ganfuer. Upon noticing Lu Ming's awakening, Ganfuer displayed an expression of unexpected delight. I never imagined you would actually defeat that pirate. You are gravely injured. I thought it would take at least half a month for you to awaken. Startled, Lu Ming sprang from the bed, seemingly in search of something. Are you looking for this? Ganfuer inquired, smiling as he toyed with a delicate vial. Lu Ming sighed in relief upon seeing the vial. Fortunately, it remained intact. Otherwise, all their prior efforts would have been in vain. Ganfuer elucidated. I noticed this girl clutched the vial tightly, even in her unconscious state, so I figure it must be of great significance. Indeed, it is crucial. Lu Ming nodded affirmatively. He glanced at the ailing Kobat beside him, concern and worry evident in his voice as he inquired, how is she faring? Ganfuer regarded the mountain of bandages behind Lu Ming and remarked, she is in a far more precarious state than you. Her condition is quite severe. I never would have guessed that such a frail body could carry you through that treacherous forest. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart trembled, his gaze fixated upon the weakened Kobat. As if contemplating something profound, he then accepted the vial from Ganfuer. I must return immediately, Lu Ming murmured to himself. Having delayed for so long, he could not afford further procrastination. Ganfuer crossed his arms and replied solemnly, your injuries are severe. Jumping from such a height is simply impossible. Lu Ming sighed, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Then I must at least attempt it. He activated the system, silently praying for the same stroke of fortune he had experienced when summoning the Serpent of 10,040 points. Here we go. Congratulations, you've leveled up Sharingan. Remaining points, 80 AS. He expended 40 points. The single Tomo Sharingan in his eyes gradually transformed, now adorned with a second Tomo. Alas, it seems such luck is not a frequent occurrence. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He turned to Ganfuer and requested, may I leave my companion here to recuperate? I must return briefly to retrieve something. However, Ganfuer's response bore a hint of displeasure. I am willing to save you solely because I believe you possess the strength to possibly defeat Enel. But let me caution you, if you perish on your return journey or do not return at all, the fate of this girl may very well be in jeopardy. Ming regarded Ganfuer, his mind reflecting. In the original narrative, he always seemed a victim of usurped power, forgetting his former status as a ruler. He then turned to the bedridden Kobat, his gaze soft yet resolute. I will definitely return. However, I trust you will take good care of her, of course, Ganfuer replied with a smile. As long as you uphold your promise, I shall do everything within my power. Nodding, Ming turned and exited the room. Ming swiftly located the spot from which he had previously ascended to the island. From above, it appeared as a faintly visible fountain. He awaited the fountain's next eruption, then fashioned a rudimentary glider from his clothing. Taking a deep breath, he leapt into the air. During his rapid descent, he not only relied on the glider to mitigate his speed, but also employed the moonwalk technique to reduce his falling acceleration. Though the pain from his wounds was nearly unbearable, Ming gritted his teeth and persevered. Just as he was about to plunge into the sea, he leapt fiercely, employing the moonwalk to stabilize his descent. He retrieved his Den Mushi and dialed the soldier stationed there, directing him towards the island of Gaia. Upon finally reaching the shore, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. In a hazy state, he sensed someone approaching and lifting him to an unknown location, but he lacked the strength to inquire further. When Ming next opened his eyes, the familiar environment of the G8 base's medical room greeted him. Jonathan, Jessica, and several other doctors surrounded his bed, their expressions filled with concern. He noticed Jessica's eyes were red and immediately explained, "Kobat is not dead. She remains on the Sky Island that I returned first." Upon hearing this, a look of joy illuminated Jessica's face as she grasped Ming's hand, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. It's a relief to know you are both safe." Ming surveyed the room, seemingly searching for something. Jonathan observed him and chuckled. "Are you looking for Jiyuan? He took the medicine you brought back and is perfectly fine now." Truly, a hero emerges from youth. I never expected you would actually defeat the Golden Lion, but precisely how? At that moment, Jessica gently patted Ming's hand and turned to Jonathan, interrupting, "Let him rest for now. We can ask more questions later." Yes, you're right. I got ahead of myself. You should focus on resting." Jonathan chuckled in agreement, prompted by Jessica. Due to Ming's exceptional physical resilience, coupled with the diligent care of the doctors and Jessica, he quickly regained the ability to rise from his bed. When Jonathan learned that Kobat was still stranded on the Sky Island, he immediately dispatched a team to the summit of the West, intending to retrieve Kobat from the Sky Island. However, Ming understood that unless he personally ventured forth, Ganfuer would likely not release her easily, and conflict could ensue. He silently resolved to return to the Sky Island himself in a few days, once his body had recovered further. Chapter 49. Internal doubts with Jiyuan possessing the antidote. Ming's health gradually improved over the past few days, prompting frequent visits to his hospital room for conversations. Having recently experienced a battle against the Golden Lion, he had much to discuss regarding his insights into Haki. "Your progress is remarkable. Given time, it's inevitable that you will surpass me," Jiyuan remarked appreciatively after hearing Ming's insights. Ming modestly smiled, patting his own head. "Oh, it's still early days," after a pause. Jiyuan seemed deliberate on his words before continuing. "Originally, Jonathan reported your feat of defeating the Golden Lion to headquarters, and they intended to promote you to Rear Admiral. However, due to the short interval since your last promotion, the higher-ups are concerned you may not garner the respect of your peers. Thus, they have decided to postpone your advancement. Nevertheless, with your strength and potential, it is only a matter of time before you ascend the ranks within the Navy." Observing Jiyuan's demeanor, Ming could vaguely sense that his inability to be promoted might not solely be attributed to this reasoning, but at that moment, he did not place much importance on it. After his harrowing battle with the Golden Lion, he felt that raw strength was paramount. Titles were merely superficial. Stretching, Ming mused aloud. "I wonder how things are faring over in Alabasta. Alabasta, are you already aware of the happenings there?" Upon hearing Ming's mutterings, Jiyuan displayed an expression of astonishment. Observing Jiyuan's reaction, Ming, with a sense of resignation, inquired, "You cannot possibly tell me that Crocodile has been defeated?" Jiyuan elucidated. "Indeed, he has been vanquished. The 7 warlords are not to be trifled with, especially when they conspire to usurp a nation. The individual who defeated him is someone you should recognize. It's Smoker, the colonel you encountered in Loguetown. Oh no, he must now be referred to as Brigadier Smoker. After absorbing this information, Ming collapsed despondently onto the bed, lamenting, "Oh dear, this has spiraled out of control. I've lost track of the narrative." He pondered for a moment and consoled himself. "Well, I suppose I shall take a few days off and venture to Sky Island. The mission in Alabasta can wait for another opportunity." However, upon hearing Ming's words, Jiaji reacted with unexpected intensity, abruptly approaching Ming and urgently stating, "You cannot go to Sky Island any longer." Ming, bewildered by Jiaji's fervent response, asked in confusion, "Why not? Kabado is still over there, isn't he?" Realizing his emotional lapse, Jiaji endeavored to regain his composure and replied with feigned tranquility, "Jonathan has already arranged for someone to handle Kabado's affairs. You need not concern yourself further." Yet, this fleeting display of emotion was sufficient for Ming to sense something amiss, prompting him to press on, "Are you concealing something from me?" Jiaji retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, inhaled deeply, and slowly remarked, "Do you recall the individual we previously besieged, Guild Tesoro? Of course, the Golden Emperor. He even placed a bounty of 1 billion on my head. Is he causing trouble in the New World again?" Ming responded, casually peeling an orange he had picked up from the bedside. Jiaji took a seat and continued, "Yes, he has stirred quite a commotion. After being rescued by Don Quixote Doflamingo, he has been aligning himself with Doflamingo in the New World. However, Doflamingo's true intention was merely to consume the portion of the underworld that belonged to him, leading to inevitable friction between the two. Dog-eat-dog scenario. Is it?" Ming remarked, finishing his orange and picking up some sunflower seeds to snack on. Indeed, Doflamingo deliberately leaked Tesoro's whereabouts. After Zifa-sensei and the G5 unit caught wind of the information, they simultaneously initiated action in an attempt to capture Tesoro. The intensity of that battle was on par with the conflict aboard the Golden Ship. Zifa-sensei even sustained severe injuries as a result, but regrettably, Tesoro managed to escape. However, we did not emerge entirely empty-handed. During this operation, we successfully apprehended a significant figure in Tesoro's entourage, Baratie, that Ming interjected while munching on the sunflower seeds. "Oh, that dark-skinned lady. I remember her. So, Tesoro truly is left without allies." Jiaji sighed. "Ah, if only we had captured him at that time, we could have averted all these subsequent events." Noticing Jiaji's demeanor, Ming sensed that the crux of the matter was about to be revealed, prompting him to set aside the sunflower seeds and listen earnestly. Later, he married Charlotte family's 18th daughter, Charlotte Galette, thereby indirectly joining the crew of the Yonko Big Mom. Hearing this news, Ming nearly gasped in disbelief. "What? So he's also on Cake Island?" Internally, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This will utterly disrupt the narrative. If Cake Island gains such an individual, will Luffy not meet his demise there? Oh, he is not there. With the support of Big Mom, he has usurped the title of the Dark King of the Underworld." Dufeld. Upon learning that Tesoro was not on Cake Island, Ming let out a sigh of relief. "That is good. As for this Dark King Dufeld, I have no recollection of him. He is likely just a minor character lurking in the shadows. The title can be taken without concern." Observing Ming's relaxed demeanor, Jiaji helplessly cautioned, "Do you not yet grasp the underlying problem?" As Ming was about to reach for another orange, Jiaji gently tapped his hand, saying, "Tesoro has now regained power. All of you will become targets of his vengeance." Ming's voice dwindled. "He has already placed a bounty on me." Jiaji, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Now you understand, don't you? Previously, he lacked the authority. Although the bounty existed, it was nothing more than an empty promise to everyone. But now, the situation is entirely different." Ming contemplated for a moment and then asked, "I understand, but what does this have to do with whether I can go to Sky Island?" Jiaji, taken aback by the question, quietly explained, "It is because the higher-ups have assigned you another crucial mission that you must complete." "Must I?" Ming questioned, puzzled. What mission could warrant such attention for someone like me? "They require you to escort Baratie to Justice Island." Ming immediately inquired, "Will there be an ambush?" Jiaji hastily added, "No, but I can accompany you. Upon hearing Jiaji's response, Lu Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him, leaning back on a hospital bed. He crossed his legs and casually remarked, "So this is why I cannot be promoted to Rear Admiral. Is it because of the Golden Lion? Are there rumors circulating outside?" The naval higher-ups, well aware of the deep-seated animosity between Lu Ming and Tesoro, nonetheless assigned him the task of escorting Baratie, which, barring any ambush, indicated that they harbored suspicions about Lu Ming. They suspect that Lu Ming has struck some sort of deal with the Golden Lion during that incident. Betraying the Navy, they may wish to exploit this opportunity to lure the rising Tesoro into conflict with Lu Ming, thereby resolving two significant threats to the Navy in one fell swoop. "I believe in you," Jiaji quickly clarified upon hearing Lu Ming's doubts. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on Jiaji, remaining silent. Jiaji sighed and elaborated. "The Golden Lion has disseminated word throughout the underworld that he will be waiting for you on Sky Island, hoping to conspire with you on significant matters. Therefore, you absolutely cannot go to Sky Island now. Jonathan and I will ensure that it is made clear you have not colluded with the Golden Lion. Although the higher-ups harbor suspicions about you, they have not reached a definitive conclusion, which is why they have assigned you to escort Baratie. While there is some danger, they have already tacitly permitted me to accompany you. Once this mission concludes, you will be able to prove your innocence, and the headquarters will proceed with your promotion to Rear Admiral Lu Ming. However, solemnly informed Jiaji, "Teacher, I can only assure you that I have not betrayed the Navy. In the past, I might have forsaken the opportunity to go to Sky Island to complete the escort mission, but now, after my fierce battle with the Golden Lion, I have become more entrenched in this world, acutely aware that the monumental war sparked by Luffy is inevitable and will soon engulf me as well. Thus, enhancing my strength to ensure my survival has become of paramount importance. Moreover, he has profoundly sensed the gap between himself and the powerful, realizing that he has merely 2 years left. 2 years until the conclusion of the Marineford War, after which Luffy will resume his adventures, and the imminent conclusion of the Grand War will soon follow. To survive this war, Lu Ming must make the most of the remaining 2 years to rapidly enhance his strength. Lacking the protagonist's halo, he must diligently train. 2 years will certainly not suffice to reach the Golden Lion's level. Only by leveraging the system can he accelerate his power growth and secure a sliver of hope. Thus, Enel's mission is indispensable for Lu Ming. Observing Lu Ming's resolute demeanor, Jiaji remained silent for a moment before beginning to pace back and forth within the hospital room. After several minutes, he halted before Lu Ming and slowly spoke. "There is only one path forward. Have you heard of the secret special unit, Sword?" Jiaji took a deep breath and continued to explain. "The members of the Sword unit have all resigned from their military posts and returned their naval numbers. This team can disregard naval orders and act freely. However, the trade-off is that all their actions are detached from the Navy, and the Navy can expel them at any moment." Sword unit? Lu Ming mused. Although he found himself in this world, he had been influenced by the series from his previous life and possessed a certain understanding of the Sword unit. The undercover Drake and Kobe, who infiltrated Kaido's ranks, would later belong to this organization. Jiaji continued in a tone of caution. "Ordinarily, at your rank, you should not be privy to this information, but if you insist on going to Sky Island, this is currently the only viable option. However, this means you will no longer be able to request any personnel from the Navy, nor will you receive any support from them." Lu Ming sat up in bed and earnestly addressed Jiaji. "Then it is settled. I shall join Sword." Jiaji sighed. "Is it truly such a grave matter to go to Sky Island?" Yet upon meeting Lu Ming's gaze, he swallowed the remainder of his words and instead stated, "I will communicate with Vice Admiral Karp and the higher-ups. You should rest for a few days." "Karp?" Lu Ming expressed surprise. Jiaji nodded and explained, "Yes, Vice Admiral Karp is currently the leader of the Sword unit." After a moment of astonishment, Lu Ming muttered to himself, "I see. Within the Navy, he is probably the only one who would condone the various reckless actions of this group." Jiaji stood, stating, "Once the procedures are completed, you will be free to go anywhere. Although Karp is the leader of the Sword unit, he typically does not interfere with your specific actions." Upon uttering these words, the subtle tone of disappointment in Jiaji's voice became evident as he slowly walked out of the ward. "Lu Ming, observing Jiaji's retreating figure, suddenly shouted, "Regardless of where I go, my stance shall remain unwavering. The justice you entrusted to me will endure." Upon hearing Lu Ming's call, Jiaji paused momentarily, a low chuckle escaping his lips as he remarked, "You little rascal." He then exited the room. The following day, Jiaji discreetly informed Lu Ming that he had already submitted an application for him to join the sword unit. The task of escorting Bacala had been transferred to Smoker, who had recently been promoted to Brigadier General, with the assistance of Colonel Xiuan from the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing Xiuan's name, Lu Ming was taken aback once more. Jiaji, now accustomed to Lu Ming's startled reactions, inquired with a hint of exasperation, "What is it this time?" A mischievous glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he thought. Xiu's fruit ability, Xiuan, corroded Zoro's snow walk during the Justice Island incident. Subsequently, Zoro acquired the Black Blade Xiu, one of the 21 Great Blades, from Ryuma under Moria's influence, completing his trifecta of swords. An idea quietly sprouted in Lu Ming's mind. If he could prevent Xiuan from destroying Snowwalk, maintain Zoro's three-sword style, and acquired Xiu, not only would he fulfill his quest with the 21 Great Blades, but he would also minimize the impact on the storyline, compared to the arduous search. This was undoubtedly a shortcut. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he explained to Jiaji, "It's nothing. Seeing how hard they work to escort Bacala, I thought I might visit them on Justice Island." Jiaji, regarding Lu Ming's smile with skepticism, retorted, "Smoker is currently at G8. If you wish to visit them, you can do so now." Lu Ming turned to Jiaji, a hint of confusion in his gaze, observing Lu Ming's plethora of questions. Jiaji took a seat and chuckled. "Smoker is quite agreeable to me. He has strong opinions about how the higher-ups handled the Alabasta incident and is reluctant to accept their rewards, even suggesting those government old-timers go to hell." As the topic deepened, Jiaji's laughter grew louder. He doesn't wish to return to headquarters, which is why he has come here. Upon hearing Jiaji's description, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh as well. It seemed that this rigid upper echelon was not only displeasing to him. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Lu Ming excitedly asked, "By the way, is Dasky here too?" Jiaji pondered for a moment before responding, "Dasky? I do not know her. Is she one of Smoker's subordinates? She should be around." Upon receiving this news, Lu Ming immediately leaped from his hospital bed and hurriedly rushed outside. Jiaji, seeing this, quickly followed, curiously asking, "Are you in such a hurry because you have taken a liking to that girl? Wait for me. I'll accompany you." Lu Ming did not respond to Jiaji's words, merely running ahead with urgency. Chapter 51. The famous Blade Huazhou, he arrived at the port, where he indeed saw Smoker and his team preparing for departure. Smoker's demeanor upon seeing Lu Ming was markedly different from their encounter in Loguetown. He naturally connected Lu Ming's mention of a secret mission with the recent confrontations against the Gold Lion, believing Lu Ming acted out of a sense of justice. Although Smoker's expression remained cold, he still greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze searched the crowd for Dasky, spotting her standing beside Smoker with a dazed expression. He waved at Smoker with a smile before jogging over to Dasky's side. Jiaji also arrived at the port, observing Lu Ming's familiarity with Smoker and Dasky, and couldn't help but lean against the doorway. Lighting a cigarette while teasing, "I girl, not my type, made me run for nothing." Lu Ming, with an exuberant grin, engaged Smoker and Dasky in conversation about Alabasta. However, Smoker coldly retorted, "In this matter, we did nothing. It was the Straw Hat's contribution." He tightened his grip on his jit, declaring, "Next time, I will personally bring them back." Dasky, gripping her sword, added resolutely, "I too must become stronger." I could see this moment. Lu Ming, rubbing his hands together, shamelessly inquired of Dasky, "How is your collection of famous swords coming along?" Dasky appeared caught off guard by Lu Ming's sudden question. During their brief encounter in Loguetown, she had merely mentioned her goal, not expecting him to remember it so vividly, with a hint of shyness. Dasky stammered, I have collected one. It was obtained from Mr. 11 of the Baroque Works, Huazhou." Hey, could you lend it to me for a bit?" Lu Ming's face flushed red, realizing that borrowing something from a girl required a certain level of psychological preparation. Dasky, startled like a frightened rabbit, looked up at Lu Ming with wide, clear eyes, a mix of surprise and shyness reflected within. Feeling embarrassed under her gaze, Lu Ming quickly picked up a broken short sword. Explaining, no, I just wanted to borrow it because my weapon is broken. I will definitely return it. Seeing Lu Ming's nervousness and eagerness, Dasky couldn't help but laugh. Of course you can. The famous sword would be pleased to be wielded by you. With that, she retrieved the captured famous blade Huazhou from a nearby box and carefully handed it to Lu Ming. Huazhou, one of the 50 great blades, was a sword adorned with unique flame patterns. As Lu Ming gently grasped Huazhou, a powerful aura swiftly enveloped the blade, and as he swung it a few times, the sound of slicing air resonated. Subsequently, he infused the blade with the lightning attribute of Chidori. In an instant, lightning flickered along the blade, dazzling and radiant. Feeling the smooth flow of the mighty aura and Chidori, Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly remarkable. It is indeed a famous blade." Jiaji, witnessing this scene, appeared rather disinterested. Yawning before departing, he muttered under his breath, "I thought something more exciting would happen, but it's just watching someone wield a sword." Dasky, however, was completely captivated by the interaction between Lu Ming and Huazhou. She gazed at the unpredictable sword in Lu Ming's hand, yearning for the day she could wield Shiyu with such mastery. Smoker, standing nearby, couldn't resist the internal admiration, thinking, no wonder he can battle against the Gold Lion. Having acquired Huazhou, Lu Ming intensified his training. Although it did not interfere with his daily activities, the old wounds inflicted by the Gold Lion occasionally throbbed with pain, contemplating that Cobalt was still in Sky Island. He needed to recover swiftly, prompting Lu Ming to access the system once more. Taking a deep breath, he prayed, "Bless me. Let me try again for a healing type. 40 points, here we go. Congratulations on acquiring class medical ninjutsu. Creation rebirth. Remaining points, 40 upon hearing the system's announcement." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "This system is incredible. It delivers just like that." Creation Rebirth was a medical ninjutsu capable of rapidly healing wounds and restoring vitality. It could be combined with Yin Sealing, allowing for precise control over the healing power, achieving an ageless effect. Lu Ming immediately activated Creation Rebirth, unsealing the Yin mark on his forehead as the intricate patterns began to unfurl. With the flow of energy, the scars on his back began to heal at a visible pace. Just as Lu Ming closed his eyes to concentrate on his recovery, a familiar silhouette entered the room. As he felt all his injuries fully mended, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes. However, the sight before him startled him into retreat. "Kong, what are you doing here?" Kong K bent down, nearly pressing her face against Lu Ming's, her whip lightly grazing his cheek with a teasing undertone. "Don't you want to see me?" Memories flooded back, and Lu Ming stammered, No, I was just curious about how you got here." Kong K feigned a wounded expression, pouting as she replied, "I came to help you. After all." Lu Ming was not about to let his guard down due to her theatrics. He cautiously probed, "Help me with what?" "I don't need anything." A strange smile crept across Kong K's lips as she softly stated, "Haven't you already applied to join Sword? However, given the severity of your connections with the Gold Lion, I must personally accompany you to Sky Island to verify your true intentions before deciding whether to allow you to join Sword." Upon hearing Kong K's words, Lu Ming's pupils dilated, an ominous premonition washing over him. Kong K, toying with her whip, seemed quite satisfied with Lu Ming's reaction as she added, "In simple terms, I now hold the power of life and death over you." Kong K licked her lips lightly, a playful smile gracing her face. "According to Old Man Carp, you were gravely injured. However, it seems you have mastered some miraculous power that enables you to recover your wounds swiftly. Furthermore, the intriguing artifact you previously utilized to dispel the effects of the training fruit piques my curiosity. At times, I even contemplate dissecting you for a thorough examination." Observing the peacock in this near-manic state, Lu Ming couldn't help but mutter to himself. Mad Woman, Chapter 52. Blackbeard Teach in the secluded corner of the world. The town of Magic Valley lies forgotten by the world government, an illegal territory beyond the Navy's control. Although Lu Ming had prior experience utilizing the upward currents to reach Sky Island, this time he was prepared to engage in a deadly confrontation with Enel, hoping to bask in the glow of Luffy's prowess and eliminate Enel's four mighty priests with the aid of Luffy's crew. Thus, he brought the peacock to Magic Valley to await Luffy's arrival. However, fate seemed to play a cruel jest on him. Instead of Luffy, he unexpectedly encountered another legendary figure from the tale of the Pirate King. Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard. Teach swaggered into the tavern with an ostentatious gait, his laughter resonating throughout the establishment. "Wah! Burgess, that fellow is hardly worth our effort to kill." Simultaneously, a wretched scream pierced the air from outside, accompanied by Burgess's raucous laughter. "Wah! Pathetic fool! Have you been training at all?" At that moment, Poison Q and his beloved horse, Zhuang, collapsed at the tavern entrance, weakly pleading for assistance from the other patrons inside. "Is there any kind soul who could help us up?" With that, both man and horse coughed up blood. The taverness server rushed over, cautiously assisting Poison Q and Zhuang to their feet. Poison Q, slightly embarrassed, chuckled. "I was born frail and sickly. My apologies for the trouble." He produced a basket of apples and offered it to the server. "Please accept this as a token of my gratitude." The server waved his hands insistently. No, it's quite unnecessary." Yet upon catching sight of Poison Q's venomous, snake-like gaze, he reluctantly reached out to take an apple. "Thank you." But before he could finish his sentence, the apple in his hand suddenly exploded, the force of the blast knocking him to the ground. Poison Q, observing the scene, weakly remarked, "Haha, your luck is quite unfortunate. Off to another world you go." Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach erupted into laughter, finding a comfortable sofa to recline upon, his demeanor exuding arrogance, as he surveyed the taverness occupants. His gaze lingered on Ming and the peacock, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, quickly masked by a return to composure. That moment, a group of pirates strolled in, carelessly kicking Poison Q as they made their way toward Ming and the peacock. The leading pirate leered at the peacock, lewdly exclaiming, "Hey there, miss, you're quite a sight. You should join our captain." The raucous laughter of his companions echoed behind him, one of them brazenly taunting, "Pretty boy, your woman has caught our captain's eye. If you don't want to die, bow down and scram. Our boss is the notorious leader of a 30 million bounty pirate crew." Seeing Ming and the peacock remain unfazed, the pirate leader's rage ignited, and he barked, "Teach this ungrateful brat a lesson." No sooner had the words left his mouth than his lackeys charged forward. Yet, Ming merely raised a hand and waved it lightly. Lightning release. 1,000 birds. In an instant, arcs of lightning erupted, striking down the advancing pirates. With cries of agony, they fell to the ground. The other patrons in the tavern stared in shock at the unfolding spectacle, while the pirate leader, now filled with terror, stammered, "Who are you exactly?" At that moment, Blackbeard Teach cackled gleefully from the side. "No wonder you have a bounty of 1 billion berries. 1 billion. The other tavern-goers began to murmur about Ming's identity, their whispers filled with curiosity and astonishment. "Who on earth is this guy? I've never heard of him." One person questioned in bewilderment. The peacock, meanwhile, tapped the table lightly with her whip, her interest piqued as she focused on Teach, a smile gracing her lips. "Oh, seems there is something different about him." Teach, observing the tense demeanor of the peacock, laughed heartily to diffuse the tension. No need to be so uptight. I harbor no ill intentions." He then called out to the tavern owner, "Bring me something to eat." Ming gently grasped the peacock's hand, signaling her to calm down, before turning to the pirates, who were just regaining their wits after the lightning attack, and whispered threateningly, "Get lost." Now, though unsure of the truth behind Teach's proclamation of 1 billion, Ming's display of strength left the other patrons too intimidated to approach. Just then, familiar voices echoed from the tavern entrance that we must stay here for 4 days to properly record everything. "I can hardly endure a single day," Nami complained. "Haha. If you think that way, it means you're still a normal person." Zoro chuckled in response that "I'm so hungry. So hungry." Luffy lamented, patting his stomach absent-mindedly. The trio entered, oblivious to the subtle tension within the tavern, while Nami, slightly aware, continued to grumble about the town's inconveniences. "Hey, bartender, I want food. I want booze." The three found a table not far from Blackbeard Teach, calling out to the tavern owner. Completely unaware that they had become the center of attention, Ming quietly turned away, silently grateful that Luffy and his crew had not recognized him. If they had, their boisterous nature would surely lead to him being exposed as a marine, causing unnecessary trouble. While he had no fear of this motley crew, he preferred not to delay his main objective. The peacock glanced at Luffy's group and then turned to Ming, asking, "Are we waiting for him?" Ming nodded silently. The peacock scrutinized Luffy with a look of skepticism and whispered, "The grandson of Vice Admiral Garp?" Ming swiftly turned to her, forcibly redirecting her attention, signaling her to remain quiet. He cast a glance at Teach, who was relishing a cherry pie, sighing inwardly in relief that it was a close call. Teach was likely preparing to offer Luffy to the Navy in exchange for a position as a warlord. Fortunately, Luffy had escaped that fate by ascending to Sky Island using the current. Had Teach discovered Luffy was so near, a conflict would likely have erupted prematurely. "Hey, old man, this cherry pie is inedible." "Hey, bartender, this cherry pie is delicious." Simultaneously, Luffy and Teach exchanged glances, then both raised their drinks in unison. "Why is this drink so good? Why is this drink so good?" They stared intently at each other, with Teach breaking the silence first. "Is your tongue broken?" Luffy retorted defiantly. "Is your brain broken?" Chapter 53. Absolutely no fighting. "Hey, old man, I want to buy 50 pieces of meat to take home as a gift." "Bartender, I want to buy 51 cherry pies as gifts." "Then I'll take 52 pieces of meat. My pies will be 53. Meat 54. Pie 55. Once again, Luffy and Teach rolled up their sleeves, shouting in unison, "Are you deliberately trying to antagonize me?" At that moment, Nami urgently called out to Luffy, "Luffy, you promised me. Besides, we don't have the money to buy that much meat to take back. We didn't come out here to shop." With her back to the two, the peacock watched Ming, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of her mouth. "He is genuinely interesting. I wonder where you found him." Ming simply responded with a wry smile, offering no answer to the peacock's inquiry. The tavern owner, witnessing the escalating tension between Luffy and Teach, hurriedly retrieved 50 cherry pies from the fridge and handed them to Teach, pleading, "Big guy, take your things and leave quickly. Please don't cause a commotion in my establishment." Teach scoffed, accepting the cherry pies and turning to depart. Just then, a man adorned with a smiling face tattoo brushed past him as he entered the tavern. Bellamy the hyena, captain of the Bellamy pirates, a paramecia-type spring fruit user, scanned the tavern with piercing eyes and inquired, "Is the one with the straw hat here?" Luffy, clutching his meat, turned around and answered nonchalantly, "What do you want?" Zoro, sipping his drink, glanced at Bellamy. "You don't seem like you're here to chat." Bellamy approached the spot where Teach had just been seated, pointing at Luffy. "I want the finest wine. Whatever this little brat enjoys, bring him a glass too." Seeing Bellamy, who towered a head above him, Luffy couldn't help but remark, "Why do I keep running into these tall guys today?" At that moment, another group of pirates, also adorned with smiling face tattoos, entered, their demeanor unfriendly as they remarked, "What is going on? This place is filthy and stinks. How can you drink in such a dump? And you're ordering cheap wine. Goodness, there are still no seats available." As soon as the words fell, the leader of the hyena pirates, Vice Captain Sachi's, brandished a curved blade and charged towards a group of people beside Ming's table. In a flash of steel, they all collapsed to the ground. He sneered, "Isn't this spot now vacant?" Truly a bunch of dimwits. A flicker of impatience crossed Peacock's eyes as she glanced at her companions and remarked, "It seems they are in trouble. I shall lend them a hand." Ming immediately grasped Peacock's arm, his gaze pleading, "No, they can handle it. Don't stir up trouble." Sachi's also noticed Peacock's presence, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he prepared to taunt her. At that moment, a furious shout erupted from beside Luffy, as Bellamy forcefully pinned Luffy to the ground. This action instantly captured the attention of everyone present, prompting a boisterous laughter from Sachi's and his underlings. Ming observed Peacock's hand, now tightly gripping her whip, and helplessly remarked, truly rushing headlong to death, "There's no stopping it." Meanwhile, Zoro had already unsheathed his sword, aiming it at the advancing Bellamy. Bellamy glared at Zoro, menacingly questioning, "What do you want, you little brat?" Zoro replied coldly, "That question should be answered by you." Nami, anxious, shouted from the side, "Zoro, wait, we haven't gathered any information yet." But Zoro, abandoning his usual nonchalance, decisively interrupted her, "Stop the chatter. I just want to brawl, to respond to this guy's challenge. Luffy slowly rose to his feet, his eyes resolute. Very well. Prepare yourself. The atmosphere in the tavern suddenly grew fervent, with cheers and shouts resonating through the crowd. Waha! Hooray! Hooray! Did you hear that? Those little rascals still want to take on Bellamy. Peacock watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. Had Looming not been incessantly nagging beside her, she would have eagerly joined the fray. Luffy, wait! Nami's sudden exclamation froze the tavern's atmosphere. Luffy and Zoro turned to face her. Nami, a hint of nervousness in her voice, asked, Sir, do you have any information about Sky Island? The once lively tavern fell silent, as if time had come to a standstill. Then, uproarious laughter erupted, shattering the stillness. The sudden laughter left even the enthusiastic Peacock somewhat bewildered. What is going on? One pirate from the hyena pirates laughed uncontrollably, explaining, You actually want to go to Sky Island? Wah, that is hilarious. Nami, pointing at her log pose, hurriedly defended. What is so funny? Look, the log pose is pointing to the sky. Indeed, the log pose was directed towards the heavens. The pirate laughed even harder, declaring, That only means your log pose is broken. Other pirates joined in the ridicule, causing Nami's face to flush with embarrassment. Bellamy mockingly chimed in, I can't stand you lot. Where are you from, country bumpkins? Do you really believe in such outdated legends? Islands in the sky. What era do you come from? Hearing Bellamy's words, Peacock lost interest, retracting her whip and shaking her head in disappointment. She felt no desire to teach these people a lesson, muttering to herself, So they're nothing but inferior beings. Seeing Peacock no longer inclined to act, Looming sighed in relief, the weight on his chest finally lifting. Bellamy continued his tirade towards Luffy. Listen up, the age of pirates dreaming of treasure hunting has come to an end. The land of gold? The great treasure? You possess the strength to dominate these seas. Yet you perish for an illusion that does not exist. This is nothing but a game for lost dogs. Just looking at it makes me nauseous. With that, he seized a bottle of liquor and smashed it over Luffy's head. Then he unleashed a flurry of brutal attacks upon Luffy. Nami, frantic, cried out, Luffy! Zoro, forget our agreement. Quickly drive these bastards away. Yet Luffy displayed an unusual seriousness, resolutely telling Zoro, We absolutely cannot fight back, as the two refrained from striking back. Bellamy and his crew grew increasingly audacious, their blows landing with increasing ferocity, leaving the two bloodied and battered. Nami wailed, desperate for them to retaliate, that non-resistance. Humph, sounds noble, but it's merely the cowardice of a weakling. Truly disappointing. Just chase them away so they aren't an eyesore here. Bellamy sneered at the two, instructing his pirate subordinates. The pirates eagerly complied, tossing Luffy and Zoro out of the tavern's window. Bellamy then derisively addressed Nami. Hurry and take those two while they still have breath left. Get out of here, you little fish. Chapter 54. A person's dreams will never end. Just as Nami rushed out of the tavern, preparing to drag Luffy and Zoro away, Peacock suddenly rose and walked outside. Looming hurriedly followed her, murmuring, Don't act alone, as several pirates attempted to intercept them. Looming's double Tomo ability manifested, and he growled, Get lost! In an instant, the pirates found themselves ensnared by his illusion. Looming secretly marveled at the potency of having an additional Tomo. Sitting at the entrance, Teach observed Luffy and Zoro being dragged away by Nami and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! I ask you, dear lady, what are you angry about? It was clear those two won that scuffle. Oh, Teach grinned, declaring earnestly, Those fellows are nothing but a pile of dung. What do you mean the era of pirates dreaming of treasure hunting has ended? A person's dreams will never end. Teach's voice grew increasingly fervent. Am I wrong? Bullying others doesn't bring true happiness. Just set your sights on the summit. If others laugh, let them laugh. After hearing Teach's words, Zoro glanced back at Luffy, who was walking away without looking back, then turned to Nami and shouted, Let us go. Teach stood up, continuing, Oh, did I interrupt you? So eager to leave? Feel free to go. To Sky Island. After saying this, Teach turned and departed. The alcohol today is particularly delightful. Nami chased after Luffy, saying, Hey, that guy mentioned Sky Island. He might have some clues. Peacock watched Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Teach depart with excitement, turning to Looming and stating, You've really found some interesting people. I'm starting to like them. Despite having anticipated such a scenario, Looming felt a profound shock when Teach spoke to Luffy. Teach was indeed a true ambitious soul, willing to lurk within the Whitebeard pirates for over a decade to acquire the dark fruit. When the fruit appeared, he did not hesitate to slay his former comrade, commencing his own scheme. Watching Looming lost in thought, Peacock appeared quite exhilarated. Where shall we go now? I can hardly wait to join them on Sky Island. Looming stretched leisurely, responding, no need to rush. They have something significant tonight. First, let us find a ship. Where shall we find one? Looming pointed towards Bellamy's crew within the tavern. I believe their ship will suffice. Looming and Peacock soon arrived at the port, observing only a few members of the hyena pirates guarding the ship. Just as Peacock was about to take action, Looming restrained her hand. Let us leave them be. They can assist us in sailing. The pirates, upon seeing Looming and Peacock, pointed at their smiling tattoos and rudely shouted, "Scram! Do you know who we are?" At that moment, Peacock's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder I found you familiar. This seems to be Don Quixote Doflamingo's emblem. The pirates stepped forward, brandishing their weapons and leering. Little girl, you know quite a bit, don't you? Interested in joining us for some fun. However, in the next instant, the pirates, as if controlled by an unseen force, dropped their weapons to the ground and respectfully called out to Looming. Captain, we shall set sail for you at once. Peacock watched the scene unfold with keen interest. So this is your method to counter the training fruit. I would love to spar with you. Hee. Looming pretended not to hear her, following the pirates aboard the ship. Under Looming's guidance, the helmsman steered the ship towards the rising currents. Looming firmly gripped the hanajo in his hand, instructing Peacock, wait for a moment. We'll look for an opportunity to board their vessel. The Straw Hats? Peacock inquired. Looming nodded. Yes, indeed. Stay close to me. We may have to clash with Teach. Peacock seemed oblivious to the latter part of Looming's statement. Excitedly muttering to herself, I didn't expect the grandson of Old Man Carp to be so intriguing. It's no wonder that pink-haired brat talks about him every day. Teach, is he the person we encountered at the tavern? I heard one of his crew members volunteered to become a warlord at the headquarters. The Peacock perched upon the back of a pirate subordinate who was kneeling on the ground. Brandishing a whip as she inquired about the helmsman, Ming gazed at her in silence, realizing that the pirates, whom he had originally intended to control with illusions and use as mere tools, were now entirely susceptible to the effects of the training fruit. Noticing the helpless expression on Ming's face, the Peacock smiled alluringly and remarked, I was unable to tame you last time. I must admit, I'm quite eager to try again. Clearing his throat, Ming quickly turned his head to divert the conversation. Ahem. Yes, that man is indeed Teach, a man of considerable cunning. As their vessel approached the area of the ascending current, the winds and waves grew increasingly fierce. Amidst the tumult, Ming caught a glimpse of the transformed Going Merry. He saw Luffy standing at the bow, shouting, Skypea, here I come. The Going Merry surged into the vortex of the current, and Ming adeptly adjusted the helm to closely follow the T that moment. He also noticed Blackbeard and his crew precariously navigating a small raft amidst the turbulent waters. The Peacock, spotting the small raft behind them, kicked away the pirate beneath her, gazing at Blackbeard's group with a hint of surprise in her voice. This man is rather audacious. Does he truly believe he can conquer the ascending current with just that flimsy raft? Teach, observing the ship belonging to the hyena pirates, was equally taken aback, publicly professing disbelief while secretly scheming. Just then, the winds calmed abruptly, and the three ships, once at the heart of the storm, became stable. Standing on a raft, Teach burst into laughter. Ha! At last, I've caught up with you, Straw Hat Luffy. While Luffy and his crew were left bewildered, Teach continued, prepare yourself. I am here to claim your head, worth 100 million. Ming skillfully maneuvered his ship, positioning it cleverly between the two parties. The navy from Kokasia village. Zoro exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting Ming. Luffy, with his distinct perspective, asked incredulously, so you were a pirate all along? Van Oka, without hesitation, pointed his gun at Ming from the raft, while Teach laughed heartily. Though you're not my target, I doubt the Navy would be any wiser if I were to eliminate you here. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet sped forth. Lu Ming swiftly drew his sword, Hua Zhou, and expertly sliced through the incoming bullet. Sensing a disturbance beneath the sea, Lu Ming shouted to the peacock, "Get ready." "It's coming." Teach hastily commanded his crewmate, Burgess, to steer the vessel closer. Lu Ming unleashed a powerful wave of sword energy, while the peacock kicked the pirate beneath her towards Teach's direction. In an instant, a dense black fog erupted from Teach, completely engulfing the sword energy. Several pirates hurled towards them were ruthlessly dispatched by Burgess into the sea. However, at that moment, Lu Ming and the peacock had already utilized moonwalk to leap onto Luffy's ship. Due to their brief prior encounter in Kokasia village, Luffy's crew made no attempt to intervene. Landing gracefully, Lu Ming turned to the peacock, whose earlier actions had a striking resemblance to that of Carp. Had she not joined Sword, she might have become the next notorious figure of this new era. Just as Teach and his crew prepared to pursue, they suddenly felt a tremendous force surging upward. Usopp cried out in panic, "The sea is about to explode! Quick, hold on to the ship!" Lu Ming braced himself against the vessel, urgently warning, "Hold tight." Wow! The Going Merry soared into the sky, propelled by the current's force. While Teach's raft was shattered by the tumultuous waves, under Nami's guidance, Sanji took the helm, and as the Going Merry was about to plunge, it miraculously rode the ascending air currents. Luffy clung tightly to the bow, exclaiming with exhilaration, "This is incredible. The ship is flying. Let's head for the knock-up stream." Woo! Chapter 55. Master. The ship burst through the clouds, and Luffy's crew successfully reached the Sky Island. Sanji, panting heavily, asked with concern, "Miss Nami, Miss Robin, and the new girl, are you all right?" Usopp and Chopper huddled together, weeping. "We are fine too." Luffy, brimming with excitement, stood up and pointed towards the sea of clouds, shouting, "Hey, look outside. Look at the ship." Lu Ming casually assisted the slightly perspiring peacock, who appeared markedly different from her earlier demeanor of controlling others, now exuding a more typical presence. The peacock gazed earnestly at Lu Ming, her voice somewhat awkward yet sincere. "So, you discovered something even more thrilling. It seems following you was indeed the right choice." Although she had heard of the Sky Island during her time at the Navy headquarters and knew how to reach it via the knock-up stream, arriving in such a thrilling manner was beyond her expectations. That moment, Zoro turned to Lu Ming and inquired, "Navy, did you also wish to come to the Sky Island?" The mention of Navy astonished Robin and Chopper, who had never encountered Lu Ming before. Lu Ming scratched his head and smiled. "Indeed, I have some matters to attend to here, and I simply borrowed your ship for a while." He then looked at Robin and Chopper, continuing, "No need to be alarmed. I understand you are not like other pirates. I harbor no ill intentions towards you." Seeing Luffy, Sanji, Nami, and the others unguarded, the two gradually relaxed. Usopp stuttered, Aren't you afraid we might fail?" "Not at all. You all possess remarkable strength. I have complete faith in you." Lu Ming gave them a thumbs up, offering a reassuring nod. That moment, a familiar Sandian swiftly approached their ship. He jumped onto the bow and surveyed the surroundings, his gaze suddenly fixing on Lu Ming. After all, they had heard of Lu Ming's confrontation with the Golden Lion. Lu Ming met his gaze, waving greeting. "Ah, it's you again. You truly are a diligent worker. Don't you ever take a day off?" Another familiar industrious figure appeared before them, using the same method to send the Sandian crashing back into the sea. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming couldn't help but think, "If I didn't know you, I'd be tempted to believe this was a new scam targeting newcomers. Their interaction is far too practiced. It seemed there were hardly any other people around, as these two appear to be waiting here daily." Gonfall turned to Luffy's crew and proclaimed, "I am the Knight of the Sky." His gaze lingered on Lu Ming for a moment. Luffy curiously asked, "You know him too?" "You really do know a lot of people." Lu Ming shrugged, "Purely by coincidence. Just a coincidence." Gonfall cleared his throat and continued with his customary storytelling style, recounting his adventures worth 5 million berries. Once he finished his tale and prepared to leave, Lu Ming beckoned for the peacock to follow. Amidst the chorus of banter, Gonfall instructed Pierre to take flight, and Lu Ming and the peacock followed suit, employing moonwalk. Lu Ming turned back to Luffy and the others, saying, "Then, we shall meet again shortly." Lu Ming and the peacock trailed Gonfall to his abode. That moment, a young woman was bent over a table, pen in hand, diligently writing something. She looked up upon Lu Ming's entrance. Immediately putting down her pen and excitedly rushing towards him, Lu Ming gently patted her head, smiling warmly. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm here to take you home now." The girl, Kobit, blushed at Lu Ming's gesture and firmly declared, "I've decided not to go back just yet." "Why?" Lu Ming questioned, looking at her with confusion before turning his gaze towards Gonfal, a hint of hostility in his eyes. Kobit, sensing Lu Ming's misunderstanding, quickly clarified, No. It has nothing to do with my master. I chose to stay voluntarily." Lu Ming retorted, "Master?" Gonfal stepped forward to explain, "This child asked me to train her. She wishes to grow stronger in Skypiea and become an asset to someone." Upon hearing this, Kobit's face flushed with embarrassment as she timidly added, "And no, it's just that Skypiea has many ancient medical techniques that have been lost and are worth learning, and I want to become stronger." Lu Ming placed his hand on Kobit's shoulder, earnestly saying, "You really don't need to pressure yourself like this. Everyone should do what they excel at." Kobit lifted her gaze, resolutely meeting Lu Ming's eyes. "This is my decision after careful consideration. Next time, I want to fight too." Meanwhile, the peacock wandered into the residence, muttering, "Don't underestimate a girl's determination." Lu Ming then turned to Gonfal, saying, "Thank you, sir. I will definitely drive Enel away." Gonfal calmly replied, "Taking on a disciple is my decision. Recognizing her talent and compassion is not a transaction with you." Realizing his rudeness, Lu Ming quickly apologized. "You are right, sir. I was indeed out of line." At that moment, Lu Ming's resolve to eliminate Enel grew even stronger. He could not afford to leave any room for failure. He would give it his all. He decisively summoned the system, eyeing the remaining 40 points. "Let us go. Congratulations on your ascension to the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Current remaining points, 0. Once again, the Sharingan has been upgraded. The double Tomo Sharingan before Lu Ming gradually undergoes a transformation as the third Tomo begins to emerge. Regrettably, with no points left, he could only wish for a stroke of luck to elevate it to the Manjiki Sharingan, that if he could attain the Manjiki Sharingan, mastering techniques such as Kimyui or Amaterasu would significantly enhance his chances against Enel. Once he steps into the realm of the Manjiki Sharingan, he would not only gain the unique abilities hidden within his eyes, but also unlock a third power, Susanoo. After activating the Sharingan, Lu Ming feels a remarkable enhancement in his perception that he can now observe each person's subtle movements, breathing patterns, and even delve deeper into the intricate details of his surroundings. Such a caliber of Sharingan could likely allow him to momentarily control even a master like Ganfuer with illusions. The upgrade of Sharingan has not only amplified his observational prowess, but has also provided substantial boosts to his martial arts. I could see this moment. Ganfuer and Peacock suddenly turn their gazes toward Lu Ming. Peacock, the first to speak, inquires, "What have you done? Why do I sense that you have grown stronger? Your icy aura has intensified." Lu Ming gently sways the hand of Zhou in his hand, locking eyes with the two, and proposes, "Shall we engage in a spar? Just a friendly match will suffice. Do you want us both to join in?" Peacock replies with a smile, simultaneously drawing her whip. Lu Ming nods earnestly. Indeed, Ganfuer, wearing a nonchalant expression, raises his spear. Chapter 56. "What are you waiting for? I want to hold back in front of the woman I love." Just as the words leave his mouth, Peacock's whip strikes like a swift serpent, launching an attack on Lu Ming. Concurrently, Ganfuer coordinates with Peacock, assaulting Lu Ming from the side. Faced with their combined assault, Lu Ming's 3-Tomo Sharingan glimmers with a chilling light. With the support of the Sharingan, the originally rapid attacks seem to slow down. After easily evading, the Chidori in his hand becomes even more adept under the Sharingan's control. This truly is a ninjutsu that harmonizes perfectly with the Sharingan, far exceeding his expectations of their compatibility. Gripping his lightning-infused hand, Lu Ming retaliates against the two following an intense bout. Both Ganfuer and Peacock find themselves struck by Lu Ming's precise electrical currents. Their bodies momentarily paralyzed, they crouch, supporting themselves on the ground, kneeling before Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming has fully acclimated to the enhancements brought by the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Peacock, kneeling on the ground, gazes at the figure before her, adorned with peculiar patterns in his eyes, holding a sword in his right hand and surrounded by lightning in his left. She feels an inexplicable urge to submit to him, as if she wishes to be trained by him in return. Ming retracts his Sharingan and lightning power, sheathing the Hanajo, causing the cold aura to dissipate. He quickly helps Ganfuer and Peacock to their feet and leads them inside their residence to rest. Ganfuer observes the man before him, who effortlessly defeated him, and feels a renewed sense of confidence in Ming's ability to drive away Enel alongside the formidable woman beside him. Just then, Pierre suddenly calls out loudly from the door. Ganfuer looks up at Pierre, a hint of anxiety flashing in his eyes. It's that group from earlier. I've got work to attend to. However, due to the lingering paralysis from the electric shock, Ganfuer is unable to rise. Ming presses him firmly in place, his gaze resolute. Allow me to take your place this time. It's time to fulfill the promise we made. Upon hearing this, Ganfuer decisively instructs Pierre. Take him there. Ming swiftly leaps onto Pierre's back, shouting, "Let's go! Stop! Please stop! Please don't damage the ship. At least don't destroy the ship." Chopper, transformed into his human form, desperately attempts to extinguish the flames on the Mary. While pleading with one of the Sky Island's 4 gods, the celestial knight Shura, who is setting the ship ablaze. Shura stands at the bow, looking down at Chopper with impatience. "You're so annoying. Flitting about like that. I've never seen such a willful creature. It infuriates me. What a waste of such a large size, and yet you're so weak." With that, he thrusts his spear toward Chopper. Chopper swiftly turns, raising both hands to block the strike. The spear pierces the ship's railing, causing flames to erupt immediately. "You despicable fiend!" Chopper seizes the opportunity to throw a punch, but Shura easily dodges it. Chopper, astonished, thinks to himself, "Missed again. It seems this guy can see through my movements." Shura stands on the railing, solemnly proclaiming, "If someone lives, then someone must die. That is the nature of this world. Only through sacrifice can we uncover the unchanging truth of existence." Saying this, he lunges at Chopper with his spear. "Submit your life to the gods." Chopper clenches his fists, shouting, "No, I refuse." Unfortunately, in a single exchange, Shura pierces Chopper to the ground, flames violently raging on his shoulder as Chopper emits a pained groan. As Shura withdraws his spear, preparing to strike Chopper's head once more, Ming descends from above, delivering a powerful kick that sends Shura flying. Shura tumbles through the air before regaining his composure. Looking up at Pierre, who is circling overhead, bewildered, Sky Knight, Ming stands protectively in front of Chopper, responding with a smile. "Substitute Knight." Chopper, gazing at the familiar figure, stammers, "Are you the Navy from earlier?" Shura commands the large bird in the sky. "Circle around." The bird rapidly descends, hovering above the Mary. Shura gracefully leaps onto the bird's back. What a bizarre name. Ming vanishes from his position, appearing suddenly before Shura, whose rare look of panic emerges. Spear technique. 6-fold spear. Ming's attack is incredibly fierce, knocking Shura from the sky with a single strike. Chopper watches in awe from below, exclaiming, "Wow, long live the substitute knight." Ming glances down at Shura, muttering to himself, "Is my strength still lacking?" Shura glares at Ming, adjusting his goggles, and sneers. It seems that old man found himself a helper. "I've never encountered such an arrogant criminal before. Allow me to show you how an enraged individual guides a loathsome fool to seek atonement." Trial of the rope. Shura swings his spear, launching a fierce attack against Ming. However, Ming dodges all of Shura's strikes with ease, barely moving from his spot. This it. You rambled on for so long, just for this?" Ming taunts. "Impossible. How can you have a mind network?" Shura's fury escalates as he thrusts his spear at Ming with increased speed. Despite the ferocity of Shura's onslaught, Ming consistently evades by mere inches. No matter how Shura attacks, he cannot land a hit. Can't be. It can't be. Damn it, am I still unable to strike? Shura shouts in desperation to that moment. Ming leisurely states, "What are you waiting for?" Shura, taken aback by Ming's words, momentarily freezes, forgetting his next attack. Haki gradually envelopes Ming's hands as he appears to casually grasp at the air before forcefully pulling. Is this the trial of the rope? These threads are crystal clear to me. Instantly, the ropes encircling them snap. Shura looks up at Ming, terror filling his eyes as he notices the strange patterns within Lu Ming's gaze, an icy dread washing over him. He feels as if he has fallen into an endless ice cellar, the chill penetrating to his very bones. Observing Shura trapped in illusion, Lu Ming delivers a casual strike, sending him plummeting into the sea before returning to the Mary. With tears welling in his eyes, Chopper gazes at Lu Ming, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you." Lu Ming smiles as he closes his Sharingan, the icy aura dissipating. He gently strokes Chopper's furry head. Responding warmly, no need to mention it. Chapter 57. Robin. Chopper, where are you? What happened, Chopper? Zoro, Nami, and Robin hurriedly approach from a distance. Zoro, maintaining a serious demeanor, remarks, "The main mast of the Mary is gone. The kid's ship repair skills are becoming exceptional." Nami, annoyed, slaps Zoro on the head. "Is your head filled with straw? Even a fool can see we've encountered an enemy attack." Robin softly adds, "Could it be that he has already been dismembered?" Just then, Chopper peeks out from behind the mast, tears brimming in his eyes. Nothing terrible has happened. Nami, seeing Chopper's expression, comforts him gently. "It's all right. I know you are very brave. Quickly tell us what happened." At this moment, Lu Ming also emerges from the cabin of the Mary, smiling broadly as he waves to Nami and the others. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji's small boat approaches slowly. The moment Sanji spots Nami and Robin, he excitedly shouts, "Ah, lovely Nami, my beloved Robin, it's me. I've come to rescue you through the trials of love." Usopp interjected from the side, "Are you all frightened? Fear not, for Captain Usopp has arrived. And you may rest easy." Luffy, somewhat disappointed, remarked, "What is going on?" After all this, the trial amounts to so little. Nami observed the lively demeanor of the three and felt her tension ease a little. She exhaled gently, smiling as she said, "They seem to be fine, which puts my mind at ease. Navy, what are you doing here? The main mast is gone." After boarding the ship, Usopp looked at Chopper, his face a picture of astonishment. Chopper hurriedly explained, I'm so sorry, Usopp. I fought with all my might, but the fire still spread to many places. It was this substitute knight who saved me. If he hadn't come, both I and the ship would have been done for." "Substitute knight?" Usopp echoed in confusion. Lu Ming smiled and clarified, "The Knight of the Sky. It's a bit inconvenient now, so I'm stepping in." Usopp quickly asked, "What about you all? You're not hurt, are you?" Chopper quickly responded, "We're fine. He defeated that person." Usopp joyfully added, "That's good. I'm glad it was just the ship that burned and not you all. The ship can be repaired. Ha ha." Sanji, overhearing their conversation, turned to Lu Ming and Peel to express his gratitude. "Thank you both. You're welcome," Lu Ming replied. Peel also let out a friendly chirp. "Peel." Sanji continued, "The sun is set and the ship needs repairs. I think we should set sail back to Angel Island tomorrow." Nami suggested, "Why don't we camp by the lake in the forest tonight? That way, if there is another attack, being by the lake will help us respond." Turning to Lu Ming, she smiled, actually having known each other for so long. "I haven't formally introduced myself. My name is Nami, and I haven't had the chance to thank you for everything you've done for Cocoa West Village." Lu Ming smiled in response. "I am Lu Ming, and I'm currently a Rear Admiral of the Navy." Zoro extended his hand to Lu Ming. "Roranoa Zoro." "Sanji, I'm Captain Usopp." Tony Chopper, "I'm the doctor on this ship." Chopper chimed in. "Nico Robin, I never expected to make friends with the Navy," Robin said with a soft laugh, covering her mouth. Luffy squeezed in front of Lu Ming, excitedly declaring, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Let us have a bonfire party." After the festivities concluded, the group gathered around the bonfire, sharing the information they had gathered. Lu Ming recounted the origins of Sky Island and the conflict between the Scipians and the people of Angel Island. The next morning as dawn broke, Usopp exclaimed, "See, I told you I was right. Someone was definitely here last night. What I saw was real." He gazed at the rejuvenated Mary, excitedly addressing the group, "It really is. The broken main mast has been repaired too. There are still good people in this world. It must have been the work of a monster." At this moment, Nami no longer obsessed over the Mary, pulling out a map to assign tasks. "Luffy, Zoro, Chopper, Robin, you'll form the exploration team to search for the gold at the potential storage locations. Sanji, Usopp, and I will form the escape team. responsible for navigating the ship to the port. Once we find the gold, we will return to Angel Island. After organizing the plans, she turned to Looming and asked, Looming, what are your plans? Will you join us? Looming replied, I'll join the exploration team. Do you also want the gold? Looming shook his head and explained, No, I'm just interested in history. This caught Robin's attention, but in truth, Looming was not merely interested in history. He recalled that Robin had encountered few enemies along their journey and had been among the first to meet Enel. He believed that accompanying Robin would greatly assist his own plans. All right, then let us set off. After the group departed, the 5 members of the exploration team soon found themselves at odds over their route. Luffy shouted at Zoro, Hey, Zoro, where are you going? That is the wrong direction. West is this way. Zoro pointed in the opposite direction and retorted, Luffy, why are you always inattentive to what others say? Nami said it's to the right of the island. To the right. This is to the right. Can't you even tell left from right? Robin, pointing to another direction, softly said to Chopper, Go tell them that the south we're heading to is this way. All right, Chopper, timidly watching the two argue, replied, Okay. Suddenly, a massive snake burst from the forest, charging towards Looming and the 4 others. Upon seeing this, everyone scattered in panic. Looming, however, closely followed Robin, though he possessed the capability to defeat the Serpent. He refrained from doing so. This would help him separate from Luffy and the others, granting him sufficient time to deal with Enel alone. Luffy stretched out his arms, nimbly weaving through the treetops while shouting, Hey, giant snake, I'm over here. Come and get me. Your breakfast is getting away. Ha. Soon, only Robin and Looming remained together. Robin gently touched her face, looking at Looming. What should we do? Should we head directly to the destination and wait for them? Looming replied nonchalantly, Let us go. They should be at the destination. Following the predetermined route, Robin and Looming proceeded forward slowly. The depths of the forest echoed with the sounds of fierce combat. Looming muttered to himself, This forest is starting to come alive. After a brief silence, Robin gazed into Looming's eyes and slowly spoke, Your interest may not be history, is it? Although I'm unaware of what transpired between you and them. You must have ulterior motives, right? Chapter 58. A Heart's Desire. Looming stood still, locking eyes with Robin, silently admiring her perceptiveness. Indeed, she was the infamous child of the devil, adept at reading people to a T that moment. Looming recalled his other crucial task of deciphering the historical texts of Alabasta. He began to speak slowly. Yes, it's not entirely that I'm more concerned with the empty 100 years of history. Upon hearing this, a flicker of terror crossed Robin's eyes. She instinctively took a few steps back, regarding Looming warily. Looming attempted to bridge the gap between them, explaining, Don't be afraid. I'm not here to capture you. In fact, I wholeheartedly agree with the stance of O'Hara regarding history. However, having endured countless betrayals and conspiracies since childhood, Robin remained vigilant, not easily swayed by Looming's words. Looming continued, You must have seen the historical texts in Alabasta, right? They recorded a portion of the blank 100 years of history belonging to the Alabasta Kingdom. This statement sent shockwaves through Robin's mind, akin to a bomb detonating within her heart. She pointed at Looming, stammering, I didn't follow you. I merely inferred your actions by defeating Sir Crocodile. I already knew the content of that historical text. I've been seeking the truth of the blank 100 years for a long time. Looming explained half-truthfully to appear more credible. After all, who could know such matters without having seen the plot beforehand? Despite Looming's explanation, Robin remained cautious, her arms crossed over her chest, ready to activate her Hana no Mi abilities at any moment. So what do you intend to do now? Don't worry. Only I know about these matters. If I wanted to capture you, I wouldn't need to say so much. I could simply wait for an opportunity to take you all at once. You've experienced what happened in O'Hara. You should understand that even the Navy, when it comes to the history of the blank 100 years, would erase any trace. Knowing this is already enough to warrant death. But I tell you this because I hope to explore this century of history together with you. Looming understood the profound impact the blank 100 years of history had on Robin. He subtly guided her to remember another Navy officer, Saul, in hopes of swiftly gaining her trust. For the longer he delayed, the greater the chance of Luffy encountering Enel. Robin pondered Looming's words repeatedly in her mind, gradually lowering her hands. This Navy officer spoke the truth. The world government would not spare anyone attempting to uncover the history of the blank 100 years in this world. There was someone else. Like her, yearning to understand the true history that moment. The loneliness deep within her heart found a modicum of solace. Can you also interpret the historical texts? Robin asked immediately, sensing the intensifying sounds of battle around them. Looming realized he could not afford to delay any longer. He replied, I haven't studied like O'Hara. I've only dabbled a bit. I can't interpret it completely, just grasp the general idea. That's why I want to explore it with you. Looming spoke. A faint smile emerged on Robin's previously cold face. A smile belonging to someone who had encountered a kindred spirit amidst desolation. At present, she has yet to experience the incident at Judicial Island. It is precisely at this moment that she finds herself despondent due to the Alabaster incident, having lost all hope for survival. We must hasten to the location where the gold is stored. According to the navigational log I captured from the pirates, there should be a site that holds the historical texts. Upon finishing his statement, Ming swiftly dashed forward. Hearing that the historical texts were concealed here, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Robin's eyes. She no longer harbored doubts about Ming's words and immediately followed in his wake. Hastening towards the ruins, upon their arrival at the ruins, a corpulent priest suddenly launched an attack against them. Robin exclaimed loudly, Beware of the ruins. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming surged forth, his aura radiating fiercely as he met the priest's attack with a powerful punch. Be careful. Robin did not expect Ming to so boldly place himself before the ruins. In truth, Ming had no intention of protecting the ruins. Rather, he was merely unwilling to waste time on such a minor adversary, especially given Robin's evident concern for the site. The priest sneered derisively. You dare to meet my impact directly with your fist? Before he could finish, Ming's armed Haki erupted fiercely, sending the priest crashing to the ground with a single blow. Watching Ming effortlessly dispatch the enemy, Robin could not help but marvel. So strong, stronger than any of us. As they gazed ahead, amidst the thick vines that obscured the center, Ming turned to Robin and said, Let us proceed. The heart of the ruins should lie just ahead. As they traversed through the encircling vines, Robin's instincts as an archaeologist began to awaken, and she muttered to herself, This should be the city center. Yet the terrain does not align with the map. Could it be that the devastation from the sky shattered the city into fragments? Observing Robin's intense focus, Ming leisurely strolled beside her. Robin surveyed her surroundings, extracting a small knife from her backpack to slice open a gap in the clouds beneath her feet. Indeed, below lay a wondrously expansive space. Turning to Ming, her face alight with pride, she exclaimed, Look, it's so spacious down there. This ruin certainly harbors secrets. Seeing her joy, Ming smiled gently. Immersed in the realm of archaeology, Robin no longer exhibited her usual perceptiveness or sisterly demeanor. Instead, she resembled an inquisitive child. As they delved deeper into the ruins, they gradually uncovered the true name of this golden city, Shandora, a city that had abruptly vanished 8 centuries prior. Meanwhile, a white iron net silently emerged around them, trapping everyone within. Ming and Robin continued along their path, only to discover the historical texts nestled within the Golden City. Through these texts, they learned that Shandora had once risen to defend the historical records, ultimately meeting its demise. They also uncovered the location of the Golden Bell mentioned within the text. Ming absorbed Robin's recounting. He fell into contemplation. What could have transpired 8 centuries ago that wielded the power to obliterate an entire civilization? Would such a monumental threat arise again in future wars? Would he be capable of confronting it? Robin, too, began to jot down notes, murmuring, what history could be so precious that this once thriving city would fight desperately to protect it? What events transpired in the world of yore? Suddenly, an incongruous voice rang out. Quite a spectacle, isn't it? Even when cast into the sky, it retains such a majestic form. Enel sat atop a crumbling structure, addressing Ming and Robin. Who are you? Robin inquired, turning to face him. God, Enel proclaimed haughtily, his eyes glinting with fervor. Chapter 59. The final battle with Enel regarded Ming and Robin, a flicker of admiration crossing his gaze. You are impressive. You found the ruins that took us months to uncover so swiftly. Can you comprehend the inscriptions? He took a casual bite of an apple, smiling as he continued. Unfortunately, there is no gold left here. You arrived several years too late. Furrowing her brow, Robin inquired, Gold. Now that you mention it, I have indeed not seen any trace of it. You must have transported it all away. Enel rose, extending his arms wide as he proclaimed. Gold is a marvelous treasure. Only that shimmering metal befits my stature. Seizing the opportunity, Ming asked, Then what of the golden bell kept here? Is it also in your possession? What golden bell? Enel pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. 4 centuries ago, when Goddess Island was born, it is said that a colossal bell tolled across the land. Is it true? Was that bell also forged from gold? He gazed at the two with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. How splendid! This game is nearing its end. I have 8 minutes to retrieve that item. As if summoning a creature, Enel raised his hand and with a single strike, shattered the cloud cover above. Waha! Let us commence the final act. Robin stared in disbelief at Enel, her astonishment evident as she queried, Is he of the natural type? As the cloud cover fragmented, everyone plummeted from the ruins, and Ming sensed that the moment for action was fast approaching. He slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Enel, observing the falling serpent, pointed a finger, his impatience evident. You dare to look away, foolish serpent, divine retribution. A tremendous bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, directly striking the serpent and incapacitating it. Zoro, who had fallen alongside the serpent, gasped, We're doomed. Nami. Yet Nami emerged from the debris, struggling to her feet. I've escaped, but Luffy, Robin, and Ming are still here. Enel coldly surveyed the members of the Sandia guerrilla team. Wappa, Zoro, Robin, Ming, and Nami, who clutched the gravely injured Chopper behind a rock, that a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he spoke slowly. In this survival game, including myself, I predict only 5 will emerge alive. Thus, if 6 remain, it will be quite the embarrassment for me. Now then, who wishes to vanish? Will you eliminate yourselves, or shall I do it manually? Enel's voice dripped with malice. Without hesitation, Ming, Zoro, Wappa, and Robin stepped forward, drawing their weapons and aiming them at Enel, declaring resolutely, Then you shall be the one to disappear. Impudent. Enel's expression darkened, and he instantly launched an attack. He struck the taiko drum on his right shoulder, unleashing a bolt of lightning that transformed into a phoenix-shaped thunderbird, racing towards Wappa Point 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Just in time, Ming surged forward, slicing with his sword. The lightning dissipated in an instant, leaving everyone in awe, unable to fathom what they had just witnessed. How could Ming have severed the lightning? Was he even human? I underestimated you, Enel remarked, his eyes reflecting surprise at Ming's prowess. Ming turned to the other 3. Speaking in a low voice, You go seek the golden bell. Leave him to me, that I will vanquish him. I came here to fight for the protection of my homeland. Though you are strong, allow me to lend you my strength. Wappa called out, fully prepared for this battle. However, Zoro stepped forward to block Wappa. Leave. This is not a fight for us to meddle in. With that, Zoro sheathed his sword and waved farewell to Ming. We shall take our leave. This place is yours to handle. Robin looked at Ming's figure, a twinge of unease in her heart. While she had witnessed Ming's strength, she was acutely aware that the foe before them wielded one of the most formidable powers among the natural types, lightning. Did I grant you permission to leave? Enel coldly retorted, Yes. Soon as he spoke, a wolf-like thunder beast erupted from the taiko drum on his left shoulder, swiftly charging towards Zoro and the others. 30 million volts. Thunder beast. Ming flashed into action, positioning himself in front of Enel, swinging his sword to obliterate the lightning wolf. Is this all you've got? Hurry and show your true abilities, Ming taunted Enel. Ming then turned to the still reluctant Wappa, urging, Hurry and go. Gonfalu entrusted me with this task. I will help you reclaim your homeland and put an end to the enmity between the Sandians and the Sky Islanders. Hearing Ming's mockery, Enel's expression darkened, fury bubbling to the surface. I shall make you aware of the price one pays for angering a god. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck both shoulders of the taiko drum simultaneously. summoning a colossal lightning dragon that roared and lunged at Ming. 60 million volts. Lightning dragon. Simultaneously, the lightning began to coalesce in Ming's hand. Lightning release. Lightning slash. Ming swung his hand, unleashing a sharp bolt of lightning that cleaved through the oncoming dragon. The two powerful energies collided midair, sending sparks flying in all directions. The seemingly indestructible white iron net surrounding them shattered instantaneously under the force, breaking apart completely. "Let us go," Ming shouted loudly at Wappa behind him. Wappa cast a final glance at the unfamiliar figure before swiftly following Zoro's lead and departing. "Scatter!" As the footsteps of the crowd gradually faded away, Ming shouted, instantly reducing the lightning dragon before him to mere fragments. "You shall not escape," Enel coldly exclaimed, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning, crackling with thunder as it surged towards Ming's back. Ming reacted with remarkable speed, flashing in front of Enel in an instant, and swung his blade down fiercely. Enel, gazing at the fierce slash before him, initially intended to withstand the blow using his elemental transformation ability. However, sensing the chilling aura emanating from Ming, he instinctively took a step back to evade. "Have you finally reacted in the last moment?" Ming's grip on the hilt tightened as he coldly regarded Enel. Enel touched the wound on his face, his eyes filled with disbelief as he uttered, "How is this possible? I have transformed into lightning, yet this person actually wounded me." The lightning in Ming's hand gathered once more as he taunted, "Come on, keep going. Impossible. There cannot be two of the same abilities in this world. Why can he manipulate lightning as well?" Enel clenched his golden staff tightly, feeling a sense of panic for the first time since acquiring his lightning powers. Chapter 60. Crisis Divine Punishment, Enel bellowed. As lightning coalesced above his head, descending like a heavenly retribution. Faced with this formidable lightning, Ming's gaze remained unwavering. He swiftly moved a few meters to the left, effortlessly dodging the oncoming attack. Witnessing Ming evade his strike with such ease, Enel couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear. "Impossible. I clearly predicted your movements. Why did it deviate from my expectations? How can you possess the Heart Network?" Ever since mastering the Heart Network, no one had escaped his lethal assault. Yet, why was it that this time, the Heart Network failed to foresee Ming's actions? In those eyes, just by looking, one could feel an icy chill. With the power of lightning gathering in his hand, Ming swiftly charged at Enel. "Because my Heart Network surpasses yours." While Ming's range and observation Haki may not match that of Enel, who wielded the lightning fruit, his accuracy was unmatched. Without systematic training, relying solely on his own exploration, Enel could not compete with Ming. As Ming charged forward, Enel quickly raised his golden staff to block. But the lightning-infused blade effortlessly severed it upon contact. As Ming prepared to strike again, the severed golden staff suddenly wrapped around his blade like flowing water. "Lightning alloy!" Enel shouted. Nevertheless, Ming, propelled by the inertia of his strike, sent Enel flying. However, the encasing of the blade did not inflict significant damage on Enel. Ming focused intently on the golden encased blade, then rapidly wrapped his armed Haki around the blade, forcefully pushing away the gold. Enel slowly rose, using the power of lightning to reforge the golden fragments on the ground into a new staff. His eyes sparkled with madness as he declared to Ming, "You are indeed powerful. I haven't taken anything seriously in a long time. Only your life can quell the wrath of the divine. Electrocute. 100 million volts." Enel roared, a thick pillar of lightning surging towards Ming. Faced with such a rapid strike, Ming did not dare to be careless. He hurled his blade into the air and swiftly gathered lightning with both hands to meet the pillar head-on. In the forest, Zoro and his companions suddenly heard the massive explosion caused by the clash of lightning from behind and halted in their tracks, glancing back. They beheld a scene of flashing lightning and expanding electrical energy. Its power astonishing. Nami's eyes reflected terror as she murmured, "Is this still a battle between humans?" Wappa stared at the spectacle behind them, gripping his shell with shock. Was this the true strength of that monster? If he recklessly approached, he would surely meet his demise. He never anticipated that the young man could possess such formidable power. Robin, observing the immense commotion, instinctively felt the urge to turn back, but Zoro grasped her arm and said, "Don't go. In a battle of this caliber, our presence would only complicate matters." However, Robin hesitated. Though she had not known Lu Ming for long, their shared quest for history had made his significance to her undeniable. Zoro, noticing Robin's indecision, said earnestly, "You have more important tasks. Lead us to the Golden Bell, as he requested that I desire to participate in such battles more than you do, but now is not the time for us to make our entrance. Strengthen yourself for your own ideals." Zoro took Robin's hand, leading the others swiftly into the depths of the forest. "You are exhausted." Enel, wielding his golden staff with a sinister grin, observed Lu Ming, who had endured numerous attacks of over 100 million volts. Lu Ming glanced at his hands, now charred from the electricity, and thought, "The worst-case scenario has come to pass. I intended to pressure him verbally, taking advantage of his proximity to end the battle." But unexpectedly, he noticed Enel, regarding Lu Ming, whose breath was slightly uneven, erupted in a laughter. "Huh. Although I don't know how you acquired your lightning powers, such strength must surely deplete your stamina that I can see that my martial arts cannot match yours. But I am the embodiment of lightning. My powers are limitless. Electrocute. Max 200 million volts, though my heart network may not rival yours. All I need is to unleash an unavoidable wide-area attack, and you will have no choice but to withstand it. Slowly perish as you expend your energy. While this may not align with the god style, you have forced me to this extent, which is quite enough. Let's see how long you can withstand." Enel sneered, channeling the power of lightning to transform himself into a colossal god of thunder. "Die, 200 million volts, thunder god." At that moment, Lu Ming seemed to regain his vigor, once more unleashing a powerful lightning escape. Successfully blocking the attack, the power stored within the Yin seal began to release, and Lu Ming's fatigue vanished in an instant. "Not dead yet. What trickery is this?" The lightning-encircled Enel observed Lu Ming, who had seemingly rejuvenated, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. "That it matters not, just a dying struggle, merely prolonging my efforts. Electrocute. Max 400 million volts." Through the massive form of the Thunder God, the original attack's power was multiplied several times over. The immense lightning pillar generating temperatures that began to melt the surrounding structures. Each strike felt incredibly arduous for Lu Ming. He gazed at Enel and marveled. Is this the true power of the natural-type thunder fruit? It is overwhelmingly strong. Thankfully, he hasn't used the arc to further amplify his strength. While fending off Enel's lightning strikes, Lu Ming observed the considerable distance between himself and Enel, seemingly waiting for something. He muttered to himself, "Too far, still too far. Haven't found it yet? If this continues, the stored power won't last much longer." Suddenly, several thunderous booms reverberated throughout the sky island, echoing between the islands. Enel momentarily lost focus, his gaze shifting towards the distance as he muttered, "Is it the Golden Bell? Have those people found it?" Seizing this opportunity to distract Enel, Lu Ming surged forward, gripping Hua Zhou as he raced towards Enel. The patterns of rebirth rapidly spreading from the Yin seal on his forehead. Enel snapped back to attention. Seeing Lu Ming hurtling towards him like an arrow, he instinctively raised his hand to unleash a 400 million volt lightning attack. However, to Enel's surprise, Lu Ming did not attempt to block with his blade as usual. Instead, he charged directly into the lightning. Enel thought, "What utter foolishness! 400 million volts. Anyone would." Yet in the next moment, Lu Ming burst forth from the lightning. The power of creation and rebirth continuously mending his damaged body. Chapter 61. Godslayer. As Lu Ming charged towards him, Enel's pupils involuntarily dilated. He had unleashed all his lightning power, transforming into a colossal thunder god. And thus his speed could not compare to that of lightning. It's fine. This massive thunder god, composed of billions of volts, cannot be breached. Facing the oncoming Lu Ming, Enel attempted to reassure himself and bolster his confidence. However, the next moment, Lu Ming crashed through the body of the thunder god. Lightning energy surged into Lu Ming from all directions, the power of creation reaching its peak as the energy within the Yin seal began to deplete rapidly. Lu Ming let out a pained howl as his body continued to break apart. His form was soon covered in dried blood scabs, creating a ghastly sight. Destruction and restoration ceaselessly intertwine upon his body, forging a peculiar equilibrium. Gazing at Lu Ming, whose body is shrouded in a crust of blood and whose eyes exude a chilling coldness, Enel expends every ounce of his strength, channeling the remnants of his electric power into the Thunder God. With Enel's fervent output, the concentration of electrical energy within the Thunder God surges once more, rendering its exterior even more terrifying. Inside the Thunder God, a more ferocious current relentlessly assaults Lu Ming. Striving to obliterate his physique, that Lu Ming fixes a steely gaze upon Enel. The dark seal upon his forehead gradually dimming, he grips the hanezhou tightly, its blade appearing sharper in his hand due to the intertwining of Haki and electricity. At that moment, Luffy's booming voice reverberates alongside the echo of the golden bell. "Uncle, can you hear me? The land of gold truly exists. For over 400 years, the land of gold has been residing in the sky." Upon hearing Luffy's cry, Lu Ming shouts back at Enel, "Die!" He abruptly lunges forward, raising the hanezhou, with flowing cherry blossom Haki rapidly entwining around it. A faint white glow flickers upon the blade, a characteristic of the storm foot technique. This strike encapsulates all of Lu Ming's skill as he unleashes his sword towards Enel with full force. Heavenly Judgment, God Slayer, a surge of lethal intent, accompanied by a bone-chilling aura, envelopes Enel tightly to such a close distance. Enel finds himself unable to evade. When he attempts to lessen the damage through elementalization, he is astonished to discover, what is happening? Why can't I elementalize? The formidable slash instantly pierces through the massive body of the Thunder God before him. Enel looks down at the gaping wound in his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazes at the bloodied Lu Ming. Trembling, he utters, "You bastard, impossible, I am a god." The surrounding lightning dissipates rapidly with Enel's fading life force, transforming into streaks of light that vanish into the air. The regenerative patterns upon Lu Ming's forehead also completely fade away, and his body weakens, collapsing heavily to the ground alongside Enel's fall. That a distant, mechanical voice of the system echoes in his ears. Congratulations on completing the high-level task, independently defeating Enel. Reward, 80 points. Remaining points, 80. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Ming finally succumbs, fainting on the ground. However, the system's voice continues to resonate. Observer system task issued. High-level task. Duel Admiral Kazuru and assist the Straw Hat crew in escaping Sabotage archipelago. Time limit, 2 years. Reward, 80 points. Failure, deduction of 80 points. These messages waft past Lu Ming's ears like a gentle breeze, yet he is too weary to pay them any mind at this moment. He has slipped into a profound unconsciousness. "Chopper, come here. He's over here." Zoro's voice rings in Lu Ming's ears, tinged with urgency. Nami rushes over, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of Lu Ming's condition. Covering her mouth in disbelief, Wappa kneels beside Lu Ming, gazing at the lifeless Enel. Tears cascading uncontrollably, he closes his eyes, murmuring softly, "Thank you for waiting, brave warrior Calgera. Can you hear the voice of the lamp of Shandora?" Meanwhile, Gonfall, along with Peacock and Kobat, arrives at the scene. They stand agape at the sight before them, their expressions filled with astonishment. Upon seeing Lu Ming's bloodied form, Kobat gasps in shock but immediately shifts into action, assisting Chopper in the treatment. Gonfall watches the scene, tears streaming down his face. "I have long believed this day would surely come," and Peacock, observing the man before her, ponders, having learned of the grievances between the Shandians and the Sky People during her stay at Gonfall's residence. Recalling how he had once confessed to her at the naval base only to be met with her wrath, she murmurs to herself, "What kind of man are you truly?" The banquet officially commences. At the heart of the ruins, a massive bonfire blazes brightly, illuminating the open space. The Shandians, Scipions, the Straw Hat crew, and Lu Ming's group gather around the fire, laughter resonating in waves as they collectively celebrate this hard-won victory. Robin approaches Lu Ming, who is still tightly bandaged, smiling as she remarks, "I didn't expect your recovery to be so swift." Lu Ming returns her smile, now aware, utilizing the power of regeneration to swiftly mend his injured body. Although somewhat fatigued and unable to fully restore himself in one go, he is sufficiently revitalized to walk normally. Observing this, Robin naturally settles beside Lu Ming. After a moment of contemplation, she states, "Since you wish to learn about history, there are certain matters in the historical text that I must share with you." Lu Ming, noticing Robin's slightly conflicted expression, shifts his gaze to the bonfire and slowly speaks. "Poseidon, is it? You already know?" Robin responds in astonishment. Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons capable of bringing about the world's destruction, captures the interest of Robin, who is solely fascinated by history. Yet, she is also aware of the significance these weapons hold. Initially, she feared that Lu Ming might succumb to the allure of such power, straying from the path, harboring a selfish concern that he might be merely interested in ancient weapons like crocodile, rather than genuine history, which would leave her feeling isolated once more. However, through their shared experiences during this incident, Robin believes Lu Ming has the right to know these truths. After much internal struggle, she resolves to impart this knowledge to him. To her surprise, Lu Ming is already aware. Observing Robin's astonished expression, Lu Ming remains remarkably composed. He smiles at Robin and says, "I can comprehend part of it. But like you, I am not particularly interested in these matters, so there is no need to elaborate." Upon hearing Lu Ming's explanation, Robin's face lights up with evident joy. A weight lifts from her heart. She quietly sits beside Lu Ming, both of them gazing at the bonfire and the jubilant crowd. Suddenly, Lu Ming turns to Robin and asks, "By the way, I wanted to ask you, do you have a copy of the Poneglyph from Alabasta?" Prior to his battle with Enel, Lu Ming had contemplated whether acquiring the Poneglyph directly would count as completing the task. Chapter 62. The Collaboration with the Golden Lion. Robin, somewhat taken aback by Lu Ming's query, retrieves her small notebook that records history from her pocket and hands it to him. "Would you like to take a look? I have it documented." Lu Ming accepts the notebook, quickly flipping through a few pages. However, nothing occurs, and the system does not announce task completion. He ponders internally. It seems that simply obtaining the copy won't suffice. To complete the task, I must personally take a rubbing. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around Gonfall and the Shandians gradually intensifies, bustling with liveliness. "Chief, you are the most suitable candidate, for this city rightfully belongs to you." Gonfall speaks earnestly to the Shandian chief. The chief responds with a smile. At this point, what else is there to refuse? Through this battle, we should all have experienced firsthand. This land does not belong to anyone. We are a race of warriors, not suited to govern this nation. The so-called God is but a pillar. Only those who genuinely care about the wars of this nation can unify them. When you're a neutral party, please act as a god. I hope you can support this war-torn nation. Hearing this, the Shandians and Scipians chime in unison. "Gonfall, please return. If you become the god, we will all agree." Witnessing the fervent crowd, Gonfall lets out a gentle sigh, muttering to himself, "I thought I had finally reached a point where I could return home and enjoy those ripe pumpkins." As dawn breaks, a faint light emerges on the horizon. After a night of revelry, everyone finally succumbs to a deep slumber. Having endured the commotion throughout the night, they drift into sleep. Luffy rises quietly, waking his companions with a hushed voice. "We need to steal the gold." "Shh." The Straw Hat crew exchanges knowing glances before stealthily departing the scene, their movements almost soundless, akin to a group of nimble cats. After observing the Straw Hat crew's departure, Lu Ming slowly opens his eyes from his feigned slumber. He watches Luffy's retreating figure, a smile creeping to his lips as he murmurs, "Truly the protagonist, always possessing qualities worthy of my emulation." He then rises and approaches Peacock, gently shaking her awake, whispering, "Let us go. It's time for us to return." Rubbing her drowsy eyes, Peacock looks at Lu Ming in confusion and asks, "Are we heading back already? You risked leaving the Navy just to assist these people?" Hearing Peacock's question, Lu Ming chuckles softly, explaining, "It's not solely for that. I've also obtained what I desired. Being able to help them along the way is a good thing. Let us not disturb them any further, and let us leave now." Peacock yawns, stretching lazily, revealing her graceful form. She smiles and replies, "All right, let us go." The two turned around and happened to see Kabate, who had already risen to her feet. Ibate was astonished and on the verge of calling out, but Lu Ming swiftly approached her and gently covered her mouth, whispering, "Shoo, keep it down. We're about to leave and don't wish to trouble everyone with our departure." Dake Ibate obediently nodded, her eyes filled with understanding. That Lu Ming, feeling reassured, released his hand and softly advised, "You should focus on your training here. These people are quite decent, and I trust you will take good care of yourself." Dake Ibate placed one hand on her stomach and gazed determinedly at Lu Ming, affirming, "Yes, I will. You must also take care of yourself. I will come to find you once I have mastered my skills." Seeing Baratie's obedient demeanor, Lu Ming couldn't help but pat her head, noticing her gesture of cradling her stomach. He couldn't help but ask with concern, "Did you wake up early due to discomfort?" Baratie quickly explained, No, perhaps it was the slightly spoiled fruit I ate yesterday that upset my stomach. But it's nothing serious." Considering Baratie was a doctor, Lu Ming chose not to dwell further on it. As dawn broke, Lu Ming offered a few more words of caution before bidding farewell to Baratie. Peacock gazed at Lu Ming, a hint of confusion in her tone. "How are we going to return?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming replied, "Of course, we'll be going with the Straw Hat crew." Peacock continued to inquire, "It's quite rare to see the Navy so closely associated with pirates. Once we return, where do you plan to go?" Lu Ming answered without hesitation, "I intend to head to Judicial Island. I wish to seek out Colonel Cheyenne, who possesses the rusty rust fruit. Now that the events on Sky Island are concluded, you may proceed with your own tasks." Having experienced Peacock's near interference in the storyline, he was eager to send her on her way. Peacock, seemingly undeterred, continued, "Tasks? Indeed, there's one that a pirate who calls himself Whitebeard 2 needs my initial contact, as the Navy is keen to fill the vacancy left in the 7 warlords." Upon hearing Peacock's words, Lu Ming was taken aback. Whitebeard 2. No wonder he was able to swiftly succeed the 7 warlords just a year after the Marineford War. It appears the Navy has already begun to investigate him at this juncture. If not for Teach defeating Ace and proving his strength, it is likely that Crocodile's position among the 7 warlords would have been filled by this Whitebeard. Lu Ming pondered internally. If he becomes a 7 warlord, then Teacher ZFA would likely choose to sever ties with the Navy. I must find an opportunity to intervene early and prevent him from becoming a 7 warlord. Perhaps this could avert Teacher ZFA's tragic fate. Observing Lu Ming lost in thought, Peacock's eyes twinkled with curiosity as she pressed, "What are you contemplating? Does this Whitebeard 2 possess some unique significance?" "Watch out, someone!" both Lu Ming and Peacock exclaimed in unison. Swiftly turning to look, they beheld the golden lion Shiki, hovering above them, gazing down with a smirk that danced between amusement and menace. Shiki spoke leisurely, "Don't be alarmed. I come bearing a proposition for collaboration. I acknowledge your worthiness for partnership." Peacock, stunned, turned to Lu Ming, unable to believe that the rumors she had heard were indeed true. Shiki cast a glance at Peacock beside Lu Ming, suddenly appearing before them and gripping Peacock's throat. The malicious glint in his eyes unmistakable. "Little girl, you look quite surprised. Stop. She's one of us." Lu Ming urgently called out to halt Shiki's actions. Shiki sneered, tossing Peacock aside. "Oh, my sincerest apologies then." His gaze fixed intently on Lu Ming. Brimming with anticipation, he inquired, "Have you come to a decision? Shall we form an alliance?" Lu Ming, acutely aware that he had yet to recover from his battle with Enel and could not confront the Golden Lion directly, recognized that while the Navy was vast, its grip on individuals was excessively stringent, and the ultimate benefits accrued solely to the celestial dragons to ensure his survival in the impending Great War. Cultivating his own influence was a necessary step that he replied solemnly, "Very well, we shall collaborate." Chapter 63. More radical than your teacher, Shiki opened his arms wide, laughing boisterously. "Ha ha! Excellent. So what shall our next course of action be?" Lu Ming raised a finger, responding with composure. "We wait." Shiki's expression turned puzzled. "Wait?" In response to Shiki's inquiry, Lu Ming elaborated, "Indeed, you will observe the developments in the new world, striving to avoid trouble and maintain a low profile, conserving your strength. Once we have a subsequent plan, I shall reach out to you." Shiki clenched his fists, his tone slightly irritable. "How long shall we wait? Are we to simply bide our time? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" Lu Ming met Shiki's intensity without flinching, his voice firm. "The foundation of our collaboration is trust. If you do not trust me, we needn't work together. You are free to continue on your own path." The two men locked eyes, the atmosphere thick with tension. That it was Shiki who first eased the mood, chuckling as he said, "Of course, I do not doubt my ally. Knowing a rough time frame would help me feel more secure." Ming replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Within 5 years. If all goes well, we may see an opportunity in 3 years, at which point we must take action." "Really?" Shiki exclaimed in surprise, the timeline far quicker than he had anticipated. Observing Ming's somewhat resigned expression, Shiki quickly added, "I believe you to truly in this brief span of years." Shiki harbored no concerns about Ming's potential deceit. If Ming's words were false, the repercussions would surely be dire 5 years hence. Yet, if true, it would undoubtedly serve as a swift pathway to becoming the king of the world. Ming, for his part, was also aware that Luffy would set sail again 2 years after the Marineford War, further accelerating the narrative, and they would soon find themselves at the heart of a monumental conflict. Subsequently, Shiki presented Ming with a black transponder snail shaped like a watch, explaining, "We shall use this for communication moving forward to evade surveillance. I shall await your good news in the new world." Ming accepted the transponder snail with caution, nodding in acknowledgement. After Shiki departed, Peacock gradually approached Ming. The mischievousness that once graced her features had vanished, replaced by seriousness and earnestness. She fixed her gaze on Ming, and for a moment, neither spoke. That Ming regarded Peacock gently, stating, "I can only express that my sense of justice remains intact. It is merely my methods that have evolved." Peacock, displaying an unusual gravity, suddenly asked, "Do you know the original significance behind the creation of sword?" Observing Ming's puzzled expression, she continued, "It is a blade independent of the Navy's structure, designed to grant maximum authority at minimal cost and to pierce the heart of piracy with utmost speed. You must have witnessed the dark underbelly of the Navy while in the East Blue. The existing Navy is excessively bloated and corrupt." Peacock continued, "Yet ZFA's idea of pirate guerrilla tactics is far too radical. Only sword represents the future of the Navy." Ming, unfazed, countered, "A sword in hand cannot sever the head upon one's neck. The greatest injustice in the world is not the decay at the bottom, but the celestial dragons." Peacock's lips curled into a subtle smile. "I can comprehend your perspective, and I do not dismiss your stance. However, you are not suited for joining sword. Your collaboration with pirates marks you as even more radical than your teacher, ZFA. Nevertheless, while I won't allow you to join sword, I shall keep your secret safe. That I also wish to see how far your path will take you, and whether you can maintain your current ideals while entangled with pirates." With that, Peacock turned and departed. At the edge of the clouds, Sanji gazed at the exit ahead, perplexed. Can we really descend from there? Luffy leaned over the bow of the Going Merry, his eyes showing signs of fatigue. Are we truly going down? Ming and Peacock alighted beside them. We're in a hurry. We'll need you to take us along for one more journey. Luffy grinned at Ming. Of course, that's no problem. You arrived just in time. Nami glanced at the log pose on her wrist, smiling as she said, then, Captain, the record for the next island has been stored. Luffy straightened his back, his eyes sparkling. Is that so? A new adventure is about to begin. Crew, let us return now. In an instant, Usopp piloted the Going Merry at full speed towards the edge of the clouds. As they descended, a massive octopus suddenly leaped from the clouds, its enormous tentacles ensnaring the Going Merry tightly. Its head rapidly inflated, resembling a gigantic balloon. This critical moment, the sound of the golden bell echoed once more, accompanied by the voices of the Sky Island inhabitants. Let the bell toll, bid farewell to our benefactors. May they return safely. Just then, the golden bell chimed again. Everyone, until next time, thank you all, with a resounding thud. The Going Merry plunged into the sea, creating a colossal splash. The giant octopus that had ensnared them deflated rapidly, vanishing into the cloud as everyone safe? Ming anxiously inquired about the Straw Hat crew. The members of the Straw Hat crew stood up, damp and gazing skyward, their faces reflecting a hint of nostalgia. It truly fell from there. Only now do we realize how distant it seems. Zoro turned to Ming. furrowing his brow as he asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" Lu Ming fixated on the snow at Zoro's waist, smiling as he waved his hand. "We shall make a trip to Eni's lobby, as there are matters to attend to there." "And you? Where do you intend to go?" Nami interjected eagerly. "We need to find a place to repair this ship. It has become quite dilapidated." Zoro nodded in agreement. Indeed, Usopp's haphazard repairs can no longer hold up. Usopp, standing nearby, muttered defensively, "I must clarify, I am not a carpenter. I am a sharpshooter." At that moment, Sanji emerged from the cabin, carrying steaming hot food. Yes, it would be wiser to head to a shipyard and enlist the help of true craftsmen. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, drawing everyone closer. Chopper gazed at Sanji in astonishment. "Wow, there are actually people who can repair better than Usopp. Then we should recruit a shipwright to join us. After all, we must continue our journey, and that skill would be invaluable," Luffy enthusiastically suggested. After bidding farewell to Luffy and the others, Lu Ming and Peacock learned that the warship escorting Baratie had yet to arrive at Eni's lobby, currently resting in Water 7. On the way to Water 7, Peacock suddenly resolved to undertake her mission alone, unwilling to accompany Lu Ming. Although surprised, Lu Ming felt a surge of delight within. After parting ways, Peacock watched Lu Ming's receding figure, her heart filled with complex emotions. During this time, Lu Ming had clearly grown significantly since leaving headquarters with Zephyr. While she felt as though she had stagnated in that moment, she resolved to train diligently and embark on the path of pursuing her own justice. Chapter 64. Barattie's lifeline. Lu Ming boarded the sea train and swiftly arrived at Water 7 before Smoker and Cheyenne could set off towards Eni's lobby with Baratie. The warship before him appeared tranquil. Showing no signs of battle, Lu Ming couldn't help but ponder. Wasn't it said that Tezzalo would attempt to hijack the ship? Why does it seem so uneventful? Could something unexpected have occurred? He slowly approached the warship and spotted Tashigi supervising the unloading of supplies, waving to her in greeting. Tashigi, surprised to see Lu Ming, asked, "Rear Admiral Lu Ming, what brings you here?" Lu Ming smiled in response. "I happen to have business nearby and heard you were here, so I came to take a look." Then, pointing at the warship, he inquired, "Did you encounter any troubles on the way? Was Kaji with you?" Tashigi replied, "Nothing happened. General Kaji had to leave when we were halfway back at sea." A sense of doubt arose in Lu Ming's heart. Could it be that Tezzalo has aligned himself with Big Mom and has become docile? That shouldn't be the case. He was still underground as the Dark Gold King, right? Surely, after Kaji's departure, they would not hesitate to act against a rear admiral and a colonel. Just as Lu Ming was lost in thought, Tashigi hesitantly asked, "I heard you have connections with the Golden Lion." At that moment, Smoker appeared at the bow, directing his gaze towards Lu Ming on the shore. Got a moment? Tashigi's question hung in the air as Lu Ming turned to her with a reassuring smile. "Don't take the rumors too seriously. It's not entirely as you imagine." After saying that, he accepted Smoker's invitation and stepped onto the warship. Smoker bluntly asked, "Regarding this mission, do you know any insider information? Just a pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million, yet requires General Kaji to personally oversee." With that, he forcefully pressed a sea prism stone handcuff against Lu Ming's chest, continuing to interrogate. "Moreover, what is your current stance?" Lu Ming deftly flicked the sea prism stone handcuff aside with ease, responding with composure, "You need not worry about my stance. This world is not merely black and white. You should understand this well from the events in Arabis to my approach to issues and methods of dealing with them have simply evolved. Concerning this mission, the individual you are escorting is indeed formidable. She was once under Tezzalo's command. Tezzalo's influence has grown significantly, and Kaji's presence is to prevent any potential retaliation from him." Observing the puzzled expressions on Smoker and the surrounding Navy soldiers, Lu Ming realized that the Golden Lion's whispers in the underworld, combined with his inability to ascend despite ostensibly defeating the Golden Lion, had likely fermented within the Navy to an extent unknown to him. He couldn't help but reflect on how, true to form, the old fox of the bygone era cleverly exploited the Navy's suspicions, deftly creating a rift between himself and the Navy, executing a masterstroke of deception. At that moment, Cheyenne rushed towards Smoker and Lu Ming in a flurry. "It's bad. The prisoner has suddenly developed a strong aversion, and she insists on seeing Rear Admiral Lu Ming. Smoker frowned upon hearing this. How does she know Rear Admiral Lu Ming is here? Cheyenne explained in a hushed tone. Perhaps she overheard the soldiers discussing Rear Admiral Lu Ming. Throughout the journey, she seemed resigned, but somehow, upon hearing Rear Admiral Lu Ming's name, she went almost mad. Smoker seethed with anger. Damn it. She's just a prisoner. Does she think she can dictate terms? All the while, she showed no signs of resistance, and now she dares to act out. Hearing their conversation, Lu Ming felt a wave of doubt wash over him. He recalled the scenario where Tezzalo had not come to her aid. Could there truly be some hidden truth behind it? Thus, Lu Ming proposed. Then I shall go see her. Smoker and Cheyenne exchanged glances. Their expressions filled with disbelief. Lu Ming hurried to clarify. I previously destroyed Tezzalo's golden ship. I am nearly at odds with him. So since she is one of his subordinates, it would be a good opportunity to glean information about Tezzalo. Besides, I am here. Can I really fear her attempting to harm me? Smoker found some merit in Lu Ming's reasoning and nodded in agreement. Very well. Then take him to see her. Rear Admiral Lu Ming. This way, please. Cheyenne, receiving the order, led Lu Ming into the depths of the ship. As Lu Ming followed Cheyenne, they gradually approached a massive iron cage situated at the ship's lower level. The surrounding soldiers immediately straightened their posture and uniformly called out, Rear Admiral Lu Ming. Colonel Cheyenne, in the dim light, the figure within the iron cage slowly became clearer. Baratie appeared utterly exhausted. Her former elegance vanished, her hair disheveled and lifeless. She wore only a coarse burlap garment, with areas stained red from wounds appearing particularly striking. Baratie looked at Lu Ming as he approached, her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions, as if she had countless words to express, yet found them stuck in her throat. Lu Ming gently gestured for Cheyenne and the other Navy personnel to leave, indicating that he needed to speak with Baratie privately. Cheyenne hesitated, believing this approach to be improper. However, given Lu Ming's rank, he had no choice but to comply. Thus, he led the other Navy soldiers out of the area. Once everyone had departed, Lu Ming sat before the iron cage, gazing intently at Baratie, his tone icy. Speak. What do you want from me? Baratie stumbled to her knees at the cage door, tears brimming in her eyes. Please, I need your help. I want to escape. Without hesitation, Lu Ming rose, prepared to leave. Is that all? I cannot assist you with that. Seeing Lu Ming about to depart, Baratie panicked. She understood this was her final chance. Desperately, she cried out, Please, defeat Tezzalo and help me seek revenge. I am willing to do anything for you. This statement piqued Lu Ming's interest, halting his steps as he turned to ask, Why should I help you? What can you possibly offer me now? Baratie, as if grasping a lifeline, earnestly explained, Because of the golden ship incident. Tezzalo harbors deep resentment towards you, intent on eliminating you as one of his former subordinates. I possess valuable information about him that I can help you eliminate this great threat. With that, she shed her garments, revealing her voluptuous form, her slender waist accentuating her curves. Even in her weakened state, her beauty was undeniable. Baratie knelt before him once more, continuing to plead, From now on, everything about me belongs to you. Furthermore, I am a Paramecia-type luck fruit user. I have the means to help you create endless wealth. The sudden appearance of such a tantalizing scene took Lu Ming by surprise, prompting him to quickly rein in his thoughts and strive to maintain composure. However, noticing Lu Ming's gaze wandering towards her, Baratie lifted her head, confidence radiating from her as she puffed her chest. Observing Bacarat's subtle gestures, Lu Ming realized he had momentarily lost his composure and quickly cleared his throat. Reminding himself to stay alert, he continued to question, Why should I trust you? And why seek me out, as I am a member of the Navy? Baratie seemed to recall something, her voice tinged with anger. I have never betrayed him. Yet he cast me aside like a discarded pawn. Chapter 65. Escaped Baratie continued to gaze at Lu Ming with an alluring look in her eyes, her voice sultry. Master, you must have heard about his marriage to Charlotte Garrett and his allegiance to the big pirate crew. Lu Ming felt a sense of discomfort and quickly turned his head away, stuttering as he spoke. Well, you shouldn't call me that yet. I haven't decided whether to rescue you. Baratie seemed to see through Lu Ming's hesitation. giving a seductive smile before her expression shifted to one of fury. He has stolen 20 years of my life just to curry favor with Big Imom. When I expressed my dissatisfaction, he deliberately leaked my whereabouts to lure Zephyr into capturing me, resulting in my imprisonment. That scoundrel, I cannot quench my hatred without killing him. After saying this, her emotions rapidly shifted again, and she looked at Lu Ming with her seductive demeanor. I have heard that you, Master, have formed an alliance with the Golden Lion, which surely sets you apart from the other Navy members. You must harbor grander ambitions. Lu Ming crouched down, contemplating the multifaceted woman before him. If he could truly bring her under his wing, her ability to harness the power of her luck fruit could indeed aid him in establishing a force and providing economic support. However, one must always remain wary. Seeing Lu Ming's indecisiveness, Bakara felt a moment of despair. If he rejected her plan, she would be sent to Impel Down, leaving her with no opportunity whatsoever. She began to doubt her allure, or if she had chosen the wrong person. This individual was neither greedy nor easily beguiled like other men. However, Bakara soon resolved to employ every charm at her disposal to entice Lu Ming. Just as she was about to act, she suddenly met Lu Ming's peculiar gaze, Sharingan. Hypnosis. His eyes were strikingly unique, seemingly imbued with mysterious power. Bakara felt her head grow heavy, and she quickly succumbed to slumber. When she awoke again, she found Lu Ming staring intently at the iron cage, seemingly lost in thought. Upon observing Lu Ming turn to leave, Bakara felt a pang of disappointment. She chastised herself for falling asleep at such a crucial moment. Was it due to sheer exhaustion? She called out repeatedly from behind, "Master, will you come to rescue me? Master!" Yet, Lu Ming did not respond. Instead, turning to slam the door shut, Lu Ming had confirmed through a Sharingan that Bakara was not deceiving him. Her desire to seek refuge was genuine. However, he needed to test her further. Without giving a clear answer, would she act out of desperation and betray him? Admiral Lu Ming. Upon seeing Lu Ming emerge from the cage area, Xiao and hastened forward, calling out. His expression was filled with curiosity and confusion, yet he refrained from direct questioning due to his rank. Lu Ming noticed Xiao's demeanor and casually explained. She sought to exchange information about Tezelo for a chance at a reduced sentence. There is quite a bit of information, and I may be here for the next few days to verify the details she provides. Xiao hesitated and asked, "So, Admiral, have you already agreed to her?" Lu Ming continued walking without pausing, responding, "No, how could I possibly cooperate with a pirate? Besides, I must first ascertain whether the information is accurate, right?" At the port of Water 7, a Navy warship lay quietly moored along the shore. Lu Ming lounged leisurely on a beach chair, basking in the sunlight. He held a notebook in hand, pretending to diligently record the information obtained from Bakara, occasionally exchanging a few words with Smoker beside him. What a diverse array of pirates this world has. Lu Ming casually sketched in his notebook, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Smoker fell into deep contemplation, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Lu Ming sensed the shift in Smoker and subtly inquired, "Are you thinking about the Straw Hat crew?" Smoker gazed into the distance, his voice somber. "I must personally capture him. Since Loguetown, I have vowed to apprehend him at that moment." Lu Ming leaned closer to Smoker, speaking with an air of mystery. "Let me discreetly share a tidbit of information with you, as a token of gratitude for your sharing so much about Tezelo." Smoker looked at Lu Ming with a hint of suspicion in his gaze. Lu Ming slowly began. "I've received word that the Straw Hat Kid will be arriving in Water 7 soon." Upon hearing this news, Smoker's eyes widened in astonishment, excitement igniting within them. Noticing Smoker's astonished expression, Lu Ming continued gently. "This is part of the intelligence I have. I can't disclose more than this. I really shouldn't have shared it, but seeing your determination, I couldn't help but lend you a hand." As soon as he finished speaking, Smoker sprang to his feet, grabbed his weapon, and after briefly thanking Lu Ming, shouted, "Des Bones and the other Navy personnel, follow me into the city." Lu Ming hastily stood as well, attempting to dissuade Smoker. "Wait, I never said it would be today. Just soon. And what about the prisoners on the ship?" However, Smoker appeared resolute, disregarding Lu Ming's counsel. "I let him escape right under my nose. As for the prisoners, I'll trouble the Admiral to handle them for me. Let us go." Watching Smoker and his team hurriedly depart, Ming muttered to himself, "Plan successful. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist when you heard about the Straw Hat. Don't blame me. I did try to warn you." As night fell, a deep darkness enveloped the naval base. "Admiral Ming, what is going on? Where have the prisoners in the iron cell gone?" Xiaoen questioned angrily. Confronting Ming, who sat on the ground, drowsy, Navy soldiers lay sprawled in various odd positions on the floor, rubbing their aching heads, struggling to awaken from their slumber. They could only recall their eyelids suddenly becoming exceedingly heavy before descending into sleep. Ming regarded Xiaoen, then glanced around, rubbing his temples in surprise. "Where are the prisoners?" Xiaoen clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. "Does the Admiral not know what happened? Could the enemy have the ability to put us all to sleep in one go?" Hearing this, Ming abruptly stood, retorting without mercy. "What do you mean by that, Colonel? Are you suspecting me? You think others lack the ability, yet I possess it." Xiaoen deflated, realizing that everything might indeed be linked to the Admiral before him. Ever since their private conversation began, Smoker had suddenly left. Everyone had fallen unconscious, and the prisoners had escaped. It all seemed too coincidental, too smoothly executed. However, unfortunately, he had no concrete evidence to prove any of it. Xiaoen fixed a steely gaze on Ming, unwilling to back down. "Although I don't know what means the enemy used to incapacitate everyone, I will report all recent events to headquarters." Ming stood tall, defiantly retorting. "I will report to my superiors as well. And I will mention your unfounded accusations and your deliberate attempts to sow discord within the Navy." Upon hearing this, Xiaoen felt a surge of frustration, snorting coldly before turning to leave. Chapter 66. The Demon Slayer Order. Watching Xiaoen depart, Ming turned his gaze toward the empty iron cage. Bakara was the one he had set free, and the mass incapacitation of all the Navy did not require any external force. Due to the disparity in strength, Ming had, through their interactions, already ensnared everyone in his illusion. When Bakara emerged from the cage, witnessing the Navy personnel still at their posts yet oblivious to her presence, she felt a profound sense of astonishment, realizing she had indeed not chosen the wrong person. Ming had also contacted the Golden Lion via a secret transponder snail beforehand, instructing Bakara to proceed to him to amass wealth on his behalf. He understood that releasing Bakara might intensify the suspicions of the higher-ups in the Navy, but in the eyes of the information and equipped Navy headquarters, the enmity between him and Tezelo was so significant that it was unimaginable he would rescue a subordinate of the latter. After Ming swiftly reported the escape of the prisoners, an urgent directive arrived from headquarters. The Demon Slayer Order. The order was issued by Spandam, authorized by Akiji via the transponder snail, targeting the entire judicial island. From the headquarters, 5 vice admirals, Weasel, Fire Mountain, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Stolo Berry, had been dispatched to converge on Judicial Island from all directions. As a member of the Navy, Ming's unit was also obligated to respond to the call of the Demon Slayer Order, launching a devastating assault on Judicial Island until the entire island was reduced to ruins. Although Xiaoen still harbored doubts about Ming's true allegiance, he had no choice but to follow Ming's orders. As the latter was the highest-ranking commander on board, that Ming stood at the bow of the ship, declaring with righteous fervor, "Set sail for Judicial Island. Action, Demon Slayer Order." The Navy personnel responded in unison. "Justice will prevail." Ming gazed at the fervent Navy personnel with a smile, pondering quietly within. To commit unjust acts in the name of justice. To pin justice entirely through the might of power. Upon Justice Island, the gates of righteousness slowly creaked open, sending the island's inhabitants into a frenzy as they fled from the impending calamity. Atop the island's tower, Rob Lucci, heralded as the most formidable being in CP9's history, was locked in a fierce confrontation with Luffy. Simultaneously, Spandam dragged a bloodied Robin across the swaying bridge leading to the gates of justice. His maniacal laughter echoed through the air, deranged and twisted. Wahahaha. Look, everything is ready for departure. Nothing can hinder me now. Blood oozed profusely from Robin's wounds, her breath faint, her voice nearly swept away by the wind. But I will not enter. They promised, they would come to rescue me. Spandam, filled with furious rage, kicked Robin mercilessly. No one is coming. You filthy wench! Everyone shall perish beneath the purging decree's inferno. The shame of the government Estivine banner being sullied by pirates will be overshadowed by the purging decree. Ha ha! Hurry up! Walk with your own feet! He kicked Robin once more with force. Just then, a white figure materialized, delivering a powerful kick that sent Spandam flying. Ming gently lifted the fallen Robin, whose eyes shimmered with a hint of bewilderment. Tears streaming down her cheeks as she weakly leaned against his embrace, softly sobbing. I could see this moment. It was not the vice admirals from the Navy headquarters who first arrived at Justice Island, but Ming and his companion stationed in Water 7 to Spandam, dumbfounded, stared at Ming clad in Navy attire, unable to fathom that this comrade would dare to strike against him. Stammering, he pointed a trembling finger at Ming. Navy? Purging decree. Quickly, take that filthy woman behind the gates of justice. Robin, in Ming's arms, gazed tearfully at him. Though she and Ming had long established an extraordinary bond due to historical circumstances, Luffy and his crew had already declared war on the world government. If Ming intervened, he too would likely be a wanted man. The term purging decree, associated with O'Hara, cast a heavy shadow in Robin's heart, as she had personally endured the tragedy of that era. Yet, despite her perilous situation, her concern for Ming's safety overshadowed her own fears. Ming looked down at Robin, whose face was etched with worry, and smiled reassuringly. Do not dwell on it. It will be all right. I am here to rescue you. He then fixed a determined gaze on Spandam, his eyes brimming with resolve. I possess my own sense of justice. I refuse to execute the purging decree instigated by scum like you. Enraged, Spandam pointed at Ming, bellowing, You bastard! Kill them! The Navy personnel behind the gates of justice obeyed the command, rushing forward with guns drawn, aiming at Ming and Robin. Their eyes glinted with a cold ferocity, prepared to carry out Spandam's orders. Eliminate this Navy traitor! As Spandam roared, a barrage of bullets rained down upon Ming and Robin. Without hesitation, Ming turned, shielding Robin with his body, enveloped in a profound Haki. The bullets aimed at them were deflected by the powerful Haki. Robin gazed at Ming, who stood before her as a bulwark against the bullets, a tumult of emotions stirring within her. Overwhelmed by gratitude and emotion, she could not help but kiss Ming's lips. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated from the bridge, and Frankie charged forth like a ferocious beast. Simultaneously, from another distant tower, Usopp accurately hurled the key to Robin's handcuffs. Ming swiftly seized the key, hurriedly unlocking Robin's shackles. As the cuffs clattered to the ground, Spandam's eyes widened in shock, incredulously asking, How is this possible? The key is real. What have you all done? Have you taken down all of CP9 in the Justice Tower? At that moment, a tremendous cannon fire erupted from within the gates of justice, heralding the complete opening of the gates, the thunderous sound echoing across the entirety of Justice Island. Ming felt the warmth of Robin's soft lips lingering on his, momentarily lost in thought. Before snapping back to reality and addressing Robin and Frankie, The vice admirals are coming. You must escape quickly. However, Robin firmly grasped Ming's hand, her gaze resolute and earnest. You come with us. I cannot allow you to face danger because of me again. She recalled the sacrifice of Saul, who had perished to protect her, filling her heart with guilt and worried. Ming gently caressed Robin's hand, smiling as he reassured her. I am fine. You all go ahead. I cannot leave just yet. He then slowly drew the Hanzo from his waist, facing the advancing Navy personnel. Although the current Navy did not align with the sense of justice he held in his heart, he was unwilling to abandon the expectations of Kaji and Jonathan. Frankie, seizing Robin, who hesitated, urged her to flee in the opposite direction, shouting, Nico Robin, this is everyone's hope. Do not let down everyone's efforts. Ming wielded the Hanzo, effortlessly dispatching the Navy soldiers before him with the back of his blade. He gazed at the fleet of warships emerging from the gates of justice, murmuring, the purging decree is about to commence. The warships unleashed their cannon fire, and Justice Island was instantly engulfed in screams and wails. Flames, smoke, and chaos intertwined, forming a scene both brutal and magnificent. Chapter 67. CP9 watching as Robin and Frankie gradually vanished from sight. Ming inhaled deeply, stepping lightly as he raced toward the heart of the fierce bombardment. His mission, aside from rescuing Nico Robin, held another significant purpose. Beneath him, the town trembled under the relentless assault of the warship's artillery. Seawater surged wildly, inundating the streets and buildings that Ming surveyed from above, utilizing his formidable observation Haki to meticulously search for the fallen CP9 members. The members of CP9 had been raised and secretly trained by the world government from a young age, becoming agents executing various nefarious tasks. Their sense of justice was likely long distorted, with dark justice serving as a pretext to satisfy their own desires. This failure would lead to their expulsion from the government and a bounty placed upon their heads. After drifting for a while, aside from the critically injured Rob Lucci, the remaining CP9 members, in need of livelihood, began taking odd jobs to aid in his recovery. After Lucci regained his health, he somehow became entangled with the celestial dragons once more. Ming contemplated inwardly. If he could deftly seize this opportunity, perhaps he could recruit these individuals, transforming them into a sword at his disposal. The first member Ming located was Khalifa, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. He carefully transported her to a nearby port, ensuring her safety. Next, he found his old acquaintances Gabra, Kaku, and the Owl, all of whom had lost consciousness as well. Ming similarly brought them to the port. At that moment, a massive fist suddenly erupted from the Justice Tower, forcefully sending the leopard-form Lucci flying. Lucci crashed onto a warship, instantly reverting to his human form. Witnessing this, the spherical Luffy charged unhesitatingly toward Lucci. "Gum Gum Rocket!" Luffy shouted, his right leg rapidly expanding before delivering a fierce kick to the warship where Lucci stood. The ship shattered under the force of the kick, and Lucci seized the opportunity to leap into a fierce battle with Luffy. Observing this, Ming hastened his search for the remaining CP9 members in the mid-level of the Justice Tower. He discovered Kaku. Just as he was about to lift him, he sensed the presence of others behind him. Ming swiftly turned, delivering a kick that knocked out the barely conscious Bruno, who was attempting to approach him using the powers of the Door fruit. Looking at the unconscious Bruno on the ground, Ming couldn't help but remark, "If I weren't here, it would be you taking action, huh? Well, that's convenient. I wouldn't have to look for you. This Door fruit is quite useful, isn't it?" With that, he hoisted Bruno and dashed toward the port. Meanwhile, Robin and Frankie had successfully reunited with Zoro and Sanji, commandeering a warship to make their swift escape to the top of the Justice Tower. Luffy was engaged in a final life-and-death struggle with Lucci. Zoro's group was increasingly surrounded by warships, embroiled in a desperate fight. However, for some unknown reason, Shuin felt an instinctual fear upon seeing Zoro, always subconsciously distancing himself during the battle. As for the young Admiral Ming, who had brought them here, he had already flown onto a warship, now vanished from sight. Behind all of this, Ming had cast a subtle illusion on Shuin, causing him to unconsciously steer clear of Zoro. Just then, Usopp scaled another tower, calling out to the ailing Luffy atop the Justice Tower. "You must win. Let's all return together, Luffy." Following that, a thunderous roar emanated from within the Justice Tower. Of course, upon hearing that shout, Ming quickly rose, plunging his hand into the sea, summoning forth the gigantic serpent, Yamata no Orochi. The serpent surveyed the ravaged city before it, taking in the desolate scene and the dense array of warships surrounding it. This time, it refrained from speaking as it had before, for it sensed the profound transformation occurring within Ming, and its heart began to subconsciously acknowledge him. "Trouble, please take us to the nearby island shortly," Ming said, his gaze fixed intently on the two figures engaged in fierce combat in the distance. Addressing Wan Shi, Wan Shi extended its long forked tongue and gently consumed the incapacitated individuals sprawled near the port, subsequently submerging into the depths of the water. The Tower of Justice once again erupted in a cacophony of shattering, a tremendous explosion resonating across the sky. Without hesitation, Ming dashed towards the direction of the Tower of Justice. The naval officers aboard the warship stared in disbelief at the fallen Rob Lucci, incredulously exclaiming, "How is this possible? The so-called strongest CP9 member, Rob Lucci, has been defeated by a pirate, Luffy. He has won, Usopp shouted excitedly from atop a platform, addressing those below. Simultaneously, Nami anxiously urged, "Everyone hurry onto the escape boats. I will bring the ship out immediately." Ming quickly reached the base of the Tower of Justice, where he witnessed Luffy lying motionless on the ground alongside the gravely injured Lucci. He promptly lifted Luffy and peered outward, preparing to toss him to their awaiting companions. With great effort, Luffy turned his head to Ming and weakly uttered, "It's you? Why are you still?" "Ah!" Before Luffy could finish his sentence, Ming aimed for the Mary, which had already emerged in the sea, and forcefully threw Luffy towards it, simultaneously muttering, "We'll talk later. Go!" Observing the other crew members leap into the Mary, Ming hoisted Lucci and sprinted toward the port. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Vice Admiral Shuli below, who pondered aloud. That silhouette, could it be the notorious Ming from headquarters? He then turned to his aide and inquired, was Ming involved in this demon-slaying order? At that moment, Ming, along with the severely injured CP9 crew, drifted with the current inside Wancha's maw towards a nearby island. Califa awoke on the shore of a small island near Water 7. Groggily surveying her surroundings and discovering her comrades lying beside her, still unconscious due to their grave injuries. Standing amongst them was a young man clad in a Navy uniform, with a colossal black-purple python coiling behind him. Fixing them with a chilling gaze, a shiver ran down Califa's spine. Even as someone accustomed to assassination missions, the fierce triangular eyes before her instilled a sense of dread. Upon noticing Califa had regained consciousness, Ming coldly inquired, "You are awake? Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Despite her injuries, Califa struggled to maintain her composure, demanding answers that I'm the only one in this world who can save you. "And your future superior," Ming replied bluntly. Approaching the fallen members of CP9, sensing Ming's movement, Wanchi lashed its massive tail to encircle them tightly. The surrounding light was completely blotted out by Wancha's form, rendering the sun unable to penetrate the thick darkness. Chapter 68. Submission. The least injured Bruno also stirred at this moment. He glanced around, spotting the enormous python and the imposing figure of Ming, and without hesitation, launched an attack. Finger gun. Ming's expression remained impassive. He did not flinch or evade. Activating his Sharingan, he swiftly seized Bruno's attack and mercilessly snapped his finger. His tone brooked no argument. "You will either submit or face death." As Bruno prepared to retaliate, Califa suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Ming released Bruno, kicking him back with a smirk, smart enough. Besides Lucci, Gabra, Kaku, and the others were likewise roused by the commotion, wearily opening their eyes to witness the standoff between Ming and Califa's group. Owl, still dazed, asked, "Has it gotten dark? Why are there two moons?" Suddenly, Wanchi hissed in disapproval at Owl's insolence. Owl yelped in fright, "A snake! There's a snake!" Gabra hurriedly covered his mouth to silence him. Ming regarded the now conscious CP9 members and continued, "Perhaps you should reflect on how Spandam will report this failure to headquarters. The likelihood of being placed on the Navy's wanted list is entirely foreseeable, and when that occurs, where will you go?" This question plunged them into contemplation. They were well aware of Spandam's character. He would undoubtedly shift the blame for the failure entirely onto them as the covert weapons of the world government. Once they lost their utility, they would be cast aside without hesitation. Ming pressed on. "You may not know me well, but I am a Navy officer and an ally of the Golden Line Shiki, with the ambition to ascend to the throne of the world's king." At this moment, his Sharingan began to emit an eerie glow. "You're the Ming from headquarters. The rumors are true." Kaku exclaimed in astonishment. As Ming introduced himself, Gabra began to recognize Ming's face. "It's you." Seeing this massive serpent, "I should have realized it was you." He had previously encountered Ming aboard the Golden Ship, but back then, Ming had not exuded such an overwhelming presence. Sensing their reactions, Ming sneered, his tone laced with undeniable authority. "It is good that you recognize me. I am not coercing you to make a choice, merely laying the stakes before you. However, let me remind you, I have gone to great lengths to rescue you. Should your choice not meet my satisfaction, Ming slowly drew his sword, coldly stating, "I will ensure you meet the fate that is rightfully yours." Gabra and Kaku exchanged glances and quickly declared, "We are willing to submit, but our leader remains unconscious, and we must consider his opinion." Ming gently placed his sword on Gabra's shoulder, his tone unyielding. "I am indeed one who values talent, which is why I extended my hand to save you. For you to submit is also a testament to your character. You still require me to wait for him to awaken? I do not have that luxury of time." Kaku immediately added, "We can represent our willingness to submit, but you must also save our leader. Whether or not he chooses to submit upon waking is his affair. You cannot force him. If you refuse, then go ahead and kill us now." Listening to Kaku's demands, Ming sheathed his sword and the autumn hues are evenly divided before the majestic Lama. Ming sighed. "It seems I must exert considerable effort." He then drew his sword, Huazhou, and pointed it directly at Lama. Prelude. Breaking the enemy. In the face of Lama's assault, Ming raised his sword to block. The two blades clashing, instantly generating a wave of force. This surge attracted the attention of numerous zombies, who paused to observe. Revolutionary dance. Forward leap. Ming swiftly evaded the strike, fully aware that prolonging the confrontation would inevitably summon Moria. Yet he found himself reluctant to conclude this battle as a legendary swordsman, despite the shadow of Brook within him rendering his full strength inaccessible. Lama still provided an ample opportunity for Ming to hone his swordsmanship. Although Ming could have swiftly defeated Lama through sheer force and efficiency, he chose to restrain his power, engaging in a duel that emphasized technique. After several exchanges, Lama noticed the fabric of Ming's attire had been punctured. Exclaiming, "You are not using your full strength. You do not respect my swordsmanship." Observing Lama's unwavering principles even in his undead state, Ming chuckled helplessly. "You are indeed exceptional, but alas, your current form cannot unleash your true power. Otherwise, I would relish a full battle with you. That if I were to defeat you through brute force now, it would feel somewhat dishonorable. You intend to defeat me solely through swordsmanship?" Lama asked, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Gripping Huazhou tightly, Ming swiftly countered, shouting, "Precisely. Let us see then, young man." Lama refrained from employing brute force, opting instead for a pure contest of swordsmanship against Ming. As they clashed, Perona's spirit detected the commotion and swiftly floated over. Observing Ming battling Lama, noticing his naval attire, Perona displayed a look of confusion. Navy. Upon seeing Perona's arrival, Ming was momentarily distracted and was suddenly thrust to the ground by Lama. Lama admonished sternly, "In battle, distraction is the gravest sin. Do not let it happen again." Rising quickly, Ming looked gratefully at Lama. "Thank you for your guidance." Meanwhile, he contemplated that since Perona had arrived, prolonging the fight would likely attract more attention. It was best to conclude this battle swiftly. Lama sensed a change in Ming's aura and laughed excitedly. "Are you ready to get serious?" With unwavering hands gripping his sword, Ming fixed his determined gaze on Lama. "I apologize, but I must claim your treasured blade." And sooner had he spoken than he surged towards Lama like an arrow loosed from its bow. This strike was still a pure showcase of swordsmanship. Yet it caught Lama unawares, sending him flying. Ming's swordsmanship far surpassed Brook's. Although Lama's past techniques had subconsciously refined Brook's style, it remained fundamentally Brook's technique. Ming had approached their engagement with a mindset of learning, focusing on analysis rather than aggression. After a series of exchanges, he had thoroughly grasped Lama's swordplay, enabling him to deliver a decisive blow. As Lama fell, Perona commanded her white spirit doppelganger to attack Ming. He understood that physical defenses were ineffective against such spiritual assaults. Only mental attacks would prove effective, and he possessed formidable mental assault capabilities. Sharingan, within the illusionary realm Ming constructed, Perona gleefully ensnared him, wrapping him in a teddy bear-like guise, transforming him into her companion. Amused by the developments within Perona's illusion, Ming could not resist taking control of the narrative in this ethereal world. He turned the tables, easily overpowering Perona and binding her in a teddy bear form. Lama observed Lu Ming's methods with a flicker of confusion in his eyes. A mere glance at Perona rendered her immobile, as if frozen in time. After subduing Perona, Lu Ming approached Lama, extending his hand towards Xiaoshui. "Hand it over. I came for it." Lama realized Lu Ming sought his treasured sword and felt a surge of indignation. How rude it was to attempt to seize his blade before his very eyes. Meeting Lama's furious gaze, Lu Ming cleared his throat and explained, "I mean no disrespect. You passed on and can no longer wield the sword's power. I simply do not wish for it to gather dust here. I am not stealing your sword. I merely wish to retrieve it from your side." After a moment of contemplation, Lama slowly tossed Xiaoshui to Lu Ming, saying, "I hope you do not let it gather dust in the future." Accepting Xiaoshui, Lu Ming smiled. "Naturally. Thank you, senior." At that moment, the system's voice sounded. "Congratulations on completing the low-tier task. Acquire one of the great swords. Daki Dao, among the 21. Reward, 20 points. Remaining points, 100. Holding Xiaoshui, Lu Ming examined it closely. The blade's edge exhibited a chaotic, reverse T-shaped pattern, its body a deep purple-black adorned with red serrated designs. Compared to Huazhou, its weight was noticeably greater, and the spine was significantly thicker than an ordinary sword. No wonder it was said that even a dinosaur would not bend it by a millimeter. Shortly thereafter, the system issued a new task, Tourist System Task, Low-Tier Task. Meet the Underworld King, Rayleigh. Time limit, 1 year. Completion reward, 20 points. Failure penalty, deduct 20 points. Rayleigh, you say? Lu Ming mused, stowing Xiaoshui away. Just in time, he turned to glance at Perona, still trapped in the illusion, and noticed her complexion was gradually flushing, accompanied by faint, delicate moans. "What's happening? It seems the story has taken a rather peculiar turn." Lu Ming quipped, while simultaneously using Kinbunchika Haki to sense the approaching auras around him. Having acquired Xiaoshui, it was prudent to make a swift exit. Thus, Lu Ming paid little heed to the girl whose heart had begun to flutter due to his unintentional actions within the illusion. Hastening his departure from the scene. Chapter 70. Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Just as Lu Ming exited the terrifying three-masted ship, he received a call from Kaji. The moment the call connected, Kaji's reproach came pouring down like a torrential rain. "You little rascal. What have you done? Did you let the prisoners go? Was it you who set Bakala free? And CP9, did you rescue them as well?" Faced with Kaji's inquiries, Lu Ming could only manage an awkward chuckle. While Shun and the others were oblivious to the reasons behind their sudden fainting, Kaji was well aware of Lu Ming's capabilities. The instant he saw the report, Kaji understood everything. Subsequently, the Weasel reported that they had vaguely seen Lu Ming's figure during the operation on Judicial Island, but could not locate him after the mission concluded. Coupled with the mysterious disappearance of CP9, Kaji couldn't help but connect the dots. Hearing Lu Ming's forced laughter, Kaji was nearly certain of his suspicions. "You little rascal, you don't intend to become a pirate, do you?" Kaji asked, still harboring a tinge of anger. Lu Ming hurriedly denied, "Of course not. I have my own considerations." Hearing Lu Ming's evasive response, Kaji chose not to press further. After all, he understood this disciple. Lu Ming often acted unexpectedly, and the current situation indeed required him to clarify matters directly for his peace of mind. Kaji inquired, "Why haven't you returned to headquarters?" Feeling guilty, Lu Ming immediately adopted a conciliatory tone. "I have matters to attend to. While I act with a clear conscience, it is inevitable that I will raise suspicions at headquarters that, if I return, I will have to deal with a mountain of troublesome issues." Observing Lu Ming's demeanor, Kaji found it somewhat amusing. Nevertheless, it also reassured him that his disciple had not changed. Kaji spoke in a tone that seemed to mix exasperation with concern. "The headquarters ISN-T currently looking for trouble with you. But you need to return soon." "No, everyone needs to return," Lu Ming instinctively asked. "Why?" After a moment of reflection, he realized the world-shaking events in one piece. The Marineford War, Kaji explained slowly. Portgas D.Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, was defeated by Marshal D. Teach and delivered to the Navy. Now, the higher-ups intend to publicly execute Ace, launching a full-scale war against the Whitebeard Pirates, aiming to extinguish the current pirate momentum. Therefore, everyone must enter a state of readiness. As for your current affairs, the higher-ups are too preoccupied to concern themselves with them. Listening to Kaji's words, Ming responded affirmatively. Understood, I have one last matter to attend to before I return. Subsequently, Ming engaged in a few more exchanges with Jiyuan, only to be interrupted by the sound of someone calling for Jiyuan from a distance, prompting a hasty conclusion to their conversation. Ming immediately accelerated his journey towards the Sabotage archipelago. As he sailed alone across the surface of the sea, he pondered the imminent eruption of the Summit War, his resolve to grow stronger intensifying within him. He opened the system panel and murmured to himself, previously, 40 points could upgrade the Sharingan. Come on, grant me the fortune to leap into the kaleidoscope. Congratulations, you have acquired water release, water dragon bullet technique. Remaining points, 60. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Ming attempted to console himself. Well, water release is still acceptable. Surrounded by the ocean, its power must be considerable. He continued to bolster his spirits. It must have just been bad luck. Another attempt should surely succeed. Congratulations. You have acquired wind release. Great breakthrough. Remaining points, 20. A wave of frustration washed over Ming, as if an old grievance were about to burst forth. What is this? Is the Sharingan stuck? Can it be upgraded? At that moment, another thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that the kaleidoscope requires 80 points for an upgrade? However, Ming found himself devoid of additional points to validate his hypothesis. The Sabotage archipelago, nestled near the naval headquarters, is formed by the expansive roots of the world's largest mangrove tree, the Haki mangrove. These roots emerge from the sea, resembling a series of small islands. Serving as a crucial passage to the new world in the past, the warship Ming had boarded was embedded with sea stone, which had shielded him from the attacks of sea beasts in the vicinity. However, this time, he was merely aboard a common vessel, and it seemed the sea beasts sensed something, drawing closer to him. Suddenly, a colossal sea rabbit leaped from the water surface, baring its fangs and lunging ferociously towards Ming's boat. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, Ming called out. Instantly, the water swirled and coalesced, transforming into a massive water dragon that surged violently towards the sea rabbit. With a piercing scream, the sea rabbit was met with a crimson tide as the surface of the sea turned blood red. Gazing at the summoned water dragon and feeling the negligible drain on his energy from executing the technique, Ming couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the ocean is the finest catalyst for water release. He even began to envision the potential might he could unleash by freely employing water release techniques without restraint upon the vast sea, harnessing its power to achieve unparalleled strength. Yet he also recognized that attempting to perform the water dragon bullet technique in a dry environment would severely diminish its efficacy. Ming noticed a figure slowly surfacing from the pool of blood. As he approached with a light step, he was astonished to discover it was a mermaid. In the Sabotage archipelago, human trafficking thrived, and mermaids were particularly rare commodities, fetching a high price. Her presence in this ocean, even if not devoured by sea beasts, could easily lead her into the clutches of traffickers. Gently, Ming lifted the mermaid girl and placed her back onto the boat. Observing her petite form and the starfish resting on her shoulder, he realized she was a character from the narrative. Kimmy, the kissing mermaid, with the starfish being her master and pet. Papagu, a renowned designer from Fishman Island. As Kimmy slowly regained consciousness and opened her eyes to find Ming staring at her, she exclaimed, "Wow, you scared me. A human. It's a human." Noticing the perplexed expression on Ming's face, Kimmy seemed to realize her reaction was overly dramatic, and with a shy smile, she added, "I almost got digested. Thank you for saving me. I'm quite prone to being eaten by sea beasts. This is probably the 10th time," Kimmy then excitedly declared. "Oh, I must repay you. Would you like some takoyaki? It's 500 berries each." Before Ming could respond, Papagu gently tapped her shoulder, chiding, "Are you conducting business now?" "Oh, I messed up." Kimmy gasped in realization. Ming chuckled at Kimmy's somewhat scatterbrained demeanor. "I actually quite enjoy takoyaki. Please take me with you." Upon hearing Ming's agreement, Kimmy promptly retrieved a snail phone and dialed. "Hello? Xiaoba. It's Kimmy. Sorry, I gotten separated again." "Where are you now?" Ming felt a flicker of curiosity. "Xiaoba." I didn't expect that after the dragon was defeated in the story, he stealthily escaped. And now I find myself in the same predicament. Did this octopus always plan to flee? Xiao Ba's voice crackled through the phone. Kimmy, you're okay. That's wonderful. I'm over here by Catfish Village. Ah, who are you? The call abruptly ended. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Kimmy's expression turned anxious, and she urgently said to Ming, I am sorry. Can we postpone the takoyaki? I need to rescue my friend right away. Without hesitation, Ming turned and replied earnestly, In that case, I must intervene. Where is Catfish Village? Let us go. Chapter 71. Rescue of Catfish Village. Upon hearing Ming's words, Kimmy excitedly leaned over the side of the boat, emitting a melodious call. Before long, fish of various sizes began to swim from all directions, gathering together to form a wave that pointed the way forward. Resembling an arrow. Indeed, mermaids could converse with fish and even command them to a certain extent. Ming stood at the bow of the boat. Utterly amazed, he had only heard tales of such abilities possessed by mermaids. Yet witnessing it firsthand left him profoundly impressed. Papagu, seated at the front of the boat, voiced his concerns. By the way, did you agree to help so readily because you were quite confident in your combat skills? I must warn you, the local kidnapping syndicates are quite formidable. Ming gazed ahead, responding lightly, No worries, I have a bit of confidence in myself. Guided by the fish, Ming and his companions soon arrived at Catfish Village. Beside the village, a small boat was moored, adorned with a large banner that read Takoyaki No. 8. As Ming's vessel approached, he noticed the small boat bore clear signs of a struggle, but a group of armed traffickers stood guard by the boat. Yet they did not see Xiao Ba anywhere. Papagu and Kimmy crouched behind the railing of their boat, cautiously peering at the traffickers. It is Xiao Ba's boat. Did they venture into the village? Kimmy whispered anxiously. While the two speculated, Ming had already leaped into the air with a light step, landing swiftly on the small boat. Lightning release. Chidori. A powerful current surged from him, racing towards the traffickers below with incredible speed. The traffickers barely had time to react before they were rendered unconscious by the electric shock. Ming's observation Haki quickly spread, allowing him to locate Xiao Ba and other pirates, along with the cacophony of wails emanating from Catfish Village. Without hesitation, he pursued the source of the commotion. Witnessing Ming effortlessly defeat the traffickers and dash towards the village, Kimmy and Papagu hurriedly leapt from their boat to follow him. Haha! Today is a bountiful harvest. Who would have thought there was such a village on land? We've hit the jackpot. The traffickers rampaged through the village, greedily capturing the mermaids residing there. Catfish Village, originally home to sea dwellers, have been forced to find refuge on the surface after a shipwreck destroyed their underwater dwelling. They had settled in an abandoned village, awaiting the reconstruction of their own. Little did they know that this temporary refuge would transform into a nightmare, as the traffickers fantasized about the wealth they would acquire from auctioning off the captured mermaids. A figure suddenly charged from the outskirts of the village towards the center. Finger gun. His fingers possessed the power of bullets, striking with lightning speed and effortlessly piercing through the bodies of the traffickers. Each attack was precise and swift, causing many to fall in quick succession. AS comrades fell one by one. The remaining traffickers began to panic. What is happening? Who is it? They searched frantically, yet could not catch a glimpse of Ming. A few managed to spot Ming's silhouette, but what awaited them was an endless nightmare within an illusionary realm. In mere moments, hundreds of traffickers lay defeated at Ming's feet, his once pristine white cloak, emblematic of naval justice, now stained with flecks of crimson. As Ming busied himself freeing the imprisoned fishmen and mermaids, Kimmy and Papagu arrived, panting heavily. The scene before them left them utterly astonished. At that moment, Xiao Ba recognized Ming, exclaiming, You're that Navy from Cocoa West Village. After releasing Xiao Ba, Ming fixed him with a steady gaze and slowly said, You haven't caused any more trouble, have you? No. I'm now selling takoyaki. Xiao Ba's 6 hands waved frantically as he eagerly explained. Ming turned to the crowd of Catfish villagers, advising, You should return to the sea. It's too dangerous up here. Hearing Ming's kind reminder, the merfolk expressed their heartfelt gratitude. They were overwhelmed with gratitude, expressing their desire to first host Ming, thanking him for his life-saving grace, and only then returned to their home beneath the sea. Observing these fishmen, Ming pointed towards Kami and Xiaoba, speaking with calm assurance. I have come to partake in his takoyaki. He may remain to entertain me. This place is no longer safe, and we know not what sort of individuals may arrive. It is best to depart swiftly. Ming's analysis was indeed sound, and the people of Catfish Village fell into a momentary silence. An elder stepped forward, grasping Xiaoba's hand earnestly, beseeching, Xiaoba, you must take good care of our benefactor. Xiaoba patted his chest, assuring, fear not, I shall. After confirming everything, the villagers of Catfish Village began to leave in succession. Ming surveyed the empty village, casually entering a dwelling to wash up briefly. Changing out of his conspicuous naval attire, he chose a simple linen outfit, draping a black robe over it. This is simply delectable. The sauce on this takoyaki is exceedingly rich. Ming devoured Xiaoba's signature takoyaki, singing its praises with each mouthful. Xiaoba's 6 hands deftly stir the batter, skillfully crafting the takoyaki. Beside him, Kami and Papagu busily assisted, slathering the takoyaki with generous amounts of sauce. You are our savior. Feel free to indulge in these takoyaki, and I assure you will be thoroughly satisfied. Xiaoba smiled at Ming. Ming, eating voraciously, mumbled, by the way, I happen to have a favor to ask of you. It's so hot. So hot. Xiaoba's hands did not cease their movements, yet he felt a twinge of confusion at the thought that this peculiar naval officer still had a request. What is it? Ming swallowed the last bite of takoyaki, his gaze serious as he looked at Xiaoba. I would like to request that you take me to meet Rayleigh. Upon hearing this request, Xiaoba froze. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes as he looked at Ming. The Navy seeks the former Pirate King's first mate. Could it be? Noticing Xiaoba's sudden change in expression and his inner turmoil, Ming gently clarified, it is not, as you presume. I'm not foolish enough to consider taking action against the former first mate of the Pirate King. I merely wish to meet this legendary figure alone, without any company. Upon hearing Ming's explanation, Xiaoba breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his chest, assuring, since you are my benefactor, I shall certainly assist you. I will take you to meet Rayleigh. Chapter 72, Ming versus Rayleigh.